Chapter 1, The Queen's Rebirth. Who would have imagined that a killer, once engulfed in flames, would be reborn in a quaint village of Xia country, inhabiting the body of a girl who succumbed to a sudden cardiac arrest? In the farmhouse's second floor, Wushuang scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. The girl in the mirror was 18, with hair cascading down to her waist, delicate features, and skin as flawless and tender as unblemished jade, a rare beauty indeed. And it seems I am not the only one capable of rebirth. Wushuang closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she was met with several lines of text. Objective: complete 30 trial tasks. Reward: revive Yi Wuchen. Note: skills from the previous life retained, original host's heart condition removed. Task customization in progress. It is akin to receiving a mission issued by a system in an online game. A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Wushuang's dark eyes, swiftly drowned in waves of anguish and regret. Wuchen was her younger brother. Upon awakening once more, she found herself across the ocean, having successfully escaped the clutches of the organization. Yet her brother had been brutally tortured and murdered by those same individuals. Yi Wushuang clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. Whatever it takes to save Wuchen, be it 30 tasks or 300, I will spare no effort. Schwanger, it's time for dinner, a loving voice called from downstairs. Yi Wushuang turned and descended the stairs, discovering her mother, Li Chunlan, busy in the kitchen while her father, Yi Weigua, lent a helping hand. Li Chunlan, a middle-aged woman approaching 50, bore the marks of a life spent in toil. Yi Weigua, 2 years her senior, was a tanned farmer. He inquired, "Tell me honestly, has someone been bullying you at school?" Since entering high school, their daughter seemed to have transformed, yet no matter how they pressed her, she vehemently denied it. No, Yi Wushuang lied. The original host had indeed been bullied at school. Those matters she would handle herself. Li Chunlan then asked, "And what of the young master of the Shin family? How does he treat you? Has the Shin family mentioned when they will arrange your engagement?" Yi Wushuang's gaze flickered. The young master of the Shin family referred to the sole heir of the Yen City Shin group, her fiancé. Given the Yi family's standing, an alliance with the Shin family was noteworthy, particularly in light of the relationship between their grandfathers. Both grandfathers had once been villagers of Huaxia, their bond akin to brothers, having promised to betroth their respective descendants. Due to certain special circumstances, the arranged marriage was postponed until it fell upon Yi Wushuang and the young master of the Shin family. However, the Shin family's business had flourished, transforming from a dilapidated household into a prominent family in Yen City. Yet, Shin grandfather held a deep respect for the virtue of integrity in commerce. Not only did he not neglect the Yi family, but he also frequently sent gifts to them from the city. Upon hearing of Yi Wushuang's unsatisfactory examination results, he generously arranged for her enrollment in the best private academy in Yen City, Fanio High School, under the pretext of fostering a relationship with his grandson. Regrettably, that young master of the Shin family did not inherit his grandfather's admirable qualities. The original host had endured 3 years of bullying at school, without ever witnessing the young master extend a helping hand. Moreover, with Shin grandfather's passing earlier in the year, the engagement banquet remained a distant prospect. "This matter is not urgent," Yi Weigua said, glancing at his wife. "City folk can be rather discerning. The young master of the Shin family may not even regard our daughter. Besides, our daughter need not marry into the Shin family. Her wishes should take precedence." "Well said." Li Chunlan nodded in agreement. "If Schwanger is unwilling, even if the Shin family offered us $1 billion, we would decline." Yi Wushuang lowered her head, silently eating her meal. This kind of parental affection felt utterly foreign to her. After dinner, Li Chunlan entered Yi Wushuang's room, meticulously inspecting the items needed for her return to school, fearful of overlooking anything. Only when Yi Wushuang could no longer resist sleep did she gently close the door behind her. However, as soon as she left, Yi Wushuang opened her eyes, her pupils gleaming with a chilling light in the darkness. There is a scent of blood and gunpowder in the air. Killers dance upon the edges of gun barrels and blades. Keen vigilance is the foremost element of survival. She deduced that a gunfight was occurring behind her home, and feigned exhaustion to dismiss Li Chunlan. Xia country is unlike others. Gun control is stringent. Aside from the authorities, those who possess firearms are often not of good character. What could be happening behind the mountain? Is it a pursuit by the righteous against the wicked? Or a conflict among the underworld? Whichever it may be, there is a risk to Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua's safety. They are too close to the danger. A flicker of malice crossed Yi Wushuang's eyes as she leaped from the window, agile as a panther, heading straight for the mountain. The system preserved her skills from her former life as an international assassin. Soon, she discovered an elderly man whose thigh had been pierced by a tree branch, hiding behind a thicket. He gritted his teeth, drenched in cold sweat, daring not to make a sound. General Ji, in his youth, had led 300 soldiers to miraculously defeat an invading army of over 100,000 at the frontier, sacrificing his blood to protect the Integrity of the nation, earning him international acclaim. Even Yi Wushuang held a deep respect for this man, but the question arose, who dared to pursue the commander of the military district within Xia country? I am G, sir. I have found you, Mr. G. A burly foreign man with a bushy beard emerged from around the corner, and silenced assault rifle aimed at Ji Hanhai's heart. I'm sorry, but the saying goes, take the money and resolve the trouble. I apologize, but as the local adage states, to take a person's wealth is to resolve their troubles. Ji Hanhai gasped, his eagle-like gaze fixated on the man, a wave of despair washing over him. To think he, who had devoted his life to the military, would meet such a pathetic end. Crack, the sound of crushed leaves abruptly interrupted the tension. Both the man and Ji Hanhai turned to the left, discovering an 18-year-old girl standing behind a tree. The girl wore a pink nightgown adorned with small white rabbits, her long hair flowing, her beauty striking, yet it was her eyes that appeared eerily calm, perhaps too calm. Run! Ji Hanhai shouted, grabbing the man's leg, urging the girl to escape. Or protecting the people of Xia country was a duty ingrained in his very being. The girl was likely an innocent villager passing through, unaware of the danger that loomed. Damn it! The man kicked Ji Hanhai away, swiftly turning the gun towards the girl, his finger poised on the trigger. Orders had been given, a decapitation operation must not be known to any second party. Perhaps the man was too intimidating, as the girl's knees buckled slightly, crouching down. Seeing this, the man's eyes glimmered with disdain. She must be terrified, yet, in the next moment, the gun fired, the bullet striking her forehead. Under the moonlight, the girl tilted her body, wielding the rifle with one hand, her dark locks dancing wildly in the wind, her eyes exuding an unmasked murderous intent, as cold as death itself. You, General G stammered, an uncommon occurrence for him. This girl, clad in an adorable nightgown, had effortlessly disarmed the foreign assassin and turned the weapon against him? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing. Who are you? Ji Hanhai asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Chapter 2, am I worthy to sit here now? The one who saves you. Yi Wushuang's voice remained utterly devoid of emotion. She was not a benevolent person, yet she was willing to save Ji Hanhai. She extracted a belt from the corpse and secured it above Ji Hanhai's thigh wound to staunch the bleeding. Then she pulled out a tree branch and tore off the deceased's shirt to plug the injury. The elderly man let out a muffled groan, the veins on his neck bulging, yet he did not cry out in pain despite his age. Yi Wushuang couldn't help but admire Ji Hanhai even more. She retrieved a bullet, bit off the cap at the end, and evenly sprinkled the gunpowder over the already blood-stopped wound. Having completed this, she ignited the powder, and the wound flared brightly. Ji Hanhai still did not cry out in pain. Instead, he fixed her with an even sharper gaze. This is a common emergency method for bleeding and disinfection on the battlefield. Who exactly are you? Such familiarity with the technique was hardly befitting of an 18-year-old girl. Moreover, she had just shot a foreign assassin with astonishing precision. It was as if she had performed this sequence of actions countless times before. Yi Wushuang frowned. Ultimately, she revealed her name, Yi Wushuang. Given Ji Hanhai's status, even if she feigned ignorance, her lineage would be thoroughly investigated. However, no matter how deep the inquiry went, they could never uncover that she was a reborn soul. In the distance, the sound of numerous footsteps approached, and Yi Wushuang knew that Ji Hanhai's reinforcements had arrived. She left Ji Hanhai behind and made her way back home. Ji Hanhai was momentarily taken aback. She simply walked away so nonchalantly. After saving a national dignitary, she didn't even desire a reward? Or perhaps she deemed it beneath her? The following morning, Yi Wushuang bid farewell to her parents, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and boarded a bus heading to Yen City. It was still early, and the highway was not congested. The driver relaxed his nerves, only to sit up straight when a Rolls-Royce sports car approached Hedon. The back window of the car was partially open, allowing the driver to glimpse the man seated inside. The man appeared to be around 27 years old, clad in a well-tailored, expensive black suit, with striking features and a chiseled jawline. His deep-set, narrow eyes held a chilling gaze, more handsome than the current heartthrobs of the entertainment industry. Whoosh, the two vehicles brushed past one another, vanishing from each other's rear-view mirrors. Yi Wushuang lowered her head, fiddling with her phone, oblivious to the scene. Ding. Trial task released. As the system's prompt echoed, a line of text appeared before her eyes, invisible to others. Trial task 1, achieve the highest score in the monthly exam at Fania Academy. Though I have not undergone formal education, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge through various organizations. Summarizing the knowledge from my senior year should make winning the championship a piece of cake, she murmured to herself. An hour later, the bus came to a stop at the entrance of Fania High School. As Yi Wushuang disembarked, she was greeted by a musical fountain, at the center of which stood a giant white book sculpture inscribed with 9 words. Dedicated to the cause of education for a lifetime, being the finest prestigious school in the city, the students and their families passing through don designer clothing and expensive accessories. Yi Wushuang was a stark exception. She wore an outdated white t-shirt paired with faded blue jeans, her canvas shoes yellowing at the edges, and her ponytail was adorned with nothing but a hair tie. She felt utterly out of place among her surroundings. Naturally, she attracted the attention of others. Wow, who is this country bumpkin? Isn't there any transfer student in the school? Who else could it be? Which family is the poorest in school? It's the country fiancé of young Master Shin, Yi Wushuang? No way, I remember her being so ugly, with bangs that look like a ghost's. How could she possibly be this beautiful? Are you stupid? She just styled her bangs up. I'm feeling a bit fluttery. Hurry up and take a picture to show others. Like discovering a new continent, many students pulled out their phones to capture Yi Wushuang. Some boys even stared in awe. Today, Yi Wushuang was simply stunning, with her bag slung over one shoulder, hands casually in her pockets, her back straight, and her strides composed. Her icy black eyes captivated souls and instilled fear with the occasional glint of coldness. This cool and aloof demeanor could convince anyone she was a professional assassin. It's just a new hairstyle. What's so surprising about that? Some girls scoffed, their words dripping with disdain, yet no amount of bitterness could overshadow Yi Wushuang's beauty, which spread like wildfire across the campus. By the time Yi Wushuang followed the route etched in her memory to the entrance of Class 3-2, every student was already aware that she had transformed. One by one, they cast cold glances at Yi Wushuang, their youthful faces marred by disdain. Wow, the country bumpkin actually got pretty, so what if she's pretty? The moment she arrives, I can smell the stench of poverty that only the poor possess. It's revolting. Stop talking, I might just throw up my breakfast. Initially, old Master Shin wanted to put Yi Wushuang in Class 1 so she could be with young Master Shin. But the vice principal feared that she would drag down the learning atmosphere of the top class. That's why she was merely assigned to our Class 2 as a token gesture. It's all Yi Wushuang's fault. Why doesn't she just go die? Damn it. Yi Wushuang stepped into the classroom. Today was the day for rearranging seats. The school encouraged students to make friends by allowing them to change seats freely. First come, first served. Yi Wushuang chose an empty seat, and before she could even set her bag down, her deskmate slapped the table and feigned a smile. Sorry, but this seat is taken. She just went to the restroom. As soon as the words left her mouth, someone snickered. There was clearly no one there. She just didn't want to share a desk with Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang glanced at the girl indifferently and moved to another nearby empty seat. Before she could reach it, the girl sitting next to it stood up impatiently and said, "Someone's sitting here too. Find another place. Who on earth would want to sit with Yi Wushuang?" Yi Wushuang narrowed her eyes slightly, a chill gathering in her gaze. At that moment, a boy with numerous pimples on his face raised his hand and called out loudly, I have an empty seat here." Yi Wushuang turned toward the boy. Just as she was about to place her bag on the seat, the boy stepped on the chair, his friendly demeanor shifting to an arrogant disdain. "But this empty seat is reserved for people you don't qualify." Ha ha. The whole class erupted with laughter, unable to contain themselves. The boy's expression grew even more smug. Yi Wushuang thought to herself, what had happened to the last person who provoked her like this? She released her bag and delivered a powerful punch to the boy's face. Ah! He howled in agony. Following that, Yi Wushuang kicked him in the abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He couldn't utter a single word. "Now, am I worthy to sit here?" Yi Wushuang asked coldly. She excelled at reasoning with others, the reasoning of physics. Chapter 3, A Life-Saving Grace. The Ji family must repay. The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence. The students stood frozen, as if turned to stone. This was not solely due to the timid Yi Wushuang having struck someone, nor merely because she had emerged victorious in the altercation. Rather, it was the fact that they had failed to discern the swiftness of Yi Wushuang's movements. Yi Wushuang's speed was astonishing, reminiscent of the special effects seen in films. It was utterly unbelievable. The boy, who had just been struck, stood up with a hunched posture, one hand covering his face while the other clutched his abdomen. His eyes filled with shock and indignation. "Yi Wushuang, how dare you strike me? Have you forgotten who my mother is?" He was Zhang Chao, and his mother, Sun Huaxia, was one of the school directors at Faniego High School. Yi Wushuang has truly consumed the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. Unwilling to continue her existence at Faniego High School, only the inept would resort to boasting about their connections when they find themselves at a disadvantage, relying on the shadows of others for their bravado. Yi Wushuang merely states the facts. "You shall wait for me," Zhang Chao declared ominously before hastily exiting the classroom to report to his mother. The other students exchanged glances, anticipating that Yi Wushuang would feel regret or fear. However, There was not a trace of trepidation on her face. Calmly, she flipped through her textbook, as if she were in an uninhabited realm. The morning light cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a dazzling warmth, yet she exuded an aura of coldness that deterred others from approaching her, as if she were isolated from the world. Both lonely and proud. Surely, I must be hallucinating. How could a simpleton transform into an aloof goddess? The children of lesser resilience repeatedly struck their own heads with their palms, attempting to awaken their senses. Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Shijiao town, in a specialized ward, Ji Hanhai lay in bed receiving an intravenous drip, his complexion having regained much of its color. Beside his bed sat a tall and regal-looking man, exuding an imperial demeanor. The atmosphere in the room was charged with tension. Ji Hanhai whispered, "Grandfather, is everything not all right?" "Xiao Shun, do not be upset." The military general quickly signaled to the guard, Lu, with a furtive glance. Lu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, with a brave facade, replied, "Young Master Ji." The commander simply wished to fish in the mountains alone. He did not anticipate encountering foreign assassins on his own territory. Indeed. Others joined in to plead for his case. "We have yet to determine who sent that assassin. It's quite strange that, with Xia country's comprehensive Skynet system, we have found no trace whatsoever." The Queen. Ji Shen paused in his apple peeling. Mr. Ji's implication was that the individual who attacked the commander was connected to that queen? Lu nodded gravely. "If it were her, it is indeed within her capabilities." The Queen, the assassin known throughout Asia. It is essential to emphasize that Queen is not merely a codename but a title conferred upon her by the assassin community. She has single-handedly brought down the most notorious drug lord in the Golden Triangle, traversed the Amazon rainforest, and toppled extremist organizations in the land of the rising sun. She is undoubtedly a legendary figure. Thus, if it were the Queen, everything could be logically accounted for. However, the Queen is already deceased. Lu picked up a nearby tablet, entered a URL, and a video materialized on the screen. He turned the display towards the others and pressed play. The video was shrouded in darkness, the instigator having intentionally dimmed the lights to obscure the filming location, leaving only a beam of flashlight casting a faint glow. The light illuminated a small boy lying on the ground, his profile appearing gentle and fair. Yet he seemed to be on the brink of death. As the last words were spoken, the boy unexpectedly breathed his last, motionless thereafter. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, he could hardly withstand such a fate. The cameraman exclaimed in anger, "Hurry, save him. You were supposed to be more gentle." Amidst the curses, the doctors rushed in, but after a frantic effort, they could only shake their heads in despair. The boy had perished. The video concluded here. This boy was the Queen's brother. Lu explained, a month prior, the Queen escaped the organization with her brother. He turned back midway to buy time for his sister. Lu's tone was tinged with regret. The boy, until his dying breath, never revealed his sister's whereabouts, not even uttering a cry of pain. Lu shook his head, therefore. The likelihood that this was orchestrated by the Queen is quite low. Ji Shen averted his gaze from the tablet. He had not anticipated that the formidable Queen would meet such a tragic end. Report, the information on Yi Wushuang has arrived, a soldier saluted at the door. Bring it here. Ji Hanhai was curious about the contents of this dossier. The first page contained a student photograph of a young girl, with the inscription below, Yi Wushuang. An 18-year-old from Shijiao village, is the daughter of Yi Weiguo and Li Chunlan. Currently, she is a third-year student at Fania High School, an ordinary pupil. Indeed. The soldiers were bewildered, unable to fathom how this delicate girl, seemingly fragile in the photograph, had rescued the commander from the clutches of an international assassin. Xiao Shang. What are your thoughts? Ji Hanhai inquired as he handed the dossier to Ji Shang. Ji Shang gazed at the girl in the picture for a moment before his eyes fell upon the words Fania Academy. I shall pay a visit to Fania, he declared. This life-saving grace must be repaid by the Ji family. At Fania Academy, the door to Class 2 of the third year was suddenly thrust open. And in strode a corpulent lady, her demeanor brimming with fury as she approached the podium. Where is Yi Wushuang? She demanded. This was Zhang Chao's mother. One of the Academy's board members, Sun Hongxia. Zhang Chao, with a hemostatic stick inserted in his nostrils, followed closely behind his mother. His countenance fierce as he sought out Yi Wushuang. Within mere seconds, he spotted her, sitting calmly in her original seat, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. "Mom, she's right there," Zhang Chao shouted, pointing emphatically. Chapter 4, Is Yi Wushuang even more beautiful in person? Noticing that Yi Wushuang was engrossed in her reading and had not acknowledged her presence, Sun Hongxia's anger intensified. She descended from the podium, halted before Yi Wushuang, and raised her hand to deliver a slap. "You insufferable wretch!" she exclaimed. Despite her reluctance to strike her own precious son, how could she permit a country bumpkin like Yi Wushuang to go unscathed? With a swift motion, Yi Wushuang narrowed her dark eyes, a murderous aura simmering beneath. In an instant, she grasped Sun Hongxia's wrist with remarkable speed. Rising to her feet and retaliating with a resounding slap that landed squarely on Sun Hongxia's ample cheek. The sound echoed through the classroom, causing Sun Hongxia to stagger backward. While gasps of astonishment erupted from the students seated at the back, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Wushuang is quite formidable, even daring to strike the school director. Zhang Chao was taken aback. Steeling himself, he seized the teaching stick from the desk and swung it forcefully at Yi Wushuang. "Insolent woman!" Yi Wushuang's gaze was cold and indifferent as she sidestepped and delivered a forceful kick to Zhang Chao's abdomen. Ouch! Zhang Chao stumbled backward, colliding with his mother. Poor Sun Hongxia, still unsteady, was knocked to the ground with a resounding thud. With a crack, a bone broke. Sun Hongxia had never endured such torment and promptly fainted. "Mom!" Zhang Chao shouted, realizing his mother lay unconscious. He hurriedly called upon a few classmates to assist in carrying her to the infirmary. Before departing, he reiterated his earlier threat, "Yi Wushuang, just wait, you dare strike a school board member." The classroom fell silent once more. Due to the intense scrutiny from the back row, Yi Wushuang turned to glance behind her, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of emotion. The students scrambled, hastily squeezing into the corners, fearful that a moment of her displeasure might lead to their own punishment. However, Yi Wushuang had no interest in retaliating against them. She simply sat down and resumed her reading. This trial task was to secure the top position in the upcoming monthly exam. Only by completing 30 such tasks could she resurrect her brother. She was determined not to falter at the very first step. The entrance music for the flag-raising ceremony played, signaling to the teachers and students that it was time to gather in the square. Yi Wushuang closed her textbook, consolidating the knowledge in her mind, and exited the classroom alongside her classmates. 10 minutes later, the square was bustling with teachers and students. The simple yet solemn flag-raising ceremony concluded, and the elderly vice principal, clad in a deep blue tang suit, took the stage to deliver his speech. The content of his address was monotonous, leading to a lack of enthusiasm among the audience. Until a student representative stepped up to speak. He was a 17 or 18-year-old with chestnut hair and well-defined features, dressed in a black and white British-style school uniform, reminiscent of a male protagonist from a Japanese anime. The crowd immediately stirred, particularly the girls, who were especially animated. "Oh! Shin Wenyu, the school heartthrob. I dream of dating the school heartthrob, but alas, he is already betrothed to Yi Wushuang, sob. Why does a country girl get to marry the school heartthrob? It's unfair. What good is your dissatisfaction? Even without Yi Wushuang, it wouldn't be your turn." Indeed, Shin Wenyu has openly stated that Rongqingru, the school belle, aligns perfectly with his partner criteria. At the mention of Rongqingru, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to a particular girl. She was slender, with flowing long hair, clad in the school uniform, possessing beauty and a gentle demeanor. The surrounding boys gazed at her with reverence and adoration, as if she were a sacred goddess from ancient Greek mythology. After a holiday apart, she seemed even more radiant. Although the ranking for the school belle had yet to conclude, it was certain that she would emerge victorious. Was this even a question? Who else could possibly surpass her in every regard? No one. Rongqingru, an everlasting legend. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the square. Entering were Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao, the latter with his arm in a cast. The two ascended the stage in silence, causing Shin Wenyu to halt his speech in confusion, with the teachers behind him equally perplexed. The vice principal was the first to approach, concern evident in his voice. "What happened to Director Sun and student Zheng?" We were attacked by your school students. Sun Hongxia seethed, touching her still swollen face. Furious that she had to rely on the school nurse for timely assistance. What? The vice principal gasped. Which students dared to assault the director and her son? Sun Hongxia snorted coldly, casting a glare at Xin Wenyu. She thought, Yi Wushuang dares to strike them only because she has the Xin family backing her. Then I shall target the Xin family directly. Compared to the recently ascendant Xin family, the Zhang family, which she married into, was a long-established noble family in Yan City. In terms of hierarchy, the Zhang family came first, with the Xin family trailing behind. With newfound confidence, Sun Hongxia questioned, Xin Wenyu, how does your family educate their daughters-in-law? Look at what Yi Wushuang has done to my son and me. Her words sparked an uproar among the crowd. The once timid and bullied country bumpkin had managed to thrash the arrogant and overbearing Sun Hongxia and her son? Was this for real? Had Mrs. Sun lost her mind? Xin Wenyu frowned, instinctively skeptical. Zhang Chao pointed at his bruised face. Would my mom joke about something like this? Realizing that with their personalities, Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia could not possibly lie, Xin Wenyu cursed Yi Wushuang under his breath for bringing him trouble, replying, Mrs. Sun and student Zhang. Please calm your anger. Yi Wushuang hails from the countryside and lacks proper upbringing, do not stoop to her level. Sun Hongxia's anger flared further. Not stooping to her level? Are you suggesting that I should forgive Yi Wushuang for assaulting my son and me? Xin Wenyu, I believe your family no longer wishes to collaborate with the Zhang family. Upon hearing mention of their family's cooperation, Xin Wenyu's expression shifted dramatically. Mrs. Sun, you misunderstand. I will ensure that Yi Wushuang sincerely apologizes to both of you until you are satisfied. Bring Yi Wushuang up here. Sun Hongxia's voice was sharp. If this matter is not handled properly, no one will have it easy. The vice principal hurried to the microphone. Yi Wushuang from class 3, please come to the front. The crowd parted to make way for Yi Wushuang, exposing her to public scrutiny for the first time. It was at this moment that her transformation became apparent to many. Students couldn't help but whisper, is this really the timid, ugly Yi Wushuang? I thought you were joking when you said she became beautiful. I thought the photos you sent me this morning were edited, but she looks even better in person than in the pictures? Her looks. Surely it is not an exaggeration to say she is more beautiful than Rongqingru? But what use is beauty? Is she as clever as the goddess of beauty? Does she possess the same talents? She merely transformed from one form of unattractiveness to a slightly less unappealing one. If her intelligence were even somewhat normal, she wouldn't have beaten Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao to such an extent. That is indeed true. Yi Wushuang paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes surrounding her. Her expression calm as she approached the podium. It seemed as though what awaited her atop the stage was not a multitude of reproaches, but rather a coronation befitting a victor. As she ascended the platform, a slender woman approached her. The woman pointed at Yi Wushuang's nose. Spitting out her words in indignation, Yi Wushuang, who incited you to assault the school board and your classmates? How have I instructed you? Apologize to them at once. She was Huang Jia, the homeroom teacher of class 2, grade 3. The altercation had transpired within her class, and she felt a sense of responsibility. Rather than waiting for the school authorities and board members to interrogate her, it was more prudent to confront Yi Wushuang first, thereby asserting her own innocence. Chapter 5, The Yi and Xin families, engagement nullified. Confronted by Huang Jia, Yi Wushuang narrowed her gaze slightly and uttered two words. Huang Jia was taken aback. Then retorted angrily, how dare you speak to a teacher like that? She could tolerate being unable to contend with the school board, but what was Yi Wushuang? Did she truly believe that her connection to the Xin family elevated her above her humble origins? I do not believe someone who demands an apology from a student deserves to be called a teacher, Yi Wushuang remarked coldly. Huang Jia found herself at a loss for words. Beside her, Xin Wenyu wore a stern expression and said disapprovingly, that's enough, Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang turned to Xin Wenyu. Her eyes icy with an unyielding chill. What authority do you possess to command me? She had initially believed that the esteemed Xin Wenyu would contest Sun Hongxia with reason. Yet the moment business was mentioned, he became as submissive as a cur, eager to present her head to Sun Hongxia in apology. Ultimately, he was merely a superficial facade. A hollow vessel. As your fiancé. Shen Wenyu's voice involuntarily rose, his gaze filled with disdain. Had it not been for his grandfather's declaration that the marriage between him and Yi Wushuang could only be continued or annulled at her discretion, he would have long since dissolved this absurd and ludicrous engagement. That is no longer the case. Yi Wushuang's voice pierced the air, her presence more commanding than ever. The betrothal between the Yi and Shen families is hereby rendered void, and you may take your leave. As her words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. What has become of Yi Wushuang? She has assaulted Sun Hongxia and her child. And while her disrespect towards her homeroom teacher could be overlooked, how could she go so far as to annul the marriage contract between the Yi and Shen families? Was she not fond of Shen Wenyu? Moreover, even a child of 10 should comprehend that the Shen family is the very foundation upon which Yi Wushuang stands at Fanny Ao High School. Without the Shen family, how can she possibly contend with Sun Hongxia and her child? Shen Wenyu's expression darkened. In his heart, he believed that even if this engagement were to be dissolved, it should be with Yi Wushuang exiting gracefully, accepting her fate with humility, rather than displaying such disdain and disgust, as if he were unworthy of her. I had initially intended to assist you, considering the past ties between the Yi and Shen families. But your foolish decision to sever the engagement leaves you to handle the consequences alone. After all, I, Shen Wenyu, do not entertain the habit of pursuing others. With that, Shen Wenyu stepped aside, exuding an air of superiority. He was eager to witness just how much capability Yi Wushuang possessed without the support of the Shen family. Yi Wushuang, you cannot possibly think you can act independently, can you? Sun Hongxia, bewildered, could not fathom Yi Wushuang's intentions. She had presumed that Yi Wushuang would cling tightly to the Shen family, using their influence to safeguard herself. Little did she know that Yi Wushuang not only released her grip on the Shen family but forcefully cast them aside. To deal with someone as insignificant as you, is it truly necessary to rally an entourage of 30 or 50 people for assistance? Yi Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at her, her demeanor nonchalant. Yet, the implications of her words sent chills down the spines of those present. Sun Hongxia was, after all, one of the most esteemed ladies in Yancheng. If she were deemed a mere minor player, who then could be considered significant in Fanny Ao Academy or even in Yancheng? Yi Wushuang must truly have lost her senses. Am I merely a minor character? Ha! Sun Hongxia turned to the vice principal and casually remarked, Vice principal, the school's funding for the next semester has yet to be secured, has it? The vice principal, understanding the underlying implication, seized the microphone and declared with righteous indignation. Yi Wushuang has disregarded school regulations, committing acts of violence and verbal abuse against board members and fellow students, and is hereby expelled. I hope all students take this as a cautionary tale. Such words stirred quite a commotion among the audience. Is she really being expelled just like that? Given that Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao were not severely injured, according to school rules, Yi Wushuang should only have received a major demerit, not outright expulsion. As everyone pondered this perplexity, Yi Wushuang calmly interjected, Vice principal, perhaps it is time to amend the 9 words inscribed on the sculpture at the entrance of Flying Bird Academy. What do you mean? The vice principal inquired, his expression slightly irate. The 9 words on the sculpture read, devote oneself to the cause of education for a lifetime. These words were the solemn vow made at the founding of Flying Bird Academy and represent its honor. Altering this inscription would be tantamount to a slap in the face. Would it not? Since the onset of this incident, some have questioned who incited me, others have urged me to cease my actions, and some have outright expelled me. Yet no one has inquired why I struck Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. Is it not absurd for such matters to transpire in an institution primarily dedicated to educating students? Yi Wushuang's black eyes blazed like torches as she gazed intently at the vice principal, whose expression stiffened in response. Indeed, following the incident, no one inquired about Yi Wushuang's reasons for striking Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. Out of a sense of propriety, the vice principal sternly questioned, is there justification for violence? Pray tell, why did you assault Director Sun and classmate Zhang? Nearby, Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao exchanged a furtive glance, sensing the gravity of the situation. Today marked the day of seat rearrangements. I struck Zhang Chao because he called me over to be his deskmate, only to subsequently insult me, claiming I was unworthy to sit there like a human. I retaliated against Sun Hongxia as well, for she was the first to strike me. accusing me of assaulting her son and asserting that I was courting disaster. From beginning to end, they were the instigators, yet I faced expulsion for merely defending myself. When an ordinary student curses, it is unacceptable. However, when the son of a director does so, it is permissible. When an ordinary student resorts to violence, it is condemned. Yet when a director's child does the same, it is overlooked. In light of this, what significance remains in dedicating oneself to the cause of education for a lifetime? Would it not be more fitting to rephrase it as devoting one's life to the affluent? Yi Wushuang's cold voice pierced through the hearts of the crowd like a sniper bullet, leaving no room for rebuttal. Who is Yi Wushuang? They are aware that her family is impoverished and her origins humble, yet she adheres to the rules and never errs. Zhang Chao and son Huaxia, on the other hand, are known for their wealth and considerable influence, particularly Zhang Chao, who often bullies others at school, taking advantage of his mother's position as a school board member. Today, as Yi Wushuang predicted, Zhang Chao and son Huaxia attempted to intimidate her, only to find themselves unexpectedly subdued by her. If the school were to expel Yi Wushuang, it would merely be serving the interests of the affluent. What necessity remains for such a school, when not everyone possesses the wealth of son Huaxia and her son? The vice principal's expression turned notably dramatic. You are lying. Zhang Chao, sensing the shift in atmosphere, stepped forward to defend himself. You claim I humiliated you. But where is your evidence? Who witnessed it? Who can attest to it? He approached the front of the stage. Addressing the students of Class 2, can any of you verify this? Son Huaxia, her eyes gleaming with mischief, also stepped forward. Feigning ignorance, Yi Wushuang alleges that our school board member struck and berated her. Did any of you see it? The students of Class 2 exchanged glances. One representing an established family and school board member, while the other was merely a rural girl with no ties to the Shin family. Whom should they support? The answer was painfully obvious. They hurriedly declared, we did not witness school board member son or Zhang Chao assaulting Yi Wushuang. What she said is false. Don't let Yi Wushuang deceive you. Rural folk are notoriously uncouth. This is the price Yi Wushuang pays for breaking her engagement with the Shin family. Chapter 6, Kneel and Apologize to Miss Yi. A group of students turned black into white. The vice principal sighed in relief. Then turned to Yi Wushuang with indignation. Yi Wushuang, not only did you strike a student board member, but you also attempted to deceive. I, the vice principal, hereby expel you. Do you have any objections? None whatsoever. Zhang Chao was the first to concur. Son Huaxia glared at Yi Wushuang with a menacing expression. If you do not offer a proper apology to my son and me today, do not expect to leave here unscathed. The venom in her tone sent shivers through many present. They found it challenging to articulate their current emotions. They knew that son Huaxia and Zhang Chao were lying, that the students of Class 2 were being dishonest, and that the vice principal was clearly biased in favor of the board member. Yet, they felt powerless. A wave of resentment washed over them. It angered them that a victim was branded as an aggressor. It frustrated them that a student with rightful claims was being expelled by the vice principal. It pained them that a girl who had committed no wrongdoing was being coerced into an apology by adults. They felt as though a dark cloud loomed ominously overhead, suffocating the school. The virtues taught in textbooks were being eroded, the righteousness on the blackboard erased, leaving only the mocking laughter of son Huaxia and Zhang Chao, alongside the obsequious smile of the vice principal. Is this reality? Amidst the somber atmosphere, Yi Wushuang let out a cold laugh, akin to the first beam of golden light piercing through the endless darkness of dawn. Upon hearing this, the malice on son Huaxia's face faded, replaced by a look of guilt and shock. How did Yi Wushuang come to know about this matter? Yet, what difference does it make that she knows? Son Huaxia retorted defiantly, what does this have to do with you? We can handle our own group's affairs. Indeed, it is of no concern to me. I merely placed my phone in my pocket, recording everything that transpired from the moment I entered Huaxia until now. In passing, I uploaded the footage to the back-end of the largest video sharing platform in the country, preparing for its release. Yi Wushuang retrieved her mobile phone and activated the pre-recorded video. The resolution was rather modest, as she was using a counterfeit device, yet it meticulously documented the entire sequence of events. Through the small, square screen, One could observe Zhang Chao humiliating Yi Wushuang, only to be subsequently beaten by her, after which he called upon his mother to endure the same fate. All deceitful narratives were dismantled. The expressions of Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia were filled with embarrassment, while the vice principal's lips trembled uncontrollably. The students of Class 2, Year 3, were so overwhelmed with shame that they wished to vanish into the depths of the earth. Who would have anticipated that Yi Wushuang, the seemingly foolish underachiever, had been recording the video from the very beginning? What kind of repercussions might arise should I choose to publish this video? Yi Wushuang strode past the vice principal and Sun Hongxia, resembling an elder chastising a wayward child, exuding an aura of cold authority. At Yufei Bird Academy, the most prestigious private institution in Yen City, an entire class conspired to deceive and bully a female student from the countryside, while the vice principal turned a blind eye, complicit in their cruelty. Would such a grotesque absurdity not warrant immediate coverage in the newspapers? Within the Zhang group, it became evident that not only were they cutting corners in their products, but the matriarch had also allied with her son to perpetrate bullying on campus. Stop! Sun Hongxia was the first to lose her composure. Her voice trembled with urgency, her complexion pale, stripped of the earlier bravado. The recent troubles befalling the Zhang family were orchestrated by rivals, resulting in a significant drop in their stock. In recent years, campus bullying had emerged as a hot-button issue. Should this video fall into the hands of competitors, it would spell disaster for the Zhang family. Under the weight of public scrutiny, even if the Zhang family were to survive, they would emerge severely weakened. Very well, Yi Wushuang replied nonchalantly, adopting a demeanor of easy negotiation. Kneel and beg me. What? Sun Hongxia stood frozen, convinced she had misheard. Kneel. Beg me. Yi Wushuang raised her voice, the final syllable elongated, a menacing intensity flickering in her eyes. I am a board member, the matriarch of the group, a lady of Yen City. How could I kneel before you? Sun Hongxia shook her head repeatedly. A clear refusal etched on her face. Then prepare to find yourself destitute on the streets. Yi Wushuang dismissed her, turning elegantly to leave. Yet, after taking just a single step, Sun Hongxia suddenly collapsed to her knees, pleading desperately, Yi Wushuang, spare us. It was our fault, we failed to recognize your stature. Please, do not stoop to our level. In the face of potential future wealth and luxury, her pride seemed trivial, she could not bear the thought of becoming a beggar, burdened with debt. Mother, what are you doing? Get up, don't be deceived by Yi Wushuang. Zhang Chao was utterly bewildered, desperate to pull his mother up to avoid humiliation. He was unaware of the turmoil at home or the dire consequences of the video's release. Foolish child, is this the Miss Yi you insulted? Quickly kneel and apologize to Miss Yi. Sun Hongxia clutched her son, striking his face with a hand that she would typically never raise against him. As she forced a smile while kneeling and bowing her head, she pressed her son's head down, compelling him to kneel and apologize to Yi Wushuang. This stark contrast to her previous arrogance left onlookers in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Yi Wushuang did not rely on the Shin family. With sheer determination and strength, she managed to deal with Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. Is this truly the same naive and timid country bumpkin? They turned their gaze towards Yi Wushuang, expecting to witness a look of relief or joy upon her face. But what did they see instead? Yi Wushuang's countenance was devoid of any expression. She gazed calmly, indifferently, and coldly ahead. Her attention entirely unperturbed by the figure of Sun Hongxia and her child kneeling at her feet. It was akin to an emperor regarding ants, utterly indifferent to their actions or words. Indeed, for the queen reigning over the assassin realm, Sun Hongxia's existence was scarcely distinguishable from that of an ant. She had eliminated nobles of higher status and encountered underground organizations of greater power. Her awareness of the Zhang Group's substandard products was a consequence of her former identity. Assassins frequented a task-sharing website that encompassed killers from across the globe, offering missions ranging from the assassination of a nation's president to the theft of a corporation's confidential formula. The pre-recorded video was a plan conceived during her journey on the bus prior. The original owner had endured bullying at school, and she required an opportunity to set an example. Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao had brought this upon themselves. Thus, having dealt with Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao, it was time to address Fania Academy. Yi Wushuang approached the vice principal, whose hair had begun to gray. Her presence at Fania Academy was not obligatory, however. The current trial mandated her to secure the championship in the upcoming monthly examination. She could not afford expulsion. Before she could utter a word, applause echoed from outside the square. Everyone turned to see a cherubic-faced young boy, seemingly around 10 years old, clad in a black suit, exuding an irresistible charm that made one wish to embrace him closely. "Principal!" the students exclaimed in astonishment. He was indeed the principal of Fania Academy, Shangguan Qinglin. Behind him stood a man. Wasn't that Ji Xiao? The students gasped in shock. Ji Xiao, Ji Shun, the sole heir of the illustrious Ji family, a lineage of national significance. 9 years prior, the Ji family faced near annihilation, their fortune hanging by a thread. In a moment of despair, the 18-year-old Ji Shun stepped forward. Even the president of Xia country treated him with utmost respect, unwilling to slight him. What was even more remarkable was his striking appearance. The man known as Ji Xiao was approximately 27, dressed in an exquisite black suit, his tall frame reminiscent of a model, approaching the crowd with measured strides. His features were finely chiseled, his lips a delicate shade of crimson, and his ink-black eyes occasionally shimmered with a sharp intensity, proclaiming that he was not merely a dapper gentleman but a sovereign of the realm, adept in strategy and command. His mere presence had already caused many young women to swoon, their hearts fluttering. Yet, he remained aloof and indifferent. "Vice Principal Han, during my 3 years abroad, it seems you have accomplished quite a bit at Fania," Shangguan Qinglin remarked as he approached the vice principal on stage. Despite his short stature due to a physical ailment, his aura was anything but diminished. Accompanying his youthful visage was an oddly compelling dissonance. "Upon my arrival at the airport, I was escorted here by a certain young master. I had no choice in the matter," Shangguan Qinglin said, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Shun, his eyes filled with resentment. He then turned his gaze toward Yi Wushuang. In his view, the girl, clad in inexpensive attire, held her head high, exuding confidence that starkly contrasted with the obedient girl depicted in her file. It was undeniable that this version of her appeared more capable of rescuing his grandfather. He had arrived at Fania Academy before the flag-raising ceremony, and upon witnessing her precarious situation, he reached out to his old friend and principal Shangguan Qinglin, deeming it most appropriate for him to intervene. Ultimately, the situation was resolved, and the young woman had managed to navigate the challenges. Observing the unfolding events, he felt little surprise. After all, how could someone who single-handedly vanquished foreign assassins be deemed a helpless victim? Noticing Ji Shun's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Wushuang began to appraise him in return. First, his appearance was indeed striking. Second, his features bore a resemblance to Ji Hanhai. Connecting the dots with his shared surname, she surmised his purpose for being at Fania Academy. Thus, she averted her gaze. Aside from fulfilling her mission, she had no desire to entangle herself with unrelated individuals. Ji Shun raised an eyebrow, surprised that she merely regarded him with a fleeting glance. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qinglin continued to confront the vice principal. "I distinctly recall stating that Fania Academy shall never grant any group or family preferential treatment, and students shall be classified solely based on their academic performance. After only 3 years abroad, your subordinates have disregarded the rules and admitted Yi Wushuang, even overlooking her scores, placing her in the second class of average performers. This infuriates me. One of the board members, Elder Shen, has implored me countless times. I had no choice." The vice principal's brow glistened with cold sweat. He could hardly admit that Elder Shen had offered him substantial bribes behind the scenes. When a student encounters trouble, you neither inquire into the circumstances nor verify the facts, yet you hastily issue an expulsion order simply because Sun Hongxia pleaded with you repeatedly? Shangguan Qinglin pressed on relentlessly. I. The beleaguered vice principal stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. "You are dismissed." The youthful principal spoke without mercy. Turning to address the students of Class 2, Year 3, "All students in Year 3, Class 2 shall be suspended for half a month and submit a 10,000-word reflection. Sun Hongxia is expelled from the board of directors. Zhang Chao, you are expelled." Finally, Shangguan Qinglin approached Yi Wushuang, his tone markedly softer. "Logically speaking, you are the aggrieved party. Whether to release the recorded video is entirely your prerogative. However, as principal, I am reluctant to let the school and its students suffer public censure due to a minority. Therefore, should you choose not to release it, I can make an exception and allow you to remain at Fania, albeit only in Year 3, Class 7, based on your previous performance. Will you accept? Yes. Yi Wushuang nodded. Her sole aim was to stay at Fania and secure the championship in the monthly examination. The class designation mattered little to her. It seems fortune smiles upon you, Jishin remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he strode past Yi Wushuang, he handed her a business card. His voice low and elegant, "Thank you for saving my grandfather. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." While such a statement might sound ludicrous or suspect from another's lips, from Jishin, the esteemed young master of the Ji family, it bore the weight of an inviolable promise. Yi Wushuang, displaying no pretense, accepted the business card and departed with resolve. Jishin observed her retreating figure, a flicker of admiration surfacing in his eyes. Calm under pressure, unperturbed by praise or blame, endowed with both courage and strategy, she exuded an audacious confidence. It is rare to find a girl possessing such a multitude of virtues. So, have you taken a liking to her? Shangwan Qinglin jested lightly. Her temperament indeed complements yours quite well. How about you offer yourself in gratitude for her saving your grandfather? He remarked, I placed her in the lowest performing class. And you have no objections whatsoever? He presumed Jishin would devise a means to transfer her to a higher tier class or a more prestigious school. However, a sharp sword cannot be concealed in its sheath. Class 7 could not contain her. Jishin replied coolly, his elongated dark eyes glinting with a hidden intensity. The evaluation is rather favorable? Let us proceed for tea. The students, likely feeling embarrassed and apprehensive about confronting her, hastily packed their belongings and fled. She organized her textbooks and headed towards the senior class, 7. Class 7 was somewhat unique, not situated within the newly constructed teaching building, a decision linked to Shangwan Qinglin. Prior to the school's renovation, there were few students, and under Shangwan Qinglin's guidance, Fania Academy's reputation soared, attracting numerous new enrollees. Consequently, following the renovations, the influx of seniors rendered the new classrooms insufficient. The higher-ups convened and concluded that the old teaching building remained usable, albeit with slightly outdated facilities and a greater distance from the cafeteria and sports fields. Thus, the underperforming students of Class 7 were appropriately assigned to the old building, separated from the other classes by a small grove. Yi Wushuang traversed the small grove, treading upon the cobblestone path when her phone vibrated in her pocket. She retrieved the device, only to be greeted by the ominous words, "Battery depleted, shutting down." As a cheap imitation model, its ability to record video for such an extended duration was already a feat beyond its capabilities. The screen quickly succumbed to darkness, resembling a mirror that reflected her weary eyes and furrowed brow. After saving Ji Hanhai the previous night, she had not found the solace of sleep. It is rather disheartening to acknowledge that the insomnia she struggled with in her past life had accompanied her into this new existence. Without the aid of medication, sleep had become a luxury she could scarcely afford. As someone brushed past her, a gentle breeze wafted from their presence, carrying with it a faint yet captivating fragrance. This scent was peculiar, neither floral nor reminiscent of any chemical concoction. It was easily overlooked at first, yet upon deeper inhalation, it brought a sense of tranquility and calm. The allure of slumber was instantly ignited, far more effective than 1,000 sleeping pills. Yi Wushuang instinctively grasped the wrist of the passerby, yearning to capture the lingering fragrance. As she lifted her gaze, she met a pair of eyes as dark as ink. Chapter 8, The Wise and Mighty Queen. This individual was none other than Jishin, who had just emerged from the principal's office located at the end of a small grove. Is there something amiss? He inquired politely, his every gesture exuding the elegance of a noble gentleman. Yi Wushuang saved his grandfather, and this alone sets her apart from other women, deserving of his patient consideration. In Yi Wushuang's obsidian eyes, a glimmer of urgency emerged. In her previous life, she had attempted to employ fragrances to assist her slumber. Yet no scent had proven effective in enhancing her sleep, not even essential oils. She remained oblivious to the essence that enveloped Jishin. No, Jishin replied, casting a glance at the arm tightly grasped by the girl, his gaze flickering momentarily. The warmth emanating from her palm gradually permeated his veins. Indeed, Even the coldest of souls possess warm blood.
You sought me for a reason.
Yi Wushuang tightened her grip on him. Raising her palm-sized face, I wish to sleep beside you, every night.
Ji Shun?
A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his extraordinarily handsome face.
Are children nowadays so uninhibited?
There is a unique fragrance about you, discernible only upon closer proximity. This scent has the power to cure my insomnia. And I yearn to lie beside you as I drift into slumber. Yi Wushuang elucidated her intentions. Heaven knows how desperately she yearned for a peaceful slumber. She felt a twinge of regret for not having drawn closer when she received his business card, as that might have allowed her to discern the truth sooner.
The man remained silent, seemingly digesting this rather unusual circumstance.
After a moment, he slightly nodded, his voice refined. If your parents have no objections, I can fulfill your request. She was her grandfather's savior, and he was single, without a fiancé, thus free from other considerations.
A simple companionship in sleep was not out of the question. Thank you.
Yi Wushuang released Ji Shun's wrist, reverting to her previous icy demeanor.
You're welcome. Ji Shun glanced at his watch. The Ji family had a branch in Yen City. Indeed.
Yi Wushuang nodded and continued towards the old teaching building.
After approximately 5 minutes, she arrived at her destination.
The structure before her deviated significantly from her memories. According to the original owner's recollections, the old teaching building merely exhibited a weathered exterior.
Its unattractive facade the only sign of age, while the interior facilities remained intact.
In stark contrast, the building before her resembled a haunted house from a horror film. With large patches of plaster peeling away, revealing red bricks beneath in certain areas.
Weeds thrived around the exterior,
with the tallest reaching heights greater than that of Yi Wushuang herself. Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows slightly and followed the guidance of the signpost. Arriving at the entrance of Class 7 in her senior year. The classroom door stood resolutely shut, adorned with an array of whimsical graffiti. She pushed the door open, revealing a sight of youthful high school students kneeling in unison, with their left hands clasped behind their backs and their right hands extended toward her. They appeared to be beseeching divine favor, murmuring in unison, O illustrious and mighty queen, please ascend to your throne, wield your scepter, and dispel the mists and darkness.
Clap. Yi Wushuang closed the door with an expressionless face. After a brief pause, she reopened it. Your Majesty, the illustrious and formidable queen, please ascend to your throne.
Wield your scepter, and dispel the fog and darkness.
The repetitive actions, the reiterated lines,
and the identical crowd seemed as though they had been created through a mere copy and paste.
Yi Wushuang. Queen, do not close the door. Your method of opening it is flawless.
The leading boy, anxious that Yi Wushuang might shut the door again, quickly rose and stepped in front of her. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, adorned with short, silver-white hair, sporting ear studs and a skull ring, exuding an air of trendiness and rebellion.
I am Jian Jiaoyang. You may call me Jiaoyang.
In our Class 7, we have a rule: the one with the highest combat prowess becomes the leader.
Before your arrival,
I was the leader of Class 7. However, during the flag-raising ceremony, I stood in the front row and witnessed the footage of your prowess in combat. I am certain I cannot surpass you, thus I have chosen to step aside and cede my position. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of Class 7.
With the esteemed title of Queen.
As his words resonated, the surrounding students erupted with cheers of exuberance. Yi Wushuang, seeking solace from the fervent antics of her peers,
retreated to a tranquil corner to immerse herself in a book.
The queen exudes an air of aloofness. Yet, it is precisely her cool and composed demeanor that endears her to us, prompting our desire to affectionately refer to her as the queen. Truly, she is stunning.
Should she not be graced with a prominent position on the school beauty rankings?
Indeed, it is imperative that she be included, and a collective vote must ensue. The reputation of Class 7 cannot be tarnished. The students brimmed with enthusiasm, while Jian Jiaoyang, with a cheeky grin, declared, I shall not cast my vote for the queen.
You all carry on. You intend to vote for your girlfriend, do you?
The others retorted with rolled eyes.
The class bell rang. In other classes,
students facing such a scenario would undoubtedly report it to the relevant authorities, indignantly questioning whether their tuition fees were in vain. However, for the students of Class 7, their response was merely one of satisfaction.
Eating, sleeping, and playing games during study periods, what could be more delightful? The students displayed little interest in their studies. And the teachers mirrored this apathy, and unspoken understanding prevailed between them, and no one bothered to report the situation. This, in turn, has led to an alarming decline in the academic performance of Class 7. Yi Wushuang was indifferent to such matters. Her sole ambition was to secure the championship in the upcoming monthly examination. As lunchtime approached, the students of Class 7 were divided in their choices. Some opted to dine at the cafeteria, while others preferred to venture outside for their meal. Noticing Yi Wushuang engrossed in her studies, appearing quite earnest, they chose not to disturb her. Upon lifting her gaze once more, she found the classroom deserted, leaving only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. She closed her textbook and set off to find a meal outside. As a prestigious high school, the cafeteria at Huaxia Academy offered food at exorbitant prices, which her wallet could scarcely accommodate. She sought out a modest, unoccupied restaurant, ordering an affordable serving of egg-fried rice, and settled into an inconspicuous corner. Halfway through her meal, the establishment welcomed its second patron, Jin Jiaoyang, the former leader of Class 7. This unexpected appearance startled Yi Wushuang slightly. Aside from her, all the students at Huaxia Academy hailed from noble families. And Jin Jiaoyang was particularly distinguished, being scion of the esteemed Jin family, a long-standing aristocracy in Yan City. How could such a privileged heir be found in a place of such modest means? Suddenly, the restaurant door swung open with force, admitting a group of ruffians. Perhaps it was Jin Jiaoyang's striking silver hair that drew their attention first. The leader of the group plopped down directly across from him, exclaiming, "Ah! If it isn't the young master of the Jin family. What brings you to this humble eatery today? Skipping the steaks and seafood for a taste of the common folk? Speak plainly or get lost," Jin Jiaoyang replied, visibly irritated. The young ruffian was unfazed. "I'm short on cash, care to lend me some?" His abrupt demand for money bore a striking resemblance to a child asking a parent for pocket money. "How dare you speak to Brother Chen like that?" The ruffians encircled Jin Jiaoyang, threateningly. Chapter 9, with the most composed demeanor, strike the most dazzling pose. Jin Jiaoyang was different from the others. His grandfather, a veteran of the military, possessed a fierce disposition and never indulged his descendants. Poor academic performance? He would be sent to the lowest class without exception. Never receiving special treatment. Bullied by others? Only the weak could be oppressed. The weak were unworthy of bearing the Jin family name. This attitude rendered Jin Jiaoyang's background virtually meaningless, making him susceptible to disrespect from any quarter, a quintessential example of a woeful second-generation rich. At the height of this tension, a crisp sound echoed from the side, as a spoon was placed upon a porcelain plate. Yi Wushuang had finished her meal. At that moment, everyone finally noticed her presence. "Yi Wushuang? What are you doing here?" Jin Jiaoyang's pupils contracted slightly. "Oh, there's someone I recognize. Quite beautiful, indeed." Brother Chen abandoned Jin Jiaoyang and approached Yi Wushuang's table, asking, "So, do you wish to help your friend stand out?" Yi Wushuang leisurely wiped her lips, her exquisite face revealing no emotion. She had no inclination to meddle in others' affairs. She was merely a new student who had just arrived in our class. Not a friend. This was a misunderstanding. Jin Jiaoyang wished he could slap himself twice for inadvertently dragging Yi Wushuang into this. These ruffians were not like Sun Hongxia or Zhang Chao. They had been involved in violence and had criminal records at the police station. "A new student, you say?" Brother Chen's interest was piqued as he pointed at Jin Jiaoyang. "You must be unaware of how miserable this lad's life is. Let me tell you. His family neglects him completely. He is the heir of a conglomerate, yet he is frequently pursued and beaten by us. Isn't that laughable? Ha ha ha." Jin Jiaoyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He did not wish for these humiliating facts to become widely known. The queen must surely find it incredulous and amusing, right? He discreetly glanced at Yi Wushuang, only to be taken aback by the absence of any mirth in her eyes. She resembled a lake, eternally frozen, impervious to the howling northern winds, creating no ripples, exuding a unique beauty of solitude. Brother Chen, captivated, stifled his laughter. "Sister, how about becoming my girlfriend? This girl is far more beautiful than any internet celebrity. Her elegance is simply in a different league."
Yi Wushuang disregarded Chen Gu and walked toward the restaurant's exit. She had no time to engage in idle chatter with a group of miscreants. Chen Gu was taken aback. After years of pursuing women, he had never encountered one who would dismiss him without a single glance.
"Hey! Chen Gu is speaking to you, can't you hear?" one of his companions shouted. Just a step away from the door, Yi Wushuang halted her pace.
With her back turned to the group, her expression remained concealed from their view. They were only aware that such remarks elicited a response from her. The companion intensified his taunts. "Chen Gu is perceptive, he has figured it out. I believe it's not just her mother who has passed away, but her father as well."
"You." Jian Zhaoyang's eyes shifted. Fighting is one thing. Hurling insults is another, but cursing someone's parents to death is utterly excessive, isn't it?
"Initially, I had no intention of resorting to violence against you."
Yi Wushuang's icy voice resonated in everyone's ears.
She meticulously secured the lock on the glass door of the restaurant, speaking deliberately, "You are but maggots dwelling in the sewers. Subsisting on the scraps of others, deluding yourselves into believing you possess the strength of kings." Subsequently, she double-locked the door, exuding an aura of disdain. "In reality, you are reeking, feeble, and despicable." Having completed her task, she turned to face the crowd. "I trust you will not regret provoking me."
Family is her most sacred boundary.
Yi Wushuang remained composed. Jian Zhaoyang felt a chill run down her spine.
The queen's demeanor was utterly audacious.
Yet, before such arrogance,
could she not take a moment to assess her surroundings? Was she not afraid of facing an even graver fate?
"Oh, are you still pretending?" A burly thug approached Yi Wushuang, raising his arm with the intent to seize her hair and deliver a brutal blow. Yi Wushuang approached him and fiercely twisted his arm.
"Ah!"
His accomplice screamed in agony as his arm snapped, hanging at an unnatural angle from his shoulder.
The others were momentarily stunned. What had just transpired? Why had their most robust member's arm been broken in the blink of an eye? And the one who had twisted his arm was merely a slender, underage female student? Was this absurdity? Why were they all in a daze? They should attack together.
Brother Chen drew the machete he had tucked in his back pocket,
rallying his comrades to swarm Yi Wushuang.
He realized that this girl possessed some skill, but they were numerous and unafraid. As the throng surged towards her, Yi Wushuang seized a container of chopsticks from the dining table and flung it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chopsticks shot forth like darts, striking the faces of Brother Chen's henchmen. In a moment of distraction, Jian Zhaoyang seemingly witnessed a chopstick brushing past his nose. As he blinked, the chopstick morphed into Yi Wushuang's profile as she charged forward. He beheld Yi Wushuang effortlessly dispatching Brother Chen's thugs with cinematic finesse, the entire sequence unfolding in less than 10 seconds. Soon, Brother Chen found himself isolated and vulnerable. Old 3. Old 4. Old 5. Old 6. Brother Chen cried out to his fallen brothers, his eyes wide with terror.
He swung the machete towards Yi Wushuang. Bellowing in fury, "You seek death." Yi Wushuang executed a high kick, striking the wrist of the man wielding the knife.
The blade flew into the air like a whirling windmill before plummeting downwards. Without a glance, she expertly caught the hilt of the knife end. With a swift pull of her arm, a sharp sound echoed as a deep, bloody gash appeared on Brother Chen's arm, blood splattering forth. Through the crimson veil, he glimpsed Yi Wushuang's eyes. Her dark pupils remained remarkably composed, as if she were casually strolling with classmates on a busy street, or slicing into a steak at a restaurant. It was a calmness that suggested she had long been accustomed to such actions. She was a master of slaughter, surpassing them all. A wave of fear surged from his tailbone to the tips of his hair as Brother Chen clutched his wound, weeping and screaming as he rushed towards the hospital.
"What are you doing?"
"My chopsticks, plates, bowls, my table, chairs, and lights."
The restaurant owner stormed out from the kitchen, visibly agitated.
Jian Zhaoyang presented a check before the owner, his admiration shining as he approached Yi Wushuang. He had initially believed she could only handle pampered individuals like son Huaxia. But to his astonishment, she had effortlessly taken on multiple thugs without a scratch.
What was this? Displaying the calmest demeanor while engaging in the most thrilling brawl? He found himself an immediate devotee of Yi Wushuang.
"Queen, do you accept disciples? I wish to learn the art of combat." His admiration for the strong was palpable.
If not, I can follow you, Queen, and learn by observing your battles. Jian Jiaoyang continued, by the way, do you have plans this Saturday? My girlfriend's birthday is then, and I would love for you to join the celebration.
His chest puffed with pride as he mentioned his girlfriend.
Her name is Lin Jia, a student from class 1 of the senior year.
Though her grades may not match those of Shen Wenyu or Rong Qingru,
she ranks within the top 30.
I've been eating egg fried rice for a month to save up for her birthday gift, hoping to surprise her.
Wait. Whereas the Queen? Hold on.
The Queen truly radiated an aura of cool indifference. Chapter 10, Young Master Ji sent me to pick you up. It was peak return to school time, with students crowding everywhere. And the events during the flag-raising ceremony inevitably made Yi Wushuang the center of attention. Groups of students whispered among themselves, pointing at her in awe, look.
That's Yi Wushuang. She is so cool.
Her new hairstyle had made her even more beautiful,
causing girls from their school to flood the city as stylists with appointment requests.
Students from Class 7 had even included her in the school flower ranking, and to their astonishment, she had already climbed into the top 50 by the end of the morning. It was only natural, she had decisively dealt with Sun Hongxia and her son. A relief to many, and even I had cast my vote for her.
However, as students, shouldn't academics take precedence?
She had always struggled with her studies.
And now she was in Class 7, what future could she hope for?
Moreover, she had voluntarily severed ties with the Shen family, a decision that many deemed foolish. Such sentiments resonated with numerous students, as social class was a formidable chasm to bridge
for a common farmer's daughter like Yi Wushuang. Aspiring to ascend the social ladder within a limited lifetime was an arduous task.
The Shen family had been her only shortcut, yet she had discarded it.
How could such a decision not be considered foolish? A boy approached Yi Wushuang, shyly scratching the back of his head. Why Yi, hello. I really admired your performance during the flag raising. Can we be friends?
His words sparked a ripple of excitement among the students.
Can I add you, Yi? My QQ is.
Yi, let us connect on WeChat and hang out sometime.
What's your phone number, Yi? Jian Jiaoyang's eyes widened as he interjected, Queen. I don't have your contact information either.
On the second floor of a Western restaurant, Rong Qingru held a fruit tea, her voice soft.
Yi Wushuang is quite popular now.
Every time he saw her, he recalled how she had called off their engagement that morning, telling him to leave.
Is Brother Shen upset that Yi Wushuang ended your engagement? Rong Qingru's gaze fell slightly, her profile exuding a goddess-like beauty.
I don't understand what gives her the right to act that way towards me or the Shen family.
Shen Wenyu scoffed.
If she wishes to terminate the engagement,
I couldn't be more pleased.
Rong Qingru pondered, perhaps it's because she harbors feelings for you, and your indifference has led her to despair and subsequently to hatred.
Let her hate, then. Shen Wenyu's handsome face was icy.
Given Yi Wushuang's prior affection for him, which had lasted 3 years, Rong Qingru's deduction was reasonable.
Love unrequited breeds contempt? How utterly laughable.
Outside the Western restaurant, the crowd surrounding Yi Wushuang continued to swell, each gaze filled with anticipation.
She calmly stated.
I do not enjoy socializing, before departing, leaving behind a graceful silhouette.
Help! She is so cool, I adore her.
Her admirers whispered in excitement. The school bell rang punctually. Just as Yi Wushuang assumed that the afternoon classes would mirror the self-study of the morning, a refined young man in his 30s entered the classroom.
He was Lu Jing, the homeroom teacher and Chinese instructor for Class 7. Dressed modestly and wearing glasses.
He held several textbooks in one hand and a thermos filled with fragrant goji berries in the other, a quintessential teacheress appearance.
Before we begin,
I'd like to introduce our new classmate, Yi Wushuang.
You must not bully her, understood?
They were eager to protect their queen, not at all inclined to mistreat her. After all, they were not like the unruly students from Class 2.
Good, now turn to page 25, Lu Jing transitioned into teaching mode.
Students yawned, munched on snacks,
and were generally inattentive.
Nevertheless, Lu Jing remained dedicated to his teaching, performing his duties with diligence. Yi Wushuang swiftly skimmed through her Chinese textbook, absorbing 10 lines at a glance, paying little heed to the lesson. For her, Lu Jing's teaching method was overly formulaic, applicable only to genuine beginners. When the class bell rang, the previously lethargic students sprang back to life. Standing at the podium, Lu Jing gazed at the youthful, innocent faces,
unable to quell his rising anxiety.
"Teacher Zhao, it has been quite some time since you last taught Class 7, the children truly miss you." "If they miss me, it would be a miracle."
"Teacher Lu, have you not yet recognized the truth?"
Teacher Zhao paused, pen in hand.
"To put it bluntly,
the children in Class 7 are the castaways that prestigious families and corporations disdain. They are merely sent here to attend school.
If their parents genuinely wished to nurture them, would they allow them to flounder in Class 7? They themselves are unmotivated, spending their days in disarray, either engrossed in their phones or napping. Why should you concern yourself with them? Would it not be better to devise a plan to have the principal transfer you elsewhere?"
Lu Jing fell silent.
As evening descended, the hues of dusk cascaded in the west.
Wushuang declined the escort offered by the students of Class 7 and strode out of the school gate alone.
"Miss Yi, young Master Ji has sent me to escort you." A man of unremarkable appearance approached Yi Wushuang.
"He is concerned that the news of your shared slumber may circulate,
attracting unkind remarks towards you.
Thus, he has instructed me to proceed discreetly."
"Please follow me." Yi Wushuang gently lifted her eyelids and beheld an unremarkable black sedan.
Although she seldom paid heed to external opinions regarding herself, Jishin's actions were precisely in alignment with her inclinations. She was keen to avoid any rumors about her cohabitation with the illustrious young master of the Ji family in the capital, for that man was far too renowned. Her sole desire was to indulge in a few restful slumbers while completing the 30 trial tasks.
The car glided toward the outskirts and halted before an exquisite villa. Grand and strikingly beautiful.
The driver swiftly exited, bowing respectfully as he opened the door for Yi Wushuang, who sat in the back seat.
His demeanor was one of utmost reverence.
For the young master had proclaimed that Miss Yi was a benefactor of the Ji family and deserved no less than the highest respect.
Yi Wushuang entered the villa,
where the dining table was lavishly adorned with a feast, steam wafting from the delectable dishes.
A servant stood nearby, holding a basin of water and a towel.
A melodious yet deep male voice resonated, and Yi Wushuang beheld Jishin gracefully descending the staircase, his long legs lending an air of elegance to the simple steps,
reminiscent of a runway.
Behind him was a man clad in a black suit, of similar age, with an unremarkable appearance marred by a deep scar on his forehead,
emanating a restrained aura.
With a mere glance, Yi Wushuang discerned that he was her peer, a fellow assassin, or at least one who had once walked that perilous path.
Chapter 11, Jishin's assassination attempt. Wushuang takes action.
"Fengjiu, my assistant, you may contact him for any matters," Jishin introduced the man. "I have but one desire, to share your bed," Yi Wushuang reiterated her intent, taking her seat at the dining table after washing her hands.
Beyond that, she sought no further assistance from Jishin.
Jishin raised an eyebrow slightly. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been dismissed as a mere woman. He seated himself across from Yi Wushuang, gracefully picking up his utensils. "I am unaware of your preferences or aversions, but I hope this meal pleases your palate." "I am not picky," Yi Wushuang replied, her gaze lowered, choosing silence. In her previous life, she had survived on wild grasses and chewed on tree bark. Compared to that,
all human food was a feast. Jishin nodded.
The word guarded scarcely sufficed to describe the young woman before him. She had entirely sealed herself off, impervious even to the gentlest of breezes, thereby rendering herself indifferent to other threats.
At merely 18, what had transformed her into this? Was it truly the absence of her fiancé's affection that had so dramatically altered her temperament?
The dinner proceeded in a tranquil silence. Fortunate that both Yi Wushuang and Jishin were seasoned individuals, adept at adapting to diverse situations. In contrast, the servant beside them was visibly awkward, as if her toes were digging into the ground. After the meal, Yi Wushuang made her way to Jishin's bedroom. The room exuded a minimalist, cool-toned aesthetic, sparsely furnished. Yet each item was of considerable value. "Miss Yi, to your left is the bathroom, equipped with all essentials. Young Master Ji is in his study attending to business and will join you later," the servant conveyed with a somewhat bashful expression. Who could have imagined that the dream of countless young women across the continent would one day find himself sharing a bed with a rural high school girl? Such news would surely astonish many. Meanwhile, Jishin, having completed his tasks, approached the bedroom. Upon entering, he found the girl reclining against the headboard, poring over her textbooks. The warm orange glow of the room softened her icy demeanor, casting her profile in a gentle light. Hearing the noise, she promptly looked up, her eyes devoid of warmth. Regarding him as merely a soulless companion for the night, Jishin lay down on the opposite side of the bed. Yi Wushuang also turned off the lights and lay down. The two shared the same bed. Jishin could sense Yi Wushuang drawing closer and then retreating, seemingly in search of an appropriate distance. Eventually, she turned on her side, gently resting her forehead against his shoulder, a gesture reminiscent of a couple deeply in love, brimming with intimacy and reliance. In no time, Jishin heard the soft, steady rhythm of her breathing beside him. She had truly fallen asleep swiftly. However, Jishin found it much harder to drift off. In the night, a fierce wind arose, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The flickering lightning bestowed a momentary illumination upon the darkness, revealing the villa, which now bore the silhouettes of a dozen figures against its walls. Jishin abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of hostility crossing his elongated gaze. There were always those who forsook the path to paradise, choosing instead to come here to meet their demise. Before he could take any further action, Yi Wushuang, leaning against the door with her arms crossed, spoke with her crimson lips, "Leave it to me." Bang! The bedroom door was violently kicked open by an intruder, and Jishin swiftly scanned the room's environment. Prepared as she was, Yi Wushuang, hidden in the blind spot, retaliated with a punch that struck the intruder's nose and eyes. The intruder instinctively closed his eyes, his gun hand aimed toward Yi Wushuang as he pulled the trigger. At the moment he squeezed the trigger, Yi Wushuang raised his arm, redirecting the bullet to the ceiling, then delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, seizing his weapon and pulling the trigger herself. Bang! A bullet struck the head. The once vibrant life form slumped down, utterly oblivious to the identity of his assailant. Everything transpired far too swiftly. The gunfire attracted the remaining intruders, who surged in from all directions. Yi Wushuang, composed and unperturbed, emerged from the bedroom, wielding a black handgun. With precision, she fired 6 shots, each finding its mark, causing 6 individuals to collapse to the ground. The subsequent assailants heightened their vigilance, cautiously approaching, and launched a surprise attack on Yi Wushuang around a corner. Yi Wushuang leaned back, rising to seize his wrist with a deft grip, executing a precise lock before raising her hand to fire a shot at the frosted glass of the balcony. Bang! The assailant, lurking behind the glass, was instantly vanquished. Subsequently, Yi Wushuang turned her attention to the intruder before her, delivering a ruthless and stylish headshot. The enemy's numbers dwindled rapidly. The battle raged on. Yet, the victor was already apparent, was it not? Fengjiu hurried to the bedroom, discovering Jishin leaning against the railing, observing the skirmish below. The hazy glow of the lights cast an enchanting aura upon his strikingly handsome visage, accentuating an irresistible charm. He casually swirled a glass of red wine, as if savoring a grand waltz. Fengjiu was momentarily taken aback. Was it peculiar that a seemingly frail man was being protected by a fierce and formidable young woman? Jishin smiled gently, the astonishment in his eyes undeniable. He imagined his grandfather must have been equally astonished when she rescued him. Fengjiu's lips twitched. "When you pinned me to the ground and pummeled me, you didn't claim to be a fragile man incapable of harm. What do you think of her skills?" Jishin inquired of his aide. Fengjiu observed intently, and after a moment, his pupils constricted slightly. The distinction among peers was most evident. Yi Wushuang's agility, awareness, and her instinctual habit of delivering lethal headshots were all unmistakable signs of a killer. Compared to elusive spies and mercenaries who wielded power through wealth, assassins were far more ruthless, unyielding, and formidable. Their world was devoid of country or riches, it was solely about life and death. "She is an assassin," Fengjiu stated with conviction. Jishin halted the gentle swirl of his wine glass. He had considered the possibility of Yi Wushuang being trained by a master of combat. He had contemplated that she might be acquainted with a veteran, hence her familiarity with firearms. Yet, he had never imagined that Yi Wushuang was an assassin and one stronger than himself, exuding an aura reminiscent of the legendary queen. Fengjiu, usually succinct, unusually elaborated. He had once had the fortune of witnessing the queen in action, and at that moment, he had felt that the title was truly deserved. The young woman before him was no less formidable than the queen. Jishin drained his glass of red wine, his deep-set eyes glinting with a shadowy intensity. Indeed. The dossier pertaining to Yi Wushuang had omitted numerous critical details. Below, the battle continued. Yi Wushuang dispatched the final intruder and, raising her gaze to Jishin, spoke in a calm tone, "Consider it rent." When one resides in another's domain and partakes of their provisions, it is inevitable to incur expenses. Is taking a life akin to paying rent? Jishin chuckled softly, looking down at her, perhaps. The young girl stood amidst the pile of corpses. Her exquisite and beautiful face marred by a few specks of blood, yet this only augmented her allure, resembling a flower that thrives in the face of death, growing ever more captivating as it nears the abyss. The awakened servants exchanged glances and silently began to tidy the scene. They were cultivated individuals of the Ji family, not mere caretakers or security guards paid by the hour. That night, Yi Wushuang enjoyed an exceptionally restful slumber. Even though a minor incident had occurred, it had granted her a long-awaited good night's sleep. Upon awakening, she found Jishin no longer by her side. As the head of a prominent family, he, naturally, had more pressing matters to attend to. After breakfast, Yi Wushuang was driven to Huaxia by her chauffeur. As they approached the vicinity of the academy, before the driver had even come to a halt, Yi Wushuang spotted Jian Zhaoyan confronting a boy, with a beautiful short-haired girl standing behind him. A crowd had gathered around them. Chapter 12, Give me 15 days, and I shall return a miracle. Why are you holding my girlfriend's hand? Jian Zhaoyan glared at the boy. What do you mean, your girlfriend? Lin Jia is my Zhang Rui's girlfriend. The boy tightened his grip on the short-haired girl's hand. Zhang Rui, a student from Class 3, ranked among the top 10 in the year. You. Xiaoya is my girlfriend. Everyone in Class 7 saw her confess to me. Jian Zhaoyang seized Lin Jia's other hand, his gaze fierce. Lin Jia shook off Jian Zhaoyang's grip. Jian Zhaoyang, that was merely a prank. What did you say? Jian Zhaoyang could hardly believe his ears. Lin Jia took a deep breath. My friend said that the leader of Class 7, Jian Zhaoyang, has a peculiar personality and asked me if I could conquer you. I said I could and then proceeded to try. Tried. Jian Zhaoyang struggled to repeat the words. She had tried. He believed her. And then she told him it was all a jest? I admit my intentions were misguided. But I was your girlfriend for a month. Lin Jia asserted, isn't it a privilege for you, a slacker from Class 7, to have once had a top student as a girlfriend? Privilege. Jian Zhaoyang's mind buzzed. Had he sunk so low that even being deceived felt like a gift from the deceiver? Do you understand now? Xiaoya never intended to confess to you, Zhang Rui declared with a smirk. With the situation laid bare, Jian Zhaoyang found himself at a loss for words. His throat dry. He produced a necklace he had painstakingly saved for a month to buy, stared at Lin Jia, and dropped it on the ground. It was his heartfelt offering that he never had the chance to present. He turned away in despondence. Who gave you the confidence to think Xiaoya would ever be interested in someone from Class 7? Zhang Rui pressed on, seeking to humiliate him further. Was it the new student from your class, Yi Wushuang? That scheming girl who only knows how to secretly record videos? Just as Jian Zhaoyang was about to leave, he abruptly turned back and, with a fist, struck Zhang Rui in the face, seething with anger. Who the hell gave you the right to speak of the queen in such a manner? Yi Wushuang may appear aloof and taciturn, yet she has never regarded them with scorn or disdain. The incident involving Brother Chen can be viewed as Yi Wushuang having saved him. He absolutely, unequivocally will not permit anyone to speak ill of Yi Wushuang. Jian Zhaoyang, have you lost your mind? Lin Jia was taken aback. Jian Zhaoyang did not retaliate against Zhang Rui but instead stood up for Yi Wushuang. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that she, Lin Jia, is deemed inferior to that village girl, Yi Wushuang? Boss. Upon witnessing Jian Zhaoyang being assaulted, the students of Class 7 rushed forward to confront Zhang Rui. The students of Class 1, seeing one of their own being attacked, also joined the fray. Observant students quickly reported the commotion to the relevant teachers.
Lu Jing was the first to arrive, exerting considerable effort to separate Jin Jiaoyang and Zhang Rui. Jin Jiaoyang, what are you doing? As the teacher arrived, the chaos subsided.
And both parties bore visible marks of the altercation.
He insulted the queen.
Jin Jiaoyang pointed at Zhang Rui. No matter how serious the matter, we must adhere to reason. We are students of academia, brawling is no different from the ruffians on the streets.
Lu Jing admonished loudly.
The crowd nodded in agreement.
See?
This is what a teacher should be, mature and composed. Thus, it was said, a waste is a waste, no amount of teaching could change that.
Huang Jiejia, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, strolled over and casually remarked. Smack!
Lu Jing retaliated with a punch, seizing Huang Jiejia by the collar.
His voice frenzied, who the hell gave you the right to label my students as worthless? They are not worthless. They are living, breathing individuals. You cannot humiliate them in such a manner.
The crowd was left speechless.
Wasn't it agreed that scholars should engage in reason rather than violence? Lu teacher, release her.
Various teachers hurriedly intervened to separate Lu Jing and Huang Jiejia.
Lu Jing, how could you strike a woman? You are no man.
Huang Jiejia shrieked, shielding her eyes. A worthless teacher instructing worthless students, and those students learning in a derelict building, what a perfect match. Indeed, Class 7 comprised all failures.
I could trample an answer sheet and still score higher than any of them. Zhang Rui scoffed. Exactly.
The students from Class 1 chimed in unison. Yi Wushuang was not faring much better. Lin Jia launched a direct attack on Yi Wushuang. This person was merely a burden in Class 2 and now, in Class 7.
Has somehow become their queen, what a farce. Enough! Jian Jiaoyang bellowed.
He had heard enough of the term worthless.
Isn't it said that one could score higher than us by merely trampling an answer sheet? Let us put this to the test during this month's exam.
If our scores surpass yours, you, and all of you, Jian Jiaoyang pointed at Huang Jiejia, Zhang Rui, Lin Jia, and the students from Class 1 involved in the brawl, must publicly apologize to Class 7 and to the Queen.
With that declaration, Jian Jiaoyang led the students of Class 7 away. Boss, I admit you looked quite impressive when you said that. But how do we possibly compete against those academic elites in this month's exam?
Don't ask me, I have no idea.
I acted on impulse. Jian Jiaoyang lamented,
banging his head against the wall, wishing for a quick demise.
This is bad. Lu teacher is going to be dismissed.
A classmate rushed in, breathless. Huang Jiejia has complained to the principal about Lu teacher, claiming he is unfit to be a role model for hitting a woman. The principal has stated that if our class does not achieve a passing average in this month's exam, Lu teacher will be directly dismissed. The students were incensed. How could Huang Jiejia have the audacity to claim Lu teacher is unfit to teach? Just yesterday, when the queen was wronged, she had demanded that the queen apologize to Sun Hongxia and her son. She is unworthy to be a teacher. How could we possibly pass? All our books are practically new except for the table of contents. Assaulting a student is a blemish on a teacher's career, without Fania.
Would any other school still want him?
I recall Lu teacher's family is quite impoverished, even his fare to Fania was raised by selling sheep.
If he loses this job, what will become of them? The school bell rang. Turn to page 30.
He feigned nonchalance, picking up the chalk to write on the blackboard. Yet, his arms trembled uncontrollably. It was wrong of him to resort to violence, but he could bear it no longer.
Why must academically challenged children endure such humiliation? Below,
the girls began to cry, and some boys discreetly wiped their tears.
What good is crying? Rather than weeping,
one should seize the time to study and find ways to surpass Class 1. Jian Jiaoyang nearly crushed his pen in a fit of anger. He not only wished to pass but also to surpass Class 1, demanding apologies from both Class 1 and Huang Jiejia.
It is futile.
With only 15 days left until the exam, unless a miracle occurs, there is no way you could surpass Class 1. Lu Jing's arms fell to his sides. His tone calm. The disparity between Class 7 and Class 2 is vast, the two are as disparate as clouds in the sky and mud on the ground. Give me 15 days, and I shall deliver a miracle for you. Yi Wushuang appeared at the doorway of the classroom, her crimson lips parting slightly. Had it not been for Zhang Rui's scolding, Jin Zhaoyang would not have intervened, nor would it have sparked a chaotic brawl between the two classes. With Lu Jing confronting Huang Jejia. Since this incident originated from her, it was only fitting that she take charge of its resolution. She could impart her knowledge cultivated within the organization to educate these students, a stark contrast to the school's lackadaisical approach.
Chapter 13. Both facets of Yi Wushuang align perfectly with his desires. As Yi Wushuang's words fell, an enigmatic atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. That.
Jin Zhaoyang tugged at his hair, entangled in thought for quite some time. Your Majesty.
Have you forgotten that your score in the last monthly exam was even lower than mine? Although they were not as formidable as Class 1.
They had received elite education from a young age, placing them at a significantly higher starting point than the rural-born Yi Wushuang. Hence, her statement came off as rather awkward. Lu Jing felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, sensing the children's fervent desire to surpass Class 1.
In the next moment,
Lu Jing's expression shifted as he observed Yi Wushuang ascend the podium, seizing his language textbook to expound upon the contents of page 30.
Remarkably,
she did not employ overly complex vocabulary. Instead, her approach was gradual and methodical, her words seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment. Initially perplexed and bewildered, the students gradually engaged, diligently participating in the lesson, unknowingly drawn into a state of learning. Lu Jing had never witnessed Class 7's children displaying such attentiveness. The girl at the lectern appeared more like a teacher than he did. How could it be that her previous performance had been so poor? Lu Jing found himself unable to fathom this transformation, nor could he continue to ponder it, as his thoughts had also been ensnared by Yi Wushuang. Becoming just as engrossed in the lesson as the students, time slipped away in fleeting moments. Suddenly, the bell rang, jolting the students immersed in the ocean of knowledge back to reality. They exchanged glances, each face reflecting astonishment. Concepts and theories that had once eluded them were now vividly etched in their minds. Reminiscent of a martial arts tale where the protagonist had their meridians unblocked by a wise master. The sensation was exhilarating. Yet, Lu Jing's pupils constricted in response. Yi Wushuang intends to undertake all the courses of Class 7? Is she a student or a teacher? In contrast to the bewildered Lu Jing, the students led by Jin Zhaoyang placed their complete trust in Yi Wushuang, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they chant in unison, "Yes, Queen." Yi Wushuang did not correct their address, names were merely codes, and it mattered not what one was called. Whether in the realm of humanities or sciences, whether weaving tales or deciphering formulas, Yi Wushuang effortlessly grasped them all, imparting knowledge to her students in a distinctive manner that rendered complex concepts comprehensible. Under her guidance, Class 7 might indeed work wonders. How long do you intend to observe? In the principal's office, Shangwan Qinglin approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Beside him stood the strikingly handsome Jishin. From this vantage point, they could glimpse into the classroom of Class 7. Though the distance rendered the sounds inaudible, Yi Wushuang's teaching was sufficiently clear. Could it be that you've genuinely developed feelings for Yi Wushuang? Shangwan Qinglin inquired casually. Is it so peculiar to harbor affection for her? Jishin retorted. Shangwan Qinglin was taken aback. Wait, are you serious? The women who saw Jishin's affection spanned from the realms of Xia country to foreign lands, including princesses and empresses. Yet Jishin, residing in the modest city of Yen, found himself captivated by a rural high school girl? Humanity is invariably drawn to excellence. I am no exception, Jishin mused, a subtle smile gracing his thin lips as he gazed at Yi Wushuang through the glass. The young woman at the lectern was wholly engrossed, occasionally inscribing words on the blackboard before turning to elucidate, eliciting unanimous nods from her students. One side exuded decisiveness and coldness, navigating the delicate balance between life and death with ease, the other demonstrated patience and diligence, illuminating the vast ocean of knowledge. He had to concede that both facets of Yi Wushuang resonated with him. Very well. Shangwan Qinglin ascended into the executive chair. A small figure perched there with a serious demeanor. So, do you intend to invest in Fania? During my 3 years abroad, internal corruption has plagued Fania severely. After Sun Hongxiao's departure, the funding chain encountered significant issues. If you are willing to fill the void, I shall refrain from seeking others. This was the true purpose of his summoning Jishin. Have I ever left you to your own devices?
Jishan placed a black card on the desk, sliding it towards Shangguan Qinglin. Today, the campus forum of Fania Academy was abuzz. Besides the pinned entrance for the campus beauty ranking votes, other threads discussed the impending comparison of monthly exam results between Class 7 and Class 1. The majority mocked Class 7 for their audacity, while a minority asserted that, regardless of perspective, Lin Jia and Zhang Rui were at fault. First, Lin Jia had manipulated Jian Jiayang, and Zhang Rui had insulted Yi Wushuang. Teacher Lu's action of striking was merely an earnest attempt to defend her students. These posts garnered lukewarm responses, while those defending Lin Jia and Zhang Rui saw soaring popularity. That group of students, still unversed in the essentials of education, had mastered the art of flattery in the business realm. At that moment, a new post emerged, explosive. The Queen of Class 7 personally teaches her students, pictures included. The poster claimed to have stumbled upon the so-called Queen, Yi Wushuang, lecturing in the old teaching building. He immediately captured the moment on his phone for all to see. Though pressed for time, he found the scene amusing. Within 3 minutes, the comments below erupted in laughter. Those who had previously spoken favorably of Yi Wushuang in Class 7 now chose silence, rendered speechless. Yi Wushuang was imparting knowledge to her students, akin to a blind person attempting to convey a message through a mute to a deaf individual. Days passed amidst the derision of the outside world. On the eve of the monthly examination, Yi Wushuang finished her lunch and proceeded to the school library for research, followed closely by Jian Jiaoyang. The library was crowded. The Queen is coming. There are only 2 seats left. Jian Jiaoyang beckoned to Yi Wushuang. In terms of priority, one must consider the actual circumstances. Jian Jiaoyang. Do you believe it is more beneficial for the top students to study here, or for those struggling academically? Lin Jia interlinked her arm with Zhang Rui's, her gaze filled with disdain. Do you really think that simply reading a few more books here will enable you to surpass Class 1 in the upcoming examination? Jian Jiaoyang clenched her fists, feeling the urge to retaliate once more. Yi Wushuang approached and placed the reference book on the table, glancing at Zhang Rui and Lin Jia with a cool demeanor. Will you leave on your own accord, or shall I be compelled to kick you out? She preferred to resolve matters through action rather than words. Chapter 14, Yi Wushuang vs. Rongqingru. The words of Yi Wushuang sent a wave of unease through Zhang Rui and Lin Jia. The entire school was aware of Yi Wushuang's violent altercation with Sun Hongxia and her child. Her combat prowess was beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. Does Yi only resort to violence? A gentle female voice resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see Rongqingru descending from the second floor of the library. Cradling a world-renowned classic in her arms, she donned a pristine white designer dress, her long hair elegantly cascading in soft waves over her shoulders. Her presence exuded an air of grace and poise. An immediate stir rippled through the bystanders. Goddess Rong. My goodness. I have never been this close to the goddess before. She is approaching Yi Wushuang. Isn't it true that these two are rivals? Both harboring affections for Shen Wenyu. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Rongqingru halted before Yi Wushuang, her enchanting visage now imbued with an added measure of authority. If you dare to lay a hand on Zhang Rui or Lin Jia, as the president of the student council, I possess the authority to impose disciplinary action upon you. Her declaration held a veneer of legitimacy, yet concealed ulterior motives beneath its surface. Recently, Yi Wushuang has garnered immense popularity among the public. Thus, she intends to demonstrate to the outside world who truly excels, herself or Yi Wushuang. When Zhang Rui sought to seize a seat, why did you not exhibit your official authority? Yi Wushuang responded calmly, her lowered eyelids suppressing the hostility within her dark pupils. I only see your desire to strike. Yet I do not perceive any intention from classmate Zhang to usurp your space. Rongqingru spoke deceitfully with her eyes wide open. This corner of the library was a secluded spot. Aside from those directly involved, no one knew what had transpired moments ago. In this situation, given her accumulated prestige, whatever Rongqingru asserted would be taken as truth. The students, indeed, placed unwavering trust in Rongqingru. Upon hearing that Yi Wushuang intended to resort to violence in the library and falsely accused others, their gazes turned hostile. Yi Wushuang initially struck Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao in a manner deemed justifiable self-defense, and they harbored no objections. However, The current inclination to resort to violence against Zhang Rui and Lin Jia at the slightest provocation, even resorting to deceit, seems rather inappropriate, does it not? You perceive only my desire to inflict harm?
Yi Wushuang's lips curled into a cold smile. Pray tell, who has been standing on the staircase since 13 hours, 17 minutes.
And 38 seconds? Shall I procure the surveillance footage?
She directly exposed Rong Qingru's hypocritical facade, her eyes glimmering with a chilling light.
As a professional assassin,
she possessed an acute sensitivity to the fluctuations in her surroundings, for she must remain vigilant against the concealed threats and dangers lurking in the shadows. The library's entrances and exits, the clock on the wall, and the nearby students were all within her purview. Long before Zhang Rui and Lin Jia arrived, Rong Qingru had already been stationed on the staircase, fully aware of the events that had transpired. Her decision to remain silent was merely an attempt to complicate matters for herself.
But did she truly deserve that? Rong Qingru's smile faltered. Yi Wushuang had known of her arrival long before? And with such precise timing? Yi Wushuang, cease your nonsensical chatter. Goddess. We shall accompany you to the monitoring room and confront Yi Wushuang with undeniable evidence.
The devoted fans of Rong Qingru were the first to voice their discontent. Little did they know, Rong Qingru herself was too timid to venture into the monitoring room. It would be her own face that would be slapped. She remained rooted in place, her smile faltering.
Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern something from Rong Qingru's silence. Do not attempt to provoke me, Rong Qingru, lest you meet the same fate as Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. Yi Wushuang warned icily.
She initially aimed to complete her task swiftly and resurrect Wuchen.
However,
should any foolish beings dare to seek their demise before her, she would not hesitate to oblige. Yi Wushuang, you need not trouble Qingru on my account. Direct any grievances towards me, for she is innocent.
Yi Wushuang was simply envious of her greater fondness for Changru.
As for Rong Qingru, she had brought humiliation upon herself. Feeling pity for her, Yi Wushuang advised her to keep a low profile and maintain her distance.
With that, Yi Wushuang showed little desire to linger in the library and turned to leave.
After a prolonged silence, Jian Zhaoyang glanced at Lin Jia and then at Zhang Rui, declaring, "This time, Class 7 will undoubtedly surpass Class 1, just wait and see." He then looked back at Rong Qingru before departing, warning, "Do not even think about provoking the queen, otherwise, you will find that Class 7 will not spare you, even without her intervention." He had never considered Rong Qingru to be particularly divine. Once you provoke the queen, even the gods would descend to demonstrate their might. Rong Qingru clenched her hands beneath her sleeves, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes.
Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu blared furiously at Yi Wushuang's retreating figure, feeling an intense anger brewing within her.
How could Yi Wushuang speak to him in such a tone?
The library fell into a hush. One student took out their phone,
opened the campus beauty rankings, and quietly cast a vote for Yi Wushuang.
Others were taken aback. Aren't you a fan of Goddess Rong? Why didn't you vote for her? The students smacked their lips. How should I put it?
I suddenly feel that Rong Qingru was not as flawless as I once thought. Instead, Yi Wushuang exudes an aura that is both cool and beautiful, and I find that appealing. Heh.
A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. The monthly exam approached as scheduled.
Today, the atmosphere at Fania Academy was unusually solemn, making a minor monthly test feel akin to the college entrance examination.
The reason behind this intensity was the rivalry between Class 7 and Class 1. Although other classes were not directly involved, who could resist the desire to prove oneself? Each student aspired to showcase their capabilities during this exam.
This sentiment was particularly strong among the students of Class 2, who had previously been suspended for collectively slandering Yi Wushuang. Their punishment had ended, and they were eager to redeem themselves in front of the entire school with their exam scores. Before entering the examination hall, the students of Class 7 gathered together,
overlapping one hand atop another, boosting each other's spirits.
For ourselves, for the queen, for Teacher Lu. After shouting their rallying cry, Jian Zhaoyang turned to glance at Yi Wushuang,
who sat apart from the commotion.
One leg straight and the other slightly bent, she perched on the edge of a flower bed, gazing up at the sky.
Her profile exquisitely picturesque.
The queen seemed so lonely, he murmured softly. Though she had diligently taught them for 15 days, she remained detached and composed,
existing outside their circle.
She neither allowed others to approach her nor did she draw near to anyone else. The 2-day examination officially commenced. After the final exam concluded, many students tacitly converged at the plaza. The large screen in the square was set to display the rankings and scores of each student in a countdown format. They instinctively left the front row for the students from Class 7 and Class 1, who had previously engaged in a brawl, to face each other. On the left stood Yi Wushuang and Jian Jiayang, while on the right were Zhang Rui and Lin Jia.
Someone captured this scene with a snap,
uploading it to the campus forum to provide a live visual update for those who could not attend. Huang Jiezhou also arrived, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Oh,
the students of Class 7 are all here? You really have the gall to watch the rankings. Do you know what it means to be like mud that cannot be lifted? You don't actually believe Yi Wushuang can teach you anything worthwhile, do you?"
Huang Jiezhou harbored a deep disdain for Yi Wushuang.
Back when Yi Wushuang was in Class 2,
she had dragged them down significantly. During the flag-raising ceremony, she had even claimed that Yi Wushuang was unworthy of being called a teacher, subjecting her to ridicule from her peers to this day. Now, Yi Wushuang had become a teacher herself, having taught Class 7 for half a month.
Huang Jiezhou was eager to see how many of Yi Wushuang's students could pass. "Huang Jiezhou, you really despise me, don't you?"
Yi Wushuang's gaze was fixed on the screen that was about to display the results.
"What do you think? Let's make a bet. If Class 7 surpasses Class 1,
you leave Fania. If Class 7 does not win, I will leave Fania.
Do you dare?"
Yi Wushuang's voice was barely a whisper.
In her eyes,
Huang Jiezhou resembled an inconspicuous fly, weak and filthy. Yet, this fly buzzed incessantly around her, creating an unbearable clamor. It would be far more peaceful to simply swat it away. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiezhou was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, what dreams have you been having?
Do you truly believe you can surpass Class 1?
Very well, let us wager. If your students manage to outshine Class 1, I shall resign on the spot. Conversely, you must leave Fanios." As her words echoed, the screen began to scroll, stirring the students' emotions.
Chapter 15, The results are out. Memories of Queen. The results are in. Let us see who has come in last. Goodness! The last place isn't even occupied by a student from Class 7? What a surprise! Not only is there no one in the last place, but even the bottom 10 and the 100th rank do not feature a student from Class 7?
The students of Class 1 began to panic, and Huang Jiezhou felt a twinge of anxiety.
Surely, there must be a glitch in the system.
Zhang Rui pondered the same.
Yes, the system must have overlooked Class 7.
Lin Jia snorted disdainfully. Perhaps they deemed Class 7 unworthy of being recorded, given their perennial bottom position. This conclusion garnered widespread agreement as they continued to observe the results. Just when they believed this to be the reality, a glaring name appeared on the screen: number 49, Class 7, Jian Jiayang.
An uproar erupted among the crowd. What?
Jian Jiayang's ex-girlfriend Lin Jia only ranked 67th this time.
How did he manage this? Could it be that Yi Wushuang's teaching methods were truly effective? Unthinkable. For her previous grades had been inferior to Jian Jiayang's. What, then, accounted for his remarkable improvement in this month's examination?
The crowd was baffled. And this was merely the beginning of their confusion. As the screen continued to scroll, the names of Class 7 students appeared one after another. Number 42, Class 7. Number 40, Class 7. Number 18, Class 7. Number 12, Class 7. By the time a name from Class 7 appeared among the top 10, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. How could Class 7 have undergone such a transformation and achieved such outstanding results in a mere 15 days? Number 6, Class 1, Zhang Rui. At this juncture, the large screen shifted to a striking color, for the next announcement would reveal the top 5 rankings. Everyone held their breath. Someone murmured softly, "Have we
yet to see Yi Wushuang's name?"
Aside from Yi Wushuang, the rankings of the other students from Class 7 had all been revealed. Yi Wushuang once again emerged as a pivotal figure in the ongoing struggles among the classes, an undeniable presence that could not be overlooked.
Could it be that Yi Wushuang ranked 5th in the grade?
The screen rolled, revealing number 5, Class 1 of the 3rd year, XXX. Or perhaps 4th?
Number 4,
Class 1 of the 3rd year, XXX.
Astonishingly, she was ranked third? Number 3, Class 1 of the third year, Xin Wenyu. I wager she is second in the grade. With the first being the goddess, Rong Qingru. Rong Qingru's devoted fans cried out.
Yet, the information displayed on the grand screen swiftly delivered a harsh reality check.
Number 2, Class 1 of the third year, Rong Qingru.
Ultimately, the screen halted its scrolling, amplifying the text, Number 1, Class 7 of the third year, Yi Wushuang.
Simultaneously,
the average scores of each class were unveiled. First, Class 7 of the third year.
In an instant, the venue fell into a profound silence.
Even the sound of leaves falling to the ground felt piercingly loud. Huang Jiejia turned ashen, Lin Jia trembled uncontrollably, and Zhang Rui covered his face. The expressions of Class 1's students were one of shock, while others from different classes gaped in disbelief. In contrast, the students of Class 7 maintained a calm demeanor, for they had anticipated such an outcome long before. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were not entirely composed, their eyes glistened with unshed tears, and their hands were clenched tightly, gradually releasing the pent-up grievances gathered over the days and years. They had proven, through undeniable facts, that they were not worthless. They defended their queen and safeguarded teacher Lu. Resign. Apologize. Jian Jiaoyang shouted with fervor. The outcome was settled, it was time to reckon. Resign. Apologize. The students of Class 7 echoed in unison, repeatedly asserting their demands. Under the watchful eyes of all, even those reluctant to acknowledge the truth had to witness the consequences. Zhang Rui was the first to confront reality. He approached Yi Wushuang and bowed, speaking humbly, "I am sorry." He then proceeded to apologize to each member of Class 7 in turn. The students of Class 1 followed suit, eager to deliver their apologies and escape this cursed place. Lin Jia hesitated for what felt like an eternity before finally approaching Yi Wushuang to apologize, offering a perfunctory, "I am sorry.
You should consider yourself fortunate." It was then that Yi Wushuang, who had remained silent since the announcement,
suddenly spoke, "It is because you once had a boyfriend who ranked 49th in the grade that you are now ranked 67th, Lin Jia jolted, her eyes wide.
Wasn't this the very insult she had hurled at Jian Jiaoyang?
Yi Wushuang enunciated clearly, "You should feel ashamed. Jian Jiaoyang sacrificed a whole month of cheap fried rice to buy you a birthday gift, yet you toyed with this boy who sincerely cares for you." Lin Jia bit her lip and fled, concealing her face.
The queen is truly benevolent, even avenging me.
Jian Jiaoyang, overwhelmed with emotion, approached Yi Wushuang, tears welling in his eyes.
He was utterly infatuated with the queen. "My dear love, I am merely stating the facts."
Yi Wushuang averted her gaze.
"Mr. Huang,
the principal insists you uphold your promise and set an example for the students."
Woohoo!
The students of Class 7 erupted in joyous celebration.
In the student council president's office,
Rong Qingru swept the documents off the table in a fit of rage, her chest heaving violently, her once gentle eyes now filled with fury.
Why did Yi Wushuang perform better than I did? It was merely a holiday, how could she have become so astute? Regarding the incident at the library,
it was confirmed that Yi Wushuang had left precisely at 13:17:38. She had barely enough time to prepare. She could only claim she was preoccupied with other thoughts, oblivious to what transpired outside the stairwell. As the student council president, her every action was under scrutiny, and this incident had spread widely among the students, inviting considerable criticism. Even her standing in the school beauty rankings had diminished.
In contrast, Yi Wushuang's momentum surged, propelling her into the top 20.
"I was careless." Rong Qingru steadied her breath, gazing out the window at Yi Wushuang, surrounded by admirers in the square, muttering to herself, "Yi Wushuang, the future is long, we shall see."
Back in Class 7,
the students were still basking in the elation of their victory over Class 1, chattering incessantly.
Just as they took a step outside, Jian Jiaoyang called out, "Queen, where are you going? Tonight is the 20th anniversary celebration of Fania Academy, remember?" Yi Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. "So am I."
A number of boys gathered around, captivated by the allure of such a legendary profession and the tales that emerged from it. One boy, with a phone in hand, softly recited, "Queen arose from the dust, born in the slums of a foreign land. Abandoned by her parents who were illegal immigrants, she lacked a household registration and spent her childhood barely surviving in the shadows. She had a younger brother, but their parents were ensnared by drugs, indifferent to their plight. To feed her brother, she resorted to stealing formula, only to have her leg broken by the store owner. To ensure her brother had clothing for the winter, she committed burglary,
subsequently being bound to a tree and left hanging for an entire night.
At the tender age of 10, her parents sold her and her brother to a drug dealer. And in a twist of fate, she killed him, catching the attention of a notorious assassin organization. Upon reaching this juncture, the boy's tone faltered. The narrative indicated that Queen became an assassin at the age of 10. This meant that the leg-breaking incident and the night spent tied to a tree occurred before she turned 10.
What had he been doing at that age? Clinging to a nanny for toys? Sipping milk while watching television?
Regardless, it seemed implausible that he should bear the responsibility of caring for his brother.
What's this? Are you feeling sympathy? These tales are fabricated, surely you do not believe them? As for me, I remain skeptical. Who can truly ascertain the existence of assassins in this world? Chapter 16, she set the stage ablaze. Laughter filled the air as everyone shared in the merriment. In the front row, Wushuang closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she beheld the system's information panel. Trial task 1, completed. A new task will be released tomorrow, stay tuned. Lu Jing appeared at the classroom door. It's our class's turn for makeup. Hurry to the dressing room and prepare for the performance. Wow! Jian Zhaoyan led the students out in a rush. Only Wushuang remained behind, flipping through her book. Wushuang, why not join us in the dressing room?
Perhaps you could lend a hand, Lu Jing suggested with a smile, hoping to draw her into the collective spirit. For that child was far too solitary. Wushuang nodded, for idleness bore no merit. Observing Wushuang's figure fading into the crowd, Lu Jing pressed his lips together. Reflecting on the transformation of the students in Class 7 over the past days, a thought gradually emerged in his mind.
The makeup room.
Professional makeup artists invited by the school were diligently applying cosmetics on the faces of the students in Class 7. Wushuang leaned against the wall, arms crossed, in a place where her assistance was not required. Occasionally, girls from other classes approached, their cheeks flushed, to inquire of the makeup artist about matters such as whether their eye makeup had smudged or if they could touch up their cosmetics. Their cautious yet exhilarated demeanor stemmed from one singular reason: the new board member of Fei Niao Academy, the esteemed Ji Xiao, was in attendance at the gala. Ji Xiao was the epitome of the ideal man, coveted by countless young women worldwide. Should they catch his eye during the performance, their fortunes could soar,
transforming them into phoenixes in an instant.
In that moment, all the powerful families of Yen City would have to bow before the Ji family.
If I were a woman, I too would wish to wed Ji Xiao, sighed the boys of Class 7. We are different, we only aspire to marry the queen, exclaimed the girls, starry-eyed. What can men offer compared to the allure of a queen? They were utterly captivated by her, overwhelmed with emotion. At the forefront, the host commenced to energize the crowd. Following a rousing speech, students took the stage one by one, performing in the order drawn earlier. Regardless of the quality of the performances, applause was generously given. When the host announced the names Rong Qingru and Shen Wenyu, the applause reached a crescendo. The students erupted in cheers. Goddess! Forever a goddess! Wenyu, Wenyu! As gentle as jade. The popularity of these two within Fei Niao was a force to be reckoned with. Even though Shen Wenyu had been jilted by Wushuang and Rong Qingru faced criticism due to a library incident, their status remained unshaken. On stage, Rong Qingru, clad in a purple evening gown, sat gracefully at the piano, producing enchanting melodies, her neck resembling that of a swan. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu, now in a tailcoat, accompanied her on the violin, his concentrated expression rendering him even more handsome. Together, they created a harmonious scene. As the performance concluded, the applause grew even more fervent. A bold boy shouted his affection for Rong Qingru, while another leaned on his hand, feigning boredom. What's wrong? Is Rong Qingru's playing not pleasant? It is indeed lovely, it's just that I've grown weary of it. 3 years have passed, and every celebration features her piano playing. Although the pieces differ, the essence remains unchanged, and I am not an ardent fan of piano music, it has simply become repetitive. I long for something fresh. Behind the scenes. The Class 7 students adjusted their outfits, preparing to take the stage when the music teacher responsible for the drums approached, clutching his stomach. Alas, I cannot accompany you. I have a stomachache. You must find someone else. And with that, he hurried away. The students' expressions shifted dramatically. The piece we selected relies heavily on the drums. Without them, the entire style will be altered. Why must the teacher falter at such a crucial moment? Where can we find a second drummer now? The queen can play the drums?
Jian Jiayang exclaimed, eyes wide, handing headphones to Yi Wushuang.
A little, Yi Wushuang replied, donning the headphones.
Drumming had once been her sole outlet for emotions. However, as time passed, she was recognized by foreign media as the strongest drummer of the century.
On stage, the female host, beaming, announced, next up is the student ensemble from Class 7, who will perform the English song Natural. Please welcome them. Applause erupted. As the students took the stage, the lights dimmed, and a single spotlight illuminated Jian Zhaoyang as he began to sing softly, will you hold this line?
Only you have not yet given up, when everyone else has surrendered or succumbed, tell me, when all have given up or despaired. Tell me, in my house, in my presence, nothing is without consequence or cost, tell me, nothing comes without a price. So tell me, this is the price you pay, this is the cost you must bear, leave your heartbreak behind, cast aside your heartache, better to be a hunter than prey, do not flee like prey. But charge forth like a hunter, you stand on the edge, you are standing on the brink. Lift your head and face it, because you are, the third beam of light shone directly on Yi Wushuang.
Naturally. Born this way. A heart like a beating stone, a heart as solid as a rock, you gotta be so cold. You must learn to be ruthless, to make it in this world, to carve your place in this world, yeah, you're a natural. Yes. You were born this way. Living a brutal life, surviving in a harsh world, you must be cold, you must become unyielding, yes, you are a natural. Because you were born this way. It was an exceedingly electrifying song.
Yet, her stunning visage remained as calm as a mirror, devoid of any disturbance.
Starkly contrasting with the fervent performance of the lead singer, Jian Zhaoyang.
This perfectly aligned with the essence of the song, regardless of how harsh reality may be. One must remain composed and powerful, proactively taking charge, for you are extraordinary by birth. In the audience, Jishin reclined in his seat, long legs crossed. Indifferent to the flattery and advances of the other shareholders, engrossed in the performance. In the depths of his deep, narrow eyes, the image of Yi Wushuang under the spotlight was etched. That girl ignited the entire venue. If she were to glance below, she would discover countless astonished and adoring gazes. Yet, she remained oblivious, which only heightened her allure. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Incident. The stage collapses. The performance concluded with Yi Wushuang's drumming. As she removed the headphones and prepared to depart, Jian Zhaoyang, breathless, called into the microphone, the illustrious and mighty queen. Yi Wushuang looked up in confusion. The audience below also gazed at Jian Zhaoyang in bewilderment. There, Jian Zhaoyang knelt on one knee, microphone in hand, extending the other towards Yi Wushuang, as if awaiting the grace of a divine being. The remaining students of Class 7 turned their backs to the audience, half kneeling on the ground. One hand behind their backs and the other reaching out to her. Their youthful faces radiated a blend of reverence and joy. This scene was reminiscent of what Yi Wushuang had witnessed upon her arrival in Class 7. At that moment, it mirrored the present one. In unison, their voices rang out. Powerful and clear, please ascend the throne, wield the scepter, and dispel the fog and darkness. This had originally been a mere jest. A title born out of their extreme boredom and youthful exuberance. Yet, Yi Wushuang truly resembled a goddess descending from the heavens, dispersing the mists that surrounded them, enabling them to surpass the long-dominant Class 1 in a mere fortnight. Were there not those who mocked Yi Wushuang's worthiness of the title queen? Now, they knelt in submission, proclaiming to the world, Yi Wushuang is truly deserving of the title queen. She is the perfect match, an exquisite pairing, a celestial companion. The audience, filled with fervent admirers, rose to their feet, shouting in ecstatic celebration, Queen! Queen! Some joined in the commotion, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Had it not been for the quick-witted host who intervened and ushered the members of Class 7 off the stage, This gathering might have devolved into a mere fan meeting for Yi Wushuang.
In the audience, Rong Qingru listened to the applause,
which resonated even more profoundly than during her own performance, her smile gradually twisting into an uncontrollable grimace.
Qingru, are you feeling unwell? Shin Wenyu asked with concern. I'm fine.
Brother Shin, you needn't worry. Rong Qingru quickly adjusted her expression and turned to Shin Wenyu, only to find him fixated on Yi Wushuang's departing figure, his eyes shimmering with astonishment and admiration.
He had never realized that Yi Wushuang could play the drums with such fiery charisma. Rong Qingru clenched the delicate lace adorning her gown. Yi Wushuang. Crack.
The meticulously sewn lace tore apart.
Backstage, a flurry of activity surrounded them.
Staff members mingled with those who had just exited the stage, while others prepared to take their place. Amidst them was a small boy darting about, likely the child of a staff member.
Queen, your drumming is incredible.
Jian Jiuyang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with adoration. He realized that Yi Wushuang surpassed his expectations in every way, be it in combat, academics, or even drumming. How foolish were the students and teacher of Class 2 to bully and belittle such a queen. I'll take them to remove their makeup first, see you tomorrow.
Jian Jiaoyang waved as he led the students of Class 7 away.
Just then, a deafening crash echoed above, and the entire stage ceiling collapsed.
The power was cut. Plunging the area into darkness, screams erupted, and flames engulfed the space. Mommy! Wow!
The little boy cried amidst the chaos.
Baby! Where are you?
His mother frantically scanned the area until she finally spotted her child 5 meters away.
Stay right there, Mommy will come to you. She pushed against the tide of panicked people. Crash! Another thunderous noise reverberated as a broken support beam fell toward the boy.
The mother's eyes widened in horror as she helplessly reached out, only to be swept away by the crowd.
She watched in despair as her child faced impending doom.
In that critical moment, Yi Wushuang dashed forward, shielding the boy in her embrace, allowing the collapsing beam to strike her shoulder instead. The stage crumbled further,
dust swirling around them. Outside, Shangwan Qinglin directed the evacuation, and fire hoses quickly arrived to extinguish the flames.
Thanks to the prompt response, casualties were minimized.
Jishin surveyed the scene, brow furrowed. Calculating the time, he deduced that Yi Wushuang should still be here. Looking for Yi Wushuang? Shangwan Qinglin remarked casually.
She may have already left, but even if she hasn't, with her abilities, she'll be unharmed by an incident of this magnitude. Rest assured. That girl can take down foreign assassins with her bare hands.
Jishin considered this and strode away. My child is under the support beam. That girl, Yi Wushuang, is also beneath it. Quickly, save them.
The boy's mother cried out, brushing past Jishin. He halted abruptly and spun around.
Meanwhile,
several security personnel managed to push aside the largest support beam, only to freeze in shock. They beheld a girl cradling the boy, half kneeling on the ground, her other hand gently supporting his head, seemingly concerned for his safety.
Sister.
The boy gazed up at her, dazed and covered in dust. Go find your mom, Yi Wushuang said, releasing the boy and slowly rising to her feet.
Queen. Are you all right? Jian Jiaoyang and the others, hearing the commotion, rushed back, anxiously inquiring.
I'm fine, Yi Wushuang replied calmly, brushing off the dust as she walked away.
Wherever she passed, onlookers regarded her with admiration.
For not everyone has the fortitude to risk their life to save another in the face of peril. Seeing her walk normally, with a composed demeanor, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their respective tasks. Observing her usually frosty demeanor, they were astonished at her bravery in that critical moment.
Where's Ashen? Shangwan Qinglin searched fruitlessly for her friend. Outside the school. The night was deep and dark, yet the stars shone brightly. Yi Wushuang searched for the location of the Ji family's driver across the street.
She had not informed the driver about the gathering this evening,
nor could she ascertain whether he would wait for her.
Amid her search, a sleek black sports car halted before her. The driver's window descended,
revealing the stunningly handsome visage of Ji Shun. Get in.
Aside from this, no further words were exchanged. The bond between her and Jishin could hardly be deemed substantial. Despite sharing the same bed for numerous days, their conversations had scarcely surpassed 10 exchanges. She was preoccupied with her own affairs, and he with his, each leading their separate lives. As the evening traffic thinned in the outskirts, Jishin parked the car in front of the villa in less than half an hour. He exited the vehicle first. Yi Wushuang also alighted from the vehicle and was about to ascend the stairs when she was called to a halt by Jishin. "Come here," he commanded, holding a medical kit in his hand.
"Remove your school uniform jacket."
The weight of such a burden crashing upon her shoulder would surely cause injury.
Unless one possessed a body of steel and iron.
The young girl before him had evidently not yet evolved beyond the realm of nature. Yi Wushuang hesitated for a moment before approaching and sitting beside him, deftly unfastening the buttons of her knitted jacket. The garments slipped from her shoulders, revealing a delicate camisole and a large expanse of conspicuous bruising on her back. This striking crimson hue starkly contrasted with her fair, tender skin.
Jishin's pupils constricted slightly. Yi Wushuang's injuries were far more severe than he had anticipated.
He opened the medical kit and swiftly yet gently applied medicine to her wounds. His deep voice resonating in the night, "Why do you neither cry nor scream in pain?"
Crying out in agony is an instinct inherent to humanity. A means of conveying messages to the outside world. Many delicate girls would shed tears at the slightest injury. She, too, is a girl. Yet it was futile.
In the stark contrast of her black and white pupils, there was not a flicker of emotion. Screaming in pain would reveal your location. Crying would not only expose you but also deplete the very salts essential for your survival. To live, one must refrain from crying out. This is the first rule imparted to her by the world in which she exists.
Chapter 18, Embracing.
The girl who only weeps in dreams. Jishin paused in his ministrations.
He only knew her as an assassin, never considering that she might suppress even her instincts for the sake of survival.
It was easy to deduce the hardships she had endured.
Moments later,
Yi Wushuang supported herself on his shoulder, her brows relaxing. "Thank you."
The application of the medicine indeed brought her considerable relief. The Ji family,
a venerable clan of the Xia kingdom for millennia, provided remedies far more effective than those she had procured at exorbitant prices from the black market. "Perhaps you could attempt to express words beyond thank you," Jishin remarked, a melodious chuckle escaping his chest.
Despite sharing the same roof, a palpable distance lingered between them, prompting him to question his own allure.
"Then let us sleep, I am weary," Yi Wushuang replied, her indifferent gaze shimmering under the light.
Jishin. It seems I may dismiss my doubts. With Jishin present, Yi Wushuang soon fell into slumber. However, this night was peculiar.
The boy who called her sister in his dreams invoked memories of her own brother, Wuchen. It was a filthy, chaotic place. A melting pot of impoverished souls from various nations and diverse races. Her parents had never cared for her, fortunately. An amiable elderly neighbor from the Xia kingdom had taken her under his wing. He taught her to read and write, instilling in her a sense of etiquette and responsibility.
After the old man passed away, Wuchen was born.
She understood clearly that if she neglected Wuchen, no one else would care for him. She negotiated with the owner of the milk powder shop to exchange labor for sustenance, but on the day of settlement, the proprietor deceitfully denied her claims, dismissing her because of her age. In desperation, she stole the milk powder and fled, only to be accosted by several burly men who berated her as a thief.
No one came to her aid.
As winter approached, she washed and hung out the clothes left to her by her grandfather, only to be accused by a neighboring man who claimed them as his own. He bound her to a tree as punishment.
No one intervened.
Jishin was awakened by the chill. His sleeves were soaked, and the night wind intensified the cold. Furrowing his brow, he switched on the light, only to discover the girl beside him curled up, weeping in her dreams. Her tears soaked her garments. He was taken aback. This vulnerable, helpless version of her, steeped in despair, stood in stark contrast to her icy demeanor during the day. Was it only in dreams that she dared to cry freely? Hesitantly, he reached out to wipe her tears, but they continued to flow unabated.
Jishin's brow furrowed even deeper. What kind of dream could evoke such sorrow? Who would not feel a pang of sympathy upon witnessing this?
His heart softened, and he enveloped the young girl in his embrace, attempting to offer her a semblance of security.
In dreams,
Yi Wushuang slowly closed her eyes. She felt the surroundings suddenly become much warmer. She extended her hand, embracing this warmth. Beyond the realm of dreams, Jishin's body stiffened. The following morning, Yi Wushuang opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her gaze was a well-defined chest. She abruptly sat up, and the calmness on her face slowly fractured. Was it truly so difficult to accept waking up in my embrace? Jishin covered his lips with his hand, chuckling softly, his brows and eyes arching with amusement. Yi Wushuang's expression was utterly amusing. Amidst the laughter, a sense of frustration crept in. Countless women from the outside world yearned to embrace him, yet here she was, nestled in his arms, displaying disdain. I don't recall ever saying I wanted to sleep in your embrace, Yi Wushuang pouted. Oh, really? Then whose hand do you suppose is resting on my waist? Jishin turned slightly, causing his pajamas to loosen further, revealing a sculpted 8-pack. Propping his chin on his hand, his eyes bore the remnants of slumber, exuding a languid charm that, paired with his striking features, rendered him a rare gem among mortals. Yi Wushuang, upon hearing his words, turned her gaze towards his waist, where she discovered her own hand resting. Given Jishin's upbringing and family background, he would never compel a woman to draw near him. It was indeed absurd that she took the initiative to embrace Jishin and then reproached others. Enough of the jesting. Jishin stifled his laughter and recounted the events of the previous night. Perhaps it was the aftermath of his momentary softness that rendered him unable to bear the sight of her discontent. Yi Wushuang fell into silence. Jishin observed her fingers slowly clenching and then gradually relaxing. Thank you for your comfort. Yi Wushuang's expression returned to tranquility. It turned out that the source of that warmth was him. I still anticipate words from you beyond thank you. Jishin gazed at her for a moment, an inscrutable emotion surfacing in his profound ink-black eyes. Words beyond thank you? Yi Wushuang lowered her gaze, uncertain of what Jishin wished to hear. She rose from her bed, freshened up, and was driven to Fanio High School. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in her ear, ding. Trial task initiated. Trial task, to represent Fanio in winning the Inter-School Chess League. The Inter-School League refers to competitions among multiple schools. Chess, also known as Western chess, is an ancient game revered worldwide. While Yi Wushuang comprehended the significance of both terms individually, their conjunction eluded her understanding. The original owner's mind bore no memories associated with this matter. During her days at Fanio, she had not overheard anyone mention it. It seemed she would need to inquire further. Leaning back in the rear seat, her dark eyes reflected a resolute determination. Completing 30 trial tasks would grant her the chance to resurrect Wuchen, leaving her with 29 remaining. She was determined to secure victory in this inter-school chess league. The car halted at the entrance of Fanio, and as Yi Wushuang entered Class 7, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of people before she could even set down her backpack. Jian Jiayan, with his spirited silver hair, was the first to speak. Brimming with excitement, Queen, you ranked top 2. Top 2 of what? Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows, puzzled by Jian Jiayan's enthusiasm. The school beauty rankings. Jian Jiayang pulled out his phone, opened the ranking interface, and presented it to Yi Wushuang, exclaiming, currently, you are the second most voted girl in our school, with Rong Qingru holding the first position. Yi Wushuang glanced at her phone, which displayed a simple data ranking website. The top 3 featured individual photos, while the rest only showed class names and student names. Currently, the leading position was held by Rong Qingru, who had a substantial lead in votes. Yi Wushuang was in second place, with a commendable number of votes. The third spot was occupied by a girl from another class. Whether intentional or not, Rong Qingru's photo captured her playing the piano at last night's gala, while Yi Wushuang's image depicted her playing the drums. The backgrounds and filters were identical, and one could almost sense the tension between them. Yi Wushuang was indifferent to such matters and pushed her phone aside. If the system had demanded that she secure the top spot in the school flower rankings, she might have considered competing with Rong Qingru. However, since there was no such requirement, she held no desire to do so. Furthermore, she noticed this. Jian Jiayang had exited the school flower rankings and arrived at the forum interface. Queen, you have dominated the board. Chapter 19, Teacher Lu? Call in young Master Lu. Dominating the board refers to someone, something, or a particular subject on a forum that has achieved unprecedented popularity, resulting in an overwhelming number of related posts while obliterating others. Yi Wushuang gazed at Jin Zhaoyang's phone and discovered that the forum of Flying Bird was abuzz with discussions centered around her. From being among the lowest in her grade to becoming the top student, what kind of luck did Yi Wushuang encounter? I heard that Yi Wushuang taught every subject to the students of Class 7, is that true? No flattery or criticism. Let's analyze Yi Wushuang's drumming skills from a professional perspective. From student to teacher, from teacher to drummer, and from drummer to the hero who saved a boy. I am a fan. What about you? I declare that Yi Wushuang is the queen of Flying Bird. Anyone who disagrees can keep it to themselves. Is anyone out there? Did someone get engaged to me and then cast me aside? I too wish to rise from the ashes like Yi Wushuang. Currently, the forum's consensus regarding Yi Wushuang is remarkably uniform. Firstly, she possesses a high IQ, excels in her studies, and exhibits an astonishing capacity to teach multiple subjects, leading Class 7 to triumph over Class 1, thus crafting a miracle worthy of the school's annals. Secondly, her prowess on the drums is formidable, standing shoulder to shoulder with the finest drummers in the country. Furthermore, beneath her frigid exterior undoubtedly lies a fervent heart, otherwise, how could she have risked her life to save another? As for the reasons behind Yi Wushuang's remarkable transformation, many attribute it to Shen Wenyu. It is well known that during her 3 years at Flying Bird, Shen Wenyu has never shown her a kind face. Shen Wenyu even publicly declared that Rong Qingru was his ideal girlfriend, which was nothing short of a slap in Yi Wushuang's face, was it not? Yi Wushuang, after enduring unbearable circumstances, resolved to make a stand, driven by a desire not merely to simmer in silence. Yet, her efforts exceeded expectations, propelling her to a status akin to that of a formidable leader. Who does not relish a tale of triumph against adversity? They long to embody Yi Wushuang herself, yearning to confront and retaliate against those who once belittled and mocked them. The students of Class 2 are now filled with remorse, flocking to forums to lament their inability to recognize true greatness, wishing for a reversal of time. In response, many retorted, "Pa, stay where you are. Now you feel regret? What were you doing back then?" Initially, you all conspired in deceit, had it not been for Yi Wushuang's foresight in recording the video. Who could have restored her honor? As the conversation unfolded, praises for Yi Wushuang flowed abundantly. They lauded her meticulous strategy, her calculated maneuvers, and how she single-handedly toppled the school board members Sun Hongxia and her son Zhang Chao, growing more impressive with each thought. Everyone spoke of the queen's prowess. Jin Zhaoyang beamed with delight, proclaiming that the queen belonged to their class, and they expressed their pride with exuberance. Yi Wushuang averted her gaze and looked at Jin Zhaoyang. I have a question I wish to pose to you. Perhaps Jin Zhaoyang was aware of the inter-school chess league. What question does the queen have? Jin Zhaoyang blinked. Before Yi Wushuang could speak, a girl rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "There's been a catastrophe. Teacher Lu has resigned." This declaration struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through Class 7. Not only do we pass, but our average score surpasses that of Class 1. Why on earth would Teacher Lu resign? If that is the case, I shall ensure they end up in the hospital today. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, with some boys rolling up their sleeves in preparation for a fight. The girl, panting heavily, continued, "I do not know why Teacher Lu resigned, I only saw him with his resignation letter, heading out of the school." As her words echoed, everyone surged out in a frenzy. Yi Wushuang also walked over. At the school gate, Lu Jing clutched his resignation letter, his gaze filled with reluctance. He wished to glance once more at the school S sign, but was met with a throng of former students rushing towards him, which brought a surge of emotion to his eyes. "I was just about to bid you farewell, yet here you are, coming to me," he remarked with a smile, shaking the resignation letter in his hand. "I will no longer be a teacher." He had taught Class 7 for 3 years, and the lack of progress in that class revealed that his teaching prowess was rather lacking. He had always harbored the intention to resign. The arrival of Yi Wushuang solidified his decision to resign. She illuminated the disparities and made him realize that merely possessing a heart for his students was woefully insufficient. He could no longer mislead the youth. If you are not to be a teacher, what will you pursue?
The tone of Jian Jiaoyang carried a hint of sorrow.
To this day, he increasingly comprehended the rarity of Lu Jing's dedication to Class 7. The students, from that fleeting smile, extracted the bittersweet essence of resilience. They were all aware of Lu's modest means.
Teacher Lu, who has wronged you? Please, share with us. Jian Jiaoyang stepped forward, on the verge of tears.
Just as the tears threatened to spill, the sound of an engine revving resonated from across the street. A sleek red convertible came to a halt behind Lu Jing, accompanied by two alluring female models. The models, exuding charm, gracefully disembarked, entwining themselves around Lu Jing, cooing, "Young Master Lu, my sister and I have missed you dearly." The sentimental scene shattered in an instant.
What was happening? Why were these glamorous models clinging to the impoverished teacher Lu, addressing him as Young Master Lu? Surely they were hallucinating. All right, go wait in the car, I must bid farewell to my students first.
Lu Jing nonchalantly produced 2 stacks of cash, generously handing them to the models with remarkable flair.
The crowd stood in disbelief. Teacher Lu, you mentioned that your travel expenses to Fania were cobbled together from selling sheep. Didn't you?
Jian Jiaoyang stammered, nearly biting his own tongue. Indeed, that is how I managed my travel funds, Lu Jing affirmed with a nod.
So, you still.
Female student B pointed at the convertible, then at the models, and finally at the cash in their hands, overwhelmed by the multitude of questions.
Unsure where to begin.
Ah, it's quite simple, Lu Jing responded innocently. My family owns 40 million sheep, 30 million pigs, 10 million cattle, and several 100,000 donkeys.
The crowd?
Startled from their stupor, they realized the clown had been none other than themselves. I have thoroughly enjoyed these 3 years spent with you all. I regret not imparting more knowledge, but fortunately, Yi Wushuang has arrived.
Lu Jing turned to Yi Wushuang, saying, You have taught Class 7 well. I owe you a debt of gratitude.
Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out.
My family is quite large and easy to locate.
On the map of Xia country, the grasslands visible to the naked eye all bore the surname Lu. With that, Lu Jing slid into the driver's seat of the convertible, donned his sunglasses, and without a care for anyone, drove away.
Jian Jiaoyang was left with a multitude of words unspoken, ultimately reduced to a single exclamation. Ha! The students, with serious expressions, questioned, Do you dare to speak ill of young Master Lu? I was merely commenting on the abundance of grass by the roadside.
Jian Jiaoyang pointed to the lawn, smiling innocently and sweetly, quickly diverting the topic.
By the way, Queen, didn't you have a question for me just now? Chapter 20, Let me participate in the Inter-School Chess League.
Jian Jiaoyang's clever maneuver proved effective. Upon hearing that Yi Wushuang had a question, everyone turned their attention to her.
Yi Wushuang inquired, Are you familiar with the Interscholastic Chess League?
Indeed, we are.
Each of us chimed in.
Adding to the discussion, this is an event authorized by the Yanshi Chess Association, held annually among 8 high schools. The participating institutions include Yanshi No. 1 High School, No. 2 High School, No. 3 High School, Experimental High School, Normal University Affiliated School, Medical University Affiliated School, and Faniao Academy. Faniao Academy stands as the sole private elite institution among them.
Each year, the 8 high schools take turns hosting the event, and this year, it is Faniao's turn to serve as the gracious host.
The school had already designated 20 participating students at the beginning of the year and has been training them ever since.
Notably,
the Interscholastic League is not merely a competition among students, it also serves as a battleground for mentors. In the finals, should the scores of the competing students be tied, the mentors will engage in battle to secure the final point. If a mentor is unavailable or unwilling, the school may appoint a student to take their place. Though it is worth noting that this has yet to occur.
Why would anyone do that? The participating students are akin to novices. While the mentors are the formidable bosses of each level, have you ever seen a novice defeat a boss single-handedly? Indeed. That begs the question of why the Queen is asking this. This is where the students of Class 7 express their confusion.
I wish to participate in this league.
A resolute determination surfaced on Yi Wushuang's delicate face.
It is not a matter of desire, it is a necessity. I must participate, I must win.
And I must complete the trial task.
Jian Jiaoyang's expression turned troubled. This may prove difficult.
The Interscholastic League is not a stage one can simply step onto at will.
This competition bears significant implications for the school's reputation.
And the 20 participating students have been meticulously chosen.
Furthermore, this event is crucial for those 20 students, as they require it to assess and elevate their skill levels. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting until the end of the year.
Moreover, the league expressly stipulates that each school may only send 20 students, not a single one more. In such circumstances, how could one of the designated 20 willingly forfeit their spot for the queen?
The broadcast echoed with an exhilarating prelude.
The flag-raising ceremony was about to commence.
Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows as she joined the students in gathering at the square. The flag-raising ceremony was presided over by Shangguan Xinglin, who, despite his diminutive stature, always managed to display an air of both authority and charm during such occasions. He began by announcing the reasons behind last night's stage incident and proceeded to impose penalties on those responsible for the oversight.
Then,
he extolled Yi Wushuang for her bravery in saving the young boy the previous night. As he spoke, the audience erupted into thunderous applause.
Rong Qingru also clapped,
her beautiful visage radiating admiration, yet inwardly, she could not suppress her derisive laughter.
Could one truly consider Yi Wushuang as having saved the young boy? To put it plainly,
she merely happened to be in proximity to him and was grazed by a supporting pillar. It hardly qualifies as an act of self-sacrifice. The evidence lies in her departure from the scene of the incident, appearing entirely unscathed. Yet, this trivial act, which I too could have performed, has been exaggerated by the school into a tale of heroism, which is rather ludicrous.
As a result of this incident,
Yi Wushuang's votes on the campus beauty ranking surged dramatically, catapulting her to second place overnight, just beneath her own standing.
Given her current momentum,
it is not beyond the realm of possibility that she may surpass me in the future.
Fortunately, the annual interscholastic chess tournament is about to commence.
If I perform exceptionally well in the competition, I shall remain the sole goddess of Fania.
At that time, I may also diminish Yi Wushuang's rising prominence.
As Rong Qingru was contemplating her strategy, on the other side, Shangguan Xinglin called Yi Wushuang to the stage and asked with a smile, "I can offer you a reward.
What is it that you desire?" A reward? Yi Wushuang replied without a moment's hesitation, "Allow me to participate in the Interschool Chess League." Rong Cheng's pupils dilated in shock. Shangguan Xinglin suppressed a smile. "What makes you wish to join this? The roster has been established long ago."
"This is not a desire easily fulfilled. I can relinquish my spot for Yi Wushuang," Zhang Rui declared, raising his hand among the Class 3-1 team. He admired Yi Wushuang and felt a deep sense of shame for his past actions.
The opportunity to make amends was nothing short of splendid. "Thank you," Yi Wushuang replied calmly. The voluntary withdrawal of someone alleviated many complications. "What is there to thank for?" Zhang Rui's face flushed as he turned his gaze elsewhere.
Yi Wushuang was indeed peculiar. He could have easily humiliated Zhang Rui by accepting the spot with righteous indignation, yet he simply expressed gratitude, bearing no grudge for past grievances. Well then, he would somewhat reluctantly cast a few extra votes for Yi Wushuang in the school beauty rankings. Since Zhang Rui was willing to step aside. "You are now among the participating students. Remember to practice in the chess room for 2 hours after school each day," Shangguan Xinglin said with a smile. Today was a significant day for Class 7. Upon entering the classroom, their first order of business was to apologize for their previous negligence.
The second was to bow to Yi Wushuang. "Classmate Yi, if there were any shortcomings in my teaching process, please do not hesitate to point them out."
Although they had never attended a lecture by Yi Wushuang, the academic performance of Class 7 spoke volumes. That was the best evidence of all. Yi Wushuang surpasses this group of teachers. Should she offer her guidance, there may be a breakthrough in their professional careers. The students of Class 7 are filled with conflicting emotions.
On one hand, they yearn for Yi Wushuang to continue her instruction. On the other hand,
they recognize the exhaustion that accompanies her simultaneous teaching of multiple subjects. They cannot allow their personal desires to overshadow the Queen's feelings,
especially as she prepares for the interscholastic chess competition.
Thus, they reconcile with their teacher. After school, Yi Wushuang, with a bag slung over one shoulder,
arrives at the chess room.
Inside, over 30 individuals gather, including 19 students participating in the upcoming competition.
Among them are two familiar faces, Rong Qingru and Xin Wenyu.
The students engage in pairs, maneuvering the pieces on the chessboard, while two chess clocks sit to the left. One must press a button after completing a move. The remaining individuals are chess instructors, tasked with practice and coaching. One figure stands out among them, an elderly gentleman, in his 60s, with disheveled, shoulder-length hair. He sits in the highest position, engrossed in a game against himself. This man is Qin Lai, the chess master at Fania Academy. Qin Lai is a legendary figure in the realm of chess in Yan City, having once served as the president of the local chess association and the sole master within it. During a tournament, upon discovering his wife's infidelity with a former friend and rival, he lost his composure, breaking the rules and subsequently being demoted to a first-level player.
Since then, he has struggled and now makes a living at Fania Academy. How long do you plan to stand there?
Qin Lai gazes at the chessboard,
speaking over his shoulder to Yi Wushuang. Is this all you've learned?
Yi Wushuang casts a glance at her students' games, which can only be described as rudimentary. If you believe you are qualified, you may choose not to learn, Qin Lai replies, moving his rook without altering his demeanor. In response, Yi Wushuang decisively turns and departs.
Qin Lai does not intervene, continuing his solitary game. Chapter 21, Your cake is gone. The crowd in the chess room is left in a state of bewilderment. Did they just let Yi Wushuang leave? And what did her words mean? What does it imply that they only learned this much? Is she truly remarkable?
I need to check the Chess Association's official website to verify Yi Wushuang's ranking, remarks Boye, pulling out his phone and logging onto the site.
He inputs her name, only to find 0 search results.
0 indicates that Yi Wushuang has never registered with the Chess Association, meaning she has never taken a ranking exam.
What on earth?
I thought she was impressive, turns out she hasn't even taken the test. She is a complete novice. Boye critiques as he holds up his phone.
I knew it. She is just a country girl, how could she possibly understand chess?
Yi Wushuang hails from a remote mountain village, where educational resources are woefully scarce, rendering any exposure to Western chess virtually impossible.
What, then, grants her the audacity to look down upon our studies? We are all esteemed 8th-level chess players.
A female student voiced her dissent. The Chess Association's highest rank is Master, followed by Candidate Master, 1st level, and 15th level chess players.
Achieving the rank of 8th level at their age is quite commendable.
Principal Shangguan appeared perplexed, having not even inquired about Yi Wushuang's ranking before including her in the competition team.
A male student frowned.
It would be utterly embarrassing to lose to others on our own turf, especially as the host of this tournament.
A female student sighed,
and the accompanying teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, losing on home ground would be disgraceful. Perhaps the principal has a particular trust in Yi Wushuang, murmured Rong Qingru softly.
Oh. The goddess is truly gentle, unlike me. I feel like I could punch Yi Wushuang.
The others expressed their admiration. Such praise is unwarranted, Rong Qingru replied modestly, a sigh of relief escaping her. To be honest, she had felt quite anxious when she first heard that Yi Wushuang intended to participate in the inter-school competition.
The current Yi Wushuang was shrouded in uncertainty.
She feared that Yi Wushuang might be a concealed expert who could overshadow her brilliance and disrupt her plans.
However,
it now appeared that she was nothing to be concerned about.
What, then, could be Yi Wushuang's motivation for participating in a chess competition despite her lack of understanding of the game? Qingru, it's your turn. Xin Wenyu pressed the chess clock,
his handsome visage standing out among the crowd. The smile on Rong Qingru's lips gradually faded as she recalled that Yi Wushuang harbored feelings for Xin Wenyu.
Naturally,
her aim was to draw closer to him. Quite clever, Yi Wushuang, employing the tactic of feigned indifference.
I shall not allow you to succeed. Central Avenue.
Yi Wushuang instructed the driver to pull over and alighted from the vehicle, heading towards a quaintly decorated dessert shop. The proprietor, a warm-hearted woman in her 30s,
greeted her with enthusiasm. What would you like to purchase, miss? We offer Black Forest mousse, matcha millefeuille, cream puffs, tiramisu.
Yi Wushuang handed over the scant amount of pocket money from her wallet to the proprietress. Then, through the display window, she pointed to the Black Forest mousse. Her voice calm, this one.
All right. The proprietress was about to place the cake into a box. Never mind, let us change that.
Yi Wushuang then indicated the matcha milfai.
Very well.
The proprietress set aside the black forest mousse to fetch the matcha milfai.
Proceed.
The proprietress went to retrieve the black forest again. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed that Yi Wushuang's slender fingers, which had initially pointed at the black forest, had now inadvertently landed on the most expensive tiramisu.
Miss, the price of this one.
She met Yi Wushuang's dark eyes, which widened with anticipation and desire.
The price of this one is currently on promotion. You are indeed fortunate, Mississippi. Here, let me pack it up for you. Goodbye.
The proprietress smiled, her demeanor perfectly polite as she bid farewell.
Beneath the counter,
a young worker sobbed, clutching her legs, "Proprietress, you've lost money again."
"Don't ask, if you do.
Just know that the beautiful girl is the best in the world." The proprietress continued to smile, her heart bleeding.
Across from the dessert shop stood the magnificent Huaxia building.
Jishin, hands in pockets, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall and imposing figure accentuated by the setting sun, rendering his handsome face even more exquisite. It turned out that she had her own preferences. A barely perceptible smile flickered across his deep, dark eyes.
He had just concluded a multinational video conference when he spotted Yi Wushuang shopping in the dessert shop below. Desserts? An unexpected passion indeed. It seemed Miss Yi wished to try them all. Fengjiu pondered thoughtfully.
She had been indecisive in front of the display window for quite some time. The smile in Jishin's eyes deepened. The more he learned about Yi Wushuang, the more he perceived her as a beautifully wrapped gift box, dazzling and unique,
inciting an irresistible curiosity about what lay within.
He thought to himself, "I wish to unveil it."
Meanwhile, the box containing the tiramisu had become deformed.
The cake inside crumbled and scattered everywhere. The young maid beside her bowed profusely, apologizing at lightning speed. "Miss Yi, I am so sorry, truly sorry."
Miss Yi seems to have a deep fondness for this tiramisu.
She is so preoccupied with contemplating from which angle to savor it that she fails to notice the corner.
What a pity for this tiramisu.
Miss Yi is rarely fond of anything, how could she be so careless? By the time you arrive, the shop will have closed. Jishin removed his suit jacket and handed it to Fengjiu, revealing a white shirt that exuded an air of scholarly restraint. He rolled up his sleeves a few times and donned a dark apron in the kitchen, skillfully cracking eggs and setting aside the yolks. This sequence of actions left Yi Wushuang somewhat astonished. Soon, her surprise transformed into admiration. The extraordinarily handsome man appeared like a magician, seamlessly combining a few disparate ingredients into a flawlessly shaped cake that emanated a sweet aroma within a mere half hour. The tiramisu requires overnight refrigeration to achieve its optimal texture, however, time is of the essence, so please enjoy this instead. Jishin removed his apron and presented the cake before Yi Wushuang with a gentlemanly elegance. Yi Wushuang picked up a fork, cutting a piece and placing it in her mouth, the sweet and glutinous taste causing her dark eyes to sparkle with delight as she sincerely praised, "Delicious." In her gaze towards the man, there was an unintentional hint of admiration that even she was unaware of. Jishin's lips curled into a slight smile. He relished the way Yi Wushuang looked at him with such eyes. Was the Ji family still training their descendants in the art of pastry making? Yi Wushuang was curious, silently adding to herself, "And they do it so exquisitely." "No," Jishin replied in a deep, melodious voice, "my mother also had a fondness for desserts. To bring her joy, I studied culinary arts with a pastry chef for 2 months. He possessed a keen intellect and learned swiftly, mastering the craft in just 2 months." Yi Wushuang nodded while savoring her cake. The sight was so endearing that one couldn't help but desire to embrace her affectionately. Recalling the scene from the previous night when she wept helplessly, Jishin felt a stirring in his heart and gently spoke, "Aside from my mother and you, I have never made desserts for anyone else. Do you comprehend what this signifies? If the world were to learn that he personally crafted desserts for the girl, they would surely be left astounded." "Does it imply that I resemble your mother?" The surroundings were eerily silent. Jishin steadied his breath, removed the cake from before Yi Wushuang, and smiled faintly. "Your cake is gone." Yi Wushuang, who was joyfully indulging just moments ago, responded with confusion. Chapter 22, If the Birds Miss the Championship Because of Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang felt a tinge of melancholy, due to the cake being taken away midway. She slept a great distance from Jishin, as if they were a quarreling couple with a chasm between them. On the other side, Jishin leaned against the headboard. Engrossed in his book, yet occasionally his peripheral vision would catch a glimpse of Yi Wushuang, and his deep, inky eyes would reveal a hint of amusement. This was the first time he had witnessed her sulking. Though it might be considered somewhat unkind to think so. Her demeanor in this state was undeniably much more endearing than when she wore a blank expression.
The following morning,
Yi Wushuang gradually straightened her posture, a faint shadow of fatigue lingering beneath her eyes. Last night, she had been too distant from Jishin, unable to catch a whiff of his calming fragrance, resulting in a significant decline in her sleep quality. She rubbed the back of her neck as she exited the bedroom.
"Miss Yi, you are awake." The maid,
beaming with joy, followed closely behind her. "Young Master Ji instructed me to inform you that if you wish to have some cake,
there is a chilled tiramisu in the refrigerator.
He prepared it himself last night." Yi Wushuang paused for a moment, feeling invigorated.
After indulging in tiramisu, she proceeded to the school of Fania.
As she alighted from the vehicle, a red sedan in front simultaneously opened its door, revealing two familiar figures.
One was Qin Lai,
the chess instructor at Fania, and the other was the proprietor of the dessert shop she had visited the previous day. The shopkeeper assisted Qin Lai as he stepped down, saying, "Take your time, Dad, be careful not to bump your head." It was evident that they shared a father-daughter bond. Once Qin Lai, supported by his cane, descended safely, the shopkeeper noticed Yi Wushuang. "It's you, the enchanting young lady who purchased cake yesterday." Her eyes sparkled with excitement.
"What a coincidence!
What brings you here?"
For one who appreciates beauty, Yi Wushuang's presence was akin to a rare gem that dazzled in the light.
She was not only a student at Fania but also a participant in the upcoming inter-school competition. Qin Lai cast a glance at Yi Wushuang before making his way into the school.
"So, you are also my father's student? His indifferent demeanor must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't it?"
The shopkeeper chuckled, a hint of embarrassment in her smile.
"Do you enjoy desserts?
You can come to my shop after school, I'll ensure you have your fill."
The promise of abundance piqued Yi Wushuang's interest.
However, she believed in earning her keep. After pondering for a moment, she proposed a mutually beneficial arrangement. "I recall seeing a recruitment notice posted outside your shop. I would like to earn some pocket money." The shopkeeper extended her hand, introducing herself, "I am Qin. The day's classes swiftly came to a close. In the evening, as Yi Wushuang lingered in the school, the voice of Shangwan Qinglin echoed through the loudspeaker. "Yi Wushuang from Class 7 of the senior year, please come to the principal's office."
What could Shangwan Qinglin possibly want with her?
Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows lightly as she made her way towards the principal's office.
In the corridor outside the office,
a group of over 10 students stood, all of whom were poised to represent Fania in the inter-school competition. Upon spotting Yi Wushuang, disdain flickered in their eyes,
accompanied by constant cold huffs. Inside the principal's office, Rong Qingru spoke with unwavering conviction. "Principal Shangwan, we have verified that Yi Wushuang has indeed not passed any levels in the chess association.
Furthermore, she has failed to report to the chess room for 2 consecutive days,
even dismissing the painstakingly crafted chess strategies as trivial.
While we are understandably upset, these grievances are minor compared to the school's reputation."
Are we truly to send a novice into battle on the day of the competition? If that were the case, other schools would undoubtedly mock Fania for lacking talent, unable to even assemble a team of 20.
As she concluded, a glimmer of calculation flashed in Rong Qingru's eyes.
"Yi Wushuang, are you not attempting to play the game of feigned ignorance to entice Brothershan?
I shall unite with the other students and expel you from the competition.
Let us see how you will respond. Who informed you that not having passed the levels equates to an inability to play chess?" Yi Wushuang entered the principal's office, her expression icy.
When she faced the world's foremost chess master, Rong Qingru was still lingering in some obscure corner.
"Since you claim to possess the skill, do you dare to engage me in a match?" Rong Qingru scoffed, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Wushuang. She was determined to unmask Yi Wushuang's deceit. "Engage me in a match?" A hint of derision flickered in Yi Wushuang's dark eyes. "Do you believe you are worthy? Since when could just anyone challenge her to a game?" "You!"
Rong Qingru's face darkened with fury.
Enough.
Shangguan Qinglin placed his hands on the table and addressed Yi Wushuang. Choose someone you deem a worthy opponent for me to witness.
Initially, he had permitted Yi Wushuang to represent Fania because her performance at school was remarkable. Not only did she achieve full marks in the monthly exam,
but she also transformed the struggling Class 7 into a top-tier class. Her friend Jishin held her in high regard. Therefore, when he heard Yi Wushuang express her intention to participate in the interscholastic chess tournament, he assumed she was proficient in chess and quite skilled at that. However, having not even passed the levels, he needed to summon Yi Wushuang to confirm this. Should it prove true that she lacked understanding of chess, he would not allow her to continue in the competition.
Fania belongs to everyone. The honor of Fania is the honor of all. He could not remain indifferent to this. No need, she can play.
Qin Lai, leaning on a cane, entered, his silver hair swaying with each step, when she visited the chess room yesterday.
I was in the midst of a game.
She gazed at the board for 3 seconds, and then her attention settled on the rook position, determining that this move was optimal. I pondered this move for a full 20 minutes, yet she took merely 3 seconds.
Such a person cannot possibly be a novice. He was certain that Yi Wushuang was a prodigy in chess. No student in Fania could surpass her. To ascertain Yi Wushuang's understanding of chess with just a glance? Is that not somewhat trivial?
Rong Qingru widened her eyes, feeling incredulous and unwillingly pressed. If there is a blunder, or if we miss the championship because of Yi Wushuang,
who will take responsibility? I will.
Qin Lai fixed his gaze on Rong Qingru. If Fania loses the championship due to Yi Wushuang, I, Qin Lai, will resign in disgrace.
Will that suffice?
Qin Lai had once been a prominent figure in the chess world, and this piercing gaze forced Rong Qingru to retreat a half-step, utterly disconcerted.
Since old Qin has spoken thus, I declare that Yi Wushuang shall continue to compete. Shangguan Qinglin's word was final. Rong Qingru could only leave with her students in defeat.
Yi Wushuang stood at the entrance of the principal's office and calmly declared to Qin Lai, I will secure the championship. She did not expect Qin Lai to emerge in her defense, even wagering his own career. Of course you will, he replied succinctly.
Hunched as he departed.
Once upon a time, he too had possessed the same confidence as Yi Wushuang.
Dessert shop.
Yi Wushuang donned the attire that Qin Yu had prepared for her, stepping out of the changing room with a furrowed brow.
Sister Qin, must I truly wear this uniform?
Of course. My dessert shop features themed rotations, and this week's theme is, Maidens Descend Upon Me.
Qin Yu set up the standing sign and,
upon looking up at Yi Wushuang, was instantly captivated, her eyes sparkling with adoration. The scene was simply delightful. Yi Wushuang donned a black and white striped mate's pleated skirt, adorned with a white cat ear headband, and cinched at the waist with a delicate lace apron. The apron's long ties were elegantly fashioned into a large bow at her back, exuding an undeniable charm. Although the owner of this enchanting attire wore an expression of cold detachment and awkwardly tugged at her sleeves, this only served to enhance the delightful contrast, rendering her even more endearing. Yi Wushuang tugged at her sleeve, casting a glance at the desserts displayed in the window. She held back her desires. In the grand conference hall of the Washington building, department heads exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by the sudden silence of the esteemed and handsome Master Ji, who seemed lost in thought as he gazed out the window.
Ji, someone dared to call out.
Unaware that Master Ji was contemplating strategies to swiftly conquer foreign markets. Chapter 23, this maid, undeniably beautiful, possesses remarkable combat skills. The dessert shop.
Yi Wushuang was pushed by Qin Yu to the entrance of the shop.
With this nudge, customers began to arrive in a steady stream, comprising both men and women,
young and old.
The store quickly became filled to capacity. Qin Yu prepared the desserts in the back room, plating them before handing them to Yi Wushuang.
She instructed, Master, here are the mango sago dessert and strawberry cake you ordered. Please enjoy.
Have you learned how to serve? Yi Wushuang nodded, indicating her understanding, and then placed the beverage and cake on the table with a piercing gaze. Drink.
Qin Yu. The guests. Thank you. I've already learned it all.
Despite the maid's demeanor not aligning with traditional expectations, business remained fervently brisk.
In front of the dessert shop,
a girl clad in a blue plaid mini-skirt fanned herself with her hand, sweetly addressing the boy beside her, who was dressed in casual gray attire. "Brother Meng.
I'm so tired. Shall we have something to drink before heading to the chess association?" Meng Yunjing nodded in agreement, his demeanor impeccably courteous. "Then let us go to this dessert shop." Wu Zixuan linked her arm with Meng Yunjing's, affectionately leading him inside, a triumphant smile gracing her lips.
Within the circles of fashionable young women in Yan City, there has long been a saying about Shang Yujing and Jing, implying that Xin Wenyu, who comes from a commercial family, and Meng Yunjing, who hails from a political lineage, represent the finest choices from two disparate spheres. For those aspiring to be the wife of a CEO, one should set their sights on Xin Wenyu. Conversely, for those wishing to become a government official's spouse,
Meng Yunjing is the target. Wu Zixuan aspired to be a government official's wife, hence she had clung to Meng Yunjing from a young age.
The Wu and Meng families shared a long-standing friendship, and since Meng Yunjing enjoyed chess, she took it upon herself to learn the game.
"This place is so crowded. Is it a trendy spot?" Excuse me. Wu Zixuan tugged at Meng Yunjing, forcing her way inside.
However, his upbringing prevented him from publicly disregarding his companion's whims. This restraint was perceived by Wu Zixuan as indulgence, prompting her to push even harder, inadvertently colliding with a nearby guest.
"Ah!"
The guest exclaimed softly, her hand slipping, causing her juice cup to fall. The owner of the hand was clad in an adorable maid outfit, her beauty surpassing that of any woman Meng Yunjing had encountered before. With delicately arched brows, clear black eyes, and beautifully shaped cherry lips, her nose resembled jade, exuding a cool and aloof demeanor that unexpectedly harmonized with her maid attire. She noticed him as well, but after a fleeting glance, she gracefully maneuvered between the guests, carrying her tray. A surge of anger filled Wu Zixuan, narrowing her eyes. She silently cursed the maid. Yet, she feigned innocence, saying, "Oh, a maid. I've heard others say that these types are often rebellious schoolgirls who drop out to work, unwilling to commit to a stable job, and instead wear uniforms to appear alluring, hoping to attract wealthy men as mistresses."
"Is that true? Is it?" Meng Yunjing remained non-committal,
his intuition suggesting that the maid was not of such ilk. Her gaze held a distinct pride, proud individuals would not stoop to such levels.
"Next." The owner called.
And Wu Zixuan placed her order before taking a seat with Meng Yunjing, casually placing her wallet on the adjacent chair.
5 minutes later, Wushuang brought over their order, setting each item on the table. "Brother Meng, do you think our school can win the championship in this inter-school chess tournament?" Wu Zixuan emphasized the term chess, keenly observing Wushuang's reaction as she spoke. "Do you understand chess? It's not Go, nor is it Xianqi or Gamoku, it's the international chess that only foreigners play. A realm inaccessible to the impoverished. Do you grasp the disparity?"
Wushuang remained unresponsive, while the others in the dessert shop cast curious glances at Wu Zixuan.
A child,
filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Wow, that sister can actually play chess.
I can hardly understand it."
Upon hearing this, Wu Zixuan lifted her chin, feeling quite pleased with herself. Before changing mentors, our chances were slim, however, with a new mentor, victory is undoubtedly ours.
Meng Yunjing analyzed the situation seriously, contrasting Wu Zixuan's boastful demeanor.
"You must thank your father, the mayor, otherwise, the president of the chess association and the chess masters would not deign to come to our school to teach us."
Wu Zixuan emphasized the title of mayor with pride.
"Oh my, I can't believe I encountered the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing, here." It was evident that he was truly the mayor's son. Strikingly handsome even at a young age, destined to be as formidable as his father. Who was the girl beside him? She is Wu Zixuan, the only daughter of the vice mayor. They had visited a nursing home together, I recall reading about that. What incredible luck to encounter the two most prominent offspring of the Yan City officials today.
Wu Zixuan reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention.
In stark contrast, Meng Yunjing despised the constant mention of his father, as if all his accomplishments were merely shadows cast by the mayor's prestige, unrelated to his own diligence and hard work. He surveyed the dessert shop, noting that only the maid seemed unaffected by Wu Zixuan's words, continuing her work among the guests with an expression of calmness.
Just then, Wu Zixuan commenced her incessant chatter, entirely oblivious to a stealthy hand reaching toward her wallet. In an instant, the thief snatched the wallet and fled. "My wallet! There's a thief!" Catch the thief! Wu Zixuan, belatedly realizing what had transpired, stood up and shouted. Xiao Shuang! Call the police!
Qinyu wiped her hands on her apron, concerned that if a guest lost something in their shop, it might reflect poorly on them. Yi Wushuang's gaze subtly narrowed as she flicked her arm, sending the silver platter laden with desserts soaring through the air, striking the little thief squarely in the back.
Ouch!
The thief winced in pain, arching his belly, and turned to glance at Yi Wushuang. Upon seeing her approach, he attempted to flee, but before he could make his escape, Yi Wushuang seized him by the collar and yanked him back.
With a thud, the little thief landed unceremoniously on the ground. Meanwhile, the comrades outside,
who had been providing cover, sprang into action, charging at him with ferocity, fists raised and feet flying. Minutes later, they all lay sprawled on the ground,
groaning and lamenting their plight without end.
Yi Wushuang rubbed her wrist, looking down with a cold gaze at the feeble group before her.
A crowd had gathered,
including patrons from the dessert shop, their mouths agape and eyes glazed over.
What had they witnessed? A stunning maid had dispatched a gang of thieves within 5 minutes? Was this a scene from a film? Were the individuals sprawled on the ground merely extras?
Qinyu closed her mouth and approached Yi Wushuang, patting her shoulder and exclaiming.
Impressive! Eager citizens escorted the thieves to the police station, while Wu Zixuan's ostentatious purse was returned to its rightful owner.
She opened the wallet to check for any missing items, only to discover a card was absent.
Marching up to Yi Wushuang, she indignantly questioned, "Hey, what is going on? Didn't you see that gang stole my bank card? Are you blind?" Qinyu shot her a glare. Was the mayoress' daughter truly this unreasonable?
With a sharp tongue, she retorted, "I wouldn't mind sending you to the police station as well."
Bystanders whistled, "What a fierce woman!" Chapter 24, Is it too much to ask Yi Wushuang to bow to the goddess Rong? Wu Zixuan, momentarily taken aback, felt her anger surge and decided to follow in Yi Wushuang's footsteps, seeking trouble. "Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? Do you believe I enough?"
Meng Yunjing interjected, pulling Wu Zixuan back and reprimanding her softly. "When you opened your wallet, your bank card fell to the ground.
No one took it." "Ha!" Wu Zixuan looked down and indeed saw a bank card on the ground.
She bent down to retrieve it, her eyes welling with tears as she lamented, "Brother Meng. This woman threatened me, saying she would send me to jail." Meng Yunjing pretended not to hear, stepping beside Yi Wushuang and bowing sincerely.
"The total expenditure is 137 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash?"
Yi Wushuang handed the small receipt to Meng Yunjing.
Her expression icy and detached. She had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with them.
With a swift motion, Meng Yunjing produced his card, his ears flushing with embarrassment. It seemed she was indifferent to their presence. Upon approaching her, he realized she was even more exquisite, flawless in every aspect. "Take care," she said, as she concluded the transaction and returned to her duties. Meanwhile, Wu Zixuan was the subject of whispers and pointed fingers from those around her. The daughter of the vice mayor, yet her demeanor was shockingly impolite.
"Menge, let us leave quickly. If we linger any longer, the chess club will close."
Wu Zixuan exclaimed, eager to distance herself from the rude crowd, hastily pulling Meng Yunjing away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, guests gradually departed.
Qinyu, weary, rubbed her back, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Today has truly been a tremendous success.
However, her joy was short-lived, for Qin Lai, leaning on his cane and clutching a bottle of liquor, staggered into the dessert shop, muttering about a draw in chess. In a sudden collapse, he fell before Qinyu.
"Father!"
Qinyu hurried to support her father, assisting him to a small bed in a nearby partition.
With practiced ease, she prepared sobering tea and necessary medicines.
Clearly accustomed to such situations.
"A draw in chess. A draw."
The inebriated Qin Lai shouted in a fit of anger, his voice tinged with bitterness and helplessness.
Qinyu's movements faltered, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks.
Yi Wushuang arrived at the door of the compartment, her gaze settling upon the tightly shut eyes of Qin Lai. A draw in chess signifies a stalemate, where neither side gains nor loses points. Xiaoduo, sensing Yi Wushuang's presence, quickly turned her face away to wipe her tears. Her voice hoarse, "I apologize for letting you see this."
"What has happened to him?" Yi Wushuang's brow furrowed. Xinyu's lips moved, yet no words escaped.
Some matters were too delicate to share with outsiders, but the weight of silence bore heavily upon her heart.
After a moment,
she murmured, "It is the obsession that lingered from years ago, during a major competition."
Was it the event that ended in disqualification due to a brawl? Yi Wushuang's eyes flickered as memories of Qin Lai's past surfaced.
Any man would feel anguish upon discovering his wife had betrayed him with a former friend and rival. This was a double betrayal, and the impulse to strike out in anger was understandable. But it was the aftermath that truly haunted him. Qin Yu's expression grew distant. After the brawl, my father became the subject of ridicule within the chess association.
The esteemed educational institutions that once eagerly invited him to teach now shunned him. Our family's financial situation plummeted, and I fell ill, requiring an expensive surgery.
At the same time, the chess association's quadrennial master selection commenced. The prize money from the competition was sufficient to cover my surgery, and my father hastily registered to compete. On the day of the event, my condition worsened, and the hospital incessantly called my father, leaving him distracted and leading to a series of losses. As the points reached a critical juncture, my father faced the man he despised most, Sun Jiahua, the one who had taken his wife and deliberately provoked him during competitions. Once a rising star, Sun Jiahua had become a favored contender, impeccably dressed and brimming with confidence, while my father appeared disheveled and worn, sitting across from him. Due to my illness, my father had less time to practice, unable to match Sun Jiahua's skill.
As defeat loomed, my father desperately implored Sun Jiahua for a draw.
A tie would preserve their scores, allowing him another chance to compete and potentially secure my surgery funds.
Yet, Sun Jiahua refused to comply.
No matter how fervently my father pleaded, he remained steadfast. Ultimately, Sun Jiahua emerged victorious, and the next day's newspaper headlines blared, "Once a genius, now a humble pleader, the birth of a new king in the chess world." Some went so far as to mock, attributing my mother's betrayal to my father's ineptitude, declaring he deserved it. Qin Yu shed more tears. That match was the final straw for my father. If it weren't for the former principal of Feiniawen extending a helping hand, inviting my father to teach chess at the school and covering my surgery costs,
I would not be here today. Now, my father teaches chess at a high school, while Sun Jiahua has become the Chess Association's president.
As long as my father remains in chess, he will be reminded daily of the pain inflicted by Sun Jiahua. I only hope he can emerge from this shadow, distancing himself from all that is tied to Sun Jiahua, living joyfully and healthily.
Your hopes are in vain.
Yi Wushuang shattered Qin Yu's daydream. Her tone calm. He and Sun Jiahua will soon cross paths again, and they will become rivals once more.
Meng Yunjing and Wu Zixuan are students from the 3rd high school, which is participating in this inter-school chess league.
Previously, they had hinted in a shop that Meng Yunjing's mayor father personally approached Master Sun Jiahua to become the new chess mentor for their school,
aiming to lead the students to victory in the tournament.
Time swiftly passed, and the wheel of fate turned once more, bringing Qin Lai and Sun Jiahua back into direct competition. This time, however, it would be their students fighting on their behalf.
Qin Yu was left speechless. She could hardly fathom what her father would become should he face defeat again. In the evening, during dinner,
Jishin occasionally glanced at the school uniform worn by Yi Wushuang, his deep-set eyes betraying a hint of regret.
"Is there something wrong with my uniform?"
Yi Wushuang set down her utensils, her brow furrowing in confusion. No, the man averted his gaze. What could be done to have Yi Wushuang don a maid outfit? Solely for his eyes to behold? Time flew swiftly. The day of the inter-school competition arrived. A vibrant red banner adorned Feiniawen, and students volunteered throughout the premises,
guiding high schoolers from other institutions. In contrast, the other contestants were not enjoying the same privileges.
Each one fretted over the possibility of being hindered by Yi Wushuang. Yet out of respect for their mentor Qin Lai, they could only vent their frustrations in online forums. They lamented how Yi Wushuang had not even passed a single level yet was able to represent Feiniawen with merely a glance. When the goddess Aring wished to challenge Yi Wushuang to verify her abilities, Yi Wushuang dismissed her with a retort unworthy of her attention. It was utterly absurd.
The audience divided into 2 factions after reading the posts.
One group believed in Yi Wushuang, confident she would not falter, trusting both the mentor and the principal would not misjudge her capabilities. The other group, however, expressed skepticism, worried that this scenario might lead to failure.
Initially,
The discourse was polite and friendly, until a devoted follower of our Qingru posted, "If Feinian loses this competition,
would it be too much to ask Yi Wushuang to bow her head to our Qingru?"
This post stated that as the president of the student council, Aring was already busier than the average student. And it was remarkable she managed to maintain her academic performance while still dedicating 2 hours each day after school to chess training. She was undoubtedly the most eager and diligent among them. In stark contrast, Yi Wushuang had not attended a single training session. The goddess worried that any mistakes in the competition would reflect poorly, hence her suggestion to face Yi Wushuang in a match to ascertain her skill. Yi Wushuang, however, spoke with unparalleled arrogance, declaring that the goddess was unworthy of competing against her, exhibiting an exceedingly contemptuous demeanor.
One must ponder. Can a mere village girl like Yi Wushuang truly comprehend the intricacies of chess?
Should she falter in this competition? It would undoubtedly be her who brings about the team's downfall. If Yi Wushuang does not bow in contrition to the goddess, this fervent group of loyal fans shall not easily let him off the hook. Upon the release of the post, it immediately ignited fervent reactions from the rabid fans of Rongqingru. They expressed a sentiment that Yi Wushuang had disrupted the court and oppressed loyal ministers, asserting that since even the emperor had been deceived by him, the common folk would collectively petition for his demise.
In contrast to the fervor of this crowd,
the students from Class 7 exhibited a more refined demeanor. For instance, Jian Zhaoyang, bearing a notable reputation, left a succinct comment on the post, defeated.
What of those from the countryside? Setting aside their origins and parents, who among them can claim greater nobility? Can those from humble beginnings not comprehend the intricacies of chess?
This is nothing short of discrimination. They firmly believe in the queen, she shall not falter.
At the entrance of Fania Academy,
Wu Zixuan alighted from the charter bus of the 3rd middle school and beheld the magnificent fountain adorned with sculptures, exclaiming in admiration, "How beautiful!" She had aspired to attend Fania, but her father had insisted that, given their family's political background, they could not afford to send their child to an aristocratic school. Such institutions demand exorbitant fees and are often mired in allegations of corruption, making them susceptible to scandal. Consequently, she was relegated to the more ordinary 3rd middle school.
Nevertheless,
her father had reassured her that she need not concern herself with the ostentatious offspring of the wealthy.
Their parents are businesspeople, and to thrive in commerce,
one must cultivate favorable relations with the government and heed the whims of the aristocracy. After all, not everyone hails from the esteemed Ji family of the capital.
Reflecting on this, Wu Zixuan felt a sense of equilibrium within.
Meng Yunjing, accompanied by the other participating students, disembarked in succession,
gathering before the notice board at the school entrance.
A glance around revealed a multitude of 7th, 8th, and 9th level chess players.
Wu Zixuan quickly spotted a name on the list, Yi Wushuang, marked as not available, and could not help but laugh aloud. Meng Yunjing frowned, disapproving of Wu Zixuan's perspective, and gently remarked, "A name embodies the aspirations of one's parents. Wushuang is not foolish."
Speaking of Wushuang, he was reminded of the maid he encountered at the dessert shop. Her beauty, grace, and combat prowess rendered her truly unparalleled in his experience. By the way, did the proprietress of the dessert shop refer to her as Xiaoshuang?
What is her full name?
Perhaps after the competition, he would revisit the dessert shop, hoping for a chance encounter. He had been preoccupied with training lately, unable to make the trip. His ears subtly flushed with warmth. "Master Sun, this way, please." The teacher responsible for leading the 3rd middle school team beckoned the most distinguished individual from the bus. He was an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, clad in an exquisite black suit, polished leather shoes adorning his feet, and his hair meticulously groomed, vibrant and sprightly. He was Sun Jiahao, the current president of the Yen City Chess Association, a master of the association, and the mentor for this edition of the 3rd middle school team. Sun Jiahao approached the notice board, glancing at the name marked as not available before peering at the bottom of the list where it indicated mentor Qin Lai. Scoffing audibly, "My old friend is truly becoming less capable, unable to gather even 20 students who understand chess, what a disgrace."
At the athletic field,
the arena for this competition was established at the center of the Fania Track and Field Stadium, chosen for its capacity to accommodate a larger audience. In addition to the students from the host school, participants from other institutions had also come to observe the event. The team representing Fania arrived early, lined up in an orderly fashion. Yi Wushuang was assigned to the last position. It remains uncertain whether this was pre-arranged, as everyone engaged in light-hearted banter and laughter,
collectively overlooking Yi Wushuang.
The individual in the 19th position even deliberately stepped forward slightly, creating an even greater distance from Yi Wushuang, as if she were some formidable beast. Yi Wushuang remained indifferent. Her sole desire was to lead Fania to victory in the current league, fulfilling her trial task, too.
In the front row,
Rongqing cast a fleeting glance at the composed Yi Wushuang, recalling the words she had uttered in the principal's office, claiming that Yi Wushuang was unworthy to compete against her, and her fists tightened slightly. Yi Wushuang, the competition is about to commence,
and I am eager to see how you will perform. Meanwhile, Meng Yunjing leads the students from the third school into the arena. As they pass by the Fanios team, his pupils constrict. He has spotted the maid from the dessert shop. She stands among the participants of Fanios, a student of theirs. How can it be you? Wu Zixuan also notices Yi Wushuang, her eyes igniting with intense fury.
It is this brazen woman who embarrassed her in the dessert shop, causing Mengge to grow distant. To think she is a student of Fanios, and will compete in this league alongside them. Upon seeing the nameplate engraved with Yi Wushuang on her left chest,
Wu Zixuan's rage transforms into disdain. You had better pray we do not cross paths, or you shall witness how I deal with you. The one who should be praying is you.
Yi Wushuang lifts her gaze, her dark eyes glinting with cold light.
Wu Zixuan, mind your manners.
Meng Yunjing's voice carries a hint of anger, turning to Yi Wushuang with an apologetic yet gentle tone, tinged with nervousness. Classmate Yi, I sincerely apologize for her repeated offenses.
I assure you, this will not occur a third time.
With that, he leads his students to their designated position.
Now is not the time for idle chatter.
He will seek her contact details after the competition concludes. The 8 teams gradually assemble, and the spectators take their seats.
When the time arrives,
Shangguan Xinglin takes the stage to oversee the proceedings, introducing the competition's format and rules.
The process is straightforward.
8 teams, each consisting of 20 members. They will first be divided into 4 groups based on a draw, engaging in 1v1 matches for a total of 20 rounds.
Each student who emerges victorious will earn a point for their respective school.
At the conclusion of the matches, if 2 schools have equal points, each will select a representative for another duel, with the winner advancing to the second round. In the second round, only 4 teams remain, and they will be drawn into 2 groups for further 1v1 matches, with the team accumulating the most points proceeding to the finals.
Chapter 26, the competition begins. After explaining the rules, Shangguan Xinglin invites the mentors from the 8 schools to draw lots.
The group of mentors, both male and female, are of advanced age. Dressed in the most resplendent and luxurious attire, with none more vibrant than Sun Jiahao. Qi Lai leans on a cane, his visage aged, with his long white hair cascading loosely. At first glance, it is difficult to believe they are of similar age.
Before reaching the drawing box, Sun Jiahao approaches Qi Lai,
extending his arms in a warm embrace. Old friend, it has been a long time.
How have you been lately?
The term friend stings Qi Lai's ears, memories of their troubled past flashing through his mind. His face turns ashen as he hastens past Sun Jiahao, drawing a lot with trembling hands. He recalls that the mentor for the third school is someone else. Why is Sun Jiahao here? Sun Jiahao clicks his tongue, adopting a tone of grievance. Look at you.
Still angry about the time I wouldn't let you draw with me, aren't you? Haven't I explained?
That match was crucial for me as well.
You cannot expect me to forfeit my title as a master merely to lose to you.
His voice booms, clear for all to hear. Those unaware of the background assume that Qi Lai simply lacked the skill, selfishly wanting his friend to sacrifice himself for a draw. When his friend refused, he has held a grudge ever since, small-minded. The gazes directed at Qi Lai are tinged with contempt and disdain. Master Sun, having set aside past grievances,
embraces you as a friend, yet you disregard him. No wonder your fortunes have dwindled.
Among the students of the third school, a boy raises his middle finger towards the Fanio students, inciting their discontent.
Sigh, some fates cannot be forced.
Sun Jiahao sighs before stepping forward to draw lots. Hidden ambition glinting in his eyes. I never imagined that after all these years, our matches would evolve from the chessboard to our students.
I am eager to face Fanios and see who prevails. Shangguan Qinglin announces the results. In the first round, Fanios faces the first school,
while the third school competes against the medical university-affiliated school. The matches commence in the expansive playground, with numerous chess games unfolding simultaneously.
Checkmate. Some students quickly score points,
while others ponder intensely, scratching their heads, perplexed about their next move. On the Fanios side, Rong Qingru is the first to secure a point for the school. The stands erupt with enthusiastic applause, a source of inspiration. This competition is held on Fanios' home turf, with all their students in attendance, naturally eliciting a more fervent response than those from other schools.
This is the advantage of competing at home. Conversely, should they lose, it would be all the more disheartening and embarrassing. On Yi Wushuang's side, the opponent is a charming young lady with a round face.
Yi Wushuang moved her chess piece to complete the first move and pressed the chess clock, awaiting the response of the round-faced girl. The girl beamed sweetly, poised to make her move, when suddenly her phone rang.
Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically. What?
Chips are half price at the supermarket.
And there's a buy one get one free offer on cola? I'm coming right away.
In a flash, the round-faced girl darted off the playground, apologizing as she ran. Instructor,
I must take my leave. It's not as if I could win against Fei Niao anyway. Goodbye. The referee approached,
glanced at the chessboard where only one move had been made, and picked up the megaphone to announce, Fei Niao Academy, Yi Wushuang wins, 1 point added.
Yi Wushuang, a high school student. Audience.
As the round-faced girl remarked, the overall strength of Yizhong pales in comparison to Fanios,
trailing significantly in points.
In this round, Yizhong faced defeat while Fanios emerged victorious, advancing to the second round.
In the adjacent arena,
Meng Yunjing led Sanzhong to a swift triumph over the medical university-affiliated school, securing their advancement with ease. The mentor from the medical university-affiliated school reassured the students, do not be disheartened, they were trained by Master Sun, their prowess ensures the championship.
You have performed admirably.
Yi Wushuang descended from the chess platform, and as she passed by Rong Qingru, the latter scoffed, fortune smiles upon you, but what will you do in the next round?
She had anticipated that the first match would unveil Yi Wushuang's true colors.
However, the opponent had fled, allowing Yi Wushuang to claim a point effortlessly, securing an undeserved victory. Surely, Yi Wushuang could not perpetually bask in such luck.
Just mind your own business.
Yi Wushuang halted her steps, slightly tilting her head, casting a sidelong glance at Rong Qingru, or perhaps, you wish for me to oversee you. Her patience was finite, and she would not indulge Rong Qingru repeatedly.
Rong Qingru,
exasperated, retorted, I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance. As the draw for the second round commenced, Fania and Sanzhong were once again mismatched. Fania faced the normal university-affiliated high school, while Sanzhong contended with the experimental high school. This round proved to be more intense than the previous one.
It took Rong Qingru 7 minutes to triumph over her opponent, securing the first point for Fania. Goddess Rong is simply the best, cheered the fervent fans in the audience. Yi Wushuang faced an opponent known as the Dimples Boy.
The Dimples Boy made the first move, pressing the chess clock and inviting her to proceed. Yi Wushuang moved her chess piece, just about to press the chess clock, when the phone of the boy with dimples rang.
He answered the call, his expression changing drastically. What? Our dog has given birth, and she had 9 puppies at once? I'll be there right away.
The boy with dimples dashed off the playground, apologizing as he ran, Mentor, I must take my leave, after all, I cannot win against Fania.
Goodbye. The referee approached,
glanced at the chessboard that had only seen 2 moves, and picked up the microphone to announce, Fania Academy, Yi Wushuang wins, 1 point added.
Yi Wushuang, students of the normal university-affiliated high school. Audience.
As the dimpled boy articulated, despite the prowess of the normal university-affiliated high school, they were ultimately outmatched by Fania, trailing significantly in points. Fania triumphed and advanced to the finals. Meanwhile, the neighboring third high school effortlessly defeated the experimental high school,
securing their place in the finals.
The mentor of the experimental high school came to console them, do not be disheartened, you faced students of Master Sun.
Losing is to be expected.
The student replied, I am not upset about losing to third high school, I am infuriated by her. He pointed accusatorily at Yi Wushuang, exclaiming,
"How is it that she, doing nothing, can win twice in a row?"
He could not accept it, sobbing. As Yi Wushuang descended from the chess platform,
Rong Qingru had learned to behave, refraining from any provocative remarks. She was genuinely fearful that excessive words might provoke Yi Wushuang into striking her.
All she could do was silently scream within her heart, "Yi Wushuang, you are indeed fortunate in this second round. You've reached the finals, where you will face San Zhong.
I wonder how you will continue your streak of good luck."
As the competition progresses to its final round, the decisive match unfolds, Faniego vs Yanshi Third High School. The chess tables have been cleared, leaving only 20 tables for the contest. At last, we have arrived at this moment.
On the mentor's bench,
Sun Jiahao reclines in his chair, leisurely peeling an orange, at ease and relaxed. In contrast, Qinlai sits upright, his body tense as he observes the chessboard. Throughout the previous matches, he kept a keen eye on the abilities of the students from San Zhong. He is convinced that San Zhong is superior to Faniego. Individuals like Rong Qingru are no match for Meng Yunjing and his peers. Sun Jiahao must have traveled abroad frequently over the years, honing his skills by competing against the world's top chess players. Meanwhile, he can only play chess with his peers at Faniego. It seems inevitable that Faniego will lose, yet perhaps not. Qinlai shifts his gaze to focus on Yi Wushuang, who is now stepping onto the stage. Faniego still has her.
Chapter 27, 1 vs 19, a collective match, exceeding the time limit means my defeat.
At the chess tables, the students from both sides take their seats in succession.
Rong Qingru's opponent is Meng Yunjing. In the presence of the mayor's son,
Rong Qingru maintains an elegant smile and a gentle tone, fully embodying the poise of a wealthy heiress. She hopes to win the admiration of the mayor's son, as it would facilitate her future endeavors. However, Meng Yunjing is oblivious to Rong Qingru's charms. Instead, he finds his gaze drawn to the end of the line, where Yi Wushuang stands, his ears tinged with crimson.
She looks stunning in her maid outfit, yet she appears even more captivating in her school uniform. The absence of the maid's cuteness only enhances her cold, elegant demeanor in the uniform.
Witnessing this, Rong Qingru nearly grinds her teeth in frustration.
What merits does Yi Wushuang possess that captivates so many? How can the mayor's son be so blind as to confuse a pearl with mere fish eyes? Meanwhile,
Yi Wushuang's rival, Wu Zixuan, has just taken her seat and emits a cold huff. "Yi Wushuang, I shall not retreat like your previous two opponents. Do not beg me for a draw later." Yi Wushuang spoke little, swiftly moving her chess pieces and pressing the chess clock.
In the audience, a student observed the match between Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan. A bystander nudged him, advising, "Are you foolish? What suspense could there possibly be in a match between Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan? Watch someone else." This sentiment resonated with many. Aside from the students from Class 7, there was hardly anyone paying attention to the duel between Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan.
Winning a couple of matches was merely a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Now facing the formidable Wu Zixuan from the strongest third school in the finals, she had no chance of comparison. It was evident she would be the first to be eliminated. It was a foregone conclusion. Even the reporters from various schools assigned to film and document the event instinctively directed their cameras towards other competitors, tacitly accepting that Yi Wushuang had been eliminated.
Time flowed slowly in the increasingly intense competition.
Students from both schools engaged in fierce battles on the chessboard, creating an atmosphere of tension and excitement.
Rong Qingru,
carrying the hopes of her fellow students, felt beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Not only did she fail to gain an advantage, but she also gradually found herself at a disadvantage. She could distinctly feel Meng Yunjing maintaining an upper hand over her.
There was no remedy,
as the mentor of the third school was none other than Sun Jiahao, the strongest chess player in Yan City. Exhaling deeply, she toppled her king. "I concede."
In chess, knocking over one's king signifies surrender. If she did not concede, the loss would be even more humiliating.
A collective sound of disappointment resonated through the crowd. Seeing Rong Qingru's defeat, the remaining students from Faniego no longer clung to hope and began conceding one after another. Xin Wenyu held out the longest, but alas, it was to no avail, and she too had to topple her king. It seemed the champion had been determined. "Let us congratulate."
No.
Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan were still engaged in their match. As the referee scanned the board, ready to declare victory for the third school, he noticed that Feini Aosuo had not yet been entirely vanquished. Everyone had anticipated that Yi Wushuang would be eliminated early, yet she sat there, unfazed, continuing her game against Wu Zixuan. Sun Jiahao, who had been preparing to receive the award, turned to Qin Lai, only to find Qin Lai's gaze fixed intently on Yi Wushuang. The glimmer in his eyes sparkled with hope. Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan instantaneously captured everyone's attention. In the frame, Yi Wushuang sat with impeccable posture, her back straight, exuding an air of composure and tranquility. In stark contrast, Wu Zixuan appeared pallid, drenched in perspiration, her gaze unfocused and her lips trembling. The confidence and arrogance she had displayed before the match had vanished. Beside them, the chess clock had already ticked halfway around, signifying that Wu Zixuan had spent half an hour merely contemplating her next move. After a few more minutes, Wu Zixuan toppled her king, her voice barely a whisper, "I concede." She was no match for Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang is certainly not a novice. Every move that Yi Wushuang intends to make is well within their understanding. Yi Wushuang was at a loss regarding her intentions. Amidst the cheers led by Jin Yaoyang and the 7th class, the atmosphere resonated with the proclamation, "The Queen is mighty." The referee seized the microphone and announced, "Feiniego High School, Yi Wushuang wins and enters the wheel battle mode." The wheel battle is a unique rule established for the finals. When the first party is left with only one member, they must face all remaining participants from the opposing side, defending the last glimmer of hope. This scenario leads to one of two outcomes, either a complete victory, leveling the score, followed by a final showdown between both mentors, or utter exhaustion, resulting in defeat against a single opponent. It is no exaggeration to say that Yi Wushuang bore the weight of the entire glory and fate of Feiniego. Currently, the score against the third school stood at 119. This meant that Yi Wushuang needed to secure 19 consecutive victories to equalize the score, with no room for even a single loss. Rongqing felt bewildered. Had they all succumbed to the third school, yet Yi Wushuang emerged victorious? How could a rural girl truly comprehend the intricacies of chess? Was she not supposed to be a burden to them? Why had she become the final spark? The last hope? At the chessboard, the referee, brimming with excitement, inquired of Yi Wushuang, "Whom do you wish to face from the third school in the first match?" Yi Wushuang possesses the power of choice. "What time is it?" Yi Wushuang responded with a non sequitur, 4:30 in the afternoon. The referee glanced down at the watch on his wrist. "Then let us proceed together, I am pressed for time to work." Yi Wushuang's tone was as casual as commenting on the pleasant weather. 1v19, let us engage in this match, if time elapses, count it as my defeat. She still had to report to Qin Yu's dessert shop. Her words elicited astonishment all around. Sun Jiahua frequently glanced at Qin Lai, as if to inquire whether this was the student he had nurtured, so audacious. Qin Lai gripped his cane tightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had known that Yi Wushuang would not disappoint him. The referee hastily approached Shangguan Qinglin, Sun Jiahua, and Qin Lai to solicit their opinions. What Yi Wushuang intended to undertake was unprecedented and beyond the rules. It was up to the two mentors to decide. Shangguan Qinglin's tone was complex. He recalled his friend Jishin's assessment of Yi Wushuang, a sharp sword that cannot be concealed. It seemed that this sword was about to be unsheathed. "I have no objections," Qin Lai smiled, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 1v19, such a thrilling and exhilarating endeavor. "Since my old friend has no objections, I shall agree as well," Sun Jiahua scoffed. "I only hope that after the competition, no one will claim that the third group bullies the few." But he considered that Wu Zixuan's prowess in the third group was merely average. He could not believe that Yi Wushuang could dominate all at once. The staff followed instructions and rearranged the chess tables. 19 tables were arranged in a U shape, allowing Yi Wushuang to move freely among them. Meng Yunjing led the students, excluding Wu Zixuan, back to the stage, taking their seats in an orderly fashion. "Yi Wushuang, are you certain you truly wish to proceed in this manner?" The referee inquired one last time, hoping she would grasp the implications of her decision. Playing chess is not akin to a brawl, it cannot be resolved with mere physicality. Chess requires intellect, thought, strategy, and traps. The average mind can only sustain the ebb and flow of a single game.
Yet,
Yi Wushuang must simultaneously navigate the complexities of 19 games in her mind.
How astonishing! I am certain. Yi Wushuang stepped into the U-shaped battleground without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 28, Escalating Tensions, Facing Sun Jiahao.
As Yi Wushuang positioned herself at the U-shaped table, numerous spectators retrieved their phones to capture the moment,
sharing their astonishment on social media.
From this moment onward, regardless of whether Yi Wushuang emerged victorious or faced defeat, a fervent discussion was inevitable. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Yi Wushuang refrained from any superfluous words and approached a middle school student, deftly maneuvering the pieces and pressing the chess clock. This action was repeated 18 times, her speed so swift that it seemed to create afterimages. The initial move required little contemplation, such rapidity was entirely understandable.
Sun Jiahao,
seated nearby, continued peeling an orange, his smile devoid of malice. "My dog could achieve this speed after a month of training," he jested,
urging the audience not to take offense.
Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qinglin furrowed her brow, and the amusement in Qin Lai's eyes dimmed somewhat. However, they chose not to retort. As the first move, indeed, revealed little, they could only swallow their indignation for the time being.
After completing a full circle,
Yi Wushuang found that all 19 students from the third middle school had also successfully executed their second moves, patiently waiting for her to make her next move as they pressed the chess clock. Yi Wushuang commenced her second lap, her movements remaining swift.
This step required little contemplation.
Maintaining speed was indeed essential.
Sun Jiahao stuffed an orange into his mouth.
Yi Wushuang commenced her third lap.
From this point onward, in the 19 games of chess, each game unfolds in a distinctly unique manner.
Sun Jiahao halted his chewing of fruit, a trace of bewilderment gleaming in his eyes.
Logically,
it should be the girl named Yi Wushuang who slows down.
She must first discern which game among the 19 is laid out before her.
Only then can she contemplate her next move and the ramifications thereof.
In contrast, they need only to deliberate on a single game of chess. Yet, those who confine their thoughts to merely one game appear to be slower than those who are tasked with contemplating 19 games. Does this seem reasonable? Are the students from Sanzhong truly lacking in intelligence, or is Yi Wushuang's intellect exceptionally formidable? Yi Wushuang commenced her fourth lap. Halfway through, 2 students conceded defeat, leaving the arena in shame. Applause erupted as Jian Zhaoyang and the students from Class 7 clapped vigorously, their expressions brimming with excitement. The queen is truly formidable, facing 1 against 19 without a hint of hesitation. In the 5th lap, 6 more students admitted defeat.
By the 6th lap, only 7 opponents remained.
As Yi Wushuang completed each lap, numerous opponents conceded defeat.
The one constant remained her astonishing speed. The swifter she became, the more glaringly sluggish her adversaries appeared.
Ultimately,
Yi Wushuang reclined at the inner circle table, arms crossed, languidly awaiting the few remaining challengers who contemplated how to withstand her relentless onslaught.
The spectacle was nothing short of breathtakingly audacious.
10 minutes later, the last contender from the third group, Meng Yunjing, toppled Wang Qi and, with a complex expression, uttered,
"I concede."
She possessed not only unparalleled beauty and formidable combat skills but also exceptional chess prowess and a calm, incisive mind. He was no match for Yi Wushuang.
Wow! The students of Feiniao leapt from their seats, erupting in jubilant cheers. Yi Wushuang triumphed in a grueling 1v19 wheel battle. She relentlessly pursued Feiniao, securing a remarkable 19 points.
Shangwan Qinglin announced with fervor, "Now, both teams are tied in score. I invite the mentors of each team to take the stage." The applause resonated warmly. Sun Jiahao was the first to rise from his seat, his tone imbued with a sense of nostalgia. This sight caused him to squint,
a wave of unease stirring within him. Yi Wushuang is a student of Qin Lai.
Despite her tender age, her prowess suggests that she must have been nurtured under his guidance. This implies that over the years, Qin Lai has not succumbed to despair, rather, he has only grown stronger. Consequently, the odds of my victory appear slim. No, I cannot afford to lose. As Sun Jiahao brushed past Qin Lai, he whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "By the way, you haven't contacted Huaxia in quite a while, have you? Let me tell you. Despite being 50 now, she's still quite alluring in bed every night." Huaxiang, Qin Lai's ex-wife, Sun Jiahao's spouse, and the mother of Qin Yu. Such heart-wrenching words caused Qin Lai's already deteriorating body, ravaged by alcohol, to tremble violently. He clutched his chest and collapsed to the side, losing consciousness.
Oh dear! What has happened?
Sun Jiahao feigned concern as he attempted to assist.
School nurse! Shangguan Qinglin shouted. Medical personnel promptly rushed to revive Qin Lai, determining that it was a fainting spell induced by extreme agitation.
What could have caused such distress? Sun Jiahao feigned innocence.
Shangguan Qinglin glanced at the unconscious Qin Lai and then at Sun Jiahao. A draw?
Yet, the words had yet to escape his lips.
At the chessboard.
Wushuang maintained her stance with arms crossed, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Sun Jiahao's eyes. No draw, I shall face Sun Jiahao. The task assigned by the system was to triumph in this interscholastic chess competition, not to settle for a stalemate. Moreover, she was adept at reading lips. She had comprehended every provocative word Sun Jiahao had uttered towards Qin Lai. Qin Lai had, after all, spoken up for her on occasion.
Qin Lai's daughter, Qin Yu,
had even sold her tiramisu at a loss, deceitfully claiming it was on promotion at the time. As her words resonated, a moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. And the spectators exchanged glances, sensing that Yi Wushuang was perhaps overstepping her confidence. After all, that was Sun Jiahao, the esteemed grandmaster, president of the Yen City Chess Association.
And a top-tier chess master. Who was Yi Wushuang?
True, she had just defeated a group of high school students in a 1v19 match.
But could anyone genuinely believe that conquering a handful of high schoolers equated to standing alongside the city's elite chess players?
Little girl, are you serious?
Sun Jiahao inquired, his brow furrowed.
His apprehension lay not with Yi Wushuang herself, but with the formidable Qin Lai who had cultivated her talent.
Yi Wushuang,
even if he were to defeat 200 high school students, would merely be a young chess player with slightly superior talent. He is incomparable to an experienced veteran like myself.
Are you afraid?
Yi Wushuang tilted his head.
Would I fear you? Sun Jiahao scoffed.
Then turned to Shangguan Qinglin. Principal Shangguan, I initially intended to let this match conclude in a draw out of respect for an old friend.
However,
your students seem unwilling to settle for a draw. They wish to challenge me, the president of the Chess Association. What do you suggest?
The fearless young often take on tigers. Since Yi Wushuang desires to challenge you, why not grant her the opportunity? Shangguan Qinglin acquiesced to Yi Wushuang's wishes. Are you not concerned about her losing?
If she does, there will be no chance for a draw.
Sun Jiahao narrowed his eyes. Our Fanny Awen can afford to lose. Shangguan Qinglin smiled.
Yi Wushuang has already valiantly defended the honor of the flying birds. Henceforth, even if she does not emerge victorious, she shall still be celebrated for her efforts. Furthermore, he is eager to assess the prowess of Yi Wushuang in chess, to discern the true extent of her skill.
How sharp is this sword, indeed? With such reasoning, it would be unreasonable for me to decline the challenge, wouldn't it?
Sun Jiahao waved his hand decisively. Set the board.
Let him impart a lesson to the young Yi Wushuang. Chapter 29, A Battle to Fame.
The staff promptly prepared the chess table, leaving only a single table upon which they arranged the pieces.
Yi Wushuang and Sun Jiahao ascended the stage from opposing entrances, each representing a formidable presence.
The journalists fervently captured the moment, while the audience's faces flushed with excitement. Seated before the chessboard, Sun Jiahao sighed and remarked, "When I play chess with children,
I allow them some leeway to nurture their confidence.
However, I shall not extend the same courtesy to you, for your confidence borders on arrogance.
When self-assurance becomes excessive, it necessitates a reality check."
As he settled into his seat, his gaze was intense, as if a myriad of mountains rose behind him.
The medieval,
Western European-style royal city loomed in the backdrop, its banners fluttering in the breeze.
Before the city gate,
a king clad in white robes and a queen adorned in an elegant white gown sat regally upon their steeds. Flanking them were poised bishops, knights, chariots, and guards, all clad in white, exuding an air of solemnity.
Do you possess the requisite qualifications? Yi Wushuang retorted coolly as she took her seat. At that moment, flames descended from the heavens, obliterating half of the mountain range. From the ashes, a new royal city arose, its banners billowing wildly. Before the city gate,
the king donned a black royal robe, while the queen wore a flowing black gown. Before them stood a regiment of bishops, knights, guards, and chariots, all in black. A stark counterpart to the White Legion. "I most certainly possess such qualifications," Sun Jiahao declared as he moved a piece on the chessboard. The White King raised his arm, issuing a command, and the White Guard surged forward with unwavering resolve. Yi Wushuang similarly maneuvered the chess pieces. The Black Queen raised her hand and pointed, prompting the Black Guard to confront the White Guard. Their short swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Sun Jiahao moved again, and Yi Wushuang followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield ignited with flames of war, black and white intermingling, life and death intertwined, leaving chaos in their wake. The battle continued alongside the game. As the conflict raged on, the disparity in skill gradually became apparent. Beyond the black and white, beads of sweat began to form on Sun Jiahao's forehead, and his commanding hand grew increasingly hesitant. Yi Wushuang's expression remained composed, her calm demeanor seemingly ingrained into her very being. Surrounding her were journalists capturing every angle of the scene, their flashes of magnesium light serving as a reminder to Sun Jiahao that this match would soon be public knowledge. In the distance, it appeared there were figures from the chess community broadcasting the event live. If he were to lose, the news would swiftly reach the outside world. The notion of losing itself was not terrifying. Everyone has their off days. What was truly daunting was the prospect of being bested by an 18-year-old high school girl, Yi Wushuang. Even more unsettling was the fact that prior to the match, he had remarked on her excessive confidence, insisting she needed a reality check. Was he not effectively slapping himself in the face? "A draw, and I will offer you 200,000, Sun Jiahao whispered, striving to keep his voice low, fearful of being overheard. "No draw," Yi Wushuang replied, her lips parting lightly, her tone unwavering. It was this very normalcy that rendered her response all the more jarring. The audience paused in confusion. What did Yi Wushuang just say? No draw? Surely, it cannot be that Master Sun sought a draw and she refused? It seemed implausible, after all. How could the president of the Chess Association plead for a draw against a high schooler? The more the external world exuded confidence in Sun Jiahao, the more he dreaded the backlash that such confidence could unleash. 500,000. He doubled his offer, his voice sinking even lower. "If you agree to a draw, I can give you 500,000. I said no draw. Are your ears deaf?" Yi Wushuang's dark eyes flashed with impatience, her voice rising in volume. She was indeed asserting her refusal for a draw. Master Sun had solicited for a draw twice. An older mentor stroked his chin in contemplation. "This scene feels oddly familiar." Another mentor responded with a complex tone. 30 years ago, during the master selection, when Qinlai faced Master Sun, Qinlai had also begged Master Sun for a draw. The tides of fortune had shifted. That match had cast Qinlai from his pedestal, and this one promised to be even more intense. For unlike Qinlai and Sun Jiahao, who were of a similar age, the age disparity between Yi Wushuang and Sun Jiahao was stark. Yet, what could be done? The mention of that past master selection sent an inexplicable chill through Sun Jiahao. He lowered his gaze to the inevitable defeat on the board, then lifted it to meet Yi Wushuang's eyes. The scorn and disdain within her dark irises pierced his dignity, dismantling his defenses and igniting a profound shame within him, which erupted into fury as he slammed the table and bellowed, "I demand a draw." In that moment, his plump face quivered with rage, and a few strands of his meticulously styled hair fell out of place. Beneath such ferocity lay the desolation and humiliation of a defeated man. Across from him, Yi Wushuang maintained her composed posture, her expression entirely unfazed, devoid of any fear or trepidation. With her delicate, fair hand, she moved her queen, her red lips parting to declare, "Check." The queen positioned itself before Sun Jiahao's king. "Mate." Her pronunciation was impeccable. On the battlefield forged by the chessboard, the Black Queen drew forth her sword, galloping forth to confront the White King, and with a single stroke, vanquished him. At Fania Academy, Yi Wushuang triumphed. The referee, microphone in hand, raised his arm high, his voice brimming with excitement, words failing to capture the moment. Clap, clap, clap. Shangguan Xinglin was the first to rise, applauding fervently. Clap, 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 clap. The entire audience stood in ovation, their applause a tribute.
click, click, click. Journalists frantically captured images of Yi Wushuang and Sun Jiahao, regretting their lack of extra limbs. Queen! 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 The students of Fania Academy echoed the chant.
Yi Wushuang gradually rose to her feet, and the cameras of the reporters instinctively followed her ascent. At this moment, she was the most radiant star.
Meng Yunjing's eyes brimmed with admiration, while Shen Wenyu's heart raced uncontrollably.
Jian Jiayang and others gazed at her in boundless adoration, and Rong Qingru nearly ground her teeth in frustration. This was the applause that rightfully belonged to her.
Yi Wushuang has stolen her belongings. I have yet to concede defeat, Rong Qingru murmured to herself, turning unsteadily into the shadows. Today is indeed an intriguing day for the birds. If, prior to the holiday, someone were to pose the question on the forum, will any girl surpass Rong Qingru in the future? The answer would unequivocally be no, the goddess Rong remains eternal. However, if one were to inquire after the first flag-raising ceremony following the holiday, the response would shift, perhaps not. Yet it does not hinder my admiration for Yi Wushuang's beauty and prowess. Should the question arise again after the monthly examination and the school anniversary gala,
the answer would be different once more. Yi Wushuang is quite impressive, nearly capable of matching up with Rong Qingru. However, if one were to inquire at this moment, there would be but a singular answer: Yi Wushuang has surpassed Rong Qingru. No, she has indeed surpassed Rong Qingru. Chapter 30, She is Kala, and Kala is her. The forum has once again been dominated by Yi Wushuang. The post demanding Yi Wushuang to bow and apologize to Rong Qingru before the competition has been fervently elevated. Isn't it ironic to translate if we lose, it must be Yi Wushuang dragging us down? Isn't it Rong Qingru who is the one hindering? Along with the other participating students, including Shen Wenyu. If it weren't for Yi Wushuang, the team would have certainly faced defeat long ago. With a smile, Yi Wushuang is more formidable than the Chess Association master Sun Jiahao, thus, Rong Qingru indeed lacks the qualification to challenge Yi Wushuang in a match. Simultaneously, Yi Wushuang's votes on the campus beauty rankings have surged dramatically, subtly indicating a rise toward the first position. In stark contrast, Rong Qingru's vote count has barely increased. The forum is awash with admiration and astonishment for Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang was oblivious to the unfolding events as she calmly wiped the tables in the dessert shop. Qin Yu busied herself in the kitchen, while Qin Lai, now awake, sat in the shop, observing Yi Wushuang with a contemplative gaze. He felt a sense of satisfaction upon learning that Sun Jiahao had sought reconciliation twice only to be ruthlessly defeated by Yi Wushuang. It was akin to the relief of eradicating a long-standing ailment. However, the incident where Yi Wushuang faced 19 opponents simultaneously reminded him of someone. Are you familiar with Connor Marcus? Qin Lai inquired of Yi Wushuang. The internationally recognized #1 chess player? Yi Wushuang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the name. Indeed. It was he. Having debuted at the tender age of 6, he was hailed as a chess prodigy. At 18, he won the national championship, at 25, the intercontinental title. And at 30, he claimed the world championship, a title he retained for 29 consecutive tournaments. Just when everyone anticipated his 30th victory, a girl named Kala appeared. With golden hair and azure eyes, she was of a similar age to Yi Wushuang. In pursuit of ranking points, she staged an impressive 1v50 match before the media, emerging victorious and securing a place in the finals. There, she engaged Connor Marcus in a 6-hour duel, ultimately defeating him and becoming the new world champion. Qin Lai regarded Yi Wushuang, noting, "Your style bears a striking resemblance to Kala's." Yet, after that match, Kala vanished without a trace. And Marcus was subsequently found drowned in a hotel bathtub. Foreign media speculated that he could not bear the loss and chose to end his own life. No! Yi Wushuang straightened her posture, a delicate smile gracing her exquisite features. I was the one who killed him. She was Kala, and Kala was her. The golden hair and blue eyes were mere disguises, and her participation in the tournament was a means to approach the cautious and discerning Marcus. This world champion, though seemingly glamorous, was engaged in numerous clandestine dealings. Someone had offered a bounty on his life, and she accepted the job. Nothing more. That jest is far from amusing, Qin Lai remarked, his lips twitching. The foreign police had concluded it was a suicide. How could it possibly be murder?
Even more implausible was the notion that Yi Wushuang, residing in the distant Xia country, could have been involved. Just then, Meng Yunjing entered, approaching the counter to place an order. Xin Yu promptly came out to attend to him. "I would like a..."
Meng Yunjing's gaze fell slowly from the menu to the back of Yi Wushuang.
His innocent shyness evident to Xin Yu. She raised an eyebrow, thinking, the mayor's son seems to have taken a liking to Xiao Shuang. Quite discerning. Shortly after the order was placed, Yi Wushuang presented the dessert before Meng Yunjing.
I can have," the boy stuttered. His tongue seemingly tied, struggling to articulate the words contact information. His heart raced, and he felt as if his ears could fry an egg. "You want our shop's contact information for pre-ordering, right?" Xin Yu interjected, winking at Meng Yunjing to ease the tension.
"Ha?" Meng Yunjing appeared confused. "No. I meant I wanted Ye's contact information. Unfortunately, I left my phone behind."
"Just add Xiao Shuang directly, she works here. Just mention it to her." Xin Yu secretly chuckled to herself. Yi Wushuang came from a humble background, evident in her choice of unbranded clothing and counterfeit phone.
In contrast, Meng Yunjing boasted a commendable temperament, appearance, and lineage.
If these two could forge a connection, it would indeed be a delightful outcome.
"Okay, alright."
Meng Yunjing took out his phone, avoiding eye contact with Yi Wushuang, his head seemingly emitting steam from embarrassment. Yi Wushuang did not ponder for long. She took out her phone and scanned the code to add a friend, then returned to her work. Meng Yunjing, while savoring dessert, feigned indifference as he observed Yi Wushuang. This scene did not escape the notice of Ji Shun, who was situated in the building across. His polite smile faded, replaced by a flicker of irritation between his brows. The individual he was negotiating with across the table felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Had he unwittingly offended Ji Xiao with his previous remarks? As dusk settled, she stepped inside and found Ji Shun elegantly indulging in a visually enticing chocolate cake. To be candid, she felt a pang of envy. Although the desserts at Xin Yu's shop were not lacking in flavor, they paled in comparison to the exquisite creations of Ji Shun. In truth, she had never tasted a cake superior to those crafted by him in her previous life. Who would have anticipated that the heir of the Ji family could produce such delightful confections? "Do you wish to try?" Ji Shun inquired. Setting down the porcelain dish that held the cake, his voice deep and resonant. Yi Wushuang nodded helplessly, her dark eyes losing their composure and revealing a glimmer of anticipation. "Unfortunately, my daily commitments leave me little time to cook personally." Ji Shun reclined on the sofa, his long legs elegantly crossed. The anticipation in Yi Wushuang's eyes dimmed. "However, if you are willing to don this outfit, I might contemplate crafting another cake for you." Ji Shun cast a glance at the garments hanging on the nearby rack. Yi Wushuang followed his gaze and beheld an exquisitely crafted and charming made outfit, the texture of the fabric discernibly exceptional even to the naked eye. Did he truly believe that a mere cake could win her over? One each week. Ji Shun parted his thin lips slightly, raising the stakes. Deal. Yi Wushuang donned the maid outfit and reappeared before Ji Shun. As Ji Shun's half-lowered eyelids gradually lifted, a glimmer of appreciation flickered within his deep, narrow gaze. The young lady before him looked exceedingly charming and lovely in the meticulously tailored maid attire, each detail fitting her exquisitely. What delighted him even more was that this beauty and cuteness were solely for his eyes to behold, as if she were his very own little maid. He retrieved a dessert and presented it to the young lady, who then obediently sat at the dining table, diligently savoring the treat. Leaning against the sofa, Ji Shun's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yi Wushuang is particularly oblivious to matters of love, likely due to her singular focus on survival. Thus, she plans to assume the guise of a cunning fox, luring her prey with morsels of cheese, retreating further away each time. Only when she distances herself sufficiently will the prey feel secure enough to follow the trail of cheese, step by step, into her trap. Chapter 31, The attention of the public and media interviews. The following day, Yi Wushuang returned to school in high spirits. As she alighted from the car and took a few steps, an excited voice rang out from nearby, "Yi Wushuang is here." Instantly, a flurry of camera flashes erupted as a swarm of reporters abandoned their breakfasts and rushed towards her. "Hello, Yi Wushuang. I am a reporter from Yanzhou Morning News.
And I wish to interview you about your feelings after defeating chessmaster Sun Jiahao. I am a special commentator for Peacock Network. Could you tell us when you first began playing chess?
I heard that you faced 19 opponents simultaneously due to time constraints while working.
Where do you find the time to work, if you don't mind sharing?
Among them was a certain platform streamer. Look everyone, this is Wushuang, the genius female chess player who first challenged 19 high school students and then took on a chessmaster.
Everyone, flood the screen with 666. In an era characterized by diverse forms of entertainment, chess is not considered a popular pursuit.
Matters within the chess community are largely consumed by those within it and seldom reach the outside world.
The name Wushuang should have circulated predominantly within chess circles.
The current situation, however, indicates that her victory has garnered excessive attention. The phrase "the female high school student who achieved a perfect victory against 19 opponents alone" is enough to astonish the public. This unexpected breakout from the confines of her niche has drawn widespread attention.
Hey, what are you doing? Step aside. The security personnel from Flying Bird Academy mobilized collectively to clear a path for Wushuang. Despite the security's efforts to block them, the reporters remained undeterred,
persistently posing questions with great enthusiasm.
Wushuang remained utterly silent as she walked through the school gates, escorted by security personnel. Are you not frightened, Yi?
One of the guards inquired, his tone tinged with admiration.
The entire school, from the administration to the janitorial staff, was aware of Wushuang's remarkable performance in the inter-school chess competition the previous day.
Such a spectacle could hardly intimidate her.
What surprised her, however, was the gathering of her classmates from Class 7 at the entrance of the academic building.
Noticing her approach from the main gate, Jian Jiaoyang furrowed his brow and asked,
"Your Highness, those reporters did not trouble you, did they? Asking you some peculiar questions?"
As a scion of a prestigious family, he had encountered numerous unscrupulous journalists. These individuals would exploit any opportunity for sensationalism, daring to pose any question.
The security personnel intervened on my behalf, Wushuang replied calmly. Jian Jiaoyang nodded,
a pout of grievance forming on his lips. I even made a special call, but you didn't answer. The students of Class 7 all had Wushuang's contact information, a matter that dated back to before the monthly exam.
After Wushuang began teaching them,
concerned that they might struggle to absorb too much knowledge at once, she wrote her contact information on the blackboard, encouraging everyone to add her.
True to her word, she patiently addressed all inquiries.
This is one of the reasons why the students of Class 7 hold her in such high regard.
I did not hear the sound of a mobile phone ringing.
Wushuang furrowed her brow, suspecting her phone was malfunctioning, as she attempted to unlock it with her fingerprint. The response of the counterfeit device was excruciatingly slow, the small circle spinning 4 or 5 times before finally succeeding in unlocking.
Jian Jiaoyang and the others felt embarrassed.
They had long contemplated gifting the queen a new phone, but she insisted that a phone was merely a tool for communication. As long as this tool remained functional, there was no need for a replacement.
Thus, the matter was dropped.
Suddenly, Jian Jiaoyang noticed a rather peculiar app icon on Wushuang's phone, a black assault rifle.
Your Majesty, you actually play Battle Royale?
Jian Jiaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Battle Royale is a premier global game in the genre of survival. The premise is straightforward: 100 players assume the roles of special forces, boarding an aircraft that traverses a vast map, from which they choose suitable locations to parachute down.
Once on the ground, they scavenge for weapons and ammunition, engaging in fierce combat with other players as the safe zone shrinks. The ultimate victor reigns supreme, colloquially referred to as chicken.
This game features cross-platform play between computer and mobile devices, allowing players with compatible phones to also indulge in mobile gameplay.
Moreover, there exists an app for companion gaming.
Jian Jiaoyang's eyes grew even wider. Companion gaming has emerged as a unique profession in recent years,
coinciding with the surge in gaming popularity. Feeling lonely while gaming? Hire a companion, with payment assured, they will be at your service. Always losing and unable to achieve victory?
Hire a companion, with payment assured, a gaming expert will be at your side.
Recently single or wishing to converse with the opposite sex?
Hire a companion, with payment assured.
Charming individuals will be at your disposal. As long as one has the means, solitude can be vanquished. So, what could be the queen's situation? Yi Wushuang was momentarily taken aback.
Until now, her attention had been solely focused on the trial tasks issued by the system.
Unless absolutely necessary.
She refrained from checking her phone or browsing through its contents.
After a brief exploration of the original owner's memories,
she furrowed her brows and realized, I initially intended to serve as a gaming companion for the game PUBG.
The original owner struggled academically, yet possessed a remarkable talent for battle royale games.
Upon hearing that one could earn money as a gaming companion, she downloaded the app BitRabbit. She thought to herself that by earning a bit more, she could ask her family for less financial support. Most of the boys in our class play PUBG. And if the queen were to become a gaming companion, we would be the first to sign up.
Jian Zhaoyang clenched his fists in encouragement. My skills are decent.
Perhaps I could lead the queen to victory. They had studied together and performed on stage together, but they had yet to play games as a group. Boys tend to excel in gaming compared to girls.
Is PUBG really that challenging?
Yi Wushuang replied casually. She had encountered the game before.
Of course, it is difficult.
Jian Zhaoyang nodded vigorously. I've played for a year, yet I've won less than 10 times.
Many girls also play this game, and in terms of skill, the strongest among them is undoubtedly Rong Qingru.
She is known in the gaming community as the goddess of gaming. People say she is beautiful, excels academically, plays the piano exceptionally well, and is skilled at gaming, leaving no room for flaws. It is precisely because of her gaming prowess that many boys in our school are infatuated with her. Yi Wushuang's phone screen went dark, but she paid little heed to it. Yet, a notification sound echoed in her mind, and a line of text materialized before her. Ding!
Trial task released.
Trial task 3: obtain the title of Best Female Companion Player, surpassing the Rabbit Companion Player.
Chapter 32, Exceptional Gaming Skills. The Queen's boyfriend exudes unmatched charisma.
Yi Wushuang unlocked her phone once more and opened the Baitu companion gaming app. What greeted her was a promotional event, boldly announcing the ongoing selection for the inaugural Best Female Companion Player of by Tuesday. Beside the text, several photographs of young ladies, each showcasing a unique style, were displayed, with their nicknames in the companion gaming realm elegantly inscribed in the lower right corner of the images.
Yi Wushuang clicked on the advertisement,
and the webpage redirected to a more detailed event introduction page. Baitu is celebrating its first anniversary. On this joyous occasion, Baitu is proudly launching the inaugural Best Female Companion Selection event.
Who is your most cherished companion? Come here to cast your vote for her.
The winner will also have the opportunity to participate in a grand gaming carnival. Below the introduction, there are more photos of the female companions, with a voting option available beneath each one.
Yi Wushuang's gaze settled upon the boss, who represented the clientele seeking companionship in gaming. Does the queen wish to partake in this event?
Jian Zhaoyang inquired softly, observing Yi Wushuang meticulously perusing the relevant details of the occasion.
Indeed, Yi Wushuang replied, her dark eyes shimmering with a glimmer of resolve.
Given that the system had issued a task for her to attain the title of the Best Female Companion,
her participation was inevitable. We must act swiftly. Registration concludes at noon today, Jian Zhaoyang urged.
Yi Wushuang nodded and entered her personal center,
clicking the button to register for the event.
The original owner had already set up her gaming companion profile under the nickname Yi Wushuang. Just as she participated in the activity, students from Class 7 took out their phones, opened the Baitu event page, and searched for the name Yi Wushuang to cast their votes. Even those who did not have the Baitu app on their phones downloaded it on the spot, registered immediately,
and voted right away. Each Baitu user is allowed to cast only one vote per day, akin to the flower ranking list at their school,
where the queen currently stands at the 239th position. Jian Zhaoyang waved her phone, her silver hair glinting in the morning sun. Yi Wushuang pondered her plans after registering. She had played games before, but at that time, the profession of gaming companion did not exist, nor were there dedicated apps for this service. Although she was not well versed in this field, the term itself suggested that her role was to assist clients in winning games, something she was confident she could accomplish given her skills.
Ahem.
Jian Zhaoyang cleared her throat softly. Queen, I just placed an order for you.
Would you like to play a round of battlefield action with me before class?
As soon as she spoke, a sweet female voice echoed from Yi Wushuang's background, informing her that a user named Silver Blood had placed an order, hoping to enjoy a game of battlefield action with her at the price of 3 yuan per match. This fee was Yi Wushuang's rate as a newcomer. Bita mandated that new gaming companions in battlefield action could only set this price. As for the rather whimsical name Silver Blood, Yi Wushuang looked up at Jian Jiaoyang. Jian Jiaoyang, with an air of confidence, playfully tousled his dyed white hair and proclaimed, "Indeed, it is I, Silver Blood, how noble and elegant it is." Yi Wushuang tugged at the corner of her mouth, exited the companion game, and launched the battle royale, calmly stating, "Let me play a match to test my skills." It had been quite some time since she last engaged in gaming. Jian Jiaoyang's trendy mobile phone, however, was a different story. Within 3 seconds, it transitioned into the game interface, boasting graphics that far surpassed Yi Wushuang's imitation device. The two exchanged friend requests, accepted a team invitation, and entered the matchmaking queue. The game required a total of 100 players to commence. Fortunately, the player base was abundant, and in less than a second, a successful match was confirmed, leading them to the map loading screen. As the loading bar completed, Yi Wushuang and Jian Jiaoyang, portraying Special Forces operatives, materialized aboard an aircraft. Jian Jiaoyang's male character exuded an air of coolness. Within the game, his avatar sported white hair, donned sunglasses, and wore a luxurious mink coat, complemented by oversized shoes. The gaming nickname displayed above his character was also Silver Blood. This entire ensemble cost me several thousand. Impressive, isn't it? Jian Jiaoyang beamed with pride. The character of Yi Wushuang is rather simplistic. She sports a single ponytail, dons a gray short-sleeve top paired with black jeans, and is clad in beginner's attire, barefoot. Above her head, the nickname Cold-Blooded Young Master is displayed, a title randomly assigned by the system during character creation, which one must pay to change. Queen, where shall we parachute on this route? Jian Jiaoyang inquired, opening the map. The map reveals a plethora of housing areas and structures, some bearing names while others do not. Main city, Yi Wushuang remarked. Is it that formidable? Jian Jiaoyang's eyes widened. The main city serves as the central hub of the entire map, replete with abundant resources. Its central geographical location spares players from excessive travel, making it a prime parachuting destination in the eyes of many. A multitude of players descend here, with even more skilled competitors. For novices, parachuting here often leads to certain doom. He rarely jumps into the main city himself. However, if the Queen desires to land here, he must not falter. With a decisive move, the two leapt from the aircraft, aiming for the main city. So many people, it's like dropping dumplings, Jian Jiaoyang exclaimed, soaring through the air, adjusting his view to take in the throng of players below. Everyone's destination was the main city. Over the public microphone, a player taunted. Come to main city for a gunfight. Whoever flinches is a coward. A gunfight refers to engaging in a shootout without seeking cover, relying solely on marksmanship to determine survival. Coward your mother, I am your father. Thus began an exchange of amicable communication. Outside the game, Jian Jiaoyang frowned. Queen, let us jump to the outskirts. It's too perilous inside. Once you land, seek refuge in a room, I'll eliminate the enemies, and you can loot afterward. I'll protect you. Looting refers to the act of taking items from a player's backpack after vanquishing them. He glanced at Yi Wushuang's phone screen, only to see her alone, deeply immersed in a crowd of players, with at least 15 foes surrounding her. Queen, be careful. Before he could type further, Yi Wushuang maneuvered her character onto the balcony of a nearby building. On the balcony lay a small handgun, the Desert Eagle. The handgun serves as a secondary weapon in the game. Its power is typically average unless a headshot is achieved. Many players are reluctant to pick it up, deeming it an unwelcome addition to their inventory space. Yi Wushuang picked up the pistol and, raising her gaze to the sky where the dumplings had yet to fall, fired 2 shots. The top right corner of the game screen displayed the kill notifications. Cold-Blooded Young Master used a Desert Eagle, headshotting the coolest of the main city. Cold-Blooded Young Master used a Desert Eagle, headshotting Captain. Don't shoot, it's me, Jian Jiaoyang exclaimed, impressive. He maneuvered his character to land and scavenge for supplies to arm himself, while the kill notifications for Yi Wushuang continued to stream in the top right corner. 5 minutes later, Yi Wushuang's character crouched on the ground, applying bandages, and remarked casually, "The enemies have been eliminated, come and loot the bodies." Each character possessed 100 health points.
"Here they come."
Jian Jiaoyang hurriedly approached,
having completely forgotten his earlier resolve to protect Yi Wushuang.
"Oh dear, the queen's boyfriend is exceptionally formidable. No wonder all the girls in class wish to marry the queen." Chapter 33, the warm-up for the live broadcast with Yi Wushuang present. The two could conquer any foe, be it gods or Buddhas, within the game. Yi Wushuang was responsible for eliminating opponents, while Jian Jiaoyang focused on looting. The game swiftly progressed to the final circle. Just as victory seemed imminent for the duo, Yi Wushuang's overheated phone experienced lag, leading to a black screen and a game crash.
Jian Jiaoyang. He was already ready to celebrate. The students from Class 7, who were watching intently, were left in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the back row,
Jian Jiaoyang opened the Bita Companion app and left a 5-star review on Yi Wushuang's profile, feigning the role of a passerby. "This young lady is exceptional. With first-rate shooting skills and remarkable technique, she has conquered the main city, and all for the mere price of 3 yuan, a true bargain." Although he was not a genuine passerby, the queen was indeed a formidable player, and he spoke no falsehoods.
Yi Wushuang's phone vibrated suddenly. Upon reading Jian Jiaoyang's message,
she pondered briefly before altering her nickname suffix to Yi Wushuang. 3 yuan per game, win or lose, guaranteed compensation. To ascend to the status of the premier female gaming companion and garner more picks, it was essential to enhance her visibility.
With an increase in recognition, the picks would naturally follow.
This logic was clear to her, hence she deliberately incorporated the phrase win or lose, guaranteed compensation to draw more attention. A fine wine does not fear being hidden in a deep alley. Her skills are evident, and her popularity will eventually rise. The day's classes concluded as the sun set. During dismissal, Yi Wushuang did not rush to leave. Leaning against the wall, she furrowed her brows while perusing the notifications from the gaming companion platform. Aside from the students from Class 7, no one else had expressed interest in her.
Not even a single inquiry. This situation was unexpected. At this rate,
not only would her chances of being selected as the best female gaming companion dwindle, but even breaking into the top 200 seemed uncertain.
Was there truly no one interested in the queen?
Jian Jiaoyang approached, her mood dampening as well. With such formidable skills and a reasonable price,
how could no patrons take notice?
Yi Wushuang was perplexed. Jian Jiaoyang expressed his confusion. Logically speaking, female gaming companions should be in high demand,
faring better than their male counterparts.
After all, there are far more male gamers than female ones, creating a disparity that drives the desire for female companions.
The queen offers reasonable prices and even guarantees a win or your money back. How could she possibly go unnoticed?
He decided to check how other female companions presented themselves.
Upon searching for female gaming companions, he was taken aback by the fierce competition. Doubt a twinkling galaxy, approachable and not aloof.
Available 24/7 for clients, sexy kitty wins can be called, defeats can be endured, single and flirty, available across the region, Yubao technical female companion.
Can sing and perform stand-up comedy, Sister Yi with a commanding voice, care to be my slave? Jian Jiaoyang silently turned off his phone, pondering, Queen, do you perceive gaming companionship merely as a means to pocket some extra cash?
If you are short on funds, many of us would gladly lend you some. In comparison to these female companions, the queen could only be described as honest.
The majority of them lacked skill, relying solely on their gender to attract clients with other talents. Clients, in turn, favored this approach, not expecting female companions to lead them to victory.
This mindset primarily arose from the scarcity of skilled female players. Generally, female gamers gravitate towards nurturing games rather than competitive ones, with few excelling in competitive gaming. Even Jian Jiaoyang typically opts for male companions, hoping they can lead him to victory. The role of female companions is usually to be cute, engage in playful banter,
and sing to please their clients.
The queen, however, does not fit this mold.
Her aspiration is to become the best female companion. Yi Wushuang's eyelids flickered.
She was pursuing her trial task, not motivated by money. The queen faced a much larger gaming community, far beyond the confines of a mere school. The number of students at Feiniawan was insignificant in this broader context.
The queen needed popularity, she needed to shine.
Jian Jiaoyang pondered deeply, suddenly struck by inspiration. His tone filled with excitement. I have a solution. My cousin, who shares a close bond with me, is also a player of Apex Legends, currently streaming on Shark TV with a substantial following. I can have him play a couple of games with the Queen, showcasing her prowess to his audience. Soon enough, everyone will recognize her talent. The Queen's skills were undeniable, she merely required an opportunity for exposure.
Thank you in advance. Yi Wushuang's furrowed brow slowly relaxed.
This indeed appeared to be an excellent plan. As far as she knew, Shark TV was the most renowned streaming platform in Xia country.
No need for pleasantries. I am off to find my cousin. I will contact the Queen once I have results. He waved goodbye, adding, if the Queen lacks a computer for Apex Legends, we can gift her a new phone.
That outdated one of yours will surely scare off potential clients. If the game crashes mid-play, no client would tolerate such inconvenience.
I have a computer. The G family guest room has an idle computer I can borrow. Well then. With the phone gift idea now dashed, Jian Jiaoyang sighed as he departed.
Although the Queen was no longer as cold towards them as she initially was, she still maintained a certain distance. In the Huafu community, a young man sat before his computer, wearing headphones and interacting with the fleeting comments, brothers and sisters.
Tonight I've got something special lined up. He was Jian Tianzi, Jian Jiaoyang's cousin.
Known for his thick skin and playful nature, he was a popular male streamer on Shark TV, consistently ranking among the top 5. Upon announcing his plans for the night, the comments surged with excitement.
Jian Tianzi raised an eyebrow. Don't you all keep asking me to game with the ladies?
Tonight, I'm pulling out all the stops. Inviting 3 female companions for a squad of 4.
Let us see if they can help me win. The comments erupted in approval. Jian Tianzi chuckled.
What seemed like a casual gaming session was, in reality, a promotional event. The head of the Baitu gaming companion agency had paid him to highlight a well-regarded companion named Amin during his stream. Amin was the designated champion among female companions at Baitu's Day. Additionally, the agency provided him with a script, instructing him to deliberately play poorly while gaming with Amin, allowing her to shine and demonstrate her ability to lead former professional players to victory, thereby solidifying her title as the best female companion.
Jian Tianzi, being a pragmatic individual,
decided to up the ante by inviting 3 female companions instead of 1, making the promotion appear less contrived. He also discreetly informed the other companions, after parachuting, they should give all quality weapons to Amin and leave the finishing blows to her, ensuring she looked impressive.
Amin would undoubtedly be the star of the evening. However,
as they were about to start, one female companion suddenly had to withdraw.
He needed to quickly find a replacement. Knock, knock, knock.
Big brother. Jian Jiaoyan called from outside.
Jiaoyan? Jian Tianzi temporarily halted his stream and opened the door. What brings you here to play? I need a favor. Chapter 34, just how formidable can Yi Wushuang be? Just tell me what you need. If I can help, I will. Jian Tianzi was quite fond of his cousin.
The matter pertained to the Queen.
Jian Jiaoyan mentioned Yi Wushuang.
Oh? You mean the one who toppled Sun Huaxia and her son, drove away the thug Chen, taught class 7, helped them with their drumming,
and triumphed in a 1v19 chess match against high school students, defeating the president of the chess association, Sun Jiahao? Jian Tianzi's eyebrows shot up. His familiarity with Yi Wushuang stemmed from his cousin's admiration for her. What did the Queen do today? She's so cool, I want to be like her, and so forth. Although his enthusiasm appeared somewhat naive, Jian Jiaoyan had indeed transformed under Yi Wushuang's influence, significantly improving his academic performance. Thus, Jian Tianzi was more than willing to assist her.
She is currently a gaming companion for Apex Legends and is competing for the title of Best Female Companion.
However,
her popularity is too low, no one is picking her.
I want you to help her gain some visibility during your stream. Jian Jiaoyan laid out his plan. How fortuitous.
I happen to need a female companion for my team tonight.
Just give her my gaming nickname, and she can add me. I'll invite her to the squad. And that will be that.
Jian Tianzi nodded in agreement.
However, he did not disclose that Amin was the predetermined choice for the title of Best Female Companion. as that was an industry secret. Alright, but I must give you a heads up, the queen is quite formidable, your viewers might be drawn to her instead, Jian Zhaoyang said earnestly.
Understood, Jian Tianzi replied, though internally, he dismissed the concern. In his view, a high school senior balancing studies, drumming, and chess was already quite busy.
Time is fleeting, and even if one dedicates every remaining moment to honing their gaming skills, how formidable can Yi Wushuang truly become? It is evident that his cousin lacks proficiency, hence, upon encountering someone slightly more skilled, he hastily deems them impressive. This sentiment is understandable.
Speaking of remarkable female players, one must acknowledge Amin, the companion who excels in gaming, otherwise, the platform would not have elevated her status.
Could Yi Wushuang possibly surpass Amin, who engages in high-intensity gaming daily?
As for the script, there is no need to inform Yi Wushuang.
Firstly, there is a concern that such information might circulate and provoke criticism. Secondly,
it is believed that the absence of one individual will not significantly hinder the unfolding of the narrative.
As the lights begin to twinkle in the evening, we find ourselves at the Ji family villa. Yi Wushuang powered on the computer in the guest room, downloading and logging into the game Battle Royale. Following the instructions sent by Jian Zhaoyang, she entered her cousin Jian Tianzi's nickname in the player search field and sent a friend request. Jian Tianzi,
who was already live streaming on Shark TV, was chatting with his audience while keeping an eye on the friend request notifications within the game.
As a well-known streamer,
he received numerous friend requests daily, making it challenging to discern which name belonged to Yi Wushuang amid the chaotic array of usernames. He had forgotten to ask his cousin for Yi Wushuang's gaming nickname. However, considering the typical nature of female gamers, she would likely have a name reminiscent of sweetness or charm, names like Sweet Soft Cute Girl, Windflower Snowmoon Honey, or Little Fairy.
If he could not find her, he could always reach out to Jian Zhaoyang again.
At that moment, a new friend request arrived, displaying the name, Player Cold-Blooded Madman wishes to be your friend.
Cold-Blooded Madman? Goodness, how juvenile must this person be to choose such a name? Jian Tianzi scoffed, rejecting the request, eliciting laughter from his audience. Everyone assumed Cold-Blooded Madman was male. Meanwhile,
Yi Wushuang furrowed her brow upon seeing her friend request denied.
Had Jian Tianzi mistakenly clicked the wrong option? He should have known her nickname from Jian Zhaoyang.
She sent another friend request.
On Shark TV, Jian Tianzi rejected the request again, his tone irritable. Why keep adding me after I've already declined?
Just as he finished speaking, a third friend request from Cold-Blooded Madman popped up.
What the heck? Enough is enough. Jian Tianzi's irritation flared. Why does this fool keep trying to add me? At that moment, a sweet girl's voice chimed in from the livestream. Maybe he is your loyal fan? This comment doubled the barrage of messages. That's Amin's voice. The host actually acknowledged Amin.
I've played with Amin, she's incredibly skilled with her aim.
In this selection for the best female companion, Amin's votes are through the roof.
Of course, Amin is one of the rare serious female companions. She never resorts to cuteness or flirtation, relying solely on her skills. And she's stunning with a sweet voice. What boss wouldn't adore that? Indeed, I selected Amin, the most popular female companion, and she, along with another lady,
was in my chat channel.
I was still waiting for another female companion, Yi Wushuang, to join. So I sent a message to Jian Zhaoyang, have your queen come to my chat channel? After sending it, he resumed interacting with his viewers,
planning to ask Yi Wushuang for her gaming nickname once she arrived. 2 minutes later, a new female player joined the chat channel. It was Yi Wushuang. Welcome. Please share your nickname, Jian Tianzi greeted warmly.
Before you arrived, there was a rather ridiculous name that kept trying to add me, and it made me laugh.
A calm, composed female voice responded from the chat, Cold-Blooded Madman. Jian Tianzi was momentarily taken aback. That was quite an unusual name.
He awkwardly adjusted his response, adding Yi Wushuang as a friend and inviting her into the team room. At that moment, the room consisted of 4 players, Jian Tianzi from Shark TV, the companion Amin, the companion Xiaoyu, and Cold-Blooded Madman. Their character outfits were strikingly beautiful, while Yi Wushuang appeared rather plain by comparison. As the game commenced, the loading screen appeared.
The barrage of comments surged. This companion named Yi Wushuang has such a unique voice, neither coy nor flirtatious. I like it. But her outfit is quite underwhelming, very unattractive. Come on, let us guess whether the host can lead 3 ladies to victory. No way. A 4-person squad requires teamwork. How do you expect 3 girls to manage? Upon reading this comment, a glimmer of resolve sparked in Jian Tian's eyes. This was precisely the attitude he desired. The more the audience doubted the female players, the more astonished they would be when Eamon eliminated numerous opponents, reinforcing her prowess. Thus, this meticulously orchestrated promotion would be deemed successful. In the game, the plane began its flight. Where does the boss want to jump? Eamon inquired in her soft, sweet voice while opening the map. Let us choose a more remote location. I fear we may not fare well if we encounter too many enemies, Jian Tian's feigned humility, secretly aiming to find Eamon a safe spot to gather supplies before engaging adversaries. Given her limited skills, dropping in a major city or similar high-stakes area could lead to immediate demise. Alright, I might be scared if there are too many people, chimed in Xiaoyu in a high-pitched tone, playing up her role as the timid counterpart to highlight Eamon's strength. Then let's land in the suburbs, Jian Tianzi decided as the team prepared to parachute down. After leaping, he immediately regretted the choice, realizing 3 other teams had also landed in the suburbs. Everyone seemed intent on avoiding intense combat, yet they had all landed in the line of fire. Chapter 35, Bullets Fly, Bodies Grace the Ground, Attention from the game's officials. This scene prompted the viewers in the live stream to revel in schadenfreude, 4 teams now, including the host, that is 16 players. Isn't that a record for dropping in the main city? This is what happens when cleverness backfires. The host is doomed, he'll definitely hit the ground as a box. I can already hear the cries of the companion when she meets her demise, yay! Everyone, stick together, do not stray, Jian Tianzi said with a serious tone. The initial plan was rendered void, their primary objective was now to survive the suburban skirmish. Indeed, let us huddle together for better coordination, Eamon's voice, seemingly calm, held a hint of tension upon closer inspection. I'm coming, it's so scary. Help! Xiaoyu hurriedly moved closer to Jian Tianzi. 1, 2, 3. Where is the last person? Jian Tianzi counted the heads and realized Yi Wushuang was missing. Looking up, he saw her landing amidst the enemy ranks. The barrage of comments streamed through, oh no, Yi Wushuang is going to die. Before that line even faded from the live stream, a notification appeared in the upper right corner of the game. Cold-blooded madman used M4A1 to eliminate excessively fond. Cold-blooded madman used M4A1 to eliminate excessively dependent. The barrage exploded in response, 666,666. Impressive, indeed, Jian Tianzi remarked, pleasantly surprised. She managed to take out 2 players upon landing, what a stroke of luck. Eamon commented, subtly attributing Yi Wushuang's performance to chance. This statement did not raise any eyebrows, as some players could easily find weapons upon landing, while others might search several rooms without success. At that moment, even if the armed player was inexperienced, they could still dispatch a skilled player who lacked a weapon. Yi Wushuang, stay hidden, I'll come to rescue you shortly, Jian Tianzi called out as he sprinted toward her direction. Being both his cousin's student and idol, he felt compelled to look after her. Do you all prefer to have female players hide away? Yi Wushuang spoke into the mic, her tone devoid of warmth. This sentiment echoed what Jian Zhaoyang had once told her. It seemed that female players were often viewed as the weaker sex, requiring protection from men. What? The sound of gunfire echoed fiercely all around, yet Jian Tianzi could not discern the specifics. However, clarity of vision sufficed. In the upper right corner of the game interface, the screen was once again inundated with notifications from Yi Wushuang. The cold-blooded madman had utilized a Mauser sniper rifle to execute a headshot on I am just passing through. He followed up with an M4A1 to eliminate clear weather. The cold-blooded madman then deployed a Desert Eagle for another headshot, and subsequently a grenade to obliterate a string of notifications detailed Yi Wushuang's relentless kills. 6 minutes later, she had eradicated all foes in the suburbs. Calmly, she instructed, come out and loot the supplies. Remarkable. Jian Tianzi ventured forth to gather the spoils, basking in the sensation of being shielded by a formidable ally. His cousin had not misled him, Yi Wushuang's prowess was indeed extraordinary. He had never encountered a female player as skilled as she.
The narrative had been irrevocably altered. The viewers in the livestream, provided they were not blind, could readily discern who was superior between Amin and Yi Wushuang. The barrage of comments erupted. Yi Wushuang is incredible. With such an impressive kill count, luck cannot be the sole factor. I initially believed Amin would be the most competent among the three accompanying players. It seems the true powerhouse makes a grand entrance. Is her in-game name truly Yi Wushuang? I wish to support her. She is also a contender for the Best Female Companion title. I shall go and cast my vote for her. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Wushuang's support value surged by over 500 votes, propelling her into the top 100. The Ji family villa. The incessant notification sound from Yi Wushuang's phone echoed. Yet she merely cast a fleeting glance, devoid of any fervor. She understood that this was merely the inception. Once the game concluded, once the night passed, and once the morrow dawned with whispers of her exploits, the tally would experience a genuine surge. In the first match, Yi Wushuang achieved a remarkable 18 kills, leading her team to victory. In the second match, she amassed 21 kills, once again guiding her team to triumph. In the third match, she astoundingly recorded 28 kills, with a quarter of the players perishing at her hands throughout the game. Wait for me, Yi Wushuang. As she claimed her victims, Jian Tianzi pursued her in a vehicle from behind. Touching down, she would gather her weapon, eliminate her foes, loot their supplies, and relocate. Then, she would repeat the cycle, slaying once more, looting again, and changing her position yet again. While others found themselves compelled to engage in combat, she was the architect of her own destiny. Yi Wushuang is audaciously seeking to eliminate her targets, eager to conclude the game as swiftly as possible. In the fervor of the chase, Jian Tianzi becomes oblivious to the presence of Amin, consumed solely by the thrill of battle, intent on slaying alongside Yi Wushuang. As the hour for rest approaches, Yi Wushuang shuts down her computer, and Jian Tianzi prepares to end his livestream. The gaming experience of the night can only be described as exhilarating, and the viewers in the livestream share a similarly thrilling experience. Shall we continue to support Yi Wushuang tomorrow? Watching her in combat is more exhilarating than a Hollywood blockbuster. She is perhaps the most formidable among the companions at Baitu, her marksmanship and agility rival even the best male players. In comparison, Amin seems woefully inadequate. Jian Tianzi wholeheartedly agrees with these comments. Meanwhile, in another room, Shumin angrily removes her headphones, her face contorted with rage, as she tags Jian Tianzi in their work group. What do you mean by this? You accepted payment from Baitu but are not fulfilling your duties? A senior executive from Baitu also interjects. Tonight's livestream deviated significantly from our agreed script. Jian Tianzi shrugs in response. It was your companion who had prior commitments, leading me to substitute with Yi Wushuang at the last minute. I had no inkling of her prowess. Shu Min retorts, had you not altered the script, none of this would have transpired. Whose fault is this, pray tell? This night was meant to see her metrics increase. Yet all the accolades have been diverted to the companion named Yi Wushuang. Jian Tianzi, incredulous, fully refunds the payment received from Baitu when I changed the script. You cheered me on. Now, due to your own inadequacies, you turn the blame on me? Have some dignity, Shu Min. I will no longer profit from the Baitu platform, do as you please. With that, he exits the workgroup. The following day, at Feinyao Academy. After enduring the monthly exams, the school anniversary, and inter-school competitions, the students finally relax, with no significant events on the horizon for the upcoming months, such as gaming. In an age where each student possesses a smartphone, gaming has become commonplace. The most popular game currently is Absolute Action, frequently played by students on campus. Rong Qingru, clad in her academy uniform and clutching documents that require approval, navigates through the throngs of students. Goddess Rong, thank you for your hard work. Despite her less than stellar performance in the Interschool League, many students still hold her in esteem and admiration. A male student approaches her, eyes gleaming with excitement. I heard that Goddess Rong has been invited to the gaming carnival, is that true? Another student produces his phone, of course it's true. Haven T, you followed the official WeChat account of Absolute Action? They announced her invitation. Rong Qingru glances at the notification. The headline reads, Carnival Countdown, Shark TV's Tianzi. Commentary by XX, Gaming Goddess Rong Qingru confirmed to join. A slight smile graces her lips. Her world extends beyond just Fei Niao Academy.
Buzzing with anticipation. A new headline captures attention. Who is the cold-blooded madman Yi Wushuang, who stirred half of the absolute circle overnight? Chapter 36, Shocked, Encountering a Professional Player.
The mere mention of Yi Wushuang captivates the attention of the trio, for there is indeed someone by that name at Fei Niao Academy.
Could it be the country girl queen from Class 7?
Remarks male student B, his tone laced with disdain.
As an ardent fan of Rong Qingru,
he has long harbored a dislike for Yi Wushuang.
Let us check it out to find out. Prompts male student A.
Shark TV's popular male streamer Tianza had live-streamed the night before, featuring a companion from by Tuesday.
Her name on the platform was Yi Wushuang,
with the gaming alias of Cold-Blooded Madman. During the stream, this cold-blooded madman achieved a staggering average of 20 kills per match, leading Tianza to several victories.
Simultaneously,
the reporting center received numerous accusations of cheating against her.
In response, the staff worked overnight, ultimately confirming that Yi Wushuang had not cheated. This revelation astonished everyone. A female player capable of such prowess? It is reported that Yi Wushuang also participated in the inaugural selection for the best female companion at by Tuesday. If she succeeds,
she will indeed grace the carnival with her presence. Ah, she is not the girl from Class 7, male student B asserts confidently.
She's no miracle worker.
There is no way she can excel in academics, play the drums, engage in chess, and still dominate in gaming.
Whether she can even play absolute action is questionable.
Rong Qingru relaxes further. Male student amuses. To garner such attention with an average of 20 kills per match, she must be the front runner for the best female companion. I'm not so sure, Rong Qingru replies softly, her eyes glinting with insight.
Based on her knowledge,
the candidate for best female companion at by 2 has already been determined to be a mean. This cold-blooded madman Yi Wushuang cannot possibly appear alongside her at the carnival. Though this Yi Wushuang is not the same as her namesake, she still derives some comfort from this.
She believes that anyone sharing the name Yi Wushuang should ultimately be a defeated foe. Class 7.
Yi Wushuang, with her delicate fingers gliding over the mobile screen,
switched the mode to silent, her exquisite visage radiating calmness.
After a night of fermenting, she had received numerous order requests, surpassing the expectations of the Rabbit platform.
Simultaneously, notifications of an increasing number of picks flooded in.
She had amassed 13,000 picks, while the leading contestant, Amin, boasted 70,000.
My queen, will you join my brother tonight?
Jian Jiaoyang approached, mobile in hand. My brother suggests that since you aspire to be crowned the best female gaming companion,
why not continue pairing with him? He offers you traffic in the live stream to garner votes, and in return,
you provide the trending topics to enhance his popularity, a mutually beneficial collaboration.
It must be said, Jian Tianza possessed a keen business acumen.
His rise from a sea of minor streamers to a popular host was no mere coincidence.
All right, Yi Wushuang nodded. That evening,
Jian Tianza and Yi Wushuang engaged in a duo mode ranking, with the chat channel exclusively for the two of them.
Good evening, crazy young master. Can you help me win again today?
My stomach isn't well, I prefer easy wins, Jian Tianza remarked, glancing at the heat ranking of his livestream.
Now sitting fourth in the division, a rise from the previous day.
A plethora of new viewers flocked in, eager to witness Yi Wushuang's prowess.
Certainly,
Yi Wushuang replied with a serene voice. As the game commenced, Yi Wushuang unleashed a massacre, her performance surpassing that of the previous night. The barrage of comments predominantly praised her skills while playfully mocking the host for merely trailing behind her. Jian Tianza, unwilling to concede, interjected with a simple, indeed. They were well aware of Jian Tianza's prowess, and Yi Wushuang's strength was undeniable.
Ordinary players teaming with her would likely struggle to even catch a glimpse of her. Amidst the harmonious indeed echoes, a sudden comment appeared, surely no one thinks Yi Wushuang is male, right? Jian Tianza furrowed his brow. What do you mean Yi Wushuang isn't female? I assure you she is. After all, his brother was classmates with Yi Wushuang. Does speaking into a mic make one female? Haven't you heard of voice changers? Another commenter shot back. Didn't a female gaming companion previously get exposed as a male using a voice changer? Another added.
There are even instances where a female merely chats with her boss while her male roommate plays for her.
I refuse to believe there is a female player this strong. Doubts began to proliferate. Yi Wushuang, do you have a camera at home?
I'll send you an invitation to appear in the live stream.
Jian Tianzi maintained his composure,
promptly formulating a countermeasure for the skepticism.
Soon, the live stream screen displayed two cameras, one capturing Jian Tianzi, and the other showcasing Yi Wushuang. Jian Tianzi's camera revealed his entire visage, bearing a resemblance to Jian Jiayang. The camera focused on Yi Wushuang's keyboard and hands,
proving that she was indeed operating the game herself, rather than relying on someone else.
This also resulted in the viewers being unable to see the upper part of her body.
In the frame, Yi Wushuang donned a pink bunny-themed pajama set, her delicate hands deftly maneuvering the keyboard and mouse. Taking advantage of the situation, Jian Tianzi quietly encouraged votes for Yi Wushuang. He alerted the viewers who had not misunderstood her, prompting them to support her as well.
The game continued.
The two parachuted down, and before any combat commenced, the information scrolling in the upper right corner read, "I am.
Jackie has eliminated with an AK-47. I am.
Summer has scored a headshot with a Desert Eagle."
Astonished,
Jian Tianzi realized they had encountered professional players. Jackie and Summer were both members of a professional team, I am, and had recently clinched the championship in a world doubles tournament,
showcasing remarkable synergy.
Jackie, with her exquisite features, boasted a fanbase that rivaled that of third-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry.
J. God, the most stunning figure in esports. J. God's husband, sob. Upon receiving the news, fans of J. God, regardless of gender, flocked into Jian Tianzi's livestream.
Within 10 minutes, the stream's popularity surged to the top of its category.
A broad smile nearly split Jian Tianzi's face. Can we secure a chicken dinner this match? He inquired of Yi Wushuang.
If they succeeded, it would signify Yi Wushuang's triumph over the world champions.
At that point, would he even need to promote her? There would be plenty of players supporting Yi Wushuang. Absolutely. Yi Wushuang's voice remained as tranquil as ever. Time flowed by.
The kill notifications in the upper right corner of the game were predominantly claimed by Yi Wushuang and the I am duo.
Jian Tianzi, due to a miscalculation, met his demise early on, shifting his perspective to spectate Yi Wushuang.
In the final circle, only 5 players remained.
Apart from Yi Wushuang, the rest were fully equipped teams, presenting a scenario of 1v2v2.
Yi Wushuang was the first to encounter another team, swiftly dispatching them with a barrage of gunfire, leaving 2 bullets remaining in her magazine.
Impressive. Quickly reload, as I am's 2 members are approaching. Jian Tianzi felt a surge of anxiety. Just as his words echoed, 2 Special Forces soldiers appeared behind Yi Wushuang. They have arrived. Jian Tianzi's heart leaped into his throat. He thought to himself, this is it, Yi Wushuang has just eliminated 2 opponents. And with only 2 bullets left in her magazine, how can she possibly contend with professional players?
Yi Wushuang turned around and fired her weapon.
1 bullet struck Jackie, and another hit Summer. Chapter 37, Come and admire the Queen's exquisite beauty. Information rolled across the top right corner. Cold-blooded young master used an M4A1, achieving a headshot to eliminate I am. Jackie. Cold-blooded young master used an M4A1, achieving a headshot to eliminate I am. Summer. 1v4, a complete victory. Damn. Jian Tianzi leaped from his chair, his face flushed with excitement. What is this, brothers?
With precise marksmanship, a single bullet suffices to take a life, yet with poor aim,
100 bullets are futile. Yi Wushuang is absolutely phenomenal.
The excitement was not limited to Jian Tianzi, the audience was equally exhilarated.
Amidst a flurry of 666 messages,
their sentiments poured forth. I shall call Yi Wushuang the strongest female companion.
Cold-blooded young master. Forever young. Hello everyone.
I am the beloved wife of the young master. Thank you all for your affection towards my husband.
Wake up, sisters, this is my husband.
Yi Wushuang's performance in the game was nothing short of remarkable, showcasing an impressive display of boyfriend energy that left many young women swooning.
Yi Wushuang. How did you hone your sharpshooting skills? Your accuracy is astounding. Jian Tianzi took a seat beside Yi Wushuang, eager to engage in conversation. As long as you have hands.
That's all that matters, Yi Wushuang replied nonchalantly. In the realm of gaming, a single misfire could lead to elimination, but one could simply restart in the next round. In stark contrast, in reality, a missed shot could mean the end. There are no second chances.
Having endured the trials of a hail of bullets, how could one afford to let their guard down? Alright, where can I claim my hands? Jian Tianzi quipped, enjoying the banter.
Hey everyone, J-God just posted on Weibo.
Go check it out. Someone exclaimed in the comments. Really? Jian Tianzi promptly opened Weibo, searching for J-God. Sure enough, he stumbled upon a new post. I am Jackie, the cold-blooded madman is indeed both frosty and wild.
This post garnered considerable shares and comments.
Solid. Jian Tianzi applauded. Without a doubt. Our cold-blooded madman is the finest female gaming companion.
It was evident that J-God had caught wind of Yi Wushuang's exploits. His intention for posting might have merely stemmed from a moment of astonishment, yet his words inadvertently served as a powerful endorsement for Yi Wushuang.
With his influence,
various marketing accounts and public platforms within the esports community were bound to take notice soon.
Yi Wushuang's popularity is destined to surge. At this moment,
even if your predetermined choice is a mean, it is of no consequence.
Do you dare to forcibly alter the backend data to ensure Amin's victory? If you do, be prepared to face the backlash.
Congratulations to Huang Xiao for being awarded the title of Best Female Companion. Congratulations to my husband for earning the title of Best Female Companion.
The barrage of comments flooded the screen in a premature celebration. Jian Tianzi smiled. But his expression suddenly stiffened. Wait a moment, isn't this my livestream? Why is everyone talking about Yi Wushuang? He recalled his cousin Jian Zhaoyang's warning, the queen is formidable. Be cautious, or your fans might be drawn away. What? Isn't this Yi Wushuang's livestream? I always thought this was Huang Xiao's territory. Understood. I'll unfollow the streamer.
886, the comments flowed in unison.
No.
Jian Tianzi made a gesture of despair, causing the audience to erupt in laughter. In the midst of bustling activity, Yi Wushuang quietly exited the chat channel and ended her video request.
She picked up her phone and opened the app.
Her pick value had already soared to 20,000 and was rapidly increasing.
With 3 days remaining until the event concluded,
it was almost certain that she would secure the first place. After freshening up, she nestled into bed beside Jishin, exhausted in both body and spirit.
Engaging in competitive games like Desperate Action was undeniably physically demanding.
Aware that numerous eyes were fixed upon her in the livestream, she felt the weight of responsibility to avoid any mistakes and to remain entirely focused. The consequence of such dedication was a profound sense of fatigue and weariness. In the darkness, a handsome man slowly opened his eyes, observing the small figure curled up next to him, his ink-black gaze flickering.
A companion for the night. The following day,
Yi Wushuang awoke punctually. Upon unlocking her phone, the first message she encountered was from Jian Zhaoyang, Queen, someone is tarnishing your reputation. Following the message was a link, which she clicked, leading her to the Bita Companionship Exchange Plaza. This is a space where companions converse with their patrons.
Currently, a particularly heated topic has emerged. I am a classmate of Yi Wushuang, cool-blooded young master, allowing you to glimpse her appearance.
The user claims to be a high school classmate of Yi Wushuang, asserting that she is the ugliest girl in the school.
Furthermore,
it is alleged that Yi Wushuang frequently skips classes to indulge in gaming at internet cafes, failing her exams and ultimately being expelled from school,
thus resorting to companionship at Bitu.
Accompanying the post were several images of a girl with yellow buckteeth, a round face, a complexion marred by blemishes, and sparse hair.
Upon viewing this topic, both patrons and companions displayed expressions of utter shock. Some lamented their nausea, while others expressed regret for having supported Yi Wushuang.
There were even suggestions for everyone to choose Amin, who has previously appeared and is indeed a true beauty. Yi Wushuang frowned.
Indeed.
The number of those supporting her had diminished.
Jian Zhaoyang sent a new message, my queen.
The team from Class 7 and I have discussed and crafted a statement that can authenticate your identity.
If you agree, we shall expose him in the square. Such swift action. Yi Wushuang's pupils constricted slightly. She recalled the group from Class 7, notorious for their laziness, yet today they had managed to prepare all the evidence that attested to her innocence before she had even awakened. In a certain room, Amin lay on a plush bed, cradling her phone while humming a little tune. The device chimed incessantly, the sound indicating that someone had taken notice of her. Yi Wushuang, you have blocked my path. So do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Amin declared with a sense of triumph. She was the self-proclaimed classmate of Yi Wushuang, the individual tarnishing her reputation at the Bai Tu Square. My methods of slander may be trivial. All it takes is for you to expose a photograph to prove your innocence. But dare you? Ha ha ha. Amin laughed heartily. She had watched the live broadcast from last night. Although Yi Wushuang promptly opened a video to assert her femininity, the camera only captured the keyboard and mouse, did it not? Why does Yi Wushuang refrain from revealing her face? Does Yi Wushuang not realize the considerable advantages a beautiful visage can bestow upon a woman? The answer is unequivocal: Yi Wushuang is undeniably unattractive. She fears revealing her face, apprehensive that it may shatter others' illusions of her and diminish her appeal. Therefore, let us extend a helping hand to Yi Wushuang. If Yi Wushuang wishes to retain her popularity, she must demonstrate that she is not as unattractive as perceived. However, whether one is deemed ugly in abundance or sparsely, ugliness remains. This is a predicament fraught with difficulty. At this moment, Amin remains unaware that Yi Wushuang's camera is focused on the keyboard and mouse due to the minuscule size of the webcam. She peruses trending topics, relishing in the expressions of regret from those who previously supported Yi Wushuang. A new topic inadvertently catches her eye: we are classmates of Yi Wushuang, cold-blooded young master. Come in to admire her unparalleled beauty. Chapter 38, The Accumulations of the Past, Wushuang's Choice. Amin promptly clicks on this topic. The initiator of the discussion is Silver Blood. Good morning, afternoon, and evening to all. We are Yi Wushuang, known as cold-blooded young master on the Rabbit platform, and her high school classmates. We heard that someone here claims to be Yi Wushuang's classmate, so we hurried over to verify. To our dismay, we found nothing but a mere beast. Simultaneously, we wish to clarify a few points regarding the beast's statements, enhanced with accompanying images for better understanding. Firstly, the assertion that she is the ugliest in the school is false. Yi Wushuang, whose birth name is Yi Wushuang, is a senior student in Class 7 at the Fania Academy in Yanshi, Xia Country, on the Huaxia continent. The first image captures her in a candid moment, engrossed in her reading. Contrary to rumors, her expulsion for skipping classes to visit an internet CAF and subsequently failing an exam is unfounded. The second image showcases her report card from the recent monthly examination, where she achieved full marks across all subjects, securing the top position in her grade. The third image is a school announcement praising Yi Wushuang for her bravery in rescuing a stranger during an incident at the school anniversary event. All of the aforementioned information is entirely verifiable, and we welcome any inquisitive minds to confirm it at Fania Academy. Lastly, we wish to extol the virtues of our queen, Yi Wushuang. The fourth image depicts her performing on the drums at a gala, radiating charisma and skill. The fifth image illustrates her dominating an international chess match, triumphing against 19 high school opponents. The sixth image captures her in a fierce match against Sun Jiahao, the president of the Yanshi Chess Association, where she emerged victorious. In the realm of gaming, her precision and agility are unmatched, besting even professional players. In reality, her beauty and talent converge, leaving onlookers in awe. She certainly deserves recognition. The article concludes with 6 images. The first portrays Yi Wushuang reading by the window at school in the early morning, her profile exquisite against a backdrop of falling blossoms. The second image features her monthly exam report from the Fania Academy website. The third image is an official announcement regarding the stage incident. The fourth captures her impromptu drumming performance during the Academy's anniversary celebration, illuminated by stage lights, displaying both seriousness and flair. The fifth image shows Yi Wushuang standing confidently at a U-shaped table, her calm demeanor striking amidst the overwhelming odds. The sixth image depicts Sun Jiahao rising in frustration as he demands a rematch, while Yi Wushuang, poised and collected, skillfully eliminates his pieces. The topic has garnered significant attention.
with not only passers-by but also fellow students from Fania Academy joining the discourse.
Comments include, "What a revelation! The cold-blooded prodigy is indeed our queen."
And I had a hunch during a live stream that the cold-blooded prodigy's voice resembled our queen's. Who would have thought she excels in gaming as well?
Another student adds,
"As a fellow student of Fania, I must mention that our queen not only aced her exams but also tutors class 7, elevating them from underachievers to top performers."
However,
amidst the praise, there are also malicious rumors being spread, leading to a flurry of comments urging others to support Yi Wushuang.
In response to the unfounded slander, a user expresses sympathy for Yi Wushuang, lamenting the harm caused by false accusations. Amidst this chaos, Jian Jiayang discovers a comment expressing concern for Yi Wushuang.
And she is taken aback by Yi Wushuang's beauty and prowess beyond gaming. Realizing that her own popularity pales in comparison, she feels compelled to rectify her disrupted plans and deliver a decisive blow to Yi Wushuang's burgeoning reputation. As the day progresses, Yi Wushuang's popularity skyrockets to 80,000. Surpassing that of Amini. Coincidentally, shortly after Yi Wushuang's rise, an announcement from the official platform alters the evaluation criteria,
stating that success will no longer be determined by popularity alone.
In Class 7 at Fania Academy, Jian Jiayang, frustrated yet amused,
remarks on the absurdity of changing rules to favor the queen's victory. Has she only just entered the scene? Besides Jian Tianzi, she doesn't even know any sponsors. Though she has a good reputation, who would shower her with gifts based solely on goodwill?
In contrast, Amen, a veteran in the gaming industry, has numerous connections and fans. The students, feeling a mix of embarrassment and support, acknowledge their own modest means and express their plans to assist Yi Wushuang in the upcoming competition. Jian Jiayang shares her phone with Yi Wushuang to keep her informed. Yi Wushuang nodded slightly, her dark eyes glimmering with a hint of resolve.
She was not lacking in wealth.
The rewards she had accumulated over the years from various missions were sufficient for her to live in leisure for an extended period. She remembered her bank account number and password well. However, her unique status meant that any movement of funds within her account would immediately attract the attention of various factions.
Having been reborn, she yearned for a different way of living. But Yi Wushuang's fist gradually tightened.
Reviving Wuchen was more significant to her than her own existence. As night fell, at the Ji family villa, Yi Wushuang sat before the computer in the guest room, observing as the person in charge of the rabbit-themed event added her to a competitive interface. The interface displayed 10 avatars of female companions, each extending an energy bar towards the center.
The rewards from the patrons would flow into these energy bars. The host then announced, "Are you ready to protect your favored female companion? I declare the competition to commence." Chapter 39, The 50 Million Rescue, Whose Is It? With the host's command, the red light on the recharge button illuminated.
The patrons sprang into action, anxious that any delay might result in diminished funds and the potential departure of their beloved companions. Among them, the students from Class 7, including Jian Jiayang, convened in the park square, pooling together the few hundred or even thousand they could muster. The energy levels of Yi Wushuang and Amin surged at a visibly rapid pace. As the 10-minute mark approached, the avatars of the last two ladies vanished from the PK interface.
Without even a moment to catch their breath, a new countdown commenced. In this round, other students from Faniation stepped in.
Some of them, highly valued by their families, enjoyed a more substantial allowance. A user with the moniker Chin Yu Dessert Shop contributed 50,000, propelling Yi Wushuang to the top position, though she was soon surpassed by Amin.
As the 10 minutes elapsed, two more female companions disappeared from the PK interface. The new countdown began. In the third wave,
Jian Tianzi and the fans from the livestream arrived. Yi Wushuang had bestowed her grace upon them.
Prior to her arrival,
Jian Tianzi's popularity languished at a dismal 5th place within his division, leaving little room for advancement. This represented a formidable barrier in Jian Tianzi's streaming career. Without a breakthrough,
he would remain confined to this pinnacle for the entirety of his life.
After Yi Wushuang's arrival, particularly following her defeat of professional players, the resultant butterfly effect propelled Jian Tianzi's popularity ranking to the top.
This can certainly be considered a stroke of fortune.
Jian Tianzi invested lavishly, while his fans contributed generously. However, Amin had connections with even more influential figures, leading both parties to a stalemate. 10 minutes passed, and the PK interface was down 2 participants.
A new countdown commenced.
After 3 rounds of competition, both sides appeared somewhat fatigued, with no significant fluctuations in numbers. It was not until a user named I am Jackie invested 500,000 that the tide shifted.
I am
Summer matched this with another 500,000. This duo had been the champions defeated by Yi Wushuang during the livestream. The total sum was still fervently discussed in the chat, with enthusiastic comments such as "Go!
Crazy young master! The strong shall reign!"
They were all aware that Yi Wushuang had overtaken Amin in votes, prompting a swift alteration of the rules by the organizers. This situation could be succinctly described as distasteful. If they could lend a hand, they were willing to do so, for after all, they were also passionate youths. The individuals on Yi Wushuang's side had barely savored their fleeting joy when Amin's side saw a boss raise the bid by 1 million. No matter how much Yi Wushuang's amount increased, their strategy remained consistent: to outbid Yi Wushuang by a mere fraction, perpetually keeping her at a disadvantage.
As the 4th round concluded, the PK interface displayed only Yi Wushuang and Amin.
The 5th round commenced. In stark contrast to the previous 4 rounds, the 5th unfolded with remarkable calmness. The figures had escalated into millions, rendering the small contributions of a few, dozens, or hundreds virtually invisible.
Amin took a deep breath.
Her computer screen illuminated by the recharge interface, which showcased 5 million awaiting payment. This sum was the result of a night spent serving her benefactor. She remained indifferent, her sole desire being victory. In the final 5 seconds of the countdown, she planned to unleash the 5 million, catching Yi Wushuang completely off guard. The scene shifted to the Ji family villa. In Yi Wushuang's computer screen, the recharge interface was also displayed.
There was an outstanding payment of 50 million,
which represented the maximum limit of the energy bar. Amin must have reserved some funds, but the exact amount remains unknown to me. Yi Wushuang lowered her gaze, her curled eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. In her quest for an unfaltering victory, it was imperative that her energy meter be fully charged. She was determined not to err over such a trifling sum. The host commenced the countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. As the number 5 was uttered,
both Amin and Yi Wushuang simultaneously pressed the confirm payment button.
On Amin's side, the screen displayed a successful transaction, and the energy meter surged by an astounding 5 million. However, Yi Wushuang's screen displayed a payment failure. Her pupils constricted sharply as she closed the recharge interface, only to find that her energy bar had been filled to the brim by someone else. A user with the nickname Leo had extravagantly spent 50 million, elevating her to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. In stark contrast to her long and full energy bar, Amin's appeared woefully short.
On the other end of the internet connection,
Amin stood up from her chair, retreating in shock.
50 million.
She had never encountered such a vast sum of money in her life. She had lost, utterly. In the PK arena, the host was equally dumbfounded. They had privately conferred, anticipating that Amin would invest another 5 million to firmly secure her leading position.
To most, 5 million was already an astronomical figure.
It was said that the allure of the rabbit girl companion was immense, prompting the boss to lavish 5 million in support,
urging everyone to come and witness.
Yet, in the end, a staggering 50 million emerged.
This money no longer seemed like money. 50 million? Spent on a female gaming companion? If male companions caught wind of this, they might just rush to Thailand for gender reassignment overnight.
The onlookers were equally astonished. They had speculated that there would be changes in the rankings during the final seconds. However, they could never have anticipated such an outrageous shift. That 50 million loomed like a burly man, lifting the collar of the 5 million and declaring, "So you think 5 million is it? A crushing victory, nothing less. Announce the results." Jian Xiaoyang urged in the chat. The host hesitated to speak, instead glancing at the boss behind him. This individual was Amin's godfather, who waved his hand dismissively, signaling not to disclose anything. They could hardly admit that Amin had also spent 50 million. Only that a zero had been lost due to a network glitch, could they? Moreover, with 50 million already in play, what more could Amin desire? The Godfather revealed a shrewd businessman's side, his smile laced with calculation. He was keen to uncover the identity of this boss who had so casually dispersed 50 million. If a chance to make an acquaintance arose, it would be splendid. The staff immediately began to trace the source of this money. The final result made his hand tremble, causing the mouse to clatter to the ground. It was the young master from the capital. The smile on the Godfather's face froze, shifting from joy to dread. On the PK interface, the host announced Yi Wushuang as the inaugural best female companion of the rabbit game. The scene erupted into chaos. Fania was lauding the queen's prowess, while gamers extolled the might of the young master. Female fans cheered for their beloved husband. Yi Wushuang, who are you? Leo, your fan. Yi Wushuang, are you playing Battlegrounds now? Since this person was her fan, they likely wished to play the game together. The two exchanged friend requests and commenced their game. Where shall we jump? Yi Wushuang queried in the team channel. Leo remained silent, marking a point quietly. Was it inconvenient for him to speak? Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows slightly as she leaped into the sky with Leo. A couple followed closely behind, engaging in flirtatious banter. Their playful exchanges audible to all. The four of them descended to the same location. Yi Wushuang landed and searched for a weapon, while Leo was promptly eliminated. In the public chat, a woman mocked, "Darling, this fool cracks me up. There's a gun on the ground, yet he chooses not to pick it up. As if he's comparing attributes." A man chuckled in response, "Perhaps he's a novice? You're truly wonderful, my dear." Muah. Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows even tighter. Without uttering a word, she leaped through the window and entered the woman's room, swiftly incapacitating her with a single shot. "Ah, husband, come save me. I am about to be finished off." In the game, if in team mode, players do not perish immediately upon being killed, instead, they collapse to the ground. If a teammate arrives in time, they can revive them to continue the fight. Leo was eliminated and subsequently executed. Yi Wushuang did not immediately confront the woman, instead. He activated the public microphone, his tone icy. "Apologize. My dear wife, I have arrived," the man exclaimed as he rushed in from outside. Yi Wushuang stood on the second floor, evading the blow, and fired a shot that struck him in the chest. He lost a considerable amount of blood and could only retreat to a corner to take his medicine. Yi Wushuang aimed the gun at the female player who was lying on the ground. "You just insulted him, apologize." The male player erupted in anger, rushing forward with his weapon drawn. "Are you out of your mind? Do you believe I will apologize?" Yi Wushuang repeated for the third time. The muzzle of the gun aimed at the female player's head, with a hint of menace in her voice. "Apologize or die." After all, she had expended 50 million to assist her in combat, and naturally, she would attend to his gaming experience. The palpable aggression in her words startled the female player, causing her to shiver. "Yes, I'm sorry, I spoke recklessly, I apologize, I was foolish." Thus, Yi Wushuang exited the menu and logged out of the game. She spared the two of them while ensuring Leo did not have to wait and watch her play. In the study, Jishin lowered his gaze, not looking at the screen, his hand resting against his lips, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his heart pounding fervently. That girl was truly magnificent. Chapter 40. Ji Xiao's genuine feelings for Miss Yi. Jishin had never anticipated that he would be protected by Yi Wushuang in such a manner. Nevertheless, gaming was certainly not his forte. He concocted a reason to exit the game, a light smile illuminating the depths of his eyes, akin to an infinite cosmos. Fengjiu stood behind, perplexed. Since Ji Xiao wishes to pursue Miss Yi, why not reveal his identity proactively? If Miss Yi knew that it was Ji Xiao assisting her, she would undoubtedly express her gratitude. Given her nature, if she were to discover that Leo is me, she would be racking her brain to figure out how to repay my 50 million. Jishin approached the floor-to-ceiling window, his voice deep and elegant, infused with a touch of tenderness. From international chess to gaming companionship, he could distinctly sense her purposefulness. There was a thread pulling her, compelling her to fulfill a certain condition, leaving no room for negligence or error. This was her secret, and he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. His intent was simply to assist her within his capabilities, alleviating her burden. Leo's identity was irrelevant for her to know. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu instinctively held his breath.
A singular thought occupying his mind, Ji Xiao had developed genuine feelings for Miss Yi. The esteemed man, coveted by countless unmarried women,
had found himself captivated by a female assassin. Regarding the situation on Ru's side, Feng Jiu contemplated whether assistance was needed, considering the sudden alteration of rules.
This was an overt bullying of Miss Yi.
No, they know what to do, Jishin replied, a chill sweeping around him. In the guest room, Yi Wushuang turned off her computer, refreshed herself, and entered the master bedroom. She remained silent, burrowing into the thin blanket, nestling close to Jishin as she closed her eyes. Before drifting off to sleep, she thought, how fortunate I am, not needing to draw upon my past resources.
Yet still succeeding in this evaluation.
The soft, steady sound of breathing emanated from beside her as Jishin closed his book, lowering his gaze to admire Yi Wushuang's serene sleeping visage. In slumber, her face bore no hint of coldness or defensiveness, pure and immaculate like an angel. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out, yearning to touch her fair face.
That night, Bai Tu gained popularity, and so did Yi Wushuang. Jian Tianze,
who had streamed alongside Yi Wushuang for several days, also found himself in the limelight.
Intriguingly, after the PK concluded, Bai Tu released an announcement that left everyone bewildered. Did Amin truly orchestrate such a scheme? Wasn't she the one who tenderly expressed concern for Miss Yi being maligned beneath the topic of silver blood? Such feigned sentimentality was utterly revolting. Amidst their astonishment, they suddenly realized something. The gaming goddess Rong Qingru also seemed to be attending Fania Academy. She and Yi Wushuang were both students at the same high school. This revelation ignited fresh discussions. Initially, I believed Rong Qingru to be a top-tier player. But now I regret that notion. Yi Wushuang is the true gem. The following day, as the sun rose in the east, someone in the class group established by Jin Jiaoyang tagged Yi Wushuang. Queen, you have topped the school flower rankings. Rong Qingru has fallen to second place. The queen surpassed Rong Qingru in beauty, academics, chess prowess, gaming skills, and character. Aside from their differing personalities and family backgrounds, what could Rong Qingru possibly offer in comparison to the queen? Yi Wushuang had no interest in the school flower rankings. Upon arriving at school, she descended from an inconspicuous vehicle, which was now replaced by a balding middle-aged man. The balding man approached her with deference. Bowing and apologizing, I have heard that one of my subordinates privately altered the best female companion selection rules, causing you significant distress. I rushed to Yen City to apologize and hope you will not hold it against me. Ji Xiao had always kept his distance from women. His willingness to spend 50 million on a female high school student signified that Yi Wushuang held a special place in his heart. He could not afford to offend her and had to seek her forgiveness. Yi Wushuang carried a single shoulder bag, her demeanor icy. Jian Tianze had previously informed her that Amin was the preordained best female companion. The forced alteration of rules was merely to safeguard Amin. Now, this apology was simply a ploy, knowing that she had a formidable backer in Leo, capable of investing 50 million. Very well, Xian Yong chuckled awkwardly, bowing slightly before departing. Click. Atop the new teaching building, Rong Qingru retrieved her phone to capture the moment. In the photograph, Xian Yong bent close to Yi Wushuang, their actions strikingly intimate. Clad in a designer suit and adorned with a luxury watch, he slipped into a sports car worth millions, leaving Yi Wushuang behind. Rong Qingru let out a cold snort. Her tone laced with sarcasm. Yi Wushuang, so this is the reason you can secure 50 million for the rankings? Being the mistress of a balding middle-aged man? Quite the taste you have. Having been continually overshadowed by Yi Wushuang lately, compounded by the theft of her title as the school's beauty, her mood soured, prompting her to seek solace on the rooftop. Instead, she unexpectedly stumbled upon Xian Yong embracing Yi Wushuang at the school entrance. What would the entire school think if they discovered that the aloof and proud queen, Yi Wushuang, was, in fact, the lover of a balding middle-aged man? Rong Qingru descended the stairs, dialing a number. I've sent you the photo. Print 3,000 copies and deliver them to Fania. The mere thought of that balding man being Leo sent her into fits of laughter. In the current campus atmosphere, the chatter revolved around Yi Wushuang's exceptional skills displayed in the recent competition and the enigmatic figure of Leo. Among the group surrounding Shen Wenyu, the banter was no different. Hey, Brother A said, engrossed in his phone. Yeah, Brother B nudged Shen Wenyu with his elbow. So, does this queen still have feelings for you? After several encounters, he sensed that Ji Wushuang harbored a strong aversion towards him. Of course she likes you. What are you all thinking? Brother C exclaimed, wide-eyed. Consider this, why did Ji Wushuang suddenly decide to participate in the inter-school chess competition? And why did she rush to register for the best female companion selection right before the conclusion of the activity? Why? The brothers pondered, perplexed. Shen Wenyu tilted his head, intrigued. Because of Rong Qingru. Brother C exclaimed, bearing an expression of disbelief at their ignorance. When Rong Qingru participated in the inter-school competition, Yi Wushuang followed suit. When Rong Qingru was invited to the gaming carnival, Yi Wushuang hastily signed up for the activity, as the rewards included attendance at the carnival. She constantly compares herself to Rong Qingru. What does she seek? To convey to Wenyu, I am not inferior to Rong Qingru, choose me again. She definitely still has feelings for you. Chapter 41, next time, I'll send you to perform before the King of Hell. Shen Wenyu refrained from disputing this. A flicker of secret delight blossoming within him. Was Yi Wushuang truly so deeply infatuated with him? The memory of Yi Wushuang's extraordinarily beautiful visage and her icy gaze sent his heart racing, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. He had once believed that Rong Qingru was the most exceptional girl within his circle, thus deeming her the ideal candidate for marriage. However, the transformed Yi Wushuang eclipsed even Rong Qingru in brilliance. In recent days, he found himself devoid of patience to engage in conversation with Rong Qingru. Instead, immersing himself in every detail concerning Yi Wushuang through forums, live streams, and the gaming plaza on by Tuesday Brother Shen, Rong Qingru approached gracefully. Her voice soft and gentle. Qingru, is there something on your mind? Shen Wenyu's demeanor instinctively turned somewhat frosty. This chilliness did not escape Rong Qingru's notice. Ever since Yi Wushuang secured first place in the monthly examination, Brother Shen's attitude towards her had grown increasingly indifferent. It was all Yi Wushuang's fault. She seethed inwardly. Yet her exterior remained consistently gentle. I recall you mentioned last time that since Yi Wushuang severed the engagement, she has not stayed at your home. Indeed. Shen Wenyu nodded. Yi Wushuang's residence is located in Shiqiao village, quite distant from Fania, making travel inconvenient. Prior to the dissolution of her engagement, Yi Wushuang had been staying at her family's home, as per her grandfather's wishes. Had her grandfather still been alive, even after Yi Wushuang annulled the engagement, he would have ensured her temporary residency at the Shen family villa. With her grandfather gone, there was no one in the Shen family to retain her. Was she truly being? As she spoke, her words trailed off, her mouth closing with an expression of apprehension in her eyes. What had happened to her? Shen Wenyu rose from her chair, her gaze filled with anxiety. It's nothing, I may have just misseen, Rong Qingru replied with an awkward smile. Some matters, when unverified, are not suitable for a girl to speak of. Just as her words settled, a group of students entered the classroom, clutching flyers, their tone one of shock. Breaking news! The queen of Class 7, Yi Wushuang, is being kept. This revelation indeed caused a stir. The crowd surged forward to examine the flyer, which bore a photograph. In the image, a well-dressed, balding middle-aged man stood with his back to the camera, embracing Yi Wushuang, while a luxury supercar worth millions loomed behind them. I can't believe it. Don't tell me this balding man is Leo. The once seemingly untouchable Yi Wushuang was, it seemed, willing to open her legs for money after all. One could understand, given that it was a staggering 50 million, after all, how often do rural folks encounter such wealth? Shen Wenyu's expression was one of utter shock and indignation. Yi Wushuang, in her quest to prove her superiority over Qingru and to garner his admiration, has resorted to such extreme measures. In Class 7, Jian Jiaoyang and others also caught sight of the flyers. His anger intensified. Who could have done this? I don't know, but there are rumors outside about the queen. One must not judge by appearances. The students shook their heads. Yi Wushuang approached. Jian Jiaoyang hurriedly concealed the flyer behind her, fearing that Yi Wushuang would be angered upon seeing it. There is no need to hide, I have already seen it. This flyer is ubiquitous outside, Yi Wushuang stated calmly, her dark eyes revealing no sign of disturbance. Will the queen provide an explanation to the public? Jian Jiaoyang inquired tentatively. Their Class 7 unconditionally placed their trust in Yi Wushuang, yet the outside world was different. The rumor of being subsidized was far more damaging than expulsion from school. If not addressed promptly, would the queen's reputation not suffer? Yi Wushuang had never been concerned with external evaluations of her character. Her decision to let Jin Jiaoyang clarify the situation was solely for the sake of the event's pick value, otherwise, she wouldn't have even glanced at it. Jin Jiaoyang and the others exchanged glances, marveling at the queen's formidable inner strength. It was noon. Yi Wushuang had enjoyed her lunch. Leaning against a bench in the small grove, savoring the gentle breeze with her eyes closed. "Good afternoon, Yi classmate," Rong Qingru appeared before Yi Wushuang. Her voice laced with an unmistakable air of triumph. Yi Wushuang slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her dark pupils. "Let me be direct. The photograph was taken by me, and the flyers were printed by someone I engaged. How surprising it must be for you to hear me admit this openly." Rong Qingru chuckled softly. "What a pity, there are no surveillance cameras here, and you lack the foresight to prepare your phone for recording in advance." She had observed Yi Wushuang from the shadows for quite some time, ensuring her safety before approaching. "So?" Yi Wushuang turned her head to look at her. As though gazing upon a lifeless corpse, cold and indifferent. Ah, what a terrifying gaze. Rong Qingru pretended to be frightened, retreating a couple of steps. Not far away. The voice of Xin Wenyu could be heard, accompanied by the chatter of other students. As this group approached the corner, Rong Qingru suddenly slapped herself fiercely. Collapsing to the ground, covering her face while looking at Yi Wushuang, tears brimming in her eyes, and with a quivering voice she lamented, "Classmate Yi, why did you strike me?" When Xin Wenyu arrived at the scene, this was the tableau that greeted her. Yi Wushuang sat in her chair. Her body chilled to the bone, while Rong Qingru, with her face buried in her hands at Yi's feet, bore distinct marks of a slap on her cheeks. "Yi Wushuang, what have you done?" Shen Wenyu hurried over to help Rong Qingru up. In a moment of vulnerability, Rong Qingru nestled into his embrace. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "I merely expressed my belief that Yi would not allow herself to be supported by a man, and she slapped me. Accusing me of feigning compassion like a cat mourning a rat." She smugly boasted about her connections with wealthy individuals, suggesting that if she felt inclined, she might introduce me to them. Upon hearing this, Xin Wenyu's anger intensified, and he scolded Yi Wushuang vehemently, "Smug? Yi Wushuang, do you believe Qingru is as unprincipled and inexperienced with wealth as you are? Apologize. Apologize to Goddess Rong." The classmates rallied around, forming a hostile circle around Yi Wushuang. Their expressions darkening. The tale of the queen striking the goddess spread rapidly, from 10 to 100 mouths, swiftly permeating the campus. More students flocked to the grove, creating an impenetrable barrier. The principal's office was nearby, making it impossible for him to remain oblivious. While Goddess Rome sought to console Yi Wushuang, the latter remained oblivious to her misdeeds, considering her relationship with a wealthy patron something to take pride in. Rong Qingru's fans quickly rallied to her defense. Their faces contorted in disgust. "Is this true?" Shangwan Qinglin inquired, his brow furrowed as he addressed Rong Qingru. His instincts told him that Yi Wushuang was unlikely to engage in such behavior, yet protocol must be observed. "Yes," Rong Qingru sobbed, nodding her head, appearing both fragile and pitiable. Shangwan Qinglin then turned his attention to Yi Wushuang, asking, "And what about you?" Yi Wushuang remained silent. Her expression inscrutable as she illuminated her phone, revealing a recording interface that had captured over 30 minutes of audio. She paused the recording and played it back. "Good afternoon, Classmate Yi. Let me be straightforward, the photographs were taken by me, and the flyers were printed through my contacts. It is quite unfortunate that there are no surveillance cameras here, and you lack the foresight to prepare your phone for recording in advance." As the recording played, the previously agitated crowd fell into an eerie silence. The photographs and flyers were all orchestrated by Goddess Rome? That aside, she even went so far as to stage a scene in front of Yi Wushuang, pretending to be assaulted by her? Shen Wenyu cast a downward glance at Rong Qingru, her eyes wide with disbelief. Rong Qingru, rigid with tension, momentarily forgot her act of feigned sorrow. She had clearly fixated on Yi Wushuang. How could Yi Wushuang possibly find the opportunity to record?
Unless Yi Wushuang had been anticipating her from the very beginning.
You think I am unaware of your constant surveillance from the shadows?
Yi Wushuang rose from her chair and approached Rongqingru, exuding an imposing presence. She grasped Rongqingru's chin, compelling her to meet her gaze, her tone devoid of warmth. This is your final opportunity, should there be another. I shall send you to perform before the King of Hell.
Chapter 42, The Charity Gala, in need of a female companion. Yi Wushuang disdainfully tossed aside Rongqingru's chin.
A gesture as dismissive as discarding a piece of useless refuse. Rongqingru, thrown off balance, tilted her head, her disheveled hair obscuring half her face. The surroundings fell silent,
with no one daring to interject. Even if you recorded the incident, what could it achieve?
Breaking the stillness, Rongqingru extricated herself from Shen Wenyu's embrace and stepped forward.
Her previously feigned gentleness dissipating to reveal a harsh and sinister demeanor. Can a recording explain your affair with a middle-aged man?
The goddess image she had meticulously crafted was shattered by Yi Wushuang. Yet, Yi Wushuang was not in a much better position.
No matter how cunning Rongqingru was,
she would never degrade herself to the point of selling her body. She fixated on Yi Wushuang's retreating silhouette, yearning for her to halt and display an expression of shame akin to her own. However, Yi Wushuang paid her no mind and vanished into the thicket.
Shangguan Qinglin coldly issued a reprimand. Rongqingru from Class 3, you have orchestrated the slander of a classmate. You are suspended for 1 week and must submit an 8,000 word reflection. After delivering this decree, Shangguan Qinglin departed.
The remaining students left with expressions of mixed emotions.
Shen Wenyu also exited,
casting a disappointed glance at Rongqingru before leaving. Only a short, scruffy boy with a round face and large ears remained, his tone filled with infatuation. Goddess, I believe in your innocence. You must have been plotted against by Yi Wushuang. I will always support you.
Rongqingru felt an urge to retch, her entire being rejecting his words, tears streaming down her face.
The birds in the afternoon were even more boisterous than those in the morning.
Some labeled this day as a magical day.
On one hand, the queen of Class 7 appeared to be supported by a wealthy benefactor. On the other,
the school goddess was exposed as a green tea type.
The two most popular girls in school faced a monumental debacle. Some even snapped photos of the flyers and uploaded them to various forums, igniting a wave of discussion.
Nonetheless, as the gossip flowed, classes still had to be attended and school hours observed. Within the villa, an elderly maid was comparing 2 suits, deeply perplexed. Miss Yi, which of these outfits do you think would suit young Master Ji better? What's the matter?
Yi Wushuang raised her eyelids slightly.
Given the Ji family's financial standing, the answer to this query should logically be both.
Young Master Ji was to attend a charity gala at the Bulgari Hotel tomorrow evening,
where all the prominent figures from both political and business circles would be present.
As a servant of the Ji family, I wish for young Master Ji to be the most dashing man in attendance, though he is already quite handsome. The elderly maid blushed, her eyes gleaming with pride.
A charity gala?
Yi Wushuang inquired casually. Indeed, this charity gala is being organized by young Master Ji himself, the maid explained.
One of the Ji family's tenets is to prosper is to benefit the world, and as such, the family allocates a considerable budget for charity each year.
Unlike mere celebrity showcases,
the Ji family engages in genuine charitable acts.
For tomorrow's gala, guests have 2 choices, either auction items and donate the proceeds, or perform a talent on stage, with attendees free to donate if they are impressed.
All funds will eventually reach the hands of the elderly, young, and sick in the largest slum abroad. At this point, the maid paused, her tone heavy with emotion. Miss Yi, do you know that the slum is an incredibly filthy, chaotic, and wretched place?
Drugs are rampant, crime is frequent, and there is no stable access to water or electricity, nor reliable food supplies.
The mortality rate for newborns is alarmingly high.
I know, Yi Wushuang replied, her gaze lowered.
That was a place she had once called home, how could she be unaware? Zhang Ma, are you selecting outfits again? Jishan entered from outside, chuckling in exasperation.
Every time there was a banquet, this aged maid would agonize over what he should wear.
I'm letting Miss Yi help me choose, Zhang Ma replied with mild discontent.
Oh? Jishan approached Yi Wushuang, a charming smile gracing his lips, his voice resonating with warmth. Which one did she select?
Jishin possessed an exceptionally fine model physique.
And this particular white suit would enhance his already graceful presence. Then it shall be this one, he decided. His smile deepening as his gaze lingered on Yi Wushuang's fair and beautiful face, his tone gentle. For tomorrow's charity gala, I find myself in need of a female companion.
Would you be interested in attending?
It was time for her to unwind and enjoy herself. All guests at the gala are expected to showcase their talents or auction items.
Zhang Ma kindly reminded.
Yi Wushuang's mind traversed numerous scenes from her past lives. The slum was a breeding ground for sin and darkness. Yet there were innocent souls yearning for redemption, even if it were but a modicum of assistance. I can be your companion, she gently nodded. For the new trial task had yet to be announced, leaving her with nothing to occupy her time. Simultaneously, in a luxurious five-star Western restaurant, Rong Qingru wept quietly.
Seated across from a middle-aged woman in her 40s.
The woman, well-preserved and attractive, sported meticulously painted red nails and donned a blue designer dress. Her name was Kai Chang, the mother of Xin Wenyu.
All right, Qingru, stop crying.
If your eyes swell, how will you attend the charity gala hosted by young Master Ji tomorrow? Kai Qing comforted her repeatedly. The city's elite were all eager to shine at the charity event, hoping to capture the attention of the Ji family's heir. The prospect of establishing a connection with the Ji family was a dream that could make anyone wake up smiling.
Aunt Chang, Xingu no longer pays me any mind.
It pains my heart, Rong Qingru sobbed more fiercely.
I merely wished to expose Yi Wushuang's true nature, yet I went about it the wrong way. I know.
In truth, this also falls on Yi Wushuang, she lamented. Kai Qing sighed, her eyes filled with disdain. I never imagined that Yi Wushuang, that unsophisticated bumpkin, would stoop so low as to become the mistress of a balding man. Kai Qing had not seen Yi Wushuang for quite some time. Her son mentioned that Yi Wushuang had severed their childhood engagement, which delighted her immensely. She had longed to distance herself from Yi Wushuang and would not wish for a daughter-in-law who was an unrefined country girl.
In her heart,
she envisioned Rong Qingru as her ideal daughter-in-law. The Rong family was an established aristocracy in Yan City, while the Xin family was slightly less prestigious. A union with the Rong family would propel the Xin family forward significantly.
Yi Wushuang? Keep your distance.
Rest assured, with Aunt Cheng around, Wenyu will not disregard you. Kai Qing gently patted Rong Qingru's hand. Thank you, Aunt Qing, Rong Qingru replied, nodding obediently, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. Chapter 43, Miss Ye's companion is young Master Ji. The day swiftly passed. So beautiful.
Zhang Ma nodded in satisfaction. In the mirror,
the young girl's exquisite features were breathtaking, her figure tall and slender, with the right curves in all the appropriate places. Her shoulders were slightly exposed,
exuding a captivating charm.
The dress featured a daring side slit, revealing her long, graceful legs, enhancing her overall allure. She was truly a vision of beauty. I never expected Miss Yi to possess such a remarkable figure. Zhang Ma ushered Yi Wushuang into the makeup room, where the makeup artist lightly applied cosmetics to her face, curling her hair into soft waves that cascaded down her back, adding a touch of languid elegance. When Jishin entered, this was the scene that greeted him. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Typically, Yi Wushuang presented herself barefaced, dressed either in casual wear or school uniforms, favoring loose and comfortable attire. Yet, in this evening gown, she transformed from a student into a queen of the night, enchanting and unparalleled.
Yi Wushuang also noticed Jishin.
He donned the white suit she had chosen for him, exuding the aura of a distinguished gentleman from a prestigious family, graceful and elegant.
Let us go.
Jishin extended his hand towards Yi Wushuang, a deep chuckle escaping from the corner of his lips. Yi Wushuang did not contemplate much, placing her hand in his palm, allowing him to lead her into the Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Fengjiu took the wheel, driving towards the city center. Half an hour later,
the sports car came to a halt in front of the hotel.
Just before disembarking, Jishin received an international call.
Yi Wushuang alighted from the vehicle and entered the hotel hall alone. The atmosphere within the hall was filled with the fragrance of fine attire and the clinking of glasses as guests mingled. She sought a quiet corner to savor the desserts offered at the banquet. Upon taking her first bite, her delicate brows furrowed. The taste was vastly inferior to what Jishin would have crafted. Just as she hesitated over whether to continue indulging,
An irate female voice pierced through the air behind her. Yi Wushuang, what are you doing here?
The speaker was Rong Qingru, clad in a white, short princess dress. Her hair elegantly styled and adorned with a tiara of tiny diamonds.
What? She is Yi Wushuang?
Kai Ching exclaimed in disbelief.
In her memory, Yi Wushuang was a timid village girl with thick bangs, not the poised and resplendent beauty before her.
Indeed, it was she having transformed her hairstyle. Rong Qingru spat out a few words through clenched teeth, practically yearning to tear Yi Wushuang apart. Shen Gij was ignoring her. And her suspension from school for reflection was all Yi Wushuang's fault.
Now it made sense.
As a woman herself, Kai Chung understood all too well the profound impact a hairstyle could have on a woman's appearance. She approached Yi Wushuang, letting out a disdainful snort. Oh dear. They say that one is judged by their attire, and it holds true.
A single gown can transform a village girl into a socialite,
nearly causing me to not recognize you. She bore no fear of the wealthy connections Yi Wushuang might possess. For a rural dweller, 50 million was a staggering sum. But for those in their affluent circles, it was merely a transaction of little consequence. Upon learning that Yi Wushuang had bullied Rong Qingru at school, she resolved to avenge her friend while simultaneously ingratiating herself with the Rong family. Yi Wushuang lifted her eyelids. Before her stood a woman adorned in a custom-made red qipao. Embellished with a pearl necklace, this was Kai Ching, the mother of Xin Wenyu. Kai Ching was a woman driven by greed and ambition,
perpetually dissatisfied with her son's choice of a rural daughter-in-law.
She believed that a woman from the countryside could bring no merit to the Xin family, only disgrace. During her stay at the Xin family's villa, the original host had endured countless disdainful glances and neglect from Kai Ching. She paid no heed to the opinions of such a woman. However, Kai Ching had no intention of letting her off the hook. She glanced around, calling out to her friends, Madame Zhao, Madame Chen, Madame Li, Madame Wu, come quickly and see what I have discovered.
At her invitation, the socialites,
accompanied by their children, approached, their attention drawn to Yi Wushuang, who sat in the corner with a cold expression. Yi Wushuang looked extraordinarily beautiful tonight, eliciting gazes of admiration or infatuation from the men, while the women cast glances of disdain or envy.
All were left with a lingering curiosity. Who is this enchanting beauty? Madame Kai, what have you discovered? Inquired a bewildered noblewoman. Yi Wushuang, my son's rural fiancé.
Kai Ching exclaimed with evident disdain. Seeing my son's utter disinterest in her, she proactively called off the engagement, only to turn around and become the mistress of a wealthy man decades her senior, making a grand appearance here that nearly made me fail to recognize her. At the mention of Yi Wushuang, the expressions of the crowd shifted. They were not students of Fania, nor did they typically follow games or chess, but they recalled that the Xin family indeed had such a rural fiancé. Upon hearing that Yi Wushuang had attached herself to a wealthy man, one significantly older than she, many regarded her with scornful looks. At such a tender age, she has sold her body, failing to learn any better. I have seen many rural girls like her, all hoping to transform from a wild chicken into a phoenix. Amidst the criticism, Rong Qingru revealed a satisfied smile.
By the way, where is your wealthy companion, Leo? Why not bring him out for everyone to see?
Kai Ching scanned the room, searching for the middle-aged balding man mentioned by Rong Qingru. After a lengthy search, she found no trace of him.
However, the evening's host,
Jishin, heir to the prestigious Ji family in the capital, entered, accompanied by his assistant, Feng Zhou. The exquisite brilliance of the European chandelier cast a radiant glow upon him, rendering him extraordinarily handsome and almost divine.
The crowd's demeanor shifted to one of decorum and respect, eager not to leave a poor impression on Jishin.
As he strode directly towards them,
they expressed their delight and reverence, exclaiming, "Young Master Ji." Could fortune be smiling upon them?
The younger women flushed, their hearts racing.
Rong Qingru also displayed a hint of bashfulness. It seems you harbor some grievances towards Yi Wushuang?
Jishin inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Before he had even entered, he had noticed a group surrounding Yi Wushuang, their expressions far from friendly.
Grievances? We have plenty.
Kai Ching stepped forward first, her expression one of exasperation. Young Master Ji, you are unaware, this woman is Yi Wushuang, hailing from the countryside, both foolish and dim-witted.
The fiancé my son has spurned.
After our engagement was dissolved, she, realizing her dreams of marrying into wealth were futile, became the mistress of a man old enough to be her father. Now she dares to appear here, alongside you and us, at such an upscale charity gala. She is nothing but a mouse dropping in a pot of soup. You must expel her at once.
Is that so?
Ji Shen's smile faded, a chill enveloping him. Yi Wushuang took the initiative to dissolve her engagement, but in Kai Qing's words, it became Shen Wenyu who had chosen to end the engagement.
As if she were unworthy of Yi Wushuang. It is indeed amusing to suggest that Yi Wushuang would become someone else's mistress.
That woman possesses an innate pride and would never stoop to such disgrace, even if the heavens were to shatter.
Yes, young Master Ji, Rong Qingru interjected, stepping forward with unwavering conviction.
I witnessed Yi Wushuang in an embrace with a middle-aged man. This is common knowledge among the people of Fania Academy.
Kai Chung pressed on,
asserting, in my opinion, it is not enough to expel Yi Wushuang alone, her male companion should be ousted as well.
What sort of occasion is this? Do people like them deserve to be here?
I find it utterly humiliating to share a hotel with them. The guests nearby nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment that such unrefined individuals ought not to grace this gathering.
Feng Jiu coldly inquired of Kai Qing, do you know who Miss Ye's companion is?
Yet. A flicker of doubt stirred within him.
Miss Yi? Why did Ji Shao's assistant refer to Yi Wushuang so formally?
In the next moment, they heard Feng Jiu's voice.
Frigid as ice, Miss Ye's companion is Ji Shao, do you have the right to expel them?
The words hung in the air, leaving everyone astonished. The rural Yi Wushuang's companion was, in fact, the illustrious Ji Shao, the very initiator of this charitable gala. This revelation starkly contradicted Kai Qing and Rong Qingru's claims.
What did you say?
Kai Qing stammered, believing she had misheard. Rong Qingru stood agape, her mouth slightly ajar, utterly stunned.
Chapter 44, A Dance Together. She is the savior of the Ji family.
No one anticipated that the humble Yi Wushuang could be linked to the capital's foremost young master. Just as Kai Qing and Rong Qingru grappled with their bewilderment, Feng Jiu's subsequent words clarified their confusion and sent chills down their spines. Miss Yi is the savior of Ji Shao's grandfather, the Ji family, from top to bottom. Must treat her with due respect. As for baseless rumors such as Miss Yi is being kept by a middle-aged man,
might I advise everyone to engage their minds before uttering such nonsense? Surrounding guests exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief in their eyes.
What status did Ji Shao hold?
What position did the Ji family occupy?
Yi Wushuang has already become a savior to Master Ji, bestowing great kindness and virtue upon the Ji family.
Is there any need to seek financial support from a middle-aged man? Absolutely not.
Kai Qing and Rong Qingru truly seem to have lost their senses, daring to utter such unreliable words. Meanwhile, a lingering question resides in everyone's minds. How did Yi Wushuang become the savior of young Master Ji?
They were curious, yet hesitant to inquire, feeling unworthy of such a question. Young Master Ji, how shall we handle these two? Feng Jiu respectfully asked Ji Shen, gesturing towards Rong Qingru and Kai Qing.
Since these two deem that Wushuang and I are unworthy of sharing the same space with them, let us bid them farewell. Ji Shen's voice was deep, affectionately referring to Yi Wushuang as Wushuang, evoking a sense of intimacy and familiarity. Yi Wushuang slightly lifted her gaze but remained silent.
To her,
names were merely codes. She continued to savor her cake. The hotel security swiftly intervened, approaching Kai Qing and Rong Qingru, signaling them to leave. No, young Master Ji, this is a misunderstanding. Our Shen family has a very good relationship with Yi Wushuang, please don't take it seriously. Kai Qing's forehead beaded with sweat, her face ashen. She regretted her actions, unaware that Yi Wushuang was the savior of young Master Ji's grandfather. Had she known of this connection, she would have treated Yi Wushuang with utmost respect, venerating her as a revered ancestor.
Kai Qing?
Shen Wenyu's father squeezed in with Shen Wenyu. They had been engaged in business discussions with Rong Qingru's parents when they turned to find a crowd gathered,
including young Master Ji.
Beside young Master Ji stood a beautiful woman clad in a black mermaid gown, whose features seemed familiar.
Yi Wushuang? Shen Wenyu recognized her,
his tone filled with astonishment. Despite his disdain for Yi Wushuang's involvement with others, he couldn't help but show a hint of infatuation.
Dressed formally for the event,
Yi Wushuang was breathtakingly beautiful. Other guests also arrived, including several students from Fania and the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing.
Qingru? Rong Qingru's parents pushed their way through the crowd, inquiring what had transpired. Who is trying to drive you away?
A wealthy matron, relishing the spectacle, remarked. Your precious daughter, Rong Qingru, and Madame Kai Cheng from the Shin family, have accused Miss Yi, formerly engaged to Shin Wenyu, of being kept by a middle-aged man, deeming her unworthy of appearing with her partner. However, Miss Yi's partner is young Master Ji, and she is the savior of young Master Ji's grandfather.
Thus the allegation of being kept is unfounded. In just a few sentences, she elucidated the entire situation and its critical points.
The expressions of the men responsible for both families changed drastically, filled with inquiries, yet they understood the paramount importance of appeasing Yi Wushuang and Ji Shin's wrath. They hurriedly apologized, their sincerity palpable. However, no matter how earnest they were, Ji Shin paid them no heed, raising his hand with a regal gesture, commanding, "Remove them."
Yes.
The security personnel chorused, arms crossed, forcibly ushering both families out. This scene sent chills down the spines of the elite present. The Rong and Shin families were prominent figures in Yen City, particularly the Rong family, which had been established for a century. Who could afford to treat them with anything less than respect? Yet before the Ji family, they were not. The astute elite discreetly glanced at the composed Yi Wushuang, who continued to enjoy her cake, warning themselves, with her presence in Yen City, she must not be provoked.
The banquet commenced.
According to the pre-arranged schedule, the lights around the hall dimmed, leaving only the chandelier to cast its glow. The elegant and mellifluous sound of the saxophone filled the air as the gentlemen in suits approached the ladies,
bowing and extending their hands. "May I have the pleasure of a dance?"
Of course. Pairs of couples entered the dance floor, engaging in waltzes. Ladies without partners cast flirtatious glances at their desired gentlemen, such as Meng Yunjing, who received many subtle signals from his peers. These girls believed Ji Shin to be unattainable. Thus they focused their affections on Meng Yunjing instead. Unmoved, Meng Yunjing's gaze fell upon Yi Wushuang in the distance, his ears betraying him, turning crimson.
Each encounter with Yi Wushuang unveiled a new facet of beauty.
Clad in a maid outfit, she was adorable. In school uniform, she exuded elegance. In evening attire,
she radiated nobility. He contemplated inviting Yi Wushuang to dance.
He was not the only man harboring such thoughts. As they rose to their feet, before they could take a few steps, the most distinguished and handsome man extended his hand to Yi Wushuang, his captivating eyes curving into a smile. "Would you care for a dance?" She offered him her favor, as he provided food, accommodation, and companionship. It was only fair she reciprocate. Yet, she had one stipulation: 2 cakes per week. Her tone was earnest. 1 cake per week is insufficient, it wouldn't be enough.
Ji Shin chuckled silently, pulling her gently to her feet, agreed. The delightful little prey took a step forward.
Her step swayed, her skirt fluttered, the lighting dimmed,
and the music flowed.
The sight was enchanting, with handsome men and beautiful women captivating all. Hearts shattered among the girls, for young Master Ji danced with another. The boys too felt their hearts break, as Yi Wushuang twirled with someone else.
It was a sight to behold, both stunning and heartrending.
The program was broadly divided into 2 categories: dancing or musical performances.
On stage sat a short-haired, almond-eyed girl playing the piano.
Her technique was deft, her appearance striking. Occasionally glancing at the sheet music, her expression earnest. The elite nodded in approval, donating generously to her performance. Upon finishing, she gracefully curtsied, eliciting thunderous applause.
Yet she did not exit the stage immediately. What could Miss Yi possibly have prepared? Was it an auction item or a talent showcase?
She abruptly spoke,
targeting Yi Wushuang directly. Chapter 45, A Battle of Pianos, The Fierce Yi Wushuang.
The almond-eyed girl's words drew numerous disapproving glances. Given the expulsion of the Rong and Shin families for humiliating Yi Wushuang, it was unwise to challenge her further. Yi Wushuang hailed from a humble rural background,
her family not enjoying affluence.
Despite possessing talent, it seemed arduous for her to ascend to the heights of recognition.
Unfazed by the gazes surrounding her,
the young lady smiled graciously and remarked, "Miss Yi possesses a kind heart and remarkable grace in dance. One can only imagine the creativity she has poured into her preparations. I am particularly fond of such girls as Miss Yi and eagerly wish to forge a friendship with her, yearning to discover the treasures she has prepared."
She was He Huan, the daughter of the illustrious He family of Yen City. He Huan delighted in unconventional pursuits, often choosing to tread paths less followed. While others believed it inappropriate to provoke Yi Wushuang at this moment, she was determined to do so, seeking to capture the attention of young Master Ji in this very manner. If only young Master Ji would notice her, she could showcase her extraordinary talents and win his admiration. A flicker of hostility passed through Jishin's dark eyes. Oh? Is Miss Yi also planning to showcase her talents? I wonder what type of performance she intends to present. He Huan displayed an exuberant enthusiasm, as if they were long-lost sisters, if it involves dancing or playing an instrument. May I accompany you? I truly wish to collaborate with Miss Yi. Yi Wushuang cast a glance at the piano behind He Huan. Her voice devoid of warmth or emotion, the piano. The evening gala had prepared a plethora of musical instruments, and after each performance, staff would tirelessly transport the instruments. A laborious and time-consuming endeavor. She had no desire to squander her time. Piano? The smile on He Huan's face faltered slightly, as doubt and disdain surged within her. The piano, the king of instruments. To acquire a single piano, one would need at least 10,000 yuan. This was an amount far beyond the means of a destitute rural family. Is Miss Yi present? That would indeed be quite an embarrassment. He Huan's mocking gaze flickered momentarily before she stepped back. I never imagined that Miss Yi could play the piano. Come, please take the stage, Miss Yi, and grace us with your performance. Yi Wushuang ascended the stage with a composed demeanor, gracefully seated before the piano. Her fingertips delicately pressed down on a single key. A resonant note echoed through the air. Following this sound, a considerable pause ensued, yet no subsequent note emerged. Yi Wushuang lowered her gaze to the piano keys, lost in her own thoughts. The guests exchanged glances, puzzled, murmuring among themselves. Jishin sat with his legs crossed, exuding an air of composure. He Huan inwardly scoffed, yet maintained a facade of understanding as she said, "If Missy is not very proficient at the piano, we can," before she could finish her sentence. Yi Wushuang's fingers danced gracefully across the black and white keys. Ethereal and gentle music began to unfold from her hands. The title of the piece remained a mystery to all, as it was neither familiar nor learned. The initial melody was enigmatic and soft, resembling a mayfly nurtured by the essence of the universe, fragile and diminutive. The notes ascended steadily, reaching a near-explosive climax, only to come to an abrupt halt. Yi Wushuang's fingers departed from the piano keys, leaving the audience suspended in a state of heightened emotion, their breath forgotten. After a brief pause of 1 second, Yi Wushuang resumed her performance. This time the music emanated with grandeur and profound resonance, akin to a rebirth or metamorphosis. The seemingly inconspicuous mayfly had finally weathered the tempest, emerging to stand atop the mountain, effortlessly reaching for the stars and moon. Gradually, the melody subsided. A noblewoman felt a coolness upon her face and instinctively wiped it. Momentarily taken aback, "Why am I crying?" The emotional depth of this piece was overwhelming. Applause erupted, sincere and fervent. As the audience generously offered their accolades, Miss Ye's piano performance was truly remarkable. I was nearly brought to tears. Every pore of mine was wide open. It was astonishing and utterly delightful. This piece ought to exist only in the heavens. I would gladly donate 200,000 for charity. I shall contribute 300,000. She plays even more beautifully than He Huan. Initially, the audience intended to praise Yi Wushuang regardless of her performance, suppressing their conscience. However, the outcome far exceeded their expectations. He Huan was taken aback. Her intention had been to use Yi Wushuang as a stepping stone to showcase her own prowess. How had the tables turned? With Yi Wushuang overshadowing her instead? Miss Ye's skill is captivating. I was utterly enthralled. He Huan hastily attempted to salvage the situation. As a student of Berkeley, I particularly enjoy dueling in piano. Would you be willing to engage in a friendly competition with me? To avoid inciting disdain, especially from Jishin. He Huan raised the stakes. If Miss Yi can surpass me, I would personally donate 1 million to the slums. Berkeley, a globally renowned music institution, admits only a limited number of students each year. This was the source of He Huan's confidence. Upon hearing the sum of 1 million, Yi Wushuang calmly uttered a single word, "He." She rose, ceding her place to He Huan.
He Huan took her seat and began playing Will-o'-the-Wisp.
Will-o'-the-Wisp is renowned worldwide as one of the most challenging etudes, rigorously testing technique and celebrated as a showcase piece. Even esteemed pianists seldom dare to tackle Will-o'-the-Wisp in concert. He Huan, highly talented, managed to play it flawlessly at a young age.
The guests nodded in admiration, truly deserving of being a Berkeley student. As the piece concluded, He Huan took a slight breath, rising to meet Yi Wushuang's gaze, now infused with a hint of provocation. Yi Wushuang took her seat and began her performance with Ghostfire. The guests felt as though her playing was accelerated, her fingers moving so swiftly that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the piece concluded. Yi Wushuang stood up, her face unflushed, her heart steady, not a bead of sweat gracing her temples, nor a hint of disarray in her breath. The balance of strength between her and He Huan was immediately apparent. The hall erupted with thunderous applause. Miss Yi was remarkably formidable, her piano skills surpassing even those of the students from Berkeley. Truly, the ancients were not mistaken, talent can emerge from humble beginnings. Yi Wushuang remained unfazed by praise or humiliation, her expression devoid of joy or pride at the compliments. She merely cast a fleeting glance at He Huan and reminded him, "Remember to fulfill your promise." Her motive for engaging in the piano duel with He Huan was indeed the 1 million. He Huan took a step back, attempting to feign a smile while grappling with the urge to weep, resulting in a rather unflattering visage. In the audience, Jishan's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he nonchalantly remarked, "Youthful exuberance and a penchant for rivalry are understandable, but before challenging others, it is prudent to assess one's own capabilities, lest one becomes a source of ridicule." Following Jishan's words, He Huan found it unbearable to remain at the soirée, leaving behind the 1 million as he exited. The guests exchanged peculiar glances. To be fair, He Huan's acceptance into a world-renowned music academy was a noteworthy achievement, yet in the entirety of Yen City, it had taken decades to produce someone of his caliber. The true anomaly, however, was Yi Wushuang's exceptional prowess. Her speed at the piano was reminiscent of a borrowed hand, as if she were hurrying to return it. It was undeniable, she was simply formidable. The gathering continued, with astute students capturing several photographs of Yi Wushuang in her evening gown and posting them on forums. Additionally, some students discreetly recorded the piano duel between Yi Wushuang and He Huan, sharing it online under the guise of sharing delightful treasures with everyone. Yi Wushuang is undoubtedly the savior of the Ji family, a fact that everyone shall not forget to emphasize. The following day, the sun rose as usual. "Your Majesty, why did you not mention earlier that you attended the charity gala?" "Had I known, I would not have stayed home playing video games." Jian Jiaoyan felt a torrent of regret, as if he had missed an opportunity worth a fortune. Yi Wushuang's lips curled slightly. Gerle gazed at her with admiration. Yi Wushuang nodded slightly, refraining from disclosing her residence at the Ji family villa and her shared bed with Jishan. Mailby remarked, "Your Majesty, are you aware that someone has circulated flyers featuring Rongqingru in the Baitu chat plaza?" Upon discovering this, the owner of Baitu issued an overnight announcement, claiming he is the man in the photographs and extending his apologies to you for attempting to alter the rules mid-game. He asserted that he is neither embracing you nor sponsoring you, and even threatened to sue Rongqingru for defamation. Last night, Shen Yong was utterly terrified upon seeing this image and the ensuing rumors. How could he dare to vie for Jishan's affection? He promptly drafted an announcement without the slightest delay. The announcement was subsequently screenshotted and shared on the forum, which clarified the Queen's innocence to all. Jian Jiaoyang spoke with evident delight. Currently, the school forum buzzes with excitement. On one hand, there is astonishment at the relationship between Yi Wushuang and the Ji family, on the other, admiration for Yi Wushuang's comprehensive triumph over Rongqingru, following her prowess in beauty, academics, chess, and video games. Even Rongqingru's esteemed lineage and her pride in piano have succumbed before Yi Wushuang. What captivates the audience further is the stark contrast in how Yi Wushuang and Rongqingru handle the allegations of being kept. Upon witnessing the Baitu owner approaching Yi Wushuang, Rongqingru immediately took a photo, maliciously speculating about their relationship. Without verification, she recklessly printed flyers to tarnish Yi Wushuang's reputation. Following this, she shamelessly staged a confrontation with Yi Wushuang, only to be met with a resounding rebuttal. Yi Wushuang remained remarkably composed throughout the entire ordeal. She neither sought to clarify her innocence nor paid heed to the whispers of the outside world. This alone demonstrates Yi Wushuang and the others are not on the same level. She is far more formidable than they are. It has come to my attention that the student council has already petitioned the principal's office with the intent to oust Rongqingru and instead nominate the queen as the chairperson of the student council. By the way, with the extended holiday approaching tomorrow, does anyone have plans? Perhaps we could arrange a barbecue or hot pot gathering. At the Rong family villa. Xin Wenyu's father stormed in with Xin Wenyu and Kai Qing, seething with anger. Where is Rongqingru? Bring her out and provide us with an explanation. Following the charity gala last night, merchants who initially intended to collaborate with the Xin family have hastily retracted their partnerships. Those already engaged in business with them would rather pay penalties for breach of contract than continue their association with the Xin family. The reason for this? The Xin family is well aware. Kai Qing has offended Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang is the savior of the Ji family. To offend Yi Wushuang is to offend the Ji family. Who would dare to take the risk of antagonizing both the Ji and Xin families in business? The reason Kai Qing seeks trouble with Yi Wushuang is entirely due to Rongqingru stirring the pot. If it weren't for Rongqingru spreading rumors that Yi Wushuang is being kept by a middle-aged man, would Kai Qing dare to speak of Yi Wushuang in such a manner? Mr. Xin, please calm your anger. Rongqingru's parents are not in a much better emotional state. The Rong family currently faces challenges similar to those of the Xin family. Major clients are withdrawing, and new clients are keeping their distance. A century-old foundation is teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, no matter the circumstances, Rongqingru remains their daughter. Rongqingru's mother spoke. Mr. Xin, Mrs. Kai. The damage has been done. Aside from doing our utmost to remedy the situation, there is little we can change. Rather than harboring anger, perhaps we should discuss Qingru's marriage to Wenyu? Did you not urge us to settle this matter promptly? Initially, the Rong family was not particularly enthusiastic about the Xin family. After all, the Rong family is an established aristocracy in Yan City, while the Xin family still lacks a certain standing for a proper match. However, now the circumstances have aligned, they are of equal standing. Marriage? Dream on. Kai Qing scoffed. You might as well ask the prominent families in Yan City who would dare to marry Rongqingru. Without 3, 5, or even 10 years, Rongqingru will not escape the consequences of offending the Ji family. That is the Ji family, a glorious, powerful lineage that spans both political and business realms, the Ji family. Upstairs, in her bedroom, Rongqingru desperately covered her ears, tears cascading like pearls strung on a broken thread. They fell onto the screen of her phone, displaying the school forum's praise for Yi Wushuang alongside humiliating remarks directed at her. Why has it come to this? Why has she become the pariah while Yi Wushuang is favored by the Ji family? She has done nothing wrong. Mississippi. Your delivery. A maid from the Rong family handed a parcel to Rongqingru. She wiped away her tears and opened the package, revealing a court summons. The complainant is Qian Yong, the boss of the Rabbit Fiend Entertainment Company. The charge is defamation, claiming he neither embraced Yi Wushuang nor kept her, and that his presence at the school gate was solely to apologize to her, as Yi Wushuang is pure and immaculate. Rongqingru suddenly clenched the summons tightly, biting her lip until it bled, her swollen eyes blazing with overwhelming hatred. Pure and immaculate, very well. I shall show you what it means to destroy this purity. She took out her phone, dialed a number, and spoke with a venomous tone. 500-000. Help me with something. The birds. As school dismissed, students trickled out one by one. Yi Wushuang, on duty that day, left later than usual. The sky grew dim, the neon lights flickering by the roadside. A light rain began to fall, shrouding the moment in a melancholy and lonely atmosphere. Chapter 47. What makes you think I will continue to show mercy? Yi Wushuang, with her single shoulder bag, traverses through the mist of rain. Passers-by either hurriedly seek shelter from the downpour, brushing past her, or gather in small groups, laughing and playing. Sensing a gaze upon her, Yi Wushuang halts and turns. Catching sight of a corner where a white dress's hem, unable to conceal itself, reveals its presence. A chill of hostility flickers in her dark eyes before she resumes her stride. The design of this white dress and the style of the white women's shoes are familiar to her, they belong to Rongqingru.
What motives could she have for trailing her for so long?
In addition to Rong Qingru, 5 burly men linger nearby, as if they had pre-arranged their presence. Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows lightly, intending to lure the snake from its hole. She continued forward, deliberately striding into a dead end.
Good evening, lovely young lady. 5 burly men materialized behind her, their eyes fixated on Yi Wushuang's slender figure as they erupted into laughter. Who sent you here?
Yi Wushuang turned around, her expression composed.
It matters not who sent us, drink this.
The leader of the men waved a drink in his hand, advancing toward Yi Wushuang, his tone laced with a lewd eagerness.
We promise to make you feel like a celestial being, ha. Is that so?
Yi Wushuang lightly lifted her eyelids and accepted the beverage.
Approximately 5 minutes later, Rong Qingru appeared at the dead end, her face adorned with anticipation as she gazed inside.
She had expected to witness a scene of Yi Wushuang being bullied.
However, that was not the case. Where is Yi Wushuang? Where has Yi Wushuang disappeared to?
Her pupils constricted sharply, and before she could turn to search for Yi Wushuang's figure,
she was forcefully pulled away by the very person she sought. Ah!
Rong Qingru, in a state of panic, looked up to find the impeccably dressed Yi Wushuang leaning against the wall, regarding her with indifference.
How come you?
Rong Qingru was utterly astonished. The individuals she had sought this time were all formidable figures within the underworld, each with remarkable achievements. How could Yi Wushuang possibly stand here unscathed?
What makes you think I would continue to show mercy? Yi Wushuang inquired calmly.
This aloof demeanor struck a nerve with Rong Qingru,
who erupted in a torrent of insults. You! What are you pretending for? You are nothing but a country bumpkin, destined to remain a mere wild chicken, never to transform into a phoenix.
I, Rong Qingru, am the legitimate socialite of the elite, and you will forever.
Hell welcomes you. Yi Wushuang interrupted her,
assessing her predicament with a fleeting glance, her crimson lips parting slightly. With that, she turned without hesitation, her hair trailing behind her in a decisive arc amidst the misty rain. She, Yi Wushuang, possessed neither a compassionate heart nor a saintly spirit. She had already extended an opportunity to Rong Qingru. On the street, an elderly lady leaned on her cane, chuckling, "Ah, at last, the rain has come.
The city's filth shall be washed away."
In the car, she glanced at the system progress to confirm the status.
Trial task 3, completed. A new trial task will be released tomorrow.
Ever since she earned the title of the best female companion in the competition, the system granted her a few days of respite, resolving to unveil the new task on the morrow.
The night had fully descended.
In Huaxia village, it had not rained, and nameless insects chirped audaciously in the shadows. Following the direction indicated by her nanny, Yi Wushuang spotted a tall man beneath the streetlight.
He appeared to be around 27. Of the same age as Ji Shun, dressed rather plainly. His thick brows and large eyes were striking, his features commendable, though his skin was tanned, likely the result of considerable labor under the sun. This dark complexion accentuated his masculinity, instilling a sense of security. His name was Yi Weilu. Derived from the adage that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious building, he was Yi Wushuang's elder brother. In his early years, he excelled academically and received invitations from prestigious universities before graduation. His girlfriend also gained admission to a commendable art school. Unfortunately, her family faced misfortunes, lacking the funds for her education, and she was pressured by her relatives to marry off for a dowry. After deliberating with his family, Yi Weilu chose to forego his studies, opting to work to support his girlfriend's education. Yi Wushuang nodded. Let us go. She was not one for excessive chatter. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. Huaxia village was a quaint mountain hamlet, with homes scattered across the hills in various locations. The Yi family resides halfway up the mountain, necessitating an additional 30 minutes of trekking along the winding path. In recent years, the village has experienced rapid economic development, leading to the construction of cement roads for the community. However, due to insufficient funding, it is not feasible to install numerous streetlights along the serpentine mountain trails, compelling villagers to carry their own flashlights. Yi Weilu allowed Yi Wushuang to walk ahead, following closely behind. The flashlight thoughtfully illuminated the path before her. Half an hour later,
The siblings arrived at their doorstep.
Here we are.
Li Chunlan swiftly brought out the meticulously kept warm dishes and placed them on the table. The tantalizing aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air.
After washing their hands, they began to dine.
At the table, a smile adorned Li Chunlan's weathered face. Schwanger.
Your hairstyle is much more flattering now, you look so much more vibrant, don't you?
Yi Weigua and Yi Weilu nodded in agreement.
Indeed, it looks much more appealing.
Yi Wushuang paused in her actions of picking up food and said calmly, I have annulled the engagement. Li Chunlan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
If it is annulled, then so be it. It saves us from their perpetual indifference, as if Schwanger must cling to their lofty status.
Yi Weigua set down his chopsticks and inquired, Where did you reside after the dissolution of your engagement? Previously, our daughter was residing at the Shen family's villa.
As arranged by old Master Shen. Yi Wushuang pondered for a moment before responding, a female classmate's home.
Chapter 48, the first day of missing the sleep companion. Upon hearing her daughter mention that she had been staying at a classmate's home recently, Li Chunlan hurriedly inquired.
What is the name of this classmate? Did her family say anything about you? If it becomes necessary, I can rent a place near the school for you. We still have some savings at home.
She was concerned that her daughter, staying in someone else's home, might face discomfort. Although the housing prices near the school were relatively high, as parents, they were willing to tighten their belts to save money.
No matter how difficult it became.
They could not let their child suffer.
No, they did not.
Yi Wushuang lowered her eyelashes slightly and casually mentioned the name of a girl from class 7. It was inconvenient for her to disclose her cohabitation with Jishin to her family, as they might be unduly alarmed.
It was better this way.
Li Chunlan set down her chopsticks and entered the bedroom, emerging with an additional 1,000 yuan in hand.
Yi Wushuang nodded. First, let us dine, after the meal.
Rest early, for tomorrow, my parents are taking you to attend uncle's son's wedding, urged Yi Weigua.
I shall not be going. Yi Weilu looked up.
A hint of tenderness softening the rugged features of his face. Ali's painting supplies are running low. I wish to take on extra work to purchase her a better set.
Alu, whose full name is Yuan Shella,
is a fellow villager from Shiqiao and Yi Weilu's girlfriend, currently studying in the painting department of an art academy. To achieve the desired effects in her artwork,
the quality of the paint must be exceptional.
Very well, Yi Weigua acquiesced. Initially, he had opposed his son's decision to drop out of school to support his girlfriend's education. But his son was resolute, emphasizing that this was his choice and he would not regret it.
As parents, they could only relent. Night fell.
Yi Wushuang lay in her bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber, her delicately arched brows furrowing slightly in the night's embrace.
How wonderful it would be to have a companion by her side. The Ji family's villa, was this what it meant to keep vigil in solitude?
Jishin chuckled softly, extinguished the light, and succumbed to sleep.
The following day,
Yi Wushuang descended the stairs, where Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan were already dressed neatly.
A bag of golden oranges resting on the table.
Your elder brother bought these for you, Li Chunlan remarked with a smile.
In the folklore of Xiagu,
there exists a belief that sniffing orange peels can alleviate motion sickness. Thus, Yi Weilu had risen early to purchase the oranges. Concerned that his sister might feel unwell during the journey, and he thoughtfully prepared motion sickness medication in patches. Yi Wushuang gazed at the orange, her expression inscrutable. No one had instructed her on the appropriate demeanor to adopt in such a situation. The pot contained noodles. Once you have finished eating, we shall set forth.
Yi Weigua glanced at the time displayed on his mobile phone.
Yi Wushuang nodded, having finished her breakfast, and descended the mountain with her parents, waiting for a minibus at the village entrance. 15 minutes later, the minibus arrived, and the trio boarded, embarking towards their destination.
The fare was 30 for one, totaling 90 for the three.
The young ticket collector, with a small bag slung at her waist, approached to collect the fare.
Upon noticing Yi Wushuang cradling an orange, she exclaimed, "What a striking young lady! Is she your daughter?"
The young girl, clad in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, possessed an extraordinary beauty. Her presence truly captivating. Although her education was modest, her charm was undeniably remarkable.
Yes, she is my daughter, Li Chunlan responded with evident pride. As noon approached,
the minibus reached the bus station. The three then transferred to a taxi, arriving in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel.
a sign stood at the entrance,
proclaiming congratulations to the groom Yi Haifeng and the bride Bai Ling on their joyous union. Yi Wushuang cast a fleeting glance.
Yi Haifeng is the son of my uncle.
In the generation of my father, Yi Weigua, there were 4 siblings in total.
The eldest was named Yi Jianjun, the second Yi Guoqing, the third Yi Weigua.
And the youngest, a sister, was called Yi Hongmei.
In those times, following the end of the war, the elders bestowed names imbued with the noble aspirations of building and safeguarding the nation. Over the years,
it has become evident that my uncle Yi Jianjun has fared the best. He began with a modest business, gradually amassing hundreds of thousands to establish a clothing factory, which has prospered remarkably, allowing him to purchase several properties. Observing his success, both Yi Guoqing and Yi Hongmei decided to invest in the clothing factory, subsequently thriving alongside the eldest brother, acquiring both vehicles and homes in the city. Yi Weigua, burdened by his family's financial constraints, missed the opportunity to join this joyous occasion, positioning him as the least fortunate among his 4 siblings. The other 3 paid their entrance fees and entered the banquet hall contracted by their uncle. The hall was bustling with a multitude of guests, including business partners from the garment factory, classmates and friends of the bride and groom, as well as relatives from both families. Before long, the trio found their designated seats, barely settling in when a familiar face approached them. It was the third brother's family, a reunion long overdue.
"How have you been? Is the harvest in the fields treating you well?" inquired Yi Hongmei, adorned in a brand new, fashionable red dress. Behind her trailed her earnest husband and their daughter, Han Xiangxue, dressed in a pink modified hanfu.
Han Xiangxue,
the same age as Yi Wushuang, possessed a heart-shaped face, though her slightly small eyes were not particularly striking.
Nevertheless, her demeanor exuded confidence.
Thankfully,
Yi Weigua shared a similar reticent nature.
"Is that so?
I assumed you all came in worn garments. I thought perhaps the crops had been ravaged by field mice." Yi Hongmei, with a resounding voice, seated herself beside Li Chunlan and said, "If your family is in need of funds, do not hesitate to approach your sister. Although I am not affluent, I can certainly spare 300,000 to lend to you without any expectation of repayment."
Her demeanor appeared to be one of genuine concern,
yet her expression was laced with sarcasm. This matter was tied to the betrothal agreement between the Yi and Shin families.
Originally,
the betrothal arranged by Old Master Yi and Old Master Shin was intended for Yi Hongmei, who subsequently declined it. At that time, the Shin family was not in a position to be considered a prestigious household, prompting her to choose the path of romantic freedom.
Consequently, the betrothal was postponed to the next generation. As time passed, the Shin family flourished and emerged as a new aristocracy in Yan City. In the Yi family,
the eldest has welcomed a son, while the second has been blessed with 2 sons.
The third, Yi Weigua, has several sons and a daughter named Yi Wushuang. Naturally, the tradition of betrothal has fallen upon Yi Wushuang. Yi Hongmei has also given birth to a daughter.
She believes that although she has married into another family,
she is still a member of the Yi family, is she not?
Why should the daughter of the third branch be allowed to form an alliance with the Shin family,
while her own daughter cannot?
Furthermore, this betrothal was originally meant for her daughter. It was she who declined it, allowing Yi Wushuang to take her place. She resolved to fight for her daughter's opportunity to marry into a prestigious family.
The Shin family flatly refused. They are not easily deceived. Initially,
it was you who chose to part ways. Now that I have wealth, you expect me to send my daughter your way?
Don't even think about it. Yi Hongmei was met with frustration, convinced that the Yi Weigua family was scheming against her.
They had usurped her daughter's path to wealth and privilege. Thus, at every family gathering, she would unleash her biting sarcasm upon the Yi Weigua family. This time, she was determined to intensify her jabs, especially since she had recently received delightful news.
Chapter 49, My daughter is only slightly more intelligent than Yi Wushuang. Reflecting on that splendid news,
Yi Hongmei leaned forward with her arms resting on the table, her expression animated. How could such a splendid engagement be so easily dismissed?
Is it because your daughter, Yi Wushuang, is simply too dim-witted?
The fact that Yi Wushuang's academic performance is poor is known far and wide within the family.
Li Chunlan opened her mouth,
yet found herself at a loss for words.
Indeed, Yi Wushuang's academic results are subpar,
and it is quite possible that the Shen family might reconsider their engagement due to this issue.
Unbeknownst to Li Chunlan and Yi Weiguo,
Yi Wushuang had actually achieved a perfect score in the monthly exam and had also secured the championship in the Inter-School Chess League, alongside her triumph in competing with the best female chess companions.
Observing Li Chunlan's apparent unease and inability to respond, Yi Hongmei reveled in her satisfaction.
She pulled her own daughter closer, showcasing her accomplishments to Yi Weiguo and Li Chunlan. My daughter, Han Xiangxue, is quite different. She consistently ranks among the top 10 in her grade during every examination. I have advised her not to study too hard and to enjoy some leisure time on her phone or computer, yet she remains resolute, declaring her desire to excel academically, gain admission to the finest universities, and provide a better life for her parents.
My heart is truly moved by her dedication.
By the way, aside from English, she has also taken it upon herself to learn German. As her words settled, nearby guests gathered around.
Madam Yi, your daughter speaks German?
That's remarkable. Many children struggle with English, yet your daughter has mastered German. She is bound to achieve great success in the future. Everyone was aware that Yi Hongmei's elder brother, Yi Jianjun, is the owner of a clothing factory.
Hence, these accolades were tinged with genuine admiration, albeit largely flattery.
Oh, you flatter me. She is merely a tad brighter than my brother's daughter. Yi Hongmei waved her hand, her smile radiant. Her daughter, Han Xiangxue, lifted her chin, resembling a victorious rooster.
Yi Hongmei turned to Li Chunlan and Yi Weiguo, saying, I recall that Yi Wushuang's English is rather poor.
Perhaps you could have her get in touch with my daughter. She could spare some time to offer her guidance. You see, your lives have already taken a turn for the worse. Do ensure that your daughter does not find herself at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Before she could finish her sentence, a fierce glint appeared in Yi Wushuang's eyes. She seized the teacup from the table, intended for guests, and splashed its contents directly onto Yi Hongmei's face.
Ah! Yi Hongmei let out a piercing scream.
The tea was slightly scalding, leaving the finest tea leaves stuck in her hair, on her face, and all over her clothing.
Mother!
Wife!
Madam Yi!
Various exclamations resounded, drawing the attention of the surrounding guests, who occasionally glanced in this direction. Yi Hongmei swiftly wiped the tea leaves and water from her face,
finally discerning Yi Wushuang seated across the table. Clutching an empty teacup, she embodied the instigator of the turmoil.
Yi Wushuang!
What on earth are you doing? Yi Hongmei rose abruptly, her voice laced with fury. Are you out of your mind?
I kindly allowed my daughter to tutor you in English,
and you retaliate by dousing me with tea.
Is this how you treat your elders?
How do your parents raise you? At that moment, Yi Weiguo stood up,
attempting to defend his daughter, but an arm was raised in front of him.
It was Yi Wushuang.
She halted her father's advance, her icy gaze piercing through to Yi Hongmei. If you dare utter another word against my parents, my response will go far beyond a mere splash of tea. Her commanding words left both Yi Weiguo and Li Chunlan momentarily speechless. They sat back in their chairs, looking up at their daughter. The confidence and resolve etched on her face rendered them somewhat bewildered.
When did their daughter become their protector? What had transpired?
Not only the guests but also the hotel staff had gathered around. It appeared that Mrs. Yi had mentioned the parents of this striking young woman, prompting her to retaliate with a splash of tea. It seems this young lady possesses quite a bit of courage, Guest A ventured to summarize.
Guest B nodded in agreement. Yi Hongmei retorted with a defiant posture, when did I ever speak ill of your parents?
I simply stated the truth. Among the 4 siblings at home, your family alone remains in the mountains, cultivating the land without a car or house. What else could it be but a waste? Honest words may be hard to hear, yet I genuinely wish to assist your family. It seems your mentality is rather fragile. They are all so sensitive.
Han Xiangxue echoed the popular phrases circulating online,
joining her mother in mocking the Yi Wushuang family.
You truly wish to help us? Very well.
Yi Wushuang retrieved a bank card from her mother's wallet and handed it to Yi Hongmei, her exquisite face devoid of any expression.
Did you not just claim that you could generously offer our family 300,000?
Now, please transfer the funds to this card. Yi Hongmei had never received a bank card, and the muscles in her face twitched slightly. What she had just uttered was merely a fade of polite rhetoric.
How could she genuinely part with such a sum?
300,000 is no trifling amount, it could easily purchase a fine sedan.
How could she possibly give the Yi Weigua family such a sum without hesitation? She was no fool. However,
to refuse the money would only solidify the irony of her disdain for the Yi Weigua family. Today marks the wedding of her elder brother's son.
I shall not create a scene, but from this moment forth, I, Yi Hongmei, shall have no further ties with your third branch.
Yi Hongmei took Han Xiangxue by the hand and left, all the while loudly admonishing her daughter for everyone to hear, "Xiangxue, you must study diligently." The fate of those who neglect their studies is akin to that of Yi Wushuang abandoned by their fiancé, lacking culture and education, resembling a madwoman. Do not worry, mother. I shall certainly study hard and not bring shame upon you.
Han Xiangxue nodded earnestly. The farce came to an end.
Yi Wushuang resumed her seat, her expression serene. The cleaning lady approached to tidy up, discreetly giving Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua a thumbs up, saying, "Your daughter is remarkable. She is truly worth the effort you put into raising her. If only my daughter possessed such talent and determination, she would awaken from her dreams with a smile."
Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua exchanged glances.
Although they were puzzled by the drastic change in their daughter's demeanor, they felt a sense of pride in her actions.
The wedding commenced.
A melodious and romantic wedding march resonated from the sound system. Under the guidance of the MC, the bride and groom ascended the stage. The groom was handsome, while the bride possessed delicate features. They exchanged rings, and their parents joined them on stage.
Yi Jianjun, the elder uncle,
was a middle-aged man with a square face and slightly graying hair. After some discussion, several esteemed guests also came forward to extend their congratulations. Among them was a fair-haired foreign gentleman accompanied by a translator. The foreigner spoke a string of Italian, and upon completion, the translator conveyed in Chinese, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Lawrence wishes you prosperous business and hopes your son and daughter-in-law enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years.
Thank you, the elder uncle replied,
his smile revealing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. In a light-hearted manner, he jested, "Instead of wishing me prosperous business, perhaps Mr. Lawrence could assist me in establishing a business connection with Eiffel.
My clothing factory has already ventured into international trade,
and I am currently troubled about how to forge a partnership with Eiffel." Lawrence shrugged and continued speaking in Italian, with the translator relaying. "He says he would like to help you, but Mr. Eiffel is a person of unpredictable temperament. Some merchants may flatter him for 3 years without a response, while others may speak to him just once, and he would immediately make international calls to negotiate. Therefore, it all depends on fate."
Just as these words were spoken, Lawrence's phone rang. Chapter 50, Wushuang, do you understand German? Lawrence received a multinational video invitation, and the inviter was none other than Eiffel. It's Eiffel, Lawrence exclaimed,
his tone tinged with surprise.
Although Yi Jianjun could not comprehend Italian, he understood Eiffel's pronunciation. His heart raced with apprehension. What could be the matter? Has Mr. Eiffel reviewed my proposal?
If so, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events.
The translator promptly inquired on Yi Jianjun's behalf.
Lawrence gestured for Yi Jianjun to remain calm as he connected the video call. On the other end appeared a handsome foreign man with chestnut hair. His crimson pupils sparkled as he donned a white shirt with the collar casually unbuttoned, reclining on a sofa with one arm resting on a nearby cushion. Exuding an air of languorous abandon reminiscent of a classic vampire count from cinematic lore. Through the video, the opulence of his mansion was visible, featuring expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the nocturnal panorama outside. The time difference was starkly inverted compared to summer country.
I have little time, if you can make a decision.
Let us discuss the matters regarding the garment factory, Eiffel articulated in German, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his red pupils as he held aloft a document. This document was the translated version of Yi Jianjun's proposal, personally sent by Lawrence.
To Yi Jianjun's dismay, it indeed pertained to the garment factory.
Yet the translator he had brought along was unable to decipher German. What a predicament! The joy within Lawrence dissipated, his tone tinged with regret.
What is the current situation? Yi Jianjun inquired of the translator.
Mr. Lawrence conveyed that Mr. Eiffel's discussion was related to the garment factory, but today's German-speaking translator was on leave. And he could not comprehend German.
The translator's expression was one of innocence. Do not fret, just wait a moment. Yi Jianjun instructed his subordinate to swiftly contact a German-speaking translator.
Observing this, Mr. Lawrence uttered a string of Italian.
The translator conveyed. It will be too late to find someone now. Mr. Eiffel adheres strictly to his schedule and will soon retire for the night. Then, could we perhaps discuss the business after he awakens? Yi Jianjun asked. Lawrence replied, I cannot guarantee that. He is exceedingly unpredictable. If we miss this opportunity, there may not be another. Yi Jianjun was in a state of utter distress. The cooked duck could not take flight. In a fit of desperation, he boldly inquired at the wedding venue, is there anyone who speaks German?
Should you assist me in translating Mr. Eiffel's words, I shall reward you handsomely.
Meanwhile,
Yi Wushuang's vision illuminated with words invisible to others. Trial task, for facilitate a triparty meeting.
Yi Wushuang lifted her eyelids. The tripartite meeting referred to the discussions among Yi Jianjun, Lawrence, and Eiffel.
Before she could speak, at another table, Yi Hongmei raised her hand high.
Her tone brimming with excitement, my daughter can do it. Brother, my daughter can do it.
Han Xiangxue immediately became the target of scrutiny.
Unfazed, she lifted her chin even higher. Xiangxue speaks German? Doesn't the school only teach English? Yi Jianjun furrowed his brow slightly. Usually preoccupied with social engagements, he was unaware that his sister's daughter had mastered German. She taught herself German, she is quite clever.
Yi Hongmei pushed Han Xiangxue forward, simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at Yi Wushuang.
Not everyone is like Yi Wushuang, unable to even grasp English. Xiangxue possesses such remarkable abilities? Sister, your teaching is commendable. Yi Jianjun hastily beckoned, Xiangxue, come up and help me translate.
Han Xiangxue gracefully walked towards the red carpet stage under the gaze of all the guests in the hall.
Mr. Ye's sister claims her daughter understands German. The interpreter translated into Lawrence's ear. Okay.
Lawrence nodded, directing the camera towards Han Xiangxue. Upon seeing the handsome foreign gentleman in the frame, Han Xiangxue's face flushed instantly, her heart racing, love evident in her eyes. This display incited disdain in Eiffel, who furrowed his brow in distaste. He loathed infatuated women, regardless of their nationality. Xiangxue, please speak, urged Yi Jianjun. Han Xiangxue nodded and began, hello. Mein name is Schnee, wie ist es Keierslick? Hello, my name is Schnee. How have you been lately? Tell the head of the clothing factory that I can cooperate with him, provided he and Lawrence each concede 5 profit points. Her words came out rapidly, leaving Han Xiangxue bewildered, only able to catch a few basic German words. In truth, her proficiency in German was limited. Having self-studied, her vocabulary barely sufficed for casual conversation, let alone professional discourse. She broke into a sweat, feeling increasingly anxious. This translation task was far from what she had envisioned. What did Mr. Eiffel say? Yi Jianjun felt uneasy. He. Han Xiangxue struggled to articulate, glancing helplessly at her mother. What are you looking at me for? Speak up. Yi Hongmei was frantic. If her daughter could translate in front of so many people, the glow on her face would be indescribable. She could boast to the third household, look at my daughter, now compare her to yours, they're worlds apart. Han Xiangxue pouted, feeling wronged, Mr. Eiffel speaks too quickly, and there are many professional terms I don't understand. Then why did you come up? Did you think I brought you here just to greet him? Nonsense. Yi Jianjun held his forehead, disappointment etched across his face. I told you. A high school senior can't possibly be fluent in a language beyond English. He gave up. What's the matter? Lawrence inquired. The translator replied, this young lady is a beginner in German and does not grasp the professional terminology, rendering her unsuitable for the translation role. Please tell me this isn't true, Lawrence pressed. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was slipping away. The guests below mirrored expressions of disbelief. No worries.
Being able to speak basic German is already impressive.
Yi Hongmei sought to save face for herself and her daughter.
Unlike some, who can't even speak English, she remarked. Her gaze fixed on Yi Wushuang, never missing a chance to undermine her.
The assembled crowd followed her gaze, all eyes upon Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang, however, parted her crimson lips and translated with precision. Eiffel stated that he could collaborate with the garment factory,
on the condition that both the factory and Lawrence concede 5 profit points each.
Her clear, melodic voice reverberated through the hall.
The crowd was left utterly astounded. This young girl, clad in inexpensive attire and hailing from a rural background, was indeed capable of translating German? Didn't Yi Hongmei mention that Yi Wushuang couldn't even speak English? What is this girl saying now? Lawrence heard Yi Wushuang calling his name,
and her pronunciation was quite impeccable. She indicated that Mr. Eiffel agreed to collaborate, on the condition that both you and the garment factory concede 5 profit points each.
The translator was also taken aback. Yi Jianjun spoke with fervor, as if a glimmer of hope had appeared before him. Wushuang, do you understand German? No, she does not. Chapter 51, she is proficient in both German and Italian. She does not even comprehend English, so how could she possibly grasp German? Could it be that she is aware of everyone's ignorance of the German language and seeks to deceive them while simultaneously enhancing her own stature?
Even if one were to beat Yi Hongmei to death, she would not believe that the daughter of the third household could master German.
After all,
German is widely recognized as a particularly challenging language to learn.
Yi Jianjun was indeed perplexed.
He was well aware that the family of the third room had always resided in the mountains, cultivating the land. The daughter of the third room had consistently underperformed academically. Could it truly be as the fourth sister claimed, that Yi Wushuang was deceiving them? He had no desire to be fooled a second time.
Foolishness. On his phone,
the handsome man uttered a single word, leaning in to terminate the video call.
He could not comprehend Chinese and had not studied Italian.
He could only infer from the visuals that the manager of the clothing factory had recruited an infatuated individual to serve as a translator, who, in turn, failed to grasp his words. Shortly thereafter, another girl rose, and the group of summer countrymen appeared to engage in a dispute.
Utterly foolish and laughable. It would be better not to pursue this business. He was not reliant on the clothing factory. Mr. Eiffel was about to hang up. The translator was the first to notice this scene. Lawrence and Yi Jianjun exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. Ich kann übersetzen.
I can translate, Yi Wushuang proclaimed in the most impeccable German as she approached the red carpet platform. From a distance, he had been unable to discern her features. But now, up close, he realized she was strikingly beautiful. Her facial features were exquisite, rivaling those of the models beside him.
Yet, what left a more profound impression was the aura she exuded, like snow and ice, utterly untouchable. Eiffel was curious as to how Yi Wushuang's German could be so authentic.
If her face were concealed, he would scarcely believe she was from the summer country. The pronunciation of snow was worlds apart.
Did this pertain to their negotiations?
Yi Wushuang retorted coldly. To inquire why a globally renowned female assassin possessed proficiency in German was as nonsensical as questioning a hen about its ability to lay eggs.
Mastery of multiple languages was an essential attribute for an international assassin. Eiffel raised his hands in resignation. Clearly, her German skills were not the only glaring disparity. Their attitudes were fundamentally opposed as well. Wushuang, you truly speak German. Eiffel's reaction served as the most compelling evidence.
Yi Wushuang remained silent. Her piercing gaze akin to a blade, resting upon the large hand that lay upon her shoulder.
Were they truly well acquainted? Yet, within her mind, she mused in disbelief, startled by her niece's intimidating glance. Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Business was of utmost importance.
He stated, the garment factory can yield a 5-point profit margin.
As for Mr. Lawrence, I cannot say. Mr. Yi remarked that the translator brought by Lawrence suddenly halted mid-sentence, scratching the back of his head, and muttered to himself in Chinese, wait a moment, how do you say profit margin again? I've suddenly forgotten. Occasionally, the human brain can experience a sudden lapse.
Yi Wushuang cast a casual glance at the translation and, in impeccable Italian, inquired, can the clothing factory allow for 5 profit points?
Is Lawrence willing to concede? A guest gasped in astonishment, "Is she proficient in both German and Italian?" Although he did not comprehend Italian, the pronunciation and intonation were unmistakable. Hadn't Madame Yi claimed that Yi Wushuang was entirely ignorant of English? She had even asserted that her daughter could speak German. Yet her performance on stage had been so lackluster. Could you truly believe her words? Not every guest felt compelled to curry favor with Yi Hongmei. On stage, Lawrence was initially taken aback by Yi Wushuang's fluent Italian, before quickly affirming, "I can also agree to 5 profit points." With both parties' responses in hand, Yi Wushuang then communicated in German to the figure in the video, "Eiffel, they have accepted your terms." "You have surprised me," Eiffel remarked. His arm draped back over the cushion, a hint of dominance flickering in his crimson eyes. "Are you interested in becoming my woman?" The girl in the video was strikingly beautiful, possessed a splendid figure, and spoke at least 3 languages, a most excellent choice for a partner. "Wouldn't you agree?" Eiffel prided himself on being swift, precise, and ruthless, trusting his instincts. "Very well," he continued, shifting his tone. "Inform Lawrence and the head of the clothing factory that I wish." Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang conveyed the message in Chinese to Yi Jianjun, and then translated it into Italian for Lawrence. The translator accompanying Lawrence lost his job on the spot. However, he refrained from voicing any objections. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, it was Yi Wushuang who had salvaged his predicament, sparing him from a potential financial debacle. The onlookers observed Yi Wushuang seamlessly alternating between Chinese, Italian, and German, translating among Yi Jianjun, Lawrence, and Eiffel. The transitions between the 3 languages were so fluid that it appeared as though she were born to do so. 10 minutes later, Eiffel concluded the video call and retired for the night, witnessing the satisfied smiles on the faces of Yi Jianjun and Lawrence. The crowd understood that this international business deal had been successfully clinched, a feat attributed entirely to Yi Wushuang. With this agreement achieved, the beneficiaries would be numerous. The partners from the clothing factory were the first to initiate applause, which was soon echoed by others. Although they were not direct beneficiaries, they did not hesitate to commend Yi Wushuang for her remarkable multilingual prowess. As the applause grew increasingly fervent, the countenances of Yi Hongmei and her daughter grew increasingly despondent, wishing they could vanish into the earth. Li Chunlan inquired, "Schwanger, when did you learn these 2 foreign languages?" "The teacher has always been instructing us," Yi Wushuang replied. Her gaze lowered as she concocted an excuse. The couple chose to trust their daughter. Once the wedding concluded, Yi Hongmei immediately departed with her husband and daughter, aware that remaining would only invite ridicule. Uncle Yi Jianjun insisted on keeping Yi Wushuang's family in the city for a few more days. Uncle Yi Guoqing echoed this sentiment, noting that it had been a long time since the family had gathered. In response, Yi Weigua declined, stating, "My eldest son's girlfriend's parents are visiting our home tomorrow. We must make preparations." Yi Wushuang's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. "Is it true that my elder brother's girlfriend, Yuan Shaoli's parents, are coming tomorrow?" she inquired. "Indeed, we must make ample preparations." Yi Jianjun nodded, his hand sweeping through the air with grandiosity. "Third brother, your daughter has accomplished a significant task for me today. When the time comes for your son to wed, simply inform me of the required bride price, and I shall cover it entirely. Furthermore, there will be a share of the garment factory's equity for you as well. Anticipate your dividends at the year's end." The benefits that Yi Wushuang brings to the garment factory far surpass the stagnant investments of the shareholders. This sum rightfully belongs to the family of the third brother. Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua exchanged glances before turning their attention to Yi Wushuang, whose demeanor remained composed throughout. Their precious daughter seemed to have grown significantly in prowess. Chapter 52, Jishin's playful scolding of the ungrateful as the trio ascended the hill. They were met by a strikingly handsome man, tall and possessing an air of refined gentility, standing at their doorstep. Behind him, layers of mountains rose majestically. As weary birds returned to their nests, and the delicate mist mingled with the evening glow, creating a breathtaking scene. Beside him were 2 exquisitely packaged small cakes, one matcha-flavored and the other strawberry-flavored. "Who are you, and what business do you have at my door?" Yi Weigua was the first to inquire, having never encountered such a figure in the vicinity of Shiqiao village. Li Chunlan's expression turned wary as well. "Greetings, I am Jishin's lips curled slightly as his gaze fell upon Yi Wushuang. I am the brother of that female classmate. After my engagement with the Shin family was dissolved, I have been temporarily residing with them.
At his words, Jishin raised an eyebrow.
A sister out of the blue?
He chuckled softly, adding, indeed. My sister personally made these cakes and entrusted me to deliver them to Wushuang. Yi Weigua and his wife relaxed. Li Chunlan's smile was tinged with a hint of embarrassment. It's truly a bother for you siblings to have made the cake and delivered it personally.
Not at all.
It was quite convenient for me, Jishin replied, turning to glance at Yi Wushuang. He noticed that Yi Wushuang's gaze was fixated on the cake,
akin to a squirrel's relentless focus on a nut.
A deeper smile graced his lips. Yi Weigua took out the key to unlock the door and gestured courteously, please.
Come in for a cup of tea.
I hope I am not disturbing you, uncle and aunt, Jishin replied, nodding with poise.
He entered the living room,
carrying the cake, and placed it gently upon the table. Yi Wushuang silently approached, her slender hand yet to touch the cake when she was halted by her mother.
First,
thank your brother, Li Chunlan chided gently. He traveled all the way from Yanshi, we mustn't be impolite.
Yi Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to Jishin.
Jishin appeared quite innocent. After all, it was Yi Wushuang who had established the hierarchy of their relationship, leaving him with no alternative.
Thank you, brother.
Yi Wushuang managed to utter, her words forced out in exchange for the cake. You're welcome, Jishin replied with a playful curve of his brows, a smile dancing in his eyes. She was undoubtedly unaware of how endearing her flustered demeanor was.
Come, let us indulge in the cake, Li Chunlan urged, handing the cake over to Yi Wushuang.
Yi Wushuang ascended the stairs, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders.
Before she even entered the bedroom, lively conversation echoed from downstairs.
Jishin was engaged in a discussion with Yi Weigua regarding political opinions and perspectives, while simultaneously sharing culinary tips with Li Chunlan on how to enhance the flavors of home-cooked meals.
Their eloquent discourse elicited continuous laughter from Li Chunlan,
and even the typically stoic Yi Weigua chuckled on a couple of occasions. Unbeknownst to them, darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Fengjiu stood at the doorway, respectfully announcing, Young Master Ji, the car is ready.
Has it broken down and not yet been repaired? Jishin inquired,
a subtle smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon his assistant. Fengjiu assessed the situation in the living room and quickly grasped his employer's intentions. Nodding affirmatively, indeed, it has yet to be repaired.
What shall we do then, uncle and aunt? Are there any inns or hotels nearby? Jishin feigned distress, fully aware of the answer.
Shiqiao village was a remote mountain settlement, devoid of any inns. The nearest accommodation was located in Shiqiao town, requiring a 30-minute drive to reach. The Yi family has no vehicle, their car has broken down, rendering passage impossible for anyone. Yi Weigua shook his head, saying, there are no nearby accommodations.
But I have a vacant room at my home, if you don't mind.
Throughout his life, he had lived an honest existence,
tending to the fields and occasionally catching up on the news. How could he fathom the intricate thoughts of the market mogul, Jishin?
He merely assumed that Jishin's car had genuinely broken down.
Why would I mind? It would be my pleasure to accommodate you,
Jishin replied with a hint of apology. Not at all, I will tidy up your room, Li Chunlan volunteered, springing into action.
The meal was shared among Yi Weigua, Li Chunlan, Yi Wushuang, and Jishin.
At the dining table, Yi Wushuang sat in silence, while Jishin and the couple engaged in cheerful conversation, resembling a close-knit family. As the moon rose above the treetops, everyone succumbed to slumber. Jishin lay on the modest single bed, lost in thought. Hearing a faint sound, he closed his eyes,
feigning sleep. He knew all too well who had arrived. The young girl tiptoed in, slipping under the covers beside him.
Given the confines of the single bed, she nestled closely, as if molded into his embrace. Before long, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her warm breath caressing his chest, softening his heart in tandem. He slowly opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his features as his fingertips entwined with a strand of the girl's hair, his movements tender and lingering.
Tonight,
she would enjoy a restful sleep. The following day, Jishin sat up partially, rubbing his arm that had fallen asleep under Yi Wushuang's weight. With a low chuckle, He playfully scolded her, "You little ingrate." She retrieved her phone, discovering that the class group chat had exploded with messages, reaching a staggering count of 999. The discussions revolved around Rongqingru, who had made headlines on the first day of an extended holiday. It all began with a local resident who, while walking his dog early in the morning, found himself in a dead end. There, he stumbled upon Rongqingru lying on the ground with 5 men, completely unclothed, which startled him into an immediate shout. His cry roused the surrounding people. The timid averted their gaze, while the bold whipped out their phones to capture the moment. By the time the police arrived, reporters had already crafted their headlines. The commotion stirred Rongqingru from her slumber, the scene before her overwhelming her senses. No one could have anticipated that the campus belle of Fania Academy would end up in such a predicament. The 5 burly men, having consumed an excessive amount of illicit substances, were left in a dazed state. Subsequently, the police released their findings, revealing that an investigation into bank transactions had shown that Rongqingru had squandered 500,000 to hire these 5 men seeking thrills. Rongqingru became the laughingstock of the entire city. The Rong family, having completed the formalities for her withdrawal from school, hastily relocated from Yen City. Upon reading this, Wushuang powered down her phone, reflecting on the fate of those 5 men who had shared a tainted drink, now rendered completely daft. The consequences of one person's choices were all too evident. Rongqingru had left her no escape. Downstairs, Li Chunlan prepared breakfast and, along with Yi Weigua, descended the mountain to procure ingredients to host their guest. As Jishin stepped out of his room, the door to the adjacent room swung open simultaneously. Yi Weilu stepped out, and 2 men of similar age exchanged glances in the corridor. If one were to liken Jishin to a youthful monarch, enigmatic and profound, then Yi Weilu would embody the essence of a seasoned general, composed and steadfast. "Greetings," Jishin said with a warm smile. Having perused the investigation dossier on Yi Wushuang, he was aware that this individual was the elder brother of Yi Wushuang, a man who had once been on a promising path but chose to abandon his studies to work supporting his girlfriend's education. Yi Weilu cast a fleeting glance at Jishin, remaining silent as he descended the stairs. Jishin observed his retreating figure, a smile gradually fading from his lips. As he passed by Yi Weilu's bedroom, he glanced through the window, taking in the room's arrangement. Chapter 53, Ji's ingenious strategy for salvation. An hour later, Yi Weigui returned home with his wife, their arms laden with a bountiful assortment of fresh fish, succulent meats, and seasonal vegetables. Such a lavish spread was considered the pinnacle of hospitality in rural areas. "Allah has graduated this year, hasn't he?" Li Chunlan inquired while washing vegetables in the kitchen, addressing Yi Weilu, who was assisting her. "Why not consider marriage after graduation?" The mention of marriage brought to Li Chunlan's mind her daughter's spirited performance at her elder brother's wedding the previous day. With a joyful tone, she added, "Schwanger successfully negotiated a lucrative international deal for the clothing factory yesterday. Our family can afford a wedding now." Yi Weilu straightened his back, a look of confusion in his eyes. "What about my sister?" Yi Weilu paused in her motion of peeling potatoes. "When she arrives, I shall inquire." She mentioned being quite occupied, thus he refrained from disturbing her. Once graduation is complete, the hectic pace should surely abate. At lunchtime, the dining table in the Yi family's main hall was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, while a nourishing old hen soup simmered in the pressure cooker. The wine and beverages were all prepared. They must be arriving shortly. Li Chunlan glanced at the antique clock hanging on the wall. Yi Weigua and Yi Weilu stood at the entrance, awaiting. Yi Wushuang was diligently engaged in her homework within the confines of her bedroom, while Jishin busied himself in another room, addressing matters of work. The clock ticked rhythmically, each passing moment stretching into an hour of anxious anticipation. The dishes had grown cold. Why has he not yet returned? Could something have gone awry? "Weilu, could you please inquire?" Li Chunlan's heart brimmed with unease. It mattered little whether one arrived early or late, yet she fervently hoped that no mishap had occurred en route. Yi Weilu nodded, poised to make a phone call, when 3 figures emerged around the bend of the mountain path. It was Yuan Shella and her parents. Yuan Shella, a woman in her mid-20s, adorned in a flowing bohemian-style floral dress, with long black hair cascading down her back, possessed an appealing visage and a graceful demeanor, a testament to her artistic background. Her father donned an elegant suit from a high-end boutique, while her mother sported a thick gold chain around her neck. Their affluent attire starkly contrasted with their somewhat rustic appearance.
"Here come the in-laws." Li Chunlan greeted them with warmth.
Having supported her son's education and assured him of marrying Yuan Xiola from an early age, she had affectionately referred to Yuan's mother as in-law over the years.
Seeking a sense of closeness,
Yuan's mother reciprocated with the same term.
"Who is your in-law? What nonsense is this before marriage?"
Yuan's mother retorted, her expression frosty. Yi Weiguo was taken aback. The Yuan family had not exhibited such an attitude previously.
What did this mean?
Yi Weilu directly inquired of Yuan Xiola. He supported Yuan Xiola's university education, not to have her mother treat his own with such disdain. "My mother speaks her mind, please do not take offense," Yuan Xiola said, casually tucking her hair behind her ear. "I have come to tell you that we should part ways. I no longer wish to marry you." Yi Weilu was taken aback by the words uttered by his meticulously cared-for girlfriend. He could not help but raise his voice. "Why? I am a graduate of a prestigious university, soon to be sent abroad for further studies, while you possess no diploma and can only work in a rural town.
Do you not realize that we are no longer inhabitants of the same world?" Yuan Xiola maintained a calm demeanor. "Do you not know why I lack a diploma or why I am confined to working in the town?"
Yi Weilu felt his heart grow increasingly cold. "I did not force you," Yuan Xiola said, frowning and her tone tinged with displeasure.
"Nor did I beg you to drop out and work to support my education. All of this was your own choice.
I could return your money, even tenfold, without concern. I have come here to clearly delineate our boundaries in front of both families. From now on, we shall go our separate ways. When we meet, we shall act as strangers, preserving each other's dignity."
Yi Weilu fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Is it because the man currently providing for you possesses greater wealth than I? The dress adorning Yuan Xiola, her father's suit, and her mother's necklace all bore an exorbitant price tag. It was evident to him. Anyone in his position would make the same choice."
Yuan Xiola did not conceal her thoughts. He drives a sports car worth 30 million, resides in a 600 square meter villa, and his bank deposits exceed 100 million.
How can you possibly compare? How can you compare?
Yi Weilu echoed these three words with a low chuckle. 4 years ago, when your father met with an accident, your mother pressured you into marrying an old man as a second wife. You wept and expressed your desire to attend university, to pursue your dreams. I gave up my studies and worked tirelessly to support you. 2 years ago,
you lamented that your classmates wore designer clothes and looked down upon the generic brands you wore.
I took on 2 jobs solely to ensure you could don garments that shone with prestige.
A year ago,
you complained that the paint you used for your art was of poor quality, resulting in inferior creations compared to others. I rose early and toiled late to procure the finest paints and send them to you. Now, you stand before me, asserting that we inhabit different worlds. You are correct, we indeed belong to disparate realms. I uphold the values of propriety, righteousness, and integrity, while you seem oblivious to shame. Leave."
Yuan Xiola's face turned ashen with fury as she clacked her heels and departed with her parents.
On the second-floor balcony, Wushuang observed Yuan Xiola's retreating figure, a chilling intensity swirling in her dark eyes.
Is love truly so fragile, so easily vanquished by wealth? Jishin approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Wushuang.
His voice rich and melodious. Love, by its very nature, is something that cannot withstand the slightest blow. Yi Wushuang gazed at Yuan Xiola's receding figure until it vanished.
Her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Apart from wealth, power and life and death could easily dismantle her.
After years of executing missions, she had witnessed far too many moments where life, death, and power intertwined, leading individuals to cast aside their so-called beloved ones. She glanced down at the bright orange in her hand, remnants of a fruit she had not finished, a few pieces still remaining. Having relied on her younger brother since childhood, she found herself at a loss on how to interact with the Yi family. Yet, her desire to protect them burned within her. She did not wish for them to suffer or to be hurt.
In the next moment,
a slip of paper appeared before Yi Wushuang, bearing a telephone number. It belonged to the nation's largest news platform, a contact for a principled and authoritative journalist. She mused that he would likely be intrigued by the story of a female university student who forsakes her boyfriend of 4 years for the allure of money. Jishin's thin lips curled into a smile.
Public opinion is a weapon that can be lethal. Once the news breaks, Yuan Xiola's self-proclaimed bright future would plummet to the depths. Yi Wushuang reached out to take it. Indeed, it was a commendable approach. However, Jishin raised his hand to evade Yi Wushuang's grasp, his brow arching slightly as he remarked, "Surely. You do not expect to obtain this contact information without offering something in return? What is it you desire from me?"
Yi Wushuang inquired, her gaze steady, devoid of anger.
The dynamic between her and Jishin had always been transactional.
She had rescued his grandfather, and in exchange, he offered companionship.
She ensured his safety,
and he provided sustenance and shelter. When she donned a maid's outfit, he consented to bake her a cake each week.
When they danced together,
he agreed to prepare 2 cakes weekly. It was a fair and just arrangement, with neither party indebted to the other.
This contact information, too, ought to warrant something in exchange.
Generally speaking, as the heir of the Ji family, I lack for nothing and do not require you to contribute. Jishin leaned against the railing, his tone imbued with an unmistakable confidence.
Yi Wushuang did not refute.
Given Jishin's position, he truly lacked for nothing. The wealth, power, and women that other men yearned for could be summoned with a mere gesture, as there were always those eager to present themselves before him.
Yet, I have few friends.
As you know, it is lonely at the top, and genuine sincerity is hard to find amidst self-serving interests. Throughout my life, peers have approached me with ulterior motives,
exploiting my presence. I feel profoundly isolated.
Jishin lowered his voice, gently casting down his eyelids, his celestial visage revealing a trace of desolation.
It is understandable.
Yi Wushuang nodded. For someone like Jishin, it would indeed be strange not to encounter the situations he described.
So, can you be my friend, one untainted by interests?
He lifted his gaze anew, looking at her with sincere anticipation.
Chapter 54, You will eventually look at me with fiery eyes.
Yi Wushuang had never witnessed such an expression on Jishin's face before.
Friends?
She pondered for a moment before nodding and softly replying, "All right." He was one of the rare individuals with whom she found it easy to interact. Moreover, he could bake cakes and even offer companionship, in her view.
This friendship was undoubtedly beneficial. If they were to become friends, wouldn't the weekly supply of cakes increase?
This was the sole concern that lingered in Yi Wushuang's mind.
Jishin gazed into her beautifully starry black eyes and couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming helplessly, "Do you truly believe I am a pastry chef?"
It was lamentable that his distinguished charm as Ji Xiao was overshadowed by a few mere cakes. "No, I was merely thinking," Yi Wushuang replied earnestly, shaking her head. She certainly would not be so unreasonable as to regard a friend as a mere cake-making machine.
"I have noticed."
Jishin's thin lips parted, hesitating, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
The once cold and aloof queen would transform into an adorable figure upon encountering delicious cakes.
"Noticed what?" Yi Wushuang asked,
furrowing her brows. "Why speak only halfway?"
"It's nothing," Jishin said, handing Yi Wushuang a note with his contact information.
"If you have time,
I wouldn't mind making a few more cakes for you." Without even lifting his gaze, he could feel the intensity of the girl's gaze upon him.
"That's all right,"
he replied, his slender, dark eyes flashing with an irresistible, domineering tenderness.
"You will eventually gaze at me with fervor."
Downstairs, Li Chunlan wished to comfort Yi Weilu but was at a loss for words, leaving her eldest son the space to be alone and process his thoughts. Under the scorching midday sun, the pain coursing through Yi Weilu was palpable as he stepped into the main hall. The table was laden with untouched delicacies, their presence piercing his heart like a dagger. "There is no need to grieve for those unworthy of your sorrow," Jishin remarked as he descended the stairs. Yi Weilu gazed at him in silence, her eyes brimming with caution. "I am not a villain, there is no need to scrutinize me so intently." Jishin produced a sleek black business card and handed it to Yi Weilu. "This card offers you an opportunity to intern at one of the world's elite organizations." The elite organization refers to the Ji family. Yi Weilu cast a disdainful glance at the business card, his tone dripping with contempt.
"In my lexicon,
there exists no phrase such as selling a sister for glory, Ji Xiao." He was acutely aware of the identity of the man before him. Jishin's presence at his home could only signify an interest in his sister, cleverly masked under the guise of a fellow classmate's older brother. Thus,
He had offered Jishin no semblance of cordiality from the outset. You misunderstand me. I, Jishin,
pursue women without resorting to the need to ingratiate myself with their families to win their favor.
My sole intention is to attract talent to the G Corporation. After all, graduates from the Capital University of Finance and Economics are coveted by every conglomerate. Jishin let out a light chuckle.
Recalling the scene he had glimpsed earlier that morning while passing by Yi Weilo's bedroom, peering through the window. On Yi Weilo's desk rests an acceptance letter from the Capital University of Finance and Economics, dated merely a few days prior. The adjacent bookshelf is replete with tomes pertaining to finance, indicating that during his hiatus from formal education to work, Yi Weilu has been diligently pursuing studies.
Recently, he has successfully gained admission to one of the foremost institutions in Xia country, surpassing even the university he had previously attended. Regrettably, among the plethora of finance-related literature, 8 out of 10 volumes feature the heir of the G family on their covers, thus allowing Yi Weilu to recognize him. Being of the same gender, Yi Weilu is acutely aware of the intentions behind this encounter and remains on high alert.
Ji Shinjuan's smile appears rather forced, with such a protective brother-in-law. His pursuit of love will undoubtedly be a more arduous journey.
Yi Weilu slightly clenched his fists.
He had initially intended to share the delightful news of his admission to the prestigious Capital University of Finance and Economics with Yuan Xiola and both families during the family gathering.
However, Yuan Xiola and the Yuan family.
Jishin spoke in an elegant tone. Typically, university students opt to intern during their 3rd or 4th year. You could begin as early as your freshman year. This would allow you to get a head start of several years over your peers and compensate for the time you have lost due to Yuan Xiola.
Do you not wish to earn more and improve the living conditions of your parents and siblings? As he understood it,
Yi Weilu had fallen behind in his education due to financial constraints, starting school later than others. While his contemporaries were in the 3rd grade, he was just beginning 1st grade, often facing ridicule. Now, lagging behind in university as well, he was a man burdened with a strong sense of responsibility. After being betrayed by his girlfriend, who had also treated his mother poorly, he undoubtedly yearned to do everything in his power to provide a better life for his family as swiftly as possible.
Yi Weilu fell silent for a moment before uttering 8 words, the titan of commerce, a reputation well-deserved. When financial literature introduces Jishin,
it invariably emphasizes his adeptness in psychological warfare and mastery of human nature. Such flattery is misplaced.
Jishin smiled and offered his business card once more to Yi Weilu.
This time, Yi Weilu accepted without reservation.
Above,
Yi Wushuang has already discussed the sequence of events with the reporter. The reporter stated, "Tomorrow, I will set off to verify the situation at the university where the woman is located, as well as the workplace of the man."
With that, the call ended.
Yi Wushuang gazed at her phone, a flicker of unusual color appearing in her dark pupils. This journalist not only possessed a high level of professionalism and acted with remarkable decisiveness but was also imbued with kindness and gentleness, a true breath of fresh air in the journalistic realm. Time flowed inexorably during the limited holiday, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed.
During this brief interlude, the Yuan family basked in glory in Shiqiao village.
They acquired new home appliances, purchased a luxury car worth millions, and the firecrackers meant to herald good fortune crackled incessantly,
inciting envy and admiration among the villagers.
Amidst their jealousy and admiration, there lingered a hint of disdain towards the Yuan family. Everyone was acutely aware of Yuan Xiola's betrayal of Yi Weilu, as she sought the affections of a wealthy heir. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. For they contemplated the possibility that should trouble arise, they might still seek assistance from the Yuan family, perhaps borrowing a sum of money.
In the Yi family, Jishin has already departed. Yi Weilu also informed the 2 elders and Yi Wushuang about his admission to the prestigious institution of the Xia nation.
Yi Wushuang was somewhat taken aback, while the elderly couple wiped away their tears in excitement. They expressed their pride in their son and daughter. Deciding to venture to the small supermarket at the foot of the mountain to purchase some beverages and wine to celebrate. The drinks that had been previously bought to entertain the Yuan family had all been consumed while hosting Jishin.
Let us go together. Feel free to buy whatever you desire.
Tonight, we shall indulge extravagantly, suggested Li Chunlan with a smile.
Indeed, Yi Weilu concurred at that moment. Yi Weigua took the lead. descending the mountain with unwavering determination. Li Chunlan hurried to follow suit. Quickly, keep up. We must not lose each other, Yi Weilu beckoned to her. Chapter 55, If a single hair is harmed from my parents, I shall demand your lives. The words of Yi Weilu caused Yi Wushuang's pupils to contract slightly. Her mind seemed to be preoccupied with thoughts, causing her legs to move uncontrollably ahead. As she stepped forward, Yi Weilu graciously stepped aside. Along the way, Li Chunlan and Yi Weiguo engaged in light-hearted banter, occasionally calling out to Yi Wushuang and Yi Weilu with trivial inquiries. They reminisced about past grievances, eliciting pained expressions from the others, who appeared quite distressed. Yi Wushuang walked along the roadside, her fingers slightly spread, savoring the gentle breeze that slipped through them, remarkably warm. Half an hour later, a group of 4 arrived at the small supermarket nestled at the foot of the mountain. Being the only supermarket in the entire Shiqiao village, this establishment, though modest in size, offered a complete range of goods. Vegetables were displayed at the entrance, merchandise arranged in the center, and a card room partitioned off to the side, where elderly patrons engaged in spirited games of mahjong and doudijou. Enveloped in a haze of smoke reminiscent of cinematic effects. Brother Yi, Sister Li, oh, little Shuang and little Lu have also arrived? The 30-something owner emerged from behind the counter, greeting them with a warm smile. What would you like to purchase today? First, let's grab some fine cigarettes and liquor. And a few bottles of drinks for the children. Li Chunlan pointed towards the smoking and drinking section, her voice elevated with excitement. Business seems brisk. It's nearly sold out. Typically, the shelves in the smoking and drinking section were filled to the brim, with no shortages in sight. Today, however, it was peculiar. Only a few bottles of liquor and a handful of cigarettes remained. The owner's smile faltered momentarily. The flourishing business was attributed to the Yuan family, who had been hosting gatherings for the past 3 days, depleting the supermarket stock of tobacco, alcohol, and beverages. Nevertheless, due to the special relationship between the Yuan and Yi families, he preferred not to exacerbate any wounds, opting instead to downplay the situation. It's all right. Just managing to scrape by. The Yi family is rather pitiable. They are all honest individuals, always willing to assist the villagers in times of need. Alas, the daughter of the Yuan family. Sigh. Shuanger, Wei Lu, feel free to choose whatever you wish, I shall cover the bill. Li Chunlan, without a moment's hesitation, urged her son and daughter to select their desired items. The siblings nodded, yet before they could take action, a boisterous voice rang out from outside, Boss, bring me 5 more bottles of wine, my uncle's brothers have yet to quench their thirst. The speaker was Yuan's mother, adorned with a large golden chain, approaching with a flushed face and reeking of alcohol. This is troublesome. The boss inwardly lamented, steeling himself to respond, Yuan Mama. We have sold out of both tobacco and alcohol, there is none left. Who says it's sold out? There is still some right here. Yuan Mother pointed at the bottles on the counter. This belongs to the Yi family. The boss's voice gradually diminished. Yi family? Yuan Mother finally surveyed her surroundings, spotting Yi Wushuang and the others. With a disdainful snort, she produced a handful of vibrant 100 yuan notes. Slamming them onto the counter, whatever the Yi family is offering, I will buy double, as long as I can cater to my relatives today, money is no object. She considered herself a wealthy individual now. This is not merely a matter of money, Yuan Mama, the Yi family arrived first. How about this, I can send my wife to the town, whatever you desire, I will procure at a 10% discount. The boss, unwilling to offend the Yi family yet fearful of incurring the wrath of the Yuan family, sought a compromise. Is this sufficient? If not, I shall add more. I refuse to believe there exists a situation that cannot be resolved with money. She despised Li Chunlan, who seemed as destitute as a stray dog. Could she possibly be wealthier than me? Yuan Mother harbored intense resentment towards Li Chunlan, perceiving her as hypocritical. Each time Li Chunlan referred to her as kin, it felt like a veiled mockery of the Yuan family's incompetence. Did she truly think Yuan Mother was oblivious to such jests? Yi Weilu sacrificed his education to support his daughter's university aspirations. How could Li Chunlan remain indifferent? She spends her days merely pretending to be virtuous, which is utterly distasteful. Before she could finish her words, someone struck her fiercely across the face, catching her off guard and causing her to stagger back 2 steps.
This slap was a rebuke not only to her but also an affront to my mother.
Yi Wushuang's tone was frigid as she approached the retreating Mrs. Yuan.
The effects of the alcohol had begun to wane for Mrs. Yuan, who covered her face in shock.
Yi Wushuang, you! Another resounding slap echoed, striking Mrs. Yuan's face, causing her to stagger back 2 more steps.
This blow served as a reprimand for your failure as a mother, for not raising your daughter properly, allowing her to bring misfortune upon my brother. Yi Wushuang continued to approach Mother Yuan, her aura suffused with an overwhelming sense of menace.
Yi Wushuang, are you? Slap.
The third resounding strike landed upon Mother Yuan's face, visibly swelling her cheek, causing her to collapse onto the ground. This blow was a retribution for the Yuan family's ingratitude. Despite being over 50, you remain shameless, audaciously seizing what belongs to my family.
Yi Wushuang looked down upon Yuan's mother as if she were a feeble and worthless insect.
Yuan Xiaola, upon discovering her mother's prolonged absence after purchasing alcohol,
ventured out to search for her.
To her astonishment, upon reaching the entrance of the supermarket, she witnessed the scene of her former boyfriend's sister mercilessly assaulting her mother.
In a flurry of concern, she hurried to assist her mother, striving to uphold her goddess-like dignity, and furiously confronted Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang, what are you doing?
My mother is nearly 60, how dare you treat her this way?
If you have grievances, direct them at me. Direct them at you? Who do you think you are?
Yi Wushuang's gaze, akin to 9 feet of frigid ice, alighted upon Yuan Xiaola, a person who is easily swayed by wealth.
Questioning me under the guise of an artistic goddess?
Instead of indulging in such pretenses, why not devote that time to mastering the art of pleasing your benefactor in bed and taking your parents around the village to flaunt your supposed success? Yi Wushuang peeled back the facade of Yuan Xiaola, exposing the filthy and grotesque essence within. Her candid and piercing words silenced all those nearby.
The unspoken truth,
which none dared to utter, was voiced by Yi Wushuang.
By the heavens, daughter of the Yi family, do you possess the audacity to repeat what you just proclaimed?
Upon receiving the news, Yuan's relatives emerged brandishing sticks and farming tools, positioning themselves beside Yuan Xiaola. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. I declare that Yuan Xiaola is a harlot, her mother a worthless being, and you all are nothing but refuse.
Do you comprehend? If not, I can reiterate.
Yi Wushuang raised her voice, fiercely rebuking the dozens of members of the Yuan family with a piercing gaze.
Among them, a bare-chested brute, intoxicated from drink, brandished a sickle and threatened to strike at Yi Wushuang.
Yi Wushuang approached with determination, delivering a swift kick to the abdomen of the burly man, sending him crashing to the ground. With a deft motion, she propelled the handle of his scythe upward, grasping it as it soared into the air.
In one fluid movement,
she swung her arm, pressing the blade against the man's neck, the sharp edge embedding itself in the earth with a resonant clang. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that it left onlookers momentarily bewildered. By the time they regained their senses, the man was drenched in sweat, fully sober. The blade of the scythe hovered perilously close to his carotid artery, mere centimeters away. A slight movement could result in a fatal cut. The members of the Yuan family were rendered speechless. How had the once timid and fearful Yi Wushuang transformed into such a formidable and audacious figure? A nervous relative of the Yuan family exclaimed, Yi Wushuang, please calm yourself.
We are all part of the same faction. Should you harm eighth uncle?
Beware of the day your father breaks his leg and your mother falls into the river. Yi Wushuang has suddenly become quite formidable. Yet she does not always reside in Shiqiao village, as she still needs to attend school. I must devise a way to intimidate Yi Wushuang. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Should a single hair be harmed on my parents, I shall demand the lives of each and every one of you. Yi Wushuang's demeanor was sharp, her exquisitely beautiful face radiating an aura of ferocious coldness, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Considering her family and the task of resurrecting her brother, she refrained from harming the Yuan family. However, should they choose to court their own demise, she would be more than willing to fulfill their wishes.
People fear cruelty, and even spirits dread malevolence. Often, humanity exhibits a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Witnessing Yi Wushuang's expression,
the eighth uncle of the Yuan family felt as if his soul was about to flee, scrambling to escape. The remaining members of the Yuan family,
including Yuan Xiaola and her mother, left in trepidation, unwilling to provoke Yi Wushuang further.
The elderly gentleman in the chess room stood agape, oblivious to the cigarette that had fallen to the ground. Chapter 56. The obedient little sister transforms into a high and mighty sister. The supermarket remained silent for a considerable time. Li Chunlan was the first to react. She rushed to Yi Wushuang's side, grasping her shoulders with concern. "Shuanger, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Let me see." Regardless of other situations, her only worry was for her daughter's well-being. Yi Weigua and Yi Weilu approached as well. The trio's gazes resembled infrared scanners, meticulously scrutinizing Yi Wushuang from the tips of her hair to her ankles. Once they confirmed that she was uninjured, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, new questions promptly surfaced in their minds. How could their seemingly frail sister-daughter possess such formidable skills? Wasn't she the one who typically sought refuge behind her family in times of trouble? What prompted her to be the first to charge forward this time? Not only confronting the situation but also managing to subdue a whole group from the Yuan family? Yi Wushuang discerned the confusion harbored by her family. She parted her crimson lips, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "Simple kindness and tenderness cannot shield oneself or others. I have transformed." This lesson, born from her past experiences in the slums, instilled in her the wisdom of change. Transformation is indeed a virtue. Yi Weilu nodded, perceiving a newfound admiration and approval in his sister's caring gaze. The instances of benevolence being exploited are far too numerous. In this world today, it is imperative for young women not to embrace kindness and gentleness as their sole creed. With such a transformation in his sister, he felt more at ease with her journey to the capital. Regardless of the changes that may occur, you will always remain your mother's beloved child. Li Chunlan wiped away her tears. As a mother, she was acutely attuned to the changes in her children. Her daughter must have endured considerable hardships at school to utter such words. Fortunately, the past is behind them. The daughter of today has grown resilient enough to stand her ground and protect her family. Yi Weigua said nothing, merely caressing his daughter's head, feeling a mix of guilt and comfort within. On the way, Yi Wushuang received a phone call from a journalist recommended by Jishin. The journalist cheerfully stated, "Miss Yi, I have completed my verification regarding your brother's matter, and the report is ready for the editor's review. I suggest you keep an eye on it, as you will find some other elements within the report." "Thank you." Yi Wushuang's dark eyes flickered. "Other elements?" She felt a sense of anticipation. "You need not thank me. It is my duty as a journalist," the reporter concluded before hanging up. Dinner was freshly prepared amidst the bustling activities of the family. At that moment, the wall clock indicated it was 7:45. The four of them sat around the table, chopsticks still untouched, when a commotion of footsteps was heard from outside. The newcomers were Yuan Xiaolu, accompanied by two young policemen from Shiqiao village, trailed by a number of curious villagers, all straining to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. In a village where entertainment is scarce, any domestic quarrel, such as a couple breaking dishes, quickly becomes a topic of lively discussion, let alone the matters concerning the Yuan and Yi families. "Officer, it was she who rendered my mother and my eighth uncle unconscious. And she even threatened to take my entire family's lives. Please ensure that she is apprehended and sent to a juvenile detention center for proper supervision." Yuan Xiaolu, in her flowing long dress, stood at the entrance of the Yi residence, her tone somber. She was no longer the Yuan Xiaolu of yore. Yi Wushuang dared to humiliate her repeatedly in front of so many people and even assaulted her family. A price must be paid for her actions. Two police officers exchanged glances and entered the hall. "Are you Yi Wushuang? Quite a change, indeed. Now, please recount what transpired this evening in front of the supermarket." They had encountered Yi Wushuang before. "Officers, you must be mistaken, Shuanger did not knock anyone unconscious," Li Chunlan exclaimed in shock. She recalled that her daughter had merely slapped Yuan's mother 3 times. It was impossible for that eighth uncle to have fainted, he had fled in a panic. "Then you admit she struck someone?" Officer A perked up, addressing Yi Wushuang. "Did you hit Yuan Xiola's mother and relatives?" Officer B stood by, taking notes. "I did." Yi Wushuang acknowledged boldly. "Why did you strike them?" Officer A continued his inquiry. "Because their family, like a toad yearning for swan meat, hoped I would marry Yi Weilu and become a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. I refused, and they seized the opportunity to retaliate against the Yuan family.
Yuan Shiola interjected,
her tone dripping with sarcasm and arrogance, but they fail to consider whether the Miryi family is worthy of a talented student from an art academy like myself. I asked you a question. Officer A shot a glance at Yuan Shiola, causing her haughty expression to falter.
Officer A turned back to Yi Wushuang. Why did you strike the Yuan family?
Because I deemed it necessary, Yi Wushuang replied calmly and unperturbed.
Officer B raised an eyebrow,
smirking at the transformation of the once docile girl into a cool and aloof sister.
Officer, look at her atrocious demeanor. If we don't apprehend her now, she will undoubtedly become a future menace.
Yuan Shiola seized the moment to play the moral card, her tone earnest, before swiftly shifting gears.
I recall that the new police station is still under construction. Our Yuan family is willing to.
Officer A scoffed, turning impatiently to Yuan Shiola.
Is your art school now teaching fortune-telling? A mere glance at someone, and you can predict if they'll become a murderer? And as for the Yuan family being willing, I suspect you don't even know how to spell bribery.
Tick, tick, tick. The clock emitted a subtle sound.
Its hands pointing to 8 o'clock. Ding dong, ding dong.
Several phones chimed simultaneously with the notification sound from a national messaging app that delivers evening news at 8 every night. Officer A had no time to check, but Officer B pulled out his phone for a quick glance. Upon seeing the news, he straightened his back.
Yuan Shiola, too preoccupied.
Smiled at Officer A, attempting to clarify, you misunderstand, I had no intention of bribing you. I simply believe that the law must not allow someone like Yi Wushuang to roam freely. Since the local police were unbribable, she planned to seek higher authorities the following day.
Regardless of the cost, Yi Wushuang must be imprisoned.
Brother, take a look at this news, Officer B said,
showing Officer A his phone.
Oh, I see, Officer A replied after reading the news, retrieving handcuffs from his belt.
Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shiola's eyes lit up. Thinking they were about to arrest Yi Wushuang,
she pointed at Yi Wushuang's nose, her tone excessively arrogant. Hurry up and arrest her.
Clank. The handcuffs snapped onto Yuan Shiola's wrist.
Officer A's voice turned cold. Yuan Shiola, you are suspected of serious intentional injury. You are hereby arrested and must accompany us.
Yuan Shiola was taken aback.
The cold touch on her wrist froze her thoughts. You've arrested the wrong person. The officers ignored her.
Panic surged within her. Let me go. You should be arresting the Yi family. Are you deaf? Do you know who my boyfriend is? How dare you? Chapter 57, The Fermenting Public Opinion and Imprisoned Yuan Shiola. The two young officers escorted the increasingly agitated Yuan Shiola away from the Yi residence.
The villagers exchanged bewildered glances,
utterly perplexed by the unfolding events.
They had no idea why Yuan Shiola was being charged with intentional injury.
Was it related to the evening news broadcast at 8?
I noticed the officers were just looking at the news, one villager pointed out. Everyone promptly took out their phones to investigate.
Yi Wushuang, Yi Weilu, Yi Weigua, and Li Chunlan also opened their chat applications and clicked on the news notifications.
The headline read, a female art college student abandons her boyfriend who supported her for 4 years and engages in these acts. The report stated that the art student Yuan Mole came from a financially disadvantaged background and initially could not afford college.
Her boyfriend, Yi Molu,
devotedly dropped out of school to work and support her education for 4 years. However, during her final semester before graduation, Yuan Mole met the wealthy heir Deng Mao. Enamored by money, Yuan Mole abandoned her humble demeanor, becoming domineering on campus and bullying her classmates on multiple occasions. One dance student, Jiang Mao, was subjected to severe abuse, resulting in her legs being forcibly pressed against a stretching bar, leading to her paralysis and lifelong disability.
Jiang's family has repeatedly attempted to sue Yuan Mole without success, and they have exhausted their savings for Jiang's treatment, leaving her life hanging by a thread.
It remains a mystery to the reporter why Yuan Mole could commit such heartless acts and still attend school and vacation as if nothing had happened, even being granted a spot to study abroad. The reporter will continue to follow up on the situation. Yuan Shiola is truly ruthless, turning a young girl into a cripple. No wonder she was taken away by the police. I just visited the Yuan family, and her mother and uncle were hidden away in the bedroom, drinking and feasting,
completely unfazed.
She seems to be looking for a pretext to bribe the police and imprison the daughter of the Yi family.
It is utterly terrifying.
The Yi family has shown kindness to the Yuan family.
Without Yi Weilu, where would Yuan Shiola be today? She is so ungrateful.
The villagers lamented as they departed from the Yi family's doorstep. The ancestral hall of the Yi family.
A profound sense of disappointment flickered in Yi Weilu's eyes.
He could scarcely believe that his former girlfriend had fallen so low. Meanwhile, Li Chunlan felt a mix of shock and vindication. The news had arrived just in time, otherwise
Shuang'er would have been taken away by the police. Yi Weigui nodded.
Yi Wushuang nodded softly, lowering her eyelids.
In truth,
there was no way she would be taken away by the police today.
The two officers merely followed protocol, paying lip service to Yuan Shiola. Yuan Shiola believed that wealth could resolve all matters, unaware that not everyone would abandon their principles for money. However,
she had not anticipated the extent of Yuan Shiola's misdeeds at school. No wonder the reporter advised her to keep an eye on the news.
Initially, she intended to ruin Yuan Shiola's reputation, ensuring she lost her opportunity for automatic admission and faced expulsion from the school. After all,
Yuan Shiola's chance at university was a sacrifice made by her elder brother, and it was only right to repay such debts. Yet, with this news breaking, Yuan Shiola faced consequences far beyond expulsion. She was staring at imprisonment.
The following morning, upon awakening, Yi Wushuang glanced at her phone. After a night of fervent discussion, the story of Yuan Shiola's betrayal had spread widely across the internet.
Although the news refrained from disclosing the true names and locations of those involved,
the online sleuths proved to be relentless.
Piece by piece, they uncovered the identities of Yuan Shiola and Yi Weilu.
The art school Yuan Shiola attended and Yen City University,
which Yi Weilu had once been accepted into, were both revealed. As the public condemned Yuan Shiola, they sympathized with Zheng, speculated on the background of the affluent Deng,
and lamented Yi Weilu's plight. The sympathy for Yi Weilu reached its zenith when it was revealed that he had gained admission to Yen City University with the highest score.
This devoted man had once held a promising future. He sacrificed his education to fulfill his girlfriend's dreams,
only to be met with a cold and heartless breakup after working for 4 years. It was utterly unjust.
Amidst the swelling tide of public opinion, numerous universities and high schools expressed their willingness on Weibo to admit Yi Weilu or support him in repeating his final year of high school, free of charge,
in order to retake the university entrance exam. Yen City University even posted late at night, evoking tears, 4 years, return or not?
This Weibo post garnered 30,000 shares and 5,000 comments.
Netizens praised Yen City University, expressing their desire to apply there. Half an hour later,
Capital University of Finance also posted, tagging Yen City University, apologies, but Yi is ours now.
The post included an image of Yi Weilu's recent self-taught exam scores from the Finance University. Is this a jest? This exchange left netizens astonished. While they mourned Yi Weilu's lost prospects, he was simultaneously balancing work and study, excelling in his self-directed education at a top-tier institution. Was this truly achievable? A genius, indeed. The most liked comment beneath the Finance University's post read, Yuan Shiola's vision is too narrow, Yi Weilu may not be a rich second generation, but I firmly believe he will become a wealthy first generation. The future of Yi Weilu appeared to be in a state of uncertainty, prompting netizens to divide into two factions.
One group directed their inquiries to the official account of the police, demanding to know when justice would be served for Zhang, a female student from the dance department. The other group approached the official account of the art school attended by Yuan Shiola, insisting that the institution take action against him. 20 minutes later, the school announced its disciplinary measures. 1. The revocation of Yuan Shiola's guaranteed admission. 2. The expulsion of Yuan Shiola. Concurrently, provincial authorities declared their involvement in the investigation of Zheng's case. 5 hours later, the police revealed the truth and imposed penalties, including demotion, on 3 implicated officers. Yuan Shiola received a 3-year prison sentence and was ordered to compensate Zheng with 1.08 million. At this juncture, Yi Weilu had already embarked on a flight to the capital. Yi Wushuang leaned against the railing of the second floor, gazing at the fiery sunset in the west. In her palm, her mobile phone displayed the lively chat interface of the class group for Class 7. Jian Jiayang and others were vociferously criticizing Yuan Xiaola and the affluent individual behind her, expressing concern for Yi Weilu and Jiang. As netizens had not delved deeply into Yi Weilu's privacy, no one was aware that Yi Weilu had a sister named Yi Wushuang. Since the news broke, the identity of the wealthy heir, Deng, remained shrouded in mystery. All official reports conspicuously sidestepped any mention of Deng. Jian Jiayang remarked, "The interest surrounding this Deng seem quite extraordinary. Given the current public sentiment, he may not take action against Yi Weilu, but as for Yi Weilu's family..." Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes shimmering with a cold light. This was indeed a matter of great concern for her. In Yen City, within the confines of the women's prison, Yuan Xiaolu, clad in prison garb, clutched the phone, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Brother Deng, that woman is named Yi Wushuang. She resides at number 39, Shiqiao Village, Shiqiao Town. Her father is Yi Weigua, and her mother is Li Chunlan. Eliminate them all. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for the entire Yi family. It must be that the Yi family conspired with the reporters to tarnish my reputation, leading to my imprisonment." Chapter 58, another title for the Queen. Yuan Xiaoli's words traversed the telephone lines and signal towers, ultimately reaching an extravagant KTV private room. Within, Deng Siyu, a man of decent appearance but with a sinister gaze, was flanked by two bikini-clad beauties, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he answered the call. "Number 39. Shiqiao Village, Shiqiao Town, right? Well, it's time for that Yi Weilu to experience the consequences of competing with the heir of the Hyman gang for women. You want me to get you out? Don't worry, once the storm passes and the internet forgets, I can reduce your 3-year sentence to 3 months. And then to 3 weeks. Fear not, I will be waiting for you outside. How could I possibly seek another? You are the woman I cherish the most. Goodbye." Deng Siyu tossed his phone carelessly onto the table, propping his leather-clad legs up on it, allowing the bikini beauties to attend to him. A bodyguard whispered nearby, "Young master, haven't you been with Yuan Xiaolu for 2 months already? Why concern yourself with her fate? Given the young master's previous temperament, new women would typically bore him after a few days. You don't understand, Yuan Xiaolu is different. I have not had enough yet." Deng Siyu exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. When he first met Yuan Xiaolu, she had put on an act of being aloof, a goddess from the art department, constantly boasting about wealth. He wondered just how long she could maintain that facade. Thus, he launched a vigorous assault, using money to transform her into a mere plaything in bed, reshaping her worldview with his riches. Watching her gradually become what she once despised. She was his toy, and this toy had yet to be completely destroyed. Go, find a few people. And follow the address I just provided. Eliminate them and burn their home. Deng Siyu issued the command with a casual tone. Such tasks were second nature to the Hyman gang. As dusk descended, the rain poured down heavily, enveloping the mountains in a symphony of raindrops, silencing even the village's yellow dogs. At midnight, the rain ceased, leaving puddles scattered across the ground. A black business vehicle with out-of-town plates approached the village entrance. It halted before a closed supermarket, and 7 imposing men disembarked. Through the open door, a row of gleaming machetes and several barrels of gasoline were visible inside. "What a desolate place this is," one grumbled. "Quit complaining and finish your business. Let us head up the mountain. Just to be clear, Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan are yours, but Yi Wushuang is mine. I will play with her before I kill her." All right. We know you have a soft spot for those innocent girls." The men unbuckled their belts. One of them hummed a tune, casually glancing at the ground. Only to be startled. "What the hell, there is another figure here." Under the streetlight in front of the supermarket, alongside the shadows of the 7 men, stood a slender silhouette, abrupt and eerie. They lifted their gazes, and upon a branch of a jujube tree, they spotted a girl leaning against the trunk. Backlit. Her features were indistinguishable, and her clothing was obscured. "What are you doing here in the dead of night, trying to scare us? We'll have your life for this." With a thud, she landed, splashing water droplets everywhere. The sensation of gravity brought her down low, one hand braced on the ground, her head bowed slightly. "Damn!" The burly man's eyes widened. 6 meters high, and she jumps down as if showing off. Yi Wushuang slowly lifted her head, straightened her posture. and silently approached the 7 men. At that moment, the burly men finally discerned her appearance. She was youthful, with exquisite and breathtaking features. Clad in a modest and inexpensive blue tracksuit, complemented by a pair of sneakers costing merely 50 yuan. This was a typical attire for a female student. However, within the depths of her black eyes lay a chilling ferocity and coldness that was starkly incongruous with her age and identity. "Hey, who are you? What do you want?" One of the burly men stepped forward to negotiate. Yi Wushuang's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and without uttering a word, she raised her fist in a cordial greeting. The burly man hastily lifted his left arm in defense, only to feel the overwhelming pressure that compelled him to look up in terror. "You." The man fell to the ground, clutching his neck and shouting, "She's a trained fighter. Grab a weapon." Having spent ample time in the underworld, he instinctively recognized the prowess of an opponent from their first strike. Although he was unaware of the young woman's background or how she had acquired such formidable combat skills at her tender age, he understood the gravity of the situation and the necessity of caution. With no room for doubt, his companions rushed to the van to retrieve machetes. 7 men, armed with 7 blades, faced off against the unarmed Yi Wushuang. The night wind howled as 2 of them were the first to charge at her with a roar. Yi Wushuang's face remained unfazed as she swiftly raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick to one man's chest. With a graceful turn, she struck another individual with her foot, sending him sprawling away. Seizing the moment, a third assailant attempted to launch a surprise attack from the side. The blade of his machete mere inches from Yi Wushuang. A flicker of malice vanished from Yi Wushuang's eyes as he leaned back, seizing the third person's upper and lower arms, executing a swift half-turn. The blade, initially aimed at Yi Wushuang's arm, curved inward, resting perilously against its owner's throat. "Elder brother." The others panicked, encircling Yi Wushuang with their machetes drawn. Yi Wushuang cast a cold glance at them from the corner of her eye, and with a swift motion, the blade was pressed against the throat. The body, referred to as the elder brother, fell straight down, leaving the weapon to Yi Wushuang. 5 minutes later, 6 of the 7 had perished, leaving only 1 survivor. The remnants of fear were etched upon the survivor's face as he dragged himself backward, his broken leg trailing behind him, trembling and sobbing. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" Before him stood a female student, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Her method of killing precise and elegant, clean and swift, exuding a power that sent shivers down one's spine. Every cell in his body screamed to flee, to escape swiftly. "Who am I? You are unworthy to know." Yi Wushuang gently lifted her eyelids, her tone serene. After speaking, her hand moved swiftly, and all fell lifeless. Buzzing. The phone in her brother's pocket vibrated incessantly. Yi Wushuang approached, retrieving her phone, the caller ID displaying the name of the young master. She opted to decline the call, capturing a family portrait of the 7 brothers and composing a message to send to the young master. Hundreds of miles away, upon receiving the text and photo, Deng Xiyu abruptly sat up in bed. "Everyone is dead? Who is the perpetrator? Send me the photos. Is this a warning directed at me? Is he a member of the Yi family, or merely a passerby? Is it a solitary individual or a collective force? Regardless, the Yi family must remain unscathed. I cannot afford to offend this enigmatic and unknown entity over a mere trinket." In Shiqiao village, beneath the glow of the streetlight, Yi Wushuang held her elder brother's phone, dialing a sequence of numbers. The call was quickly answered, and a melodious female voice resonated. "Hello, this is Sunshine Grand Hotel. May I assist you with a dining reservation or a room booking?" Yi Wushuang spoke calmly. "At the entrance of Shiqiao village in Shiqiao town, 7 well-cooked steaks." The voice at the front desk became sweeter. "Certainly, may I have your name and password?" "Lucifer, 0917. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. After a considerable pause, the female voice trembled with reverence. "You have 3 opportunities for confidentiality remaining. What is your choice?" Lucifer. The name signifies Lightbringer and Son of the Morning. It also alludes to the 7 deadly sins, representing the proud demon king. According to the Old Testament, Lucifer was once the most beautiful and powerful archangel in heaven. However, due to his refusal to obey the Son of Christ, he chose to be the king of hell rather than a servant of heaven, resulting in his fall. Simultaneously, in the world of assassins,
Lucifer is known by another more resounding title, Queen. Chapter 59, Yi Wushuang, who is equally appealing to both genders, is terrifyingly formidable. The operator could not comprehend why the queen, who had perished in flames, would resurface. She could only feel an unparalleled and unprecedented honor. Confidentiality. Yi Wushuang did not hesitate. Very well, all personnel at the Sunshine Hotel are at your service. The operator ended the call. 3 minutes later, a helicopter departed from the nearest mountain airport to Huaxia village. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed at the entrance of Huaxia village. The relevant personnel swiftly packaged and removed the 7 corpses, meticulously clearing all traces from the scene. The elder brother's phone was also disposed of. They departed. And only then did Yi Wushuang emerge from the shadows, her dark eyes glimmering faintly. The Sunshine Hotel, a global 5-star hotel chain, stands at the intersection of light and darkness. While it caters to ordinary clients, it simultaneously serves all assassins. As long as an assassin has a record here and possesses currency, they can receive the hotel's assistance, including but not limited to handling crime scenes and providing firearms, ammunition, and protective gear. Choosing confidentiality ensures that no one else will know I am still alive. Yi Wushuang spoke to herself, ascending the mountain beneath the stars and the moon. Were it not for the need to protect her family and send a message to the forces behind Yuan Shola, she would not have taken the lives of 7 individuals. Nor would she have contacted the Sunshine Hotel and insisted on confidentiality. Yet, she still yearned for a different way of life. However, Yi Wushuang halted her steps, gazing down at her hands that had just grasped the knife. When it comes to the safety of her family, she would relinquish this yearning. In the early morning, Yi Wushuang strapped on her backpack and bid farewell to her parents as she descended the mountain. Upon alighting from the bus, her fellow students greeted her with a mix of enthusiasm and shyness. "Good morning, Queen. The Queen seems even more beautiful today." "Oh," the Queen glanced at me. "I am fulfilled." The presence of Rong Qingru accentuated the strength of Yi Wushuang in the eyes of her peers. Gradually, Yi Wushuang evolved from the Queen of Class 7 to the Queen of Fania. Wherever she went, students regarded her with respectful anticipation. To her surprise, Class 7 not only included students like Jian Zhaoyang but also the principal, Shangguan Qinglin. Beside Shangguan stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "Yi Wushuang, come here," Shangguan Qinglin beckoned. As Yi Wushuang approached, he gestured towards the middle-aged man, introducing him. "This is Mr. Su, who is in charge of the Olympic mathematics competition in Yen City." Shangguan Qinglin then introduced Yi Wushuang to Mr. Su. "This is Yi Wushuang, the only student in the entire city to achieve a perfect score in the recent monthly exam." Mr. Su, extending his hand with genuine admiration, remarked, "Hello. I am Su Chang, you may call me Mr. Su." Why would a teacher responsible for the Olympiad seek her out? Although the Olympiad competition was imminent, she was not a contestant. Shangguan Qinglin elucidated, "The final question on the mathematics paper from the last monthly exam was set by Mr. Su. And you were the only one in the city to solve it. Mr. Su wishes to invite you to join the Yen City Olympiad team to represent the city in the municipal competition." Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission 5: represent Yen City in the municipal Olympiad competition and secure the championship. Before Yi Wushuang, a line of text appeared, invisible to others. She nodded in agreement. "Sure. How wonderful." Su Chang handed Yi Wushuang a note with an address. "Goodbye." Yi Wushuang bid farewell to Su Chang and Shangguan Qinglin. "Don't embarrass the flying birds, okay?" Shangguan Qinglin reminded Yi Wushuang before leaving Class 7. Jian Zhaoyang and the others immediately gathered around, looking aggrieved. "Your Majesty, why have you been like a ghost this holiday?" Yu Haven T chatted in the group or logged into the game. He had hoped to play a few rounds of Battlegrounds with her. As he spoke, Jian Zhaoyang presented his phone screen to Yi Wushuang. "Cold-blooded Zhaoyang?" Yi Wushuang noted that Jian Zhaoyang had changed his gaming nickname. "Indeed, everyone has changed theirs, Haven T they?" Jian Zhaoyang asked the members of Class 7. They nodded in affirmation, and a girl added, "Not only us, but students from other classes have changed theirs too. Even those who aren't players of Flying Birds have made changes."
Initially, everyone found the queen's nickname terribly outdated and unappealing, yet her gaming skills perfectly matched it. Thus, the trend of adopting names like cold-blooded XX emerged. There were also titles such as the little wife of the madman, the first love of the madman, and the current girlfriend of the madman, among others. Jian Jiayang's mouth twitched. Their queen was appealing to both genders, how terrifying. Let us not discuss games for now, let us talk about the mathematical Olympiad instead? Boye sighed, this competition is no easy task. Why do you say that? Yi Wushuang frowned. The original owner had no recollection related to the Olympiad competition. Yan City belonged to the Central South Province, which comprises 21 cities. This means that for the municipal competition, there would be 21 teams. Historically, the strongest contender has been Zheng City, which has represented the Central South Province in the National Olympiad competitions, nearly defeating the capital team to advance to the global competition. Yan City, however, has consistently been at the bottom in terms of strength. What nonsense are you spouting? Jian Jiayang nudged the speaker with his elbow. The queen is participating. How could it possibly be a one-round elimination? Right. The individual slapped his forehead in realization. Since the queen is competing, victory is assured. I will indeed win. Yi Wushuang declared, her eyes sparkling with determination. Having completed the first 4 tasks, she had no reason to falter on the 5th. Moreover, she needed to complete a total of 30 trial tasks to resurrect Wuchen. Wow! The students became excited. With the queen's resolute nature, if she claimed victory, she would undoubtedly achieve it. Their unwavering trust in her was absolute. As school was dismissed, as Yi Wushuang stepped out of the flying bird, a resounding bang echoed around her, triggering several colorful ribbons. The vibrant streamers danced above her head in a kaleidoscope of hues. Suddenly, Xin Wenyu appeared before Yi Wushuang, cradling a bouquet of roses, his eyes brimming with adoration. Shuanger, in the past, I failed to cherish you, foolishly believing you paled in comparison to Rongqingru. Now, I have come to realize you surpass her 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I have also discerned the truth of my own heart. Would you be willing to forgive me and grant me another chance? His heartfelt display elicited enthusiastic squeals from the surrounding girls. Despite the Shin family's recent financial troubles, Xin Wenyu's striking looks rendered him the undeniable heartthrob of the Flying Bird Academy, an unassailable title. Chapter 60, the young master could never favor someone from the countryside. It was unclear who first called for forgiveness, but soon the atmosphere was filled with a chorus of agreement. Yi Wushuang's affection for Xin Wenyu was evident to all. Go on, urged Xin Wenyu's brother, giving him a gentle push. With a blush gracing his cheeks, Xin Wenyu approached Yi Wushuang, clutching a bouquet of roses, his heart racing with anticipation. This confession was, in fact, orchestrated by his parents, who had devised the most effective solution to the current predicament faced by the Shin family, a union with Yi Wushuang. Thus, the savior of the illustrious Ji family would become the daughter-in-law of the Shin family, allowing them to bask in the resulting glory. Yi Wushuang has already married into the family, so Jishin surely would not continue to make things difficult for the Shin family. He ought to contemplate how to assist them instead. In doing so, the Shin family could ride this favorable wind and ascend to become the pinnacle of opulence in Yan City. My parents have remarked that this is a splendid plan that achieves 2 objectives simultaneously. Yet, only he understands that it truly accomplishes 3. He has fallen in love with Yi Wushuang, and her ethereal and exquisite figure haunts his dreams. Yi Wushuang would soon forgive him and return to his embrace. Shen Wenyu began to envision the splendid future that awaited him and Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang, however, regarded her with indifference, coldly stating, "Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Step aside." She was on her way to report to the mathematical Olympiad training class and had no interest in engaging in this meaningless exchange. Shen Wenyu's expression changed abruptly, as did the countenances of the surrounding students. At this moment, why should Yi Wushuang be elated, forgiving, and accepting Shen Wenyu's confession? Why does she exhibit such a frosty demeanor? Moreover, she even berates Shen Wenyu, calling her a dog. What do you mean by that? Shen Wenyu's expression darkened. Her tone laced with confusion. Did you not win the monthly exam championship, participate in international chess competitions?
And become the best female companion in the gaming sphere solely to capture my attention and prove you are superior to Rongqing?
Such fanciful notions sent a chill through Yi Wushuang's dark eyes, who bestowed upon you the audacity to believe that my actions were meant to draw your gaze?
Do you consider yourself worthy?
Or do you presume I am blind enough to be attracted to someone who pales in comparison to me in academics, chess, gaming skills,
and everything else?
As her words resonated, many students nodded in agreement.
Yi Wushuang is no longer the same Yi Wushuang of yore.
Her brilliance is beyond the reach of Xin Wenyu. It is entirely reasonable for her to reject him. Xin Wenyu's handsome face turned pale as he pondered for a moment.
A flicker of disdain crossing his mind. You are rejecting me for Ji Shao, aren't you? It seems Yi Wushuang is merely ordinary.
Upon encountering a man wealthier and more handsome than I, she has callously cast me aside.
Yi Wushuang furrowed her brow. What connection does this have with Ji Shun?
At best, you are merely the savior of the Ji family. Ji Shao's willingness to acknowledge you and invite you to a charity gala is already a considerable favor. It would be wise not to indulge in daydreams, clinging to the illusion of marrying Ji Shao, for you are simply not of his caliber.
And he could never harbor feelings for someone from the countryside.
This sentiment garnered nods of agreement from many.
They recognized Yi Wushuang's excellence.
Yet they also acknowledged that her humble origins rendered her unworthy of the Ji family's stature, and it was inconceivable that Ji Shao would be swayed by her.
Who is Ji Shao, after all?
Not to mention the number of princesses and queens from around the world who openly express their affections. In the capital of Xia country alone, there is an abundance of stunning beauties, talented women, and noble ladies.
What can Yi Wushuang use to compare with them?
The vast landscapes evoke distant thoughts, yet it is far better to cherish the person before us.
Xin Wenyu is truly the best match for Yi Wushuang. Just as the crowd privately murmured their discontent, a deep, resonant male voice emerged from the periphery. Who says I could not possibly like the countryside girl, Yi Wushuang?
The crowd turned towards the sound, and there appeared a tall, handsome gentleman, exuding an unparalleled aura as he strode forth from the vibrant sunset.
It was none other than Ji Shun.
The crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage.
Ji Shun approached Yi Wushuang, and upon his arrival, Xin Wenyu's illustrious visage,
renowned as the most handsome in the school, dimmed considerably like a firefly overshadowed by the brilliant moon, utterly insignificant. Wushuang is exceptionally talented, remarkably intelligent, independent, and breathtakingly beautiful. She is the epitome of my ideal wife, Ji Shun remarked with a gentle smile, his tone tinged with resignation. Regrettably, she does not harbor feelings for me.
So I must pursue her slowly, hoping she might glance my way.
The impact of his words was akin to thunder striking in a serene sky. It was revealed that it was not Yi Wushuang who was infatuated, but rather Ji Shun actively courting her.
My heavens! The queen has conquered the capital's foremost young master? Xin Wenyu was struck down.
He stood frozen, his face a kaleidoscope of emotions, pale, green, purple, and blue, as if he were a palette come to life.
A flurry of questions raced through his mind. How could Ji Shun be at Fania? Why did he profess his affection for Yi Wushuang? How could he possibly be enamored with her? They belonged to entirely different worlds. How could he publicly declare his pursuit of Yi Wushuang?
Yi Wushuang turned to Ji Shun.
Her brows furrowed. What could this mean? Surely he did not genuinely harbor feelings for her?
If that were the case, she would unhesitatingly establish a boundary with Ji Shun. Her world could not accommodate the fragility of love.
Ji Shun's slender,
dark eyes glimmered with amusement as he leaned closer to whisper in the girl's ear, "What a wary little prey you are." His gaze lingered upon her adorably shaped earlobe, a shadowy glint passing through his eyes. The warm breath against her ear made Yi Wushuang shrink away uncomfortably. She scratched her itching ear, nodding in feigned understanding.
Her thoughts mirrored those of Xin Wenyu. Ji Shun was not lacking in beauty. He could not possibly be smitten with her. Then the question arose, what brings you to Fania? Yi Wushuang inquired.
I finished work early today and thought to pick you up from school, Ji Shun replied, straightening his back with a gentle tone. I participated in the city-level math competition and need to report to the training class.
Yi Wushuang began to walk ahead. I shall escort you, Ji Shun declared,
matching her pace with long strides. As they passed Xin Wenyu, he maintained his graceful smile, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. Keep your distance from her next time.
Do not sully her sight, understood?
Xin Wenyu's head snapped up, his lips quivering.
The renowned tycoon was issuing him a warning.
Jishin paid no further heed to Shen Wenyu and slipped into his Rolls-Royce, vanishing from the crowd's view.
His demeanor solidified his intentions towards Yi Wushuang in the eyes of onlookers.
The crowd exchanged glances between Yi Wushuang and the direction Jishin had departed.
Then turned to the rigid Shen Wenyu, shaking their heads in silence.
Shen Wenyu's companions, at a loss for words, could only pat his shoulder and sigh as they departed.
Soon, the lively throng dispersed, leaving Shen Wenyu alone. Regret consumed him.
Yi Wushuang sat in the passenger seat, retrieving her phone to contact Xinyu at the bakery, informing her that she needed to prepare for the mathematics competition and could no longer continue working. Yi Wushuang sent a question mark.
Xinyu replied.
The manager of a nationwide chain dessert shop approached me, requesting that I supply cakes and recipes.
In other words, your sister is on the path to becoming wealthy. This is undoubtedly your due, do not expect me to relent. Chapter 61, She instinctively wished to trust Jishin. Yi Wushuang did not decline.
Accepting the money from Xinyu, leaning against the genuine leather seat with her eyes closed, seeking solace in rest. After Jishin departed from the Yi residence, she had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. At this moment, Jishin was at the wheel, close to her, and the drowsiness that had been lurking was unexpectedly stirred. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sleek black Rolls-Royce came to a halt before the building housing the training center. As the vehicle came to a complete stop, Yi Wushuang opened her calm, dark eyes, preparing to exit the car.
Wouldn't you like to rest a little longer?
Jishin glanced at her, his voice low and steady.
Missing a day at the mathematics training class is of little consequence.
In truth, he believed that given Yi Wushuang's remarkable intellect,
the municipal-level mathematics competition would pose no challenge for her.
Yi Wushuang pressed her lips together and confided in her friend. I must secure the provincial championship in this upcoming mathematics competition. I cannot afford any delays or mistakes.
In addition to mastering the fundamental knowledge,
she needed to comprehend the recent patterns and tendencies of the examination committee's questions. It may sound somewhat amusing, but she was not one to easily trust others.
However, Jishin was an exception.
Instinctively, she was willing to place her trust in him.
Having said that, Yi Wushuang opened the car door and departed, making her way into the building. There it was again.
A glimmer of brilliance passed through Jishin's eyes. The thread that connected Yi Wushuang's actions re-emerged.
Inside the building, Yi Wushuang ascended in the elevator, reaching the floor designated for the training class. The classroom, modestly smaller than a typical schoolroom, was occupied by teacher Su Chang, who was elucidating formulas at the blackboard. Below, 3 students listened attentively. These 3 individuals were high school students whom Yi Wushuang had encountered during the inter-school chess competition. Among them was the son of the mayor of Yin City, Meng Yunjing from the 3rd high school, and a round-faced girl from the medical university-affiliated high school, who had abandoned the competition midway to indulge in cola and chips. Tap, tap. Yi Wushuang knocked on the door. Have you arrived?
Su Chang turned to look at her, placing the chalk into the box and dusting off his hands. He pointed at Yi Wushuang and cheerfully introduced her to the remaining team members. Yi Wushuang, the Queen of Birds, our new team member.
Earlier that morning,
while heading to the birds, the surrounding students had mentioned Yi Wushuang numerous times, all reverently referring to her as the Queen.
Ah, I remember you. What a coincidence!
Exclaimed a round-faced girl as she stood up, her eyes widening in recognition.
I remember you too. Chimed in the boy with dimples, also rising to his feet. Yi, classmate.
Meng Yunjing's eyes sparkled with excitement, his ears flushed. He was aware that a new team member would be joining today,
but he never anticipated it would be Yi Wushuang.
With Yi Wushuang not working at the Qinyu dessert shop during the long break from the birds, he lacked the excuse to reach out to her. Night after night, he contemplated sending her a message, but each time he wrote and deleted it,
ultimately never sending anything at all.
Seeing her today filled him with joy, and the thought of fighting alongside her in the future made him even happier. Allow me to introduce you. Su Chang approached Yi Wushuang, pointing in turn at Meng Yunjing, the round-faced girl, and the boy with dimples. This is Meng Yunjing from San Middle School, Ai Yanxi from the Medical University Affiliated School, and Song Yifan from the Normal University Affiliated School.
Hello, the 3 greeted her warmly.
Yi Wushuang nodded and entered the classroom, taking a seat in a chosen spot.
I shall now provide a brief overview of the upcoming competition for Yi. Su Chang ascended the podium once more. His arms resting on the edge of the lectern. The competition will be held at the Phoenix Sports Stadium in Jiang City. On the morning prior to the competition, at 9 o'clock, we will gather at the Yen City bus station and board a coach to Jiang City.
Accommodations have been arranged for us at the Sunshine Grand Hotel, where 21 teams from Central and South provinces will also be residing. The rules of the competition remain unchanged from previous years. Should Yi Wushuang have any uncertainties, she can consult Meng Yunjing and the others. Lastly, what is our ultimate goal for this competition? Su Chang inquired of the 4 team members.
The response resounded, champion. Indeed.
The moment you embark on this journey, your singular objective is the championship.
Su Chang turned and inscribed the word champion in bold characters on the blackboard. Their unwavering determination rendered Yi Wushuang momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she queried, "Didn't Yen City get eliminated in the preliminary round last year?"
The students from Class 7 informed her that Yen City was rather weak. Yet, as she observed these individuals, they bore no resemblance to the underdogs. Instead, they exuded the spirit of formidable contenders, brimming with fighting spirit. Suddenly, the harmonious atmosphere was shattered. Su Chang, squeezing the words through clenched teeth,
proclaimed, "That is of no consequence. What matters is the momentum, do you understand?
We may lose the match, but we must never lose our spirit." Yi Wushuang nodded in agreement. Several hours later, the training in Xuchang concluded. Accompanied by 3 other team members, Yi Wushuang descended in the elevator. I took the bus.
Bidding farewell, Song Yifan also departed.
Yi, my classmate, Meng Yunjing mustered his courage and turned to speak to Yi Wushuang. The driver arranged by my father is waiting by the roadside. If it is inconvenient for you, I can give you a ride. The remainder of his words lingered unspoken in his throat. He observed Yi Wushuang approach a sleek black Rolls-Royce. The window of the driver's seat slowly descended, revealing an exceptionally handsome face, adorned with a gentle smile.
Ji Xiao, Ji Xin. Meng Yunjing held his breath. What was their relationship?
Before the Rolls-Royce, Yi Wushuang arched an eyebrow. Why are you still here? She had assumed Ji Xin had already departed.
Ji Xin chuckled lightly, his gaze lowered, his dark eyes glinting with a cunning reminiscent of a fox.
Yi Wushuang opened the car door, seemingly recalling something. She turned to wave at Meng Yunjing in front of the building.
Meng Yunjing waved back in farewell, watching as the Rolls-Royce gradually disappeared,
feeling as though a heavy stone rested upon his heart. The young master's car never carried women. Yet, he allowed Yi Wushuang to take a seat. Was it because she was the savior of his grandfather?
The following day after school,
Yi Wushuang made her way to the training class. The classroom door was firmly shut today. As she pushed it open, a flurry of paper scraps cascaded down upon her. Suddenly, Ai Yanxi, as if performing a magic trick, produced a 3-inch mango cake from behind her, presenting it to Yi Wushuang. Classmate Yi, welcome to the team.
This is a belated welcome ceremony.
Yi Wushuang gazed at the cake, then shifted her attention to Ai Yanxi, and beside her, Meng Yunjing and Song Yifan.
Ai Yanxi mentioned that when you went downstairs yesterday,
you lingered for quite some time, admiring the cakes in the shop across the street. She suspected that you might have a fondness for cakes. So they pooled their money to buy a small cake as a token of welcome into the team. Meng Yunjing smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Today, he donned a set of white casual attire, exuding an air of refinement. In truth, Yi Wushuang did not gaze at the cake for long. It was merely that her attention to other things was even shorter, thus creating a stark contrast. However, the cakes at that shop were exorbitantly priced. And with our limited pocket money, we could only afford a modest one, so please do not look down upon it.
Ai Yanxi pouted in response.
Aside from Meng Yunjing's privileged background, both she and Song Yifan hailed from ordinary families, with financial constraints. Thank you, Yi Wushuang replied, accepting the cake, her eyes shimmering softly. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the eve of the competition.
Chapter 62, Wushuang in peril, Ji Xin injured. In the morning,
at the Ji family villa, Yi Wushuang donned the white team uniform bestowed upon her by Su Chang. A well-crafted t-shirt emblazoned with the Team S Bluebird logo designed by Su Chang on its back. she stepped out of the master bedroom. Downstairs, Jishin sat at the dining table, engrossed in a newspaper, a steaming cup of coffee at his side. The servant was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the two of them, one serving for Jishin and another for Yi Wushuang. "Good morning." Perhaps sensing her footsteps? The man lifted his gaze from the newspaper and offered her a slight smile. This smile brought Yi Wushuang a sense of joy. Although she had never overly fixated on Jishin's appearance, his ethereal beauty could, at times, elicit genuine admiration from her. "Good morning." She descended the staircase slowly and approached the dining table. As she passed by Jishin, her steps faltered when she noticed a tiny glimmer on the wall opposite him. Her mind raced. The villa's decor had remained unchanged, and this particular spot should not reflect anything. The sunlight could not solely illuminate this singular point. The answer was evident: someone outside was directing a mirror or something similar towards this spot. At this early hour. And given that the Ji family villa was nestled in a secluded hillside, it was improbable for an ordinary person to undertake such an endeavor. Thus, the conclusion became even more apparent: it was the reflection from a sniper rifle's scope. Someone was targeting Jishin from the foliage. "Be cautious." Yi Wushuang grasped Jishin's arm and yanked him aside, causing him to deviate from his original position. Bang! A bullet struck the floor-to-ceiling window. The once pristine and lustrous glass now bore a dent, with slight fissures radiating outward, yet it remained unshattered. It was bulletproof glass. Yi Wushuang glanced around, understanding the situation in her heart. Indeed, Jishin was the heir of the Ji family. His residence was undoubtedly fortified, with bulletproof glass as a standard. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from all directions of the villa. They were surrounded, a crisis had arisen. Yi Wushuang furrowed her brow and advanced, only to have her wrist seized by someone. The man who held her was Jishin. His brow was furrowed even more than hers. His eyes devoid of their usual warmth, emanating an aura of menace. Yet, his voice conveyed concern for her. "Fengjiu can handle it." He did not wish for her to be in peril. "I am in a hurry, I need to gather with the team at the bus station." Yi Wushuang rarely offered anything beyond a cold smile towards Jishin, yet this smile was laced with a thirst for blood and an underlying danger. "Did we not agree that I would protect you in exchange for paying the rent?" The smile momentarily dazzled Jishin, and in that fleeting distraction, Yi Wushuang broke free from his grasp and strode towards the door. As she passed the indoor bar, she discreetly pressed a hidden button on the back of the bar counter, causing a black handgun concealed within to fall directly into her palm. Fengjiu had informed her of several locations within the villa where firearms were concealed, intended for emergencies. She disengaged the safety of the weapon and discharged 3 shots in swift succession, eliminating the 3 masked intruders advancing towards her with ruthless precision. Bang! A shot rang out from the side, and she swiftly rolled to the ground, rising instantly to fire 2 shots at the assailant. One struck the chest, while the other found its mark in the head. The former ensured a swift and accurate hit, incapacitating the target without the need to aim for the head, rendering them unable to retaliate momentarily. The latter was designed to inflict irreversible damage to the brain once the target was compromised. This technique was known as the Mozambique drill. Fengjiu arrived at Jishin's side, admiration flickering in his eyes. This was a form of close-quarters shooting. Miss Yi has always been resolute in eliminating any potential repercussions associated with homicide. There will be no occurrences of adversaries feigning death, escaping peril, and subsequently re-emerging to wreak havoc. In a word, professionalism. After expressing her astonishment, Fengjiu turned and plunged into battle, addressing the foes infiltrating from the rear of the villa. Ahead, Yi Wushuang was in constant motion. Even in the absence of immediate threats, she did not cease her movement. She could perceive glimmers of light, continuously appearing around her. The sniper, concealed within the thicket, recognized that he could not harm Jishin, and thus sought a secondary target, her. 400 meters away, the fully camouflaged sniper, lying atop a tree, cursed vehemently as he adjusted his rifle's aim toward Yi Wushuang in the courtyard. The girl's movements were nearly impossible to predict, eluding his attempts to target her. Firing indiscriminately could potentially harm his teammates. However, that concern soon dissipated, as he realized his comrades had all perished. Through his scope, He observed the girl raising her right hand and firing at the heart of his last remaining ally, finally halting her advance.
He aimed at her,
his index finger poised on the trigger. Yet, before he could fully press down, she swiftly pivoted, brandishing a second handgun she had confiscated from a corpse,
and accurately shot in his direction.
Whoosh! The bullet sliced through the air, altering the surrounding currents.
Thud!
It struck the sniper squarely between the brows. The body and weapon fell heavily to the ground, startling the birds in the forest into flight.
Little did he expect Missia's left-handed marksmanship to be equally precise.
The maid struck a pose reminiscent of a delicate flower, her heart in her hands. Wushuang turned around, about to speak, when Jishin suddenly pulled her into his embrace.
Bang!
A bullet pierced through Jishin's shoulder, and the man let out a muffled groan.
Blood splattered onto Wushuang's face.
The warm sensation caused her pupils to constrict.
Ji Xiao. Fengzhou's expression changed dramatically as he fired a shot, shattering the hand of the assailant.
Wushuang looked down and was astonished to discover that the last intruder he had dealt with was not dead.
A gaping hole was present in the left side of his chest, continuously oozing blood.
Yet, he was still alive, indicating that his heart was unlike that of ordinary men.
Positioned on the opposite side. In Wushuang's eyes, a tempest of hostility surged. Both guns must be devoid of ammunition, correct?
Jishin's voice was barely above a whisper. Otherwise, given Wushuang's proclivities, regardless of whether the heart resided in the abdomen or the knee, that individual would inevitably succumb to the fate of a bullet to the head.
Yes, the last round was reserved for the sniper. Wushuang's tone concealed a hint of anger.
It is not a matter of joy to allow a friend to suffer for oneself. She embraced Jishin's slender waist, placing him on a meticulously crafted bamboo chair in the courtyard. From her viewpoint, Jishin's elongated eyes narrowed slightly.
This marked Wushuang's second embrace of him.
The first occurred during a tearful dream, an unconscious act of solace. The sacrifice made to ward off the bullet was worthwhile. The family doctor arrived promptly to tend to Jishin's wound, while Fengzhou departed with the still-breathing intruder, likely intending to interrogate him regarding the forces behind the attack. Approximately 20 minutes later, the family doctor had skillfully bandaged Jishin's injury. Wushuang furrowed her brows, grappling with her own emotions.
I'm not seriously injured.
There's no need for you to feel so guilty, Jishin remarked with a tone of resignation.
The girl seemed to be in an unusual state.
I am headed to Jiang City to participate in the math Olympiad competition, Wushuang unilaterally declared, ending the conversation and departing from the villa. A tempest of frustration brewed within her, with no outlet for release. From the moment she gained consciousness, she had strived to protect everyone she cherished, ensuring their safety. She would not allow them to suffer. Yet, there were two exceptions: her brother Wuchen and her friend Jishin. Their pain was a testament to her own inadequacy.
Chapter 63, That girl named Wushuang is stunning.
Fueled by her anger, Wushuang arrived at the bus station square in Yan City.
Clad in team uniforms for their expedition, Su Chang, Meng Yunjing, and others immediately spotted her and greeted her.
The five of them boarded a bus,
setting off for Jiang City. At noon, the bus arrived at the entrance of the Jiang City Sunshine Grand Hotel. As the capital of Central South Province,
Jiang City was more prosperous than Yan City, boasting a more luxurious hotel decor.
With 21 teams from across the province lodging there,
the hotel bustled with high school students and teachers.
Numerous students occupied the seating areas on either side of the lobby,
presenting a diverse tableau of appearances, some strikingly beautiful or handsome, while others appeared ordinary, with outfits ranging from extravagant to casual.
Among them, the most attention-grabbing was an 18-year-old girl.
She wore a black microskirt paired with a white crop top, her hair styled in twin ponytails. One side dyed a gradient pink and the other a gradient sky blue. This combination was difficult for many to pull off.
Yet her exquisite features, large eyes and a delicate nose rendered her captivating.
At that moment, she was casually crossing her legs, lollipop in mouth, engaged in a phone call with her brother.
All right, brother, I have to go.
Meng Yunjing and the others should be arriving soon, she said, hanging up. Noticing the reverent and fearful gazes directed her way, she smiled, relishing the attention. Her name was Deng Fanqing, the belle of Jiang City First High School and a champion of the Math Olympiad in Central South Province.
In addition to her beauty and intelligence,
she bore a formidable identity, the daughter of the leader of the Haimon gang, a powerful faction in the underground world of Central South Province,
with considerable influence throughout the Summer Kingdom's underworld.
Her brother, Deng Xiu, was the heir apparent of the Haimon gang, while she, Deng Fanqing, was known as the Queen of Jiang City. From high-ranking officials to petty thugs, all regarded her with a measure of respect, fearing to offend her. This resulted in those around her vying for her favor, their sycophantic behavior often repugnant. However, everything changed when she encountered Meng Yunjing, the son of the mayor of Yan City, during a city-level math Olympiad competition. He was a unique individual, embodying purity and diligence, exuding a warmth and politeness that distinguished him from others. He never flaunted his background nor treated others differently based on theirs. Her father asserted that such individuals were destined for greatness, and she concurred. This time, her participation in the Math Olympiad had a dual purpose, not only to secure the championship but also to win Meng Yunjing's affection. In truth, she would not mind if he became her man outright. She looked forward to his performance in the bedroom, for as the daughter of the Haimon gang leader, she was no naive girl. "Queen, it seems the bus from Yan City has arrived," a bespectacled girl beside her, Zhou, informed her. A classmate and fellow competitor in the Math Olympiad, Zhou came from a modest background and sought to establish a rapport with Deng Fanqing through this competition.
"I see." Deng Fanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped out of the lobby, under the watchful gazes of many. On the roadside, Meng Yunjing was the first to disembark. "Meng Yunjing,"
Deng Fanqing called out with a smile, eliciting envy from the boys who harbored feelings for her. "Hello, Deng Fanqing," Meng Yunjing replied after a moment's pause, recognizing her but maintaining a cool distance as he proceeded into the hotel. He held little fondness for the daughter of a gang leader.
"Can you guess how long I waited for you?"
Deng Fanqing winked at him, her demeanor playful. Meanwhile, Su Chang, Yi Wushuang, Ai Yanqi, and Song Yifan disembarked in succession.
As they did, Yi Wushuang's stomach audibly protested, growling twice. "Ah, are you hungry, Wushuang?" Ai Yanqi blinked. After spending several days together at the training camp, they had grown familiar enough to drop the formalities of addressing each other as classmate. She had not only skipped breakfast but had also engaged in intense exercise that morning, which explained her hunger. "Shall we go eat first?" Ai Yanqi suggested.
"I checked online before coming. There's a particularly affordable and delicious barbecue restaurant near the Sunshine Grand Hotel." Her life motto revolved around one word: eat. Cola, potato chips, barbecue, and hot pot were among her favorites.
"I want to eat." Song Yifan chimed in, also feeling the pangs of hunger.
With her lively personality, Ai Yanqi hurried over to Meng Yunjing.
"Meng Yunjing, Wushuang hasn't eaten this morning, and she's hungry.
Let's head to the barbecue place."
"All right."
Hearing that the girl he liked was hungry, Meng Yunjing immediately agreed and followed Ai Yanqi away, leaving Deng Fanqing in the lurch. She crossed her arms, glaring at Ai Yanqi's retreating figure, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing her youthful features.
"So, she dares to call him away from me?" she thought, feeling insulted.
"Queen, let me take care of this little nuisance," Zhou offered her loyalty. "Go ahead, if you succeed, your father might get a promotion," Deng Fanqing replied,
turning to take the elevator upstairs.
A mere character like Ai Yanqi was not worth her direct involvement.
"Thank you, Queen."
Zhou Ying's heart swelled with delight.
1 hour later,
after satisfying their appetites, Yi Wushuang and her companions returned to the Sunshine Grand Hotel. The opulent decor of the hotel lobby left Ai Yanqi and Song Yifan in awe, resembling Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything. Jiang City was indeed affluent. Previous competitions had not been held in such upscale accommodations.
Su Chang echoed their sentiments.
Only Yi Wushuang and Meng Yunjing maintained their composure, the latter having been exposed to many high-end experiences alongside his father, the mayor. Yi Wushuang need not be mentioned, she has witnessed places 100 times more luxurious than this. Su Chang proceeded to the front desk to collect the room key, while Yi Wushuang and her companions remained in the very heart of the lobby. Students lounging on the sofas on either side soon took notice of them.
"Look at that girl named Yi Wushuang in Yan City's team, isn't she stunning?"
The competition rules stipulate that each participating team may design their own uniforms.
However, All uniforms must bear nameplates featuring the names of the competing students, facilitating mutual recognition and address. The nameplate of Yi Wushuang hung prominently before her. Today, she sported a single ponytail, her natural beauty unadorned, with lips that naturally bore a rosy hue and brows that formed an elegant arch without any embellishment. Her features were perfectly proportioned. She wore a white expedition uniform on her upper half, while her lower half was clad in a knee-length blue and white checkered skirt. Presenting a youthful and vibrant appearance, though her demeanor was decidedly frosty. Undoubtedly beautiful, her aura was strikingly unique. Having never seen her before, one could surmise she was a new competitor.
Next to her stood Meng Yunjing, Ai Yanqi, and Song Yifan, familiar faces, having long been contenders at the bottom ranks. A burst of laughter erupted. Ai Yanqi's round face flushed crimson as she observed Su Chang obtaining the rune card and heading towards the elevator. Just as she took a couple of steps, Zhou intercepted her mid-path, delivering a sharp slap across Ai Yanqi's face, angrily exclaiming, "Who permitted you to steal my belongings?" This sudden strike left Ai Yanqi stunned. She had never anticipated being struck in such a place. The crisp sound of the slap instantly captured the attention of many. Several individuals rose from their seats, anxious not to miss any unfolding drama. Yanqi. Song Yifan was the first to approach. His voice laced with fury as he confronted Zhou. "This is utterly absurd." Meng Yunjing called for the lobby manager. "Excuse me. I need to review the surveillance footage to prove my teammate's innocence." This course of action was far more effective than mere questioning. Su Chang also approached, his brow furrowed. "No need to check the footage, I mistakenly identified the wrong person. I sincerely apologize." Zhou seemed to have anticipated this outcome, offering a vague apology. She then produced her phone, preparing to transfer funds. "Shall I send you 20,000? For medical expenses and emotional distress." Ai Yanqi, shielding her face, slowly lifted her head. Her eyes brimming with unshed tears of indignation. She was not angry about being mistaken and struck, rather, she was infuriated by the nonchalance of the apology. "Is 20,000 insufficient?" Zhou adjusted her black-framed glasses, sizing up Ai Yanqi from head to toe. Her attire reminiscent of generic market fare, eliciting a derisive smirk as she enunciated, "You wouldn't be attempting to extort me, would you? Please. I merely misidentified you and slapped you once." At this utterance, those traversing the corridors above halted, peering down. The interior of the Sunshine Grand Hotel featured a circular design, akin to an open atrium within a shopping mall. Deng Fanqing leaned against the railing of the second-floor corridor, observing with a mocking gaze. Below, Ai Yanqi bit her lower lip, having never encountered such an ordeal. The curious and derisive stares of those surrounding her left her feeling both lost and humiliated. "Yanqi, step aside." Yi Wushuang's frigid voice resonated in Ai Yanqi's ears. Complying obediently, Ai Yanqi stepped back, allowing Yi Wushuang to approach Zhou. Zhou crossed her arms defiantly. Her expression unyielding. "What, do you think I would be intimidated simply because you've brought someone else?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou let out a piercing scream, collapsing onto the ground, her black-framed glasses flying off in the process. The clear imprints of two hands were starkly visible on her face, the result of Yi Wushuang's strike. "You!" Zhou sat on the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury. "I also mistook the wrong person." Yi Wushuang spoke coldly, crouching slightly to scan Zhou Ying's payment code with her phone. She transferred the 50,000 that Qin Yu had previously sent her entirely to Zhou. "2 slaps, 50,000, no need for change, take it to treat your brain." With that, Yi Wushuang stood up, her exquisite face bearing an expression of aloof indifference, as she led her team and Su Chang into the elevator. Her ruthless demeanor and few words evoked several gasps of astonishment. "This woman exudes an overpowering aura, who is she?" Boy A was captivated. "I remember now. She is the queen of the birds, the mad youngster of the abyss." Boy B exclaimed, smacking the back of his head. "Ha? What are you talking about?" Boy A asked in confusion. Boy B explained, "The Abyss refers to the currently trending game Abyss Action. Her gaming nickname is Cold-Blooded Mad Youngster, and she's incredibly skilled. Able to lead major streamers to victory, and has even defeated the champion duo, Jackie and Summer. Now, everyone in the gaming circle calls her the Mad Youngster." "And what about Queen of the Birds?" the others inquired. Boy B gleefully revealed Yi Wushuang's background, she studies at Bird Academy. During her gaming sessions, a girl spread rumors that she was ugly, had poor grades, and was expelled for skipping classes to play online. Upon seeing this, students from Bird Academy released numerous photos of her to prove her innocence. It turned out she was actually very beautiful, a top scholar who aced her monthly exams, plays the drums, and excels at chess. Even Sun Jiahao, the president of the Yen City Chess Association, has been defeated by her. Thus, the students at Bird Academy respectfully refer to her as the Queen. Boy A was incredulous. No way? Is that true? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Boy D stood up. He's not lying, I'm also a player of Abyss, and I've witnessed everything he mentioned. Boy E nodded. Me too. I never expected the mad youngster to participate in this math competition, let alone be so formidable in reality, slapping her way through without hesitation. I wish I could get Yi Wushuang's contact information. Boy B looked on in admiration. Nearby, a girl pouted, I want Meng Yunjing's contact information too. Meng Yunjing resembles a refined scholar from a novel, gentle as jade. You might as well save your breath, you can't hide the admiration in your eyes for someone. Haven't you noticed that Meng Yunjing has been watching Yi Wushuang all along? On the second floor, Deng Fanqing gazed at the ascending elevator, her expression dark as water. It turned out that the person who made Meng Yunjing leave her at noon was not Ai Yanqi, but rather the famished Yi Wushuang who had skipped breakfast. The surname Yi, it sounds so familiar. A cold glint flickered in Deng Fanqing's eyes. Her brother's toy named Yuan Xiaola, and her ex-boyfriend Yi Weilu. Both share the same surname. Never mind, there are plenty of people with the same surname. Deng Fanqing dismissed the thought and turned to her own room. Your Majesty. I am truly sorry, Zhou said, covering her face as she approached Deng Fanqing to apologize softly. She had promised to deal with Ai Yanqi but ended up being slapped in the face by Yi Wushuang. Do you understand waste classification? Deng Fanqing's tone was icy. Trash belongs where trash should be, not in my way. Zhou Ying's expression stiffened, and she stepped aside for Deng Fanqing. In room 3201, Ai Yanqi entered and immediately sat at the table, pulling out her math practice book to work on problems. The imprint of a handprint still lingered on her cherubic round face, but her sense of grievance had vanished. Is our Yanqi transforming sorrow into strength? Song Yifan teased to lighten the mood. Ai Yanqi paused her pen, slightly raising her head, her voice soft yet powerful. If I were dressed better than Zhou, she wouldn't dare to hit me. If I carried a bag worth millions, she would fear me. She treats me that way because she thinks I'm poor and can be bullied. I aspire to rise above. Yi Wushuang slightly lifted her eyelids, her gaze resting upon Ai Yanqi's back. During the chess competition, she had merely been summoned by the school to make up the numbers, whereas the mathematics Olympiad was an endeavor she had chosen for herself. As a senior this year, it was her final opportunity to participate in the Olympiad. According to the regulations, she aspired to achieve some recognition this year to pave the way for her future. Thus, she devoted herself diligently to her studies. There were times when her peers had already left, yet she remained in the training class, solving problems. Su Chang remarked that she was particularly determined this year, inspiring Song Yifan and the others to exert themselves as well. Song Yifan clenched his fist, declaring, I also want to make a name for myself. Just now in the lobby, someone mocked us for always being at the bottom. It infuriated me. I, too, shall tackle the problems. With that, Song Yifan departed. Meng Yunjing harbored the same resolve as he left. That evening, Yi Wushuang received a text from Jishin. I am on a business trip in Jian City. Do you require companionship services? Chapter 65. Can one not possess the awareness of being at the bottom? Recently, Jishin had developed a clear understanding of his role as a companion. After sending the message, he chuckled softly. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite at Sunshine Hotel, admiring the bustling neon nightscape below. Ding dong. Yi Wushuang, where are you? The simplicity of her 3 words was direct and crisp, perfectly aligning with her style. Jishin sent his room number and then sighed, rereading her question. The little prey was rather indifferent, making it difficult to pursue. Knock, knock. Soon, a knock resonated through the air. Jishin raised an eyebrow, as a man. His charm level with Yi Wushuang was virtually non-existent. However, as an accompanying sleep robot, his charm was impeccable. He approached the door to open it. As soon as he cracked the door open, Wushuang slipped inside, her dark eyes glinting with mild anger as she questioned.
Why are you here on a business trip in Jiang City instead of properly recuperating?
Jishin was taken aback, his handsome face displaying surprise.
Was she concerned about him?
He had thought she.
Let me see how your wound is healing.
Wushuang grasped the man's wrist, pushing him onto the sofa. Leaning over him without a hint of hesitation as she unfastened his black suit and white shirt, revealing the bandages wrapped beneath.
Indeed.
The crimson stains on the bandages had spread ominously. This was the consequence of neglecting proper rest.
Are you but a 3-year-old child? Has the Ji family fallen into such dire straits that your presence on business trips has become imperative? Wushuang inquired with irritation.
Yet Jishin maintained an air of delight, the corners of his thin lips curving upwards, his voice low and candid. Truthfully, I am concerned about your sleep and the possibility of underperforming in the competition. Such a trivial injury, for the heir of the Ji family, who had weathered storms and tempests, was merely a commonplace occurrence. Upon hearing this, the tumult of anger within Wushuang dissipated. She gazed at the man's smiling visage, her red lips parting slightly. Does it hurt? Very much, he replied with utmost seriousness.
I shall fetch you some painkillers,
Wushuang said as she rummaged through the medicine cabinet of the presidential suite.
All right, he complied obediently.
Wushuang picked up the medicine and, upon turning around,
beheld an extraordinary handsome man lazily reclined on the sofa.
His suit was partially undone, exuding an aura of both restraint and seduction. The dim yellow lighting above cast an ambiguous glow, enveloping him in a mesmerizing hue, akin to a captivating male siren, enticing one to strip away his suit entirely.
A siren?
Wushuang shook her head, casting aside the notion.
Jishin's visage was simply too disarming. What's wrong?
Jishin, fully aware of the situation,
allowed his smile to deepen.
Perhaps it was the camaraderie of friendship that eased some of Wushuang's defenses, as her emotional fluctuations became noticeably less pronounced.
This foolish, head-shaking demeanor was utterly charming. It's nothing.
Wushuang was not inclined to voice her recent thoughts.
After administering the medicine to Jishin, she opened her backpack and began to delve into the past Olympiad problems.
The following morning, after half an hour had passed, Su Chang approached to knock on the door,
signaling that it was time for everyone to gather.
Prepared in advance, Wushuang opened the door and, upon descending the stairs, fortuitously encountered Deng Fanqing. Deng Fanqing was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to run into Wushuang at that location. Nevertheless, since their paths had crossed, she deemed it appropriate to issue a warning. Meng Yunjing is my prey. If you know what is good for you, keep your distance.
Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to Jiang City. As the queen of Jiang City, her words were anything but a jest. Feeling threatened, Wushuang's eyes narrowed, a flicker of fierce determination appearing. You may attempt it.
Let us see who will regret coming to Jiang City first, me or you. The other representatives from the city gradually assembled and proceeded towards the hotel entrance. At that moment, several reporters were already lurking outside. If it were an Olympiad competition hosted by another province, there would not be such a throng of journalists. After all, this was merely a provincial event. The national and global competitions held far greater significance. However, Central South Province was distinct, Jiang City was unique. Jiang City had consistently claimed the provincial championship and had nearly toppled the capital's team last year, making them formidable contenders.
As a top-seeded team,
they were bound to attract ample media attention for interviews and coverage. As they stepped outside, Wushuang and her companions were immediately approached by a journalist.
Hello. I am a reporter from Jiang City Morning News. May I inquire about your goals for this Olympiad competition?
The camera and microphone were thrust towards Su Chang. Just as Wushuang anticipated that Su Chang would boldly declare their intention to win the championship, Su Chang coughed lightly and replied solemnly, "We have no specific goals. If we must state one, it would be to surpass ourselves."
Meng Yunjing added, "We aim to do our best." Ai Yanxi remarked, "No regrets." Song Yifan commented,
"We hope to make progress." As they uttered these words, a sense of embarrassment washed over them. though they often boasted about securing the championship in their own circle. They felt compelled to adopt a more modest demeanor in public. The shame of making grand proclamations only to be proven wrong was too great to bear. The host, maintaining a professional smile, inquired, "And what about you, young lady?" as the camera and microphone were directed towards Yi Wushuang.
Yi Wushuang said calmly, "To win a championship." The reporter responded with a question mark, while the four individuals from Shuchang expressed their surprise with an exclamation mark.
"Yi, my friend, such words should not be uttered."
Ha ha ha, did you hear that, brothers?
The perennial underdogs from Yen City proclaim their ambition to seize the championship.
The neighboring team, upon hearing the interview, could not suppress their laughter. The expressions of onlookers varied, some with twitching lips. How audacious! Our only aim is to reach the top 8.
Just because their team member
Yi Wushuang excels in other realms does not guarantee prowess in the domain of Olympiad mathematics. As for Meng Yunjing, Ai Yanxi, and Song Yifan,
their superiority is so evident that I need not exert myself. The academic elites from the capital nearly fell to the formidable Dong Fanqing.
One wonders where Yen City derives such confidence and audacity. Shouldn't the last place team possess a sense of humility? They've truly given me a hearty laugh.
The rising tide of mockery and derision caused Meng Yunjing and his companions to change their demeanor, inadvertently intensifying their desire for victory. Indeed, one must always harbor dreams.
Mustn't they?
Dong Fanqing, accompanied by Zhou and other students, represented the Jiang City team in a grand finale, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Wushuang,
unable to restrain a smirk.
Over the years, those who dared to speak harshly to her, Dong Fanqing, have either perished or been left in ruin. The fate of Yi Wushuang ultimately lies in her own hands. The arrival of Empress Deng has drawn the scattered reporters, who abandoned their current interviews, to surround Deng Fanqing.
Empress Deng, what aspirations do you hold for this mathematical Olympiad competition?
Deng Fanqing is a high school girl of remarkable legend.
Her background cannot be openly discussed.
Yet her academic prowess is astonishing, and her character bears the rebellious streak of a delinquent, influenced by her family.
My hope.
Deng Fanqing deliberately elongated her words,
pointing at Yi Wushuang.
I hope Yen City can win the championship, for I have grown weary of claiming victory too often.
Chapter 66, First place, Yi Wushuang, full score. As Deng Fanqing's words echoed, the crowd erupted in thunderous laughter.
Several reporters were unable to contain their amusement. Empress Deng is truly humorous.
Is this what the netizens refer to as Versailles?
While we respect the dreams of Yen City, the chasm between dreams and reality is indeed vast. One female reporter stifled her laughter and turned to interview Yi Wushuang. Her expression one of schadenfreude. Empress Deng claims to be tired of winning championships and wishes you the best in achieving victory.
Do you have anything you'd like to say? The expressions of the four from Shuchang darkened considerably.
They could sense that Deng Fanqing was humiliating them. Yi Wushuang cast a glance at Deng Fanqing, who was surrounded by admirers like a moon amidst stars, and spoke with a tone of indifference, "We shall meet her expectations."
With that, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the surroundings. Following the silence, laughter erupted, louder and more raucous. Oh my goodness, I'm in tears from laughter.
Just give Yi Wushuang a stick.
And she thinks she can climb to greatness?
I suspect she aims to make us laugh ourselves to death and then claim the championship.
Enough laughter, the bus is arriving. A convoy of exclusive buses approached, each adorned with a red banner. Warm congratulations on the successful hosting of the Olympic Mathematics Competition in Central South Province.
These buses would escort them to the competition venue, Jiang City Phoenix Stadium. The representative teams hastily cleared a path for the team led by Deng Fanqing, the reigning provincial champions, who had the privilege of boarding first. Reporters clicked away, capturing the moment, paying no heed to Yi Wushuang and her companions.
Hurry!
The competition is about to begin, no need to feel anxious. A year of hard work culminates in this very moment.
It's our turn to board.
Song Yifan patted her shoulder, startling her into a slight jump. Meng Yunjing chuckled softly, offering reassurance, "Do your best and leave the rest to fate."
Though he spoke calmly, determination burned in his eyes.
Despite his esteemed upbringing, he could no longer endure the relentless mockery from the outside world. He yearned for victory to uphold his dignity.
Moreover,
Meng Yunjing discreetly observed Yi Wushuang as she boarded the bus, feeling a rush of warmth to his ears.
He too wished to present a dashing image before her.
After approximately 10 minutes, the buses halted in front of the Phoenix Stadium,
a landmark of Jiang City renowned for its phoenix-like architecture.
At the entrance, the head of the organizing committee approached Deng Fanqing with palpable enthusiasm and respect, whispering, "Miss Deng.
Welcome. Did you find your stay at the Sunshine Hotel comfortable? Regarding the matter I entrusted to your brother."
He was a middle-aged man in his 40s.
Somewhat portly and of modest height.
"My brother said he would consider it," Deng Fanqing replied with a languid tone.
"That's splendid."
The official clapped his thighs,
grinning like a scruffy dog.
"Rest assured, this time the championship will surely be yours."
"Is there anyone else who could claim it?"
Deng Fanqing cast a sidelong glance at the official, striding confidently into the stadium. As the participating teams entered in an orderly fashion, the Yen City representative team gradually made their way inside. The arena was furnished with 84 sets of desks and chairs for 21 teams of 4 to partake in the preliminary round.
The preliminary round consisted of a written examination,
with limited time allocated. Each participant received an individual paper, and the final ranking would be determined by the total score of each team. The bottom 5 teams would be eliminated, while the remaining teams would advance to the top 16.
In the event of a tie,
the team with the lesser combined time would be prioritized.
"We must survive the preliminary round, we must survive." Ai Yinshi began to mentally bolster herself,
her mutterings amusing to behold.
Son Yifan found it delightful.
"Rest assured, with your current capabilities, you will undoubtedly surpass the preliminary round."
Su Chang affectionately ruffled Ai Yinshi's hair.
As her teacher, he had a rough understanding of his students' abilities. Prior to the competition, he had distributed several test papers, and everyone had managed to score near-perfect marks of 150, with minimal errors. The only flawless participant had been Yi Wushuang.
Su Chang glanced at her,
a twinge of curiosity stirring within him. Having known Yi Wushuang for a relatively short time, he found it challenging to gauge the full extent of her capabilities. Yi Wushuang's perfect score raises the question of whether it is due to her exceptional ability or simply because the maximum score is 150.
This remains uncertain. However, one thing is clear, Yi Wushuang is the most consistent contender among the 4. As the 84 participating students took their seats, over 20 proctors entered the arena.
Apart from the students, teachers, proctors, journalists, and the organizing committee, there were no other spectators present in the gymnasium. The mathematics competition necessitates a serene atmosphere.
Any malicious disruptions from the audience could easily jeopardize the proceedings.
Upon the official's command, the students immersed themselves in their work. The sound of pens gliding across paper resonated like the most uplifting battle hymn in their hearts. Click, click. As one flash of light dimmed, another emerged.
Time slipped by unnoticed. 2 journalists whispered in the audience, "Hey, do you think anyone will submit their paper first in this year's preliminary round? Isn't it obvious? It has to be Queen Deng.
Which year has she not been the first to hand in her paper?" Indeed, within the hall, Deng Fanqing completed her exam with remarkable speed.
After a swift review, she prepared to press the timer located on the desk.
The timer served 2 purposes: to signal the proctors to collect the papers and to record her answering time for future rankings.
"Look, she is about to press it."
One journalist raised his camera, ready to capture the moment. However, before she could do so, a bell rang out, cutting through the silence. After Yi Wushuang rang the bell, she departed from the examination room and found a seat in the audience to close her eyes and rest.
"What the heck?"
The reporter was dumbfounded. He was not the only one taken aback. Yi Wushuang's speed garnered the attention of many non-participants. The commotion was instigated by her presence.
Wasn't she the one who claimed she would win the championship and fulfill the wishes of the Empress Deng? This appeared to be her first participation in the Central South Province Mathematical Olympiad. She seemed remarkably impressive. Could it be that she truly intended to seize the title?
Damn! I failed to record any footage related to her. What a loss! As the disturbance grew, a member of the organizing committee coughed lightly to signal for quiet. Deng Fanqing pressed the timer and took a seat across from Yi Wushuang, coldly staring at her. Winning the preliminary round was not solely about speed, answering correctly was paramount.
Followed by swiftness. She could not believe that this relatively unknown Yi Wushuang in the realm of mathematics could surpass her. Ding ding ding.
The other students gradually submitted their papers. The preliminary questions were not overly challenging. Before the allotted time expired, all 84 students had turned in their answers.
Meng Yunjing,
Ai Yanxi, and Song Yifan sat beside Yi Wushuang, patiently awaiting the grading from the committee's instructors.
An hour later, the committee announced the results of the preliminary round. First place, Yi Wushuang, with a perfect score.
The rankings of the remaining competitors would be displayed on the large screen. Chapter 67, Is Yi Wushuang's mind too slow?
Only capable of answering simple questions?
Su Chang led the applause, while his teammates turned in astonishment to look at Yi Wushuang.
Meng Yunjing exclaimed, "No way! Wushuang actually came in first? Incredible!" Song Yifan added, "I was so focused on answering that I didn't even notice who was in the lead." Ai Yanxi chimed in. "That's amazing, truly amazing." Opposite them, Zhou scoffed, "It's just the preliminary round, what is there to be proud of? Most people scored full marks.
The real competition lies ahead." Indeed, Deng Fanqing observed Meng Yunjing gazing at Yi Wushuang with admiration, and jealousy flared within her, leaving her exceedingly displeased.
"Now, we will announce the list of those eliminated from the preliminary round."
The head of the organizing committee took the microphone and read out several city representatives,
with Yen City notably absent.
All 4 representatives from Yen City achieved perfect scores, but aside from Yi Wushuang, the other 3 opted for a cautious pace, finishing overall in 15th place, thus advancing to the top 16 without incident.
Jiang City secured the first position without suspense. The official continued, "The second round, transitioning from 16 to 8, is about to commence."
Staff members promptly rearranged the setup, leaving 2 rows of tables, each containing 4 desks, equipped with paper and pens.
The second round would be a rapid response format.
The 16 teams would compete in pairs according to their rankings from the first round, alternating matches. For example, the first and second ranked would compete, followed by the third and fourth, and so on.
Please welcome the representatives from Jiang City and XX City to the stage.
Deng Fanqing, accompanied by Zhou and the other 2 teammates, entered the arena, followed by the representatives from the second-ranked city.
Within 10 minutes, Jiang City emerged victorious.
The match between the third and fourth ranked teams also concluded in under 10 minutes. Gradually, the competition approached the match between the 15th and 16th ranked teams. Yen City's opponents were among the boys who had mocked them the most before the competition.
Let the match begin, please listen to the question.
The first question, there are 2 numbers, twice the larger number equals 5 times the smaller number plus 3.
The sum of 4 times the larger number and 3 times the smaller number is 71. What are these 2 numbers? Ding.
Ai Yanxi was the first to press the buzzer.
The representative team from Yen City may speak.
Ai Yanxi replied, 14 and 5.
Correct.
For the second question, a 3-digit odd number, where the sum of its digits equals 12. All 3 digits are distinct, and the difference between the first 2 digits equals the difference between the last 2 digits.
Before the question was fully articulated,
a boy from the opposing team pressed the buzzer.
Please speak. The boy stated, 345.
The third question was answered by Meng Yunjing, while the fourth was answered by Song Yifan. Yen City triumphed, advancing to the top 8.
Yes.
Ai Yanxi clenched her fist, her previous anxiety replaced by confidence.
She could not let her year of hard work go to waste. Was it possible that Wushuang was feeling a bit out of sorts during her first rapid response competition? Meng Yunjing was puzzled by Yi Wushuang's silence.
Given her capabilities, she should not remain passive throughout. The only explanation could be discomfort.
Relax, don't be nervous. It's okay to answer incorrectly. Song Yifan expressed concern that the pressure might be too much for Yi Wushuang. Due to competition regulations, the 3 could not linger and had to leave in succession.
Yi Wushuang lowered her eyelids.
Having navigated the precarious line between life and death for years, how could she feel pressured at a mathematics competition?
She intended to make her move at the most pivotal moment.
Meng Yunjing, Ai Yanxi.
and Song Yifan needed an opportunity to demonstrate their abilities and redeem their past humiliations. All she needed to do was secure victory, thereby granting them the space to shine. In the audience, reporters captured images of Yi Wushuang, but as the moments passed, their interest began to wane. Reporter A, perplexed, remarked, "Yi Wushuang was so formidable in the preliminary round, how did she falter in the second?" Reporter A shrugged. "The list of the top 8 will now be announced." The head of the organizing committee stood to read the names. After completing the list, he added, "Next, we will break for lunch and rest. The afternoon will determine the final 4 and the ultimate 2. As noon arrived, the organizers had prepared lunch and designated a rest area. In the resting room of Yen City, Yi Wushuang lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Su Chang took out his notebook to explain problems to Meng Yunjing and the others, stealing glances at Yi Wushuang, yet he refrained from calling her name. He pondered, Yi Wushuang may indeed be feeling overly anxious, let her take some time to rest. After the break, the competition proceeds to the third round. The subsequent matches will be conducted in a rapid response format, following the same ranking order established in the first round for one-on-one challenges. However, with each round, the number and complexity of the questions will progressively increase. 30 minutes later, Deng Fanqing successfully guides the Jiangshi representative team into the top 4. Yi Wushuang observed that Meng Yunjing and the others were in good spirits, opting to remain silent and allowing them to lead her into the top 4. Reporter A remarked, "Has Yi Wushuang not yet adjusted?" To which Reporter B scratched his head in confusion, "I have no idea." In the audience, Deng Fanqing scoffed and stated, "Yi Wushuang is not struggling to adapt, rather, her mind is too slow to catch up, only capable of tackling trivial questions. It's akin to those who can articulate brilliantly in private but become mute in public." The Empress's words held merit. Zhouing nodded in agreement, unfortunately. Yen City ranks too low to encounter our Jiang City, otherwise, you would have easily crushed them in the second round. Indeed, Deng Fanqing replied confidently. The semi-final match swiftly approached. 60 minutes later, Jiang City, where Deng Fanqing competed, faced no peril in advancing to the finals. In the arena where Yi Wushuang stood, Meng Yunjing and his companions surged forth with unstoppable momentum, triumphing against 4 adversaries and propelling Yi Wushuang into the finals. The remaining students from the city, who had not departed, murmured amongst themselves, "Has Yen City taken some performance-enhancing substances this year? How could they be so formidable? I apologize for my previous derision." Indeed, it was Meng Yunjing and his team who were extraordinary, while Yi Wushuang appeared as if she had been rendered mute, akin to being struck by a dumb acupoint. What could have transpired in the past year for Meng Yunjing and his companions? Truthfully, not much. Su Chang, with arms crossed and a nonchalant demeanor, suddenly felt a wave of emotion wash over him. From that moment forth, the trio dedicated more of their time to advanced mathematics, eagerly requesting extended hours in their training sessions, even during holidays. The rigorous training led to the withdrawal of their 4th member who could no longer bear the strain, paving the way for Yi Wushuang's entry. As for Yi Wushuang's persistent silence, if she could not adapt, so be it, he bore her no ill will. Moreover, had it not been for her remarkable efficiency in the preliminary rounds, providing a solid foundation for Meng Yunjing and his companions, Yen City might not have advanced to the second round. The organizing committee announced a 30-minute intermission. After this interval, the representatives of Jiang City and Yen City would face each other in the final showdown. Chapter 68, Absolute Power, Yi Wushuang Prevails. For those within the Phoenix Sports Arena, 30 minutes felt excruciatingly slow. Eager anticipation filled the air as everyone yearned to uncover the outcome of this decisive match. Would Jiang City maintain its championship reign? Or would Yen City mount a stunning comeback? Yet, for the spectators, those 30 minutes also seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Please welcome the representatives of Jiang City and Yen City to the stage. The final competition was to be conducted under the supervision of the head of the organizing committee. Above him, a display screen awaited, ready to showcase intricate problems and figures. The team led by Deng Fanqing from Jiang City and the team led by Yi Wushuang from Yen City ascended the stage together. The 8 participants grasped their pens, poised to tackle the challenges ahead. Please listen to the question. The students from both teams perked up their ears, wholly engrossed, diving headfirst into the sea of mathematics competition. Jiang City possessed formidable overall strength, yet the efforts of Meng Yunjing, Ai Yanqi, and their team were not in vain. The two teams exchanged leads in a fierce contest, neck and neck, equally matched. In moments of urgency, there were instances where a bell rang, but answers were incorrectly submitted. Among the 8, the individual with the highest number of answers and the greatest accuracy was Deng Fanqing, in stark contrast to Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang had not answered a single question, yet her admiration for Meng Yunjing and his companions grew increasingly profound. Initially, she believed that upon reaching the finals, they would not endure long before Deng Fanqing, representing Jiang City, renowned for its historical provincial championships, would overpower them. Contrary to her expectations, the trio fought with escalating zeal, seizing every scoring opportunity and denying her any chance to respond. It truly echoed the age-old adage, where there is a will, there is a way. When one burns their boats, they can conquer even the formidable Qin Pass. The diligent shall not be forsaken, with perseverance and fortitude. 3,000 you warriors can indeed swallow Wu. As the 90 minutes elapsed, marking the ultimate limit of the competition, both teams remained tied, creating an exasperating tension. The official announced, after 90 minutes of intense competition, both sides have reached a stalemate. I declare that we shall proceed to overtime. Each team was permitted to select one opponent from the opposing side to compete. From that moment forth, all prior scores would be rendered moot. Victory or defeat would hinge solely on this singular contest. Jiang City representative team, whom do you choose from Yen City as your opponent? The official inquired of Deng Fanqing. The entire team looked to her for guidance. Her words were akin to imperial edicts, rendering the thoughts of others inconsequential. Yi Wushuang, Deng Fanqing replied with a faint smile. Her tone icy, she stated before the match that she aimed to secure a championship. It would be remiss of me not to oblige her. Upon hearing Deng Fanqing's selection of Yi Wushuang, the audience erupted in a cacophony of diverse discussions. Su Chang felt a pang of anxiety, silently lamenting the choice. Why choose anyone else when they picked Yi Wushuang, who was not in optimal form? Was this not tantamount to handing away victory? Meng Yunjing, Ai Yanqi, and Song Yifan exchanged bewildered glances. With the opponent having chosen Yi Wushuang, they felt powerless. Yen City representative team, whom do you choose from Jiang City as your opponent? The official asked the Yen City side. Choose the weakest, Song Yifan whispered. Just don't select Deng Fanqing. Meng Yunjing and Ai Yanqi nodded in agreement, ready to speak. When they heard Yi Wushuang's calm voice resound, Deng Fanqing. The three were left in stunned silence. Student Yi, this person is certainly not worth selecting. Outside the arena, Su Chang slapped himself in the face, his mind echoing with 3 words, gone too far. The trio from Jiang City, led by Deng Fanqing, certainly did not heed Yi Wushuang's words any less than the 3 from Yen City. Are you certain? The person in charge wore an expression akin to that of an elderly individual on the subway, grappling with their mobile phone. Certain. Yi Wushuang, standing several meters away, gazed at Deng Fanqing with a calm demeanor. She has presented her face to me, it would be unreasonable not to strike it. Upon hearing these words, Deng Fanqing's eyes blazed with intensity, nearly igniting with fury. How dare Yi Wushuang be so arrogant? Let us see whose fate is sealed. She spoke with haughty derision. Outside the arena, a multitude began to exchange bewildered glances. Has Yi Wushuang lost her mind? She has not answered a single question yet dares to challenge the formidable Empress Deng of Jiang City? She must be unaware of the meaning of the word death. Nevertheless, from the moment Jiang City chose Yi Wushuang as her opponent, Yanqi had already conceded defeat. The competition is likely to conclude shortly, perhaps it's time to consider dinner plans. Reporters began to arrange a meal together. Please, unrelated students, exit the premises, directed the supervisor as staff began clearing away the excess tables. The 4v4 match swiftly transformed into a one-on-one duel between Yi Wushuang and Deng Fanqing. The supervisor announced, please listen closely to the question, the fifth power of 133, plus the fifth power of 101, plus the fifth power of 84, plus the fifth power of 27, equals the fifth power of n. Determine the integer value of n. Deng Fanqing promptly began calculating on paper, her mind working swiftly. As she reached the midpoint of her calculations, a bell rang out. Yi Wushuang replied coldly, 144. She answered correctly. Outside the venue, someone was using a laptop to solve the problem.
and the answer matched Yi Wushuang's exactly. Astonishing! Yi Wushuang has triumphed, and is Yen City the champion? What an unexpected turn of events! After a brief moment of bewilderment, the reporters began fervently capturing images of Yi Wushuang. Su Chang, Meng Yunjing, and the others were filled with elation. Just as they were about to cheer, they heard the host calmly announce, "We will proceed to overtime." The crowd was taken aback. What are the rules for continuing into overtime? This has never happened before. Yi Wushuang has already emerged victorious, has she not? Why must there be another round? Is there a deliberate bias against Yi Wushuang in favor of Deng Fanqing? Such blatant favoritism incites Song Yifan's righteous indignation, compelling him to voice the truth. Only to be silenced by Su Chang. Su Chang, too, harbors great frustration, yet reality is unforgiving. The principles of rules and fairness can be manipulated at will by a select few. Should anyone dare to expose this, they would face dire consequences. The head of the organizing committee is a prominent figure in the mathematical community of Central South Province. Song Yifan cannot afford to offend him. Thus, he must stifle Song Yifan's voice. Within the arena, Yi Wushuang grasped the intentions of the organizing committee. She turned her gaze towards Deng Fanqing, who, coincidentally, was also watching her, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "I am merely toying with you, what will you do about it?" Please observe the question. A series of mathematical formulas appeared on the screen behind the organizing committee. Solve for the minimum value of k. Deng Fanqing hurriedly set to work on the problem. Racing against time. The previous question had granted Yi Wushuang an advantage. This time, she must calculate the answer before Yi Wushuang. However, while imagination may paint a rosy picture, reality is often harsh. Yi Wushuang's buzzer rang once more, and she coldly responded, 16. She answered correctly again. Feedback was provided by those who had previously calculated on their notebooks. The overtime continued. The head of the committee maintained an impassive expression while altering the rules. Deng Fanqing must be declared the champion. Yi Wushuang's indifference was palpable. After all, she was merely a rural student whose attempts at disruption were unlikely to hold significant weight. The outcome hinged on when Deng Fanqing would emerge victorious and when the overtime would conclude. A multiple-choice question appeared on the screen behind her. Please consider the problem. What is the range of values for the real number b? Having faced defeat twice in succession, Deng Fanqing found herself increasingly flustered. She understood that only her victory could bring the overtime to an end, and thus, she needed to secure that win swiftly. Her pen danced hastily across the paper, her handwriting becoming increasingly erratic, a reflection of her mounting anxiety. Meanwhile, the ringing from the opposing side lingered ominously, like a haunting specter that refused to dissipate. Yi Wushuang once again provided the correct answer. D. The person in charge, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples, gritted his teeth and continued to pose questions. Each time he asked, Yi Wushuang answered correctly. When he posed 10 questions, Yi Wushuang answered all 10 correctly. When he posed 20 questions, Yi Wushuang answered all 20 correctly. What began as a competition ultimately devolved into a one-sided exchange of questions and answers between the person in charge and Yi Wushuang. Deng Fanqing found herself surrounded by a mountain of discarded paper, utterly unable to keep pace with their rapid-fire questioning and answering. Finally, the question bank of the person in charge was exhausted. Outside the stadium, the sky had completely darkened. The person in charge was both thirsty and hungry, his mental state nearing collapse. He had already set aside his pride in an attempt to suppress Yi Wushuang. Yet, how could she stand unwavering like a resilient pine tree? No more questions? Yi Wushuang took the initiative, coldly regarding the person in charge. Shall we take a half-hour break so you can find more questions to continue the overtime? They ought to realize that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are futile. No need, you have won. This was not merely a matter of the quantity of questions, it was a matter of strength. Yi Wushuang, in a frenzied outburst, mercilessly confronted Deng Fanqing. No matter how many problems he sought, be it 100 or 1,000, it would be futile. He needed to preserve at least a modicum of dignity for his aging visage. As the person in charge resignedly acknowledged the situation, Deng Fanqing abruptly lifted her head. Her complexion flushed crimson, her breath became rapid, and her heart was filled with profound astonishment. She could not fathom how Yi Wushuang's speed in answering questions could surpass her own.
Not only was she a mathematical prodigy from the Central South Province, but she had also nearly triumphed over the top scholar from the capital in mathematics competitions.
How could the obscure Yi Wushuang, in such a manner, brazenly dominate her?
She heard Yi Wushuang slowly declare from across the room, "Deng Fanqing, I offered you a chance.
Yet you are proving to be ineffectual." Chapter 69, Classmate AI's Assist, the misdelivered beverage. The sarcasm in Yi Wushuang's words pierced through Deng Fanqing's pride.
She tightened her grip on the pen, wishing it were Yi Wushuang's throat she was squeezing.
As for the organizing committee,
seeing that the main person in charge no longer insisted, they could only clear their throats and announce the results. "I hereby declare that the champion of this year's Central South Province Olympic Mathematics Competition is the Yen City representative team."
Hooray!
In the audience, Ai Yinshi and Song Yifan leaped up, their excitement making their necks appear thicker. Meng Yunjing and Su Cheng exchanged glances, each finding in the other's eyes a reflection of shock, admiration, and joy. The competition in which Yi Wushuang participated was nothing short of spectacular. Not only did she unequivocally dominate Deng Fanqing from a standpoint of strength, but she also triumphed over the inherent unfairness of the organizing committee.
She was truly remarkable. A throng of reporters surged forward, akin to zombies drawn to the last remnants of humanity, encircling Yi Wushuang with fervor as they clamored for an interview. "Classmate Yi, your victory was incredibly imposing. Do you have any words to share? Your silence in the earlier rounds, was it a matter of adjustment or strategic reserve? I understand you have not previously participated in Olympiad competitions. Was this due to a lack of registration or your time spent abroad? Could you share your study methods with us? What techniques contributed to the overall improvement of Yen City's performance?" Questions rained down upon her like a deluge.
Yet Yi Wushuang paid them no heed and continued on her way. She had every right to decline interviews, and the reporters, however unwilling to relent, pursued her nonetheless. They understood that even a single word from her, no matter how brief, would be a boon.
"Wushuang, over here!"
Inexi called out from the designated passage,
waving to Yi Wushuang. "Follow this way, and you 1T have to deal with the reporters."
Yi Wushuang strode forward, leaving the reporters to halt in the corridor. Reporter A remarked, "She exudes an air of aloofness."
Reporter B added, "She is truly remarkable."
Reporter C noted, "Her words carry weight when she vows to clinch the championship. She does so, and when she promises to satisfy Deng Fanqing, she fulfills it."
Reporter D lamented, "It is pitiable that Deng Fanqing has made her declarations, yet."
Reporter E boldly suggested, "Let us not hold back, she cannot hear us.
Just say that her pretentiousness has failed,
and she has been ruthlessly put in her place by Yi Wushuang from Yen City." Upon finishing, they exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing among them.
Such unfairness!
They had witnessed too much in their journalistic endeavors. Each of them present had once been youthful and impassioned, only to become accustomed to the numbing realities of life. They had been dulled by the grind of existence. Previously, they had dared to dream of becoming heroes, poised to vanquish injustice with unstoppable force.
Yet,
all they could do now was fantasize.
Yi Wushuang, with undeniable prowess, shattered the conspiracy woven by the organizing committee and Deng Fanqing.
Even though it was merely a small municipal mathematics competition, the impact of that event lingered in their memories for a long time.
In a tea house,
Jishin reclined against a mahogany chair, facing the prominent figure of the political sphere in Central South Province. The man, around 60 years of age, donned a simple Zhongshan suit. Fengzhou stood beside them, holding a tablet that recorded the final match between Yi Wushuang and Deng Fanqing.
The political leader, perplexed by Jishin's intentions, lifted his teacup to sip his tea. He was well aware of Deng Fanqing's identity and recognized the inherent unfairness of the final match. However, it seemed implausible that the heir of the Ji family would stoop to personally intervene for the sake of maintaining world peace. "Yi Wushuang is the girl I am pursuing," Jishin stated, his thin lips parting as his elongated, ink-black eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity. With a sudden crack, the leader's teacup fell to the floor. Sunshine Hotel.
Yi Wushuang entered the restaurant and discovered that the 21 city representative teams had not yet departed.
Upon noticing her arrival,
they all gazed at her with expressions of admiration and reverence. Su Cheng explained, "This year, the organizing committee arranged a celebratory banquet at the hotel in advance, inviting all teachers and students to indulge in a seafood buffet. The intention was likely to curry favor with Deng Fanqing, but unexpectedly, we emerged victorious,
allowing us to reap the benefits.
I never anticipated that Wushuang would be so formidable. Meng Yunjing smiled warmly, his admiration for her deepening.
Ai Yanxi leaned in, saying,
I heard from students from other cities that the head of the organizing committee was dismissed before leaving the stadium.
Deng Fanqing even claimed she was unaware of why the rules were altered. Song Yifan retorted angrily, nonsense.
If she were truly innocent, she would have voluntarily withdrawn when the official announced the continuation of extra time. Su Chang nodded in agreement, remarking that Deng Fanqing was not a decent person.
Trial task 5 completed. New tasks will be issued in 3 days. I will go fetch some drinks. What would you like? Ai Yanxi volunteered eagerly. When it came to food and drink, she was never one to fall behind. Song Yifan exclaimed, Coke. Su Chang requested, red wine. Meng Yunjing opted for, lemonade. Yi Wushuang, mineral water. Very well. Ai Yanxi departed.
Once the 5 of them had entered, Deng Fanqing and Zhou Ying appeared at the entrance of the dining hall.
Deng Fanqing discreetly pressed an object into Zhou Ying's palm, her tone frigid. Follow Ai Yanxi and sprinkle this into Meng Yunjing's lemonade. After this competition, Meng Yunjing, who was already indifferent towards her, would undoubtedly become even more so. To coerce Meng Yunjing into taking responsibility was the swiftest approach. Indeed, Your Majesty. Zhou Ying promptly set off.
In the beverage area, Ai Yanxi hummed a cheerful tune, placing the prepared drinks meticulously onto a tray. Just as she was about to carry it away, Zhou Ying raised her voice, feigning urgency. Did someone drop something? Instinctively, Ai Yanxi looked down, and in that fleeting moment, Zhou Ying poured the colorless, odorless powder into the lemonade before swiftly turning and departing.
No one dropped anything?
Ai Yanxi shrugged and headed towards her teammates and teacher, who were already engrossed in lively conversation with other enthusiastic students and faculty from the city. Yi Wushuang, with the exception of her, sat by the window,
gazing at the scenery outside.
Perhaps her aura was so imposing that it deterred anyone from approaching her. The beverages arrived, and Ai Yanxi began to distribute them.
When it was time to serve Meng Yunjing the lemonade, only 2 identical drinks remained on the tray.
One was lemonade, while the other was mineral water,
both transparent and colorless. This should be the lemonade.
Ai Yanxi handed the mineral water to Meng Yunjing. As Meng Yunjing received the mineral water and,
feeling not particularly thirsty, set the cup aside. Wushuang, your mineral water. Ai Yanxi then offered the lemonade to Yi Wushuang. Thank you.
Yi Wushuang replied graciously as she accepted the cup. As they sat together, a man with a cast on his arm passed by,
prompting Yi Wushuang to think of Jishan. I wonder how Jishan's injury is healing.
Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows slightly and said,
I have something to attend to, so please continue your meal.
With that, she picked up her glass of water and made her way towards the elevator.
Chapter 70, If you do not cherish yourself, I shall be the one to worry for you.
Yi Wushuang was parched.
After several hours of grappling with Olympiad mathematics problems,
she had not taken a sip of water. As the elevator doors closed, she raised her cup to her lips, before the water even touched her mouth. The subtle fragrance of lemon wafted to her nostrils.
Had Ai Yanxi made a mistake?
Yi Wushuang set down her cup, feeling a twinge of reluctance. She had never been fond of lemons. Perhaps she would pour herself a glass of water once she arrived in Jishan's room. Yi Wushuang softly murmured to herself as she approached the presidential suite where Jishan resided.
She knocked gently on the door,
which swung open to reveal Jishan clad in a pristine white shirt, every button fastened with meticulous precision.
A notebook on the desk behind him glowed,
suggesting he was engaged in official business.
Why do you have a glass of water?
He inquired, his eyes curving with curiosity.
My teammate made a mistake. I do not favor lemonade. Yi Wushuang stepped into the room. Hand it over.
Jishan took the glass of lemonade, tilted his head back, and drank half of it, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality.
There is warm water on the table. He was well aware of Yi Wushuang's drinking preferences.
Yi Wushuang entered and poured herself a glass of water, taking several gulps. The image of Jishin drinking water just moments ago replayed in her mind,
evoking a sense of subtlety.
Given Jishin's status, he ought not to drink water offered by others without a semblance of caution. Yet, this level of trust undeniably brought her a certain comfort.
Your injury.
Wushuang set down her cup and had just spoken 3 words when a sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air. She turned abruptly to find Jishin leaning against the wall, his tall figure swaying slightly, his head bowed. Near his feet lay a scattering of glass shards and a pool of water. The markings on the fragments revealed to Wushuang that they belonged to the cup she had just handed him.
What happened?
She inquired urgently as she rushed to support Jishin. I don't know, he replied, shaking his head, his vision darkening, a relentless ringing in his ears, and a chill enveloping his body.
Please, sit down.
Wushuang assisted Jishin into the bedroom, gently leaning him against the headboard. She extended her palm to his forehead,
testing his temperature.
The man, eyes closed and his body icy, found her touch soft and warm. Like dry kindling meeting a flame, the chill enveloping him gradually dissipated,
replaced by a creeping warmth. Why is the temperature rising again?
Wushuang inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice.
Jishin's body temperature was visibly escalating.
His breathing growing increasingly labored, eventually transforming into gasps accompanied by an indescribable desire. At this moment, Jishin comprehended the gravity of the situation.
He opened his eyes.
Glancing at the shards of glass, his dark gaze reflecting a murderous intent, his voice hoarse from earlier exertion, there is an aphrodisiac in the water.
If Wushuang drinks it, she will be the one affected.
This hypothesis ignited a surge of murderous intent within him.
Ai Yinshi, with her innocent disposition, was unlikely to encounter such a substance.
Wushuang clenched her hands beneath her sleeves, her tone tinged with remorse.
Jishin trusted her.
Yet she had inadvertently brought danger to his side. Perhaps she was unaware that the water had been tampered with.
Jishin closed his eyes once more.
His voice hoarse yet now infused with a hint of calmness, you should leave first. Perhaps influenced by the medication, everything about Wushuang became distinctly clear to him, her breath, her warmth, her silhouette, her lips, and even the sensation of her in his embrace vividly surfaced in his mind.
Since their first night sharing a bed until now,
he had consistently refrained from entertaining such thoughts. Upholding his decorum and respect, he had never dared to offend her, not even by caressing her cheek. Their only 2 moments of intimacy had been when she cried at night, prompting him to comfort her by holding her close, and during their time in Shiqiao village, where the single bed was too small, necessitating her to press tightly against him.
Damn it!
Reflecting on this only intensified the heat within him. Jishin could no longer contain himself, releasing a heavy gasp, his chest rising and falling rapidly. At this moment, Wushuang resembled a coiled spring to him. That which he had once deliberately chosen to ignore now became an insatiable desire, a rebound from the depths.
Yet, this fellow remained rooted in place, unwilling to depart. Leave!
Jishin growled, his tone tinged with restrained anger.
He was no saint. If he lingered any longer, he could not guarantee what he might do next.
Having lived for 27 years, he had distinctly separated his physiological needs from his emotional desires. The notion of maintaining one's integrity was merely an aversion to squandering time on unsuitable women.
Wushuang is unlike anyone else. Her presence is akin to a divine creation,
meticulously tailored to fulfill all his desires.
How immense must his patience be at this very moment, as he refrains from yielding to the urge to possess her completely.
The sound of a zipper being unfastened pierces the air. Jishin abruptly opens his lust-filled dark eyes, his expression one of shock as he gazes at the young girl before him.
She intends to undress. What are you doing? He exclaims, seizing her hand with an angry demand. I am here to help you.
Wushuang parted her crimson lips, her expression tranquil.
This matter originated from her,
and thus it was her responsibility to resolve it. At this moment, she could not find another virtuous woman to assist her. So she had to take matters into her own hands. Although her chastity had remained intact through both lifetimes, such a virtue held little weight for an assassin, it was not a precious treasure.
Must you shoulder every burden alone?
Jishin chuckled in frustration,
fully aware of Wushuang's thoughts. Is there a problem?
Wushuang softly retorted. She had lived her life this way since childhood, with no alternative but to endure. Her demeanor and attitude tugged at Jishin's heartstrings. You may not care for yourself, but I do. With that, he rose and grasped Yi Wushuang's wrist, forcibly ushering her out of the bedroom. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. Yi Wushuang stood at the doorway, lost in thought. She sensed something collide with her before vanishing into thin air. From within the room, the sound of water persisted, continuing until 5 o'clock in the morning. Yi Wushuang turned the handle and noticed a trail of water stains leading from the bathroom to the bed. Jishin lay sprawled on the bed, soaked and unconscious. The wet white shirt clung even more closely to his form than when dry, revealing the bandages wrapped around his shoulders. Blood from the wound had already seeped through to the surface of the shirt. Yi Wushuang paused for a moment, clutching the medical kit as she approached the bedside, intending to tend to his wounds. However, the man's vigilance was remarkably heightened, just as Yi Wushuang was about to unfasten his buttons. He opened his eyes and seized her delicate wrist. His gaze, profound like the vast night sky, appeared clouded and unclear, a manifestation of his fever-induced confusion. You. Yi Wushuang began to speak. Ignoring her, the man pulled her onto the bed, covered her with a blanket, and embraced her, saying, "Go to sleep. Only with sufficient rest can one muster the energy for other pursuits." He was, indeed, an exceedingly competent companion for slumber. Yi Wushuang found herself enveloped in Jishin's embrace. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her neck and the droplets of water cascading from his hair. "No, you must tend to your injuries." Yi Wushuang struggled vigorously to break free, only to realize that the man's strength was formidable. He dominantly ensnared her within his embrace, rendering her utterly immobile. She could hear his heartbeat, strong and vigorous. As she listened, her own heartbeat unwittingly quickened slightly. Chapter 71, The Letter and Gift from Her Brother. Several hours later, Yi Wushuang was awakened by the vibrations of her phone, the sun shining brilliantly outside, marking the arrival of 9 o'clock in the morning. Jishin remained in a deep slumber, his sleeping visage as handsome as that of a celestial being. Yi Wushuang gently moved aside, his hand resting on her waist, and turned to retrieve her phone from the table. The caller ID displayed AI Yanqi. She walked to the balcony and answered the call. AI Yanqi's voice came through the receiver. "Wushuang, have you rested well? Teacher Su mentioned that, to celebrate our championship victory, he is treating us to a day at the amusement park. You all go ahead, I would like to sleep a bit longer. Answering questions has been quite exhausting." She had no intention of revealing the presence of aphrodisiac in the lemonade to AI Yanqi. "Alright then, if you feel hungry. There's a takeout menu in the room." AI Yanqi ended the call. "Queen, congratulations on winning the championship in this math competition." Jian Jiaoyan's tone was filled with excitement and pride. The news had already spread throughout the school, courtesy of Fei Niao's announcement. "Thank you." Yi Wushuang replied with a calm demeanor. "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Queen." "Go on." There's a PSP game console at the Jian City Morning Sun Road that is currently hosting a limited edition promotional event. If I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to get it. I was hoping you could purchase it on my behalf. Of course, if you don't have the time, it's perfectly fine. Send me the model. Jian Jiaoyang had assisted her numerous times, so a trip for him was no trouble at all. "Thank you, Queen. You're the best." Jian Jiaoyang ended the call and transferred the model and payment to Yi Wushuang. She glanced at the message, set down her phone, and picked up the medical kit to tend to Jishin's wounds. Perhaps due to the excessive strain from the previous night, Jishin had yet to awaken. She moved quietly, unbuttoning his shirt and cutting away the blood-soaked bandages. After a night of neglect, the wound had festered and become inflamed, a sight too ghastly to behold. Yi Wushuang felt a stirring in her heart. The words spoken by Jishin, expressing his concern for her, echoed in her ears. He seemed to be quite an admirable boyfriend. She swiftly tended to Jishin's wounds, meticulously reapplying the bandages. After completing her tasks, she exited the presidential suite to venture to Chenyang Road, where she would assist Jian Jiaoyang in purchasing a limited edition collaborative gaming console. As she closed the door behind her, the man on the bed, feigning sleep, opened his eyes. Yi Wushuang stood in the shade of a tree. Having waited for 2 hours in line to finally purchase the gaming console that Jian Jiaoyang desired. As she gazed at the packaging, a ripple of emotion surged within her. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of her fortune. In this life, she was blessed with parents, a brother, classmates, friends, freedom, and even the extraordinary opportunity to resurrect her younger brother. It felt as though the goddess of fortune had graced her with her favor. And the stroke of good luck seemed almost surreal. She hoped to complete her mission swiftly, so that she could bring Wushuang back to life. For he too surely desired to live as a normal person. Yi Wushuang's obsidian eyes erupted with a resolute hue as she advanced forward. A blue pickup truck whizzed past her with a honk. The truck's bed was a chaotic array of wooden boxes, varying in size, shape, and color. Bold letters were spray-painted on the back, proclaiming, "Welcome to the Nanjiao Racecourse." Yi Wushuang's pupils dilated sharply, not due to the southern suburb racetrack, but because within that pile of wooden boxes lay a red box the size of a diary, an artifact from her previous life. In her past existence, she had made a pact with Wuchen to flee from the organization. However, Wuchen had drugged her, turning back to buy her time. When she awoke across the ocean, all that remained beside her was a wooden box. Inside it lay a letter and a delicate necklace. The letter was Wuchen's farewell note, while the necklace was a handcrafted gift meant for her. Who would have imagined that this box, which had not perished in the flames, would once again reappear before her? A profound sense of regained possession filled Yi Wushuang's heart. Just as she was about to take action, a gentle voice, as soothing as spring water, whispered in her ear. "Daddy, is that the champion blind box from this southern suburb racetrack that was loaded onto that pickup truck?" Yi Wushuang turned around and discovered that the speaker was the owner of the flower shop by the street. The owner, a woman in her mid-20s, possessed features as delicate as a daffodil doll. She wore a cream-colored long dress, her flowing black hair cascading down to her waist, and adorned her head with a charming beach hat, her complexion resembling that of an infant's soft, tender skin. She exuded an ethereal fragility, a beauty that seemed almost delicate. Beside the fragile beauty stood a middle-aged man who nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the reward system in the southern suburbs is rather peculiar. The champion receives no monetary prize, only a choice of blind boxes. Inside, there may lie diamonds of immense value, or perhaps nothing at all. "I am aware of this." The fragile beauty smiled. Reminiscent of the lilies at her side, previously, a professional race car driver won the championship at the southern suburbs racetrack and chose a blind box. Upon opening it, he found only a foul sock. Outraged, he vented his frustrations on Weibo, which ironically transformed the southern suburbs racetrack into a trendy hotspot in the racing community. The middle-aged man chuckled, though a hint of bitterness clouded his murky eyes. The beauty continued. "Is the racing location my father arranged with Deng Xiyu also at the southern suburbs racetrack? If he wins, he will no longer pressure you into marrying him. But are you certain about your father's eyesight? Could there be any danger?" Her tone was laced with concern. "Rather than let my father take risks, I would prefer to marry Deng Xiyu. My eyesight is perfectly fine." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his demeanor light-hearted. "When your father shattered records in the racing world of Central and Southern Province, Deng Xiyu was still a mere child. He is not my rival. So fret not. I shall take my leave now." As he turned into a narrow alleyway, a blinding beam of light struck him, scorching his eyes. He quickly shielded them, tears forming involuntarily. Can this truly be described as perfectly fine? Yi Wushuang emerged from the side. Her phone in hand, the source of that dazzling light was merely the reflection from her screen. "What does this have to do with you?" The middle-aged man wiped away his tears, the tender affection of fatherhood replaced by an imposing severity and ferocity. "Who are you? Why are you shining light into my eyes? Did Deng Xiyu send you? Your eyes cannot withstand such glaring light. Racing could lead to either death or injury. It would be better for me to participate. I could claim victory, but the blind box prize would belong to me." Chapter 72. The striking high school girl before him was indeed no ordinary person. Yi Wushuang intended to collaborate with a middle-aged stranger. The South Suburban Racecourse, a popular hotspot, assuredly boasted a thriving business, with reservations for races extending far into the future. She was unwilling to wait, fearing that her opportunity might be claimed by another. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man also possessed an insatiable need to win, thus, a partnership could yield mutual success. "You believe you can seize the championship? Such audacity! Bai Jinwu reopened his eyes, eager to discern the identity of this confident individual. Upon closer inspection, he regretted not being blind. He had assumed he was facing a seasoned female racer, well over 30, with a steely countenance and ample experience. Instead, he found an 18-year-old high school student clad in her city's mathematics competition uniform. She was indeed attractive, yet astonishingly naive. "I merely state the facts," Yi Wushuang replied with calm assurance. "Given your current circumstances, racing could lead to either death or severe injury. In the end, not only will you fail to win, but your daughter will also be bound to marry a man named Deng Xiyu." Her words struck a nerve with Bai Jinwu, prompting a derisive laugh. "You think you can win? Do you? Very well, declare your illustrious name in the racing world and let me witness your capabilities." "Your logic is flawed," Yi Wushuang slowly articulated. "Not every racer is compelled to participate in official competitions or leave a mark on history. For drivers, racing serves as a path to honor and exhilaration. However, for an assassin, racing is merely a tool to wield life and death. I have maneuvered cars into collisions with aircraft and raced atop trains, all in pursuit of my targets. I cannot ascertain how my skills would fare in standard competitions. I can only tell you that I once inadvertently entered the World Championship of Racing, leaving the finest racers from around the globe in my wake." Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows slightly. That incident was a misunderstanding. She had been on a mission. You barged into the World Racing Championship, leaving behind the top racers from various nations? Young lady, perhaps you should read fewer online novels. Bai Jinwu assumed that Yi Wushuang had become enthralled by fiction, aware that many young people today indulge in such stories. Lacking interest in playing along with a high school student, he withdrew a concealed dagger from his coat, brandishing the hilt to intimidate her. "Get lost," he demanded, hoping to frighten her away. However, how could Yi Wushuang be intimidated? With a swift, high kick, she sent Bai Jinwu's dagger flying from his grasp, the blade soaring and striking the iron pole of a streetlight at the alley's entrance. The collision sparked as the tip of the knife met the metal. Bai Jinwu squinted, instinctively leaning back, fearful of having his throat sliced by the uncontrolled weapon. She remarked coolly, "As one ages, it's wise to temper your anger, it's detrimental to your health." This display of skill left Bai Jinwu taken aback. Having navigated the underworld for much of his life, he recognized the significance of such a move. This striking young woman was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. She could very well be a concealed powerhouse. "Why do you wish to assist me in racing?" Bai Jinwu inquired, his tone laced with apprehension. "I desire the blind box of my choosing," Yi Wushuang replied candidly. "Provide me with the details of this competition, the time, the opponents, and the rules." Yi Wushuang's succinctness left Bai Jinwu feeling somewhat ashamed. He swallowed hard and said, "Follow me." The two of them arrived at a discreet mahjong parlor. Upon seeing Bai Jinwu, the patrons respectfully addressed him as deputy leader. When they laid eyes on Yi Wushuang, they displayed astonishment yet maintained decorum, refraining from harassment or disdain. "This way." Bai Jinwu guided Yi Wushuang into a back room, sighed deeply, and began to lament. "My name is Bai Jinwu, and I am the deputy leader of the Black Man Gang." The gang was not originally known as the Black Man Gang. It began as a refuge for a group of migrant workers seeking solace in numbers. In those days, droughts and locust plagues were rampant, forcing many to seek employment far from home, often facing oppression from the locals. Fed up with the bullying, they resolved to unite and resist, which indeed yielded some results. However, as time passed, certain elements began to transform. Yi Wushuang nodded, acknowledging the truth in the saying, "The dragon slayer ultimately becomes the dragon." Bai Jinwu offered a wry smile, lamenting how a small group had transformed into a gang, engaging in the very acts he once despised: murder, arson, and all manner of wickedness. Reluctant to descend into moral depravity yet bound by the bonds of brotherhood, he could only retreat into the shadows, bearing the title of vice leader while engaging in modest business ventures. Yearning for a life free from conflict, he found himself in a predicament as the leader's son. The young master Deng Xiyu took an interest in his daughter, Bai Shuangxue, who ran a flower shop. Yi Wushuang suddenly recalled the financial backer of her brother's ex-girlfriend, Yuan Xiaola. Reports indicated that he was known as Deng. The individuals who approached Shiqiao village referred to him as the young master.
Is there a problem? No, please continue.
Yi Wushuang lowered her eyelids, concealing the murderous intent within. She had not anticipated that Deng Fanqing and Deng Xiyu were siblings. Both she and her elder brother had inadvertently entangled themselves with Deng Fanqing and her brother. Bai Xinwu nodded. Deng Xiyu had previously broached the subject several times, expressing his desire for my daughter to marry him, and I had deflected his advances with jest.
Recently, he has been pressuring me, insisting that I race him.
If I were to lose, I would become his father-in-law. I am aware that he is not one to easily relent, thus I agreed to this proposition, intending to settle the matter once and for all and confront him head-on.
Yi Wushuang inquired, have you not considered fleeing?
The core members of the gang were once good brothers, intimately familiar with one another where each hailed from, the locations of their ancestors' graves, their relatives, and their friends were all well known. Bai Xinwu lowered his head, stating, I can weather the storms of life, but I cannot bring misfortune upon my family and friends. So, you intend to perish at the southern suburb racetrack, Yi Wushuang remarked. Bai Xinwu felt the sting of her words, rendered powerless. At the very least, I have done my utmost to protect them before my demise.
As for the racing event, the regulations were clear.
She had already discerned the identity of her adversary and sought additional information.
Tonight at 8 o'clock.
The southern suburb racetrack would adhere to the standard racing rules. Each participant would compete individually, with the victor emerging as the first.
However, Bai Xinwu paused, lifting his gaze to meet Yi Wushuang's, and added, but Deng Xiyu will bring 5 loyal subordinates to compete alongside you.
This meant that the contest could swiftly escalate from a 1v1v1v1v1v1v1 situation into a daunting 1v6.
He scrutinized Yi Wushuang's expression.
Should she reveal even a hint of concern or trepidation, he would immediately dismiss her. They were not bound by blood, and he saw no reason to allow her to take such risks. He observed Yi Wushuang lazily lift her eyelids, her crimson lips parting to utter a single word, all right.
Chapter 73, Girls are not suited for racing. Are you not the slightest bit afraid of death?
Racing, by its very nature, is fraught with peril. The fact that Deng Xiyu would bring along 5 of his trusted allies indicated that he was likely to resort to underhanded tactics, rendering the race even more treacherous. Even if Yi Wushuang possessed sharper instincts than he, a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, either fatal or severely injurious.
How could she so nonchalantly acquiesce?
You have your reasons to risk your life for something you cherish, and I have mine.
Yi Wushuang's voice faded, and the image of her younger brother, Wuchen,
flashed through her mind.
Wuchen was born in winter.
After the old man who taught her to read and write passed away, her world plunged into darkness. No one would inquire about her well-being anymore. In truth, this was perhaps for the best. Her life was as worthless as grass. To have received the old man's fleeting kindness was already a stroke of luck.
Wuchen's arrival only filled her with sorrow. With another child in the household, the meager rations she received would dwindle even further, or perhaps vanish entirely.
Regardless, she would eventually starve. It had already been 2 days since her last meal. She contemplated learning from the boy next door, considering the unthinkable act of ending her newborn brother's life. Kindness had no place in a slum, only cruelty would suffice.
Moreover, even if she chose not to harm him, given their parents' nature, he wouldn't survive long, would he?
With a cold demeanor, she reached out towards the sleeping infant. Just then, the baby stirred, his tiny hand enveloping her frostbitten finger, the warmth she so desperately craved emanating from him in waves. He giggled, his eyes pure and innocent, reflecting her despicable and cold-hearted demeanor like a mirror. Panic seized her, and she attempted to withdraw her finger, but he clung to it tightly, laughing even more joyfully. It was as if a long-lost sunlight illuminated the depths of an eternal winter, saving her from drowning, causing her to weep out of sheer relief at the prospect of survival. Wuchen was her brother, needing her protection. He was also her salvation, her final glimmer of hope.
Bang!
The door to the inner room was flung open by Bai Xinwu's daughter, Bai Shuangxue. Her face was devoid of color, a hospital diagnosis clutched in her hands.
Her voice trembling, Daddy, you deceived me. Your eyes are not healed, you cannot race, and I do not approve. Is it just to marry Deng Xiyu? I will marry him. Shuangxue.
Bai Xinwu suddenly recalled he had left the diagnosis at the flower shop. His emotions were complex as he pointed at Yi Wushuang. Daddy will no longer race, she will take my place.
Who is she? Yi Wushuang. Miss Yi. I implore you to reconsider.
By Xuanxue's body was taut, her voice heavy. Deng Xiyu is a wicked man. He has killed opponents on the racetrack and claims he can afford the price of a life. I am fighting for myself, you need not feel anxious or guilty. Yi Wushuang lifted her gaze to her. As the lights began to twinkle, illuminating the vibrant neon hues, at 7:30, Yi Wushuang drove Bai Jinwu's black Ferrari, transporting him and Bai Xuanxue to the southern suburban racetrack.
This Ferrari was Bai Jinwu's prized possession, modified numerous times for the racetrack. Before entering,
Bai Jinwu and his daughter exited the car to join the audience, while Yi Wushuang maneuvered the vehicle onto the track alone.
Within the commentary booth,
a pair of commentators was organizing materials beside a large screen. The audience was packed, comprising streamers eager to showcase their experiences to fans, racers seeking to learn from the skilled, and ordinary spectators.
Deng Fanqing and Meng Yunjing belonged to the latter category. Meng Yunjing was brought along by Deng Fanqing. Last night,
she had been fixated on him, ready to whisk him away at the slightest sign of discomfort to engage in intimacy. She waited and waited for him to finish his meal, but when he did not show signs of the medication's effect, she was infuriated and slapped Zhou Ying twice in frustration. With one plan foiled, she concocted another.
Meng Yunjing lacked the means to produce $1 million.
So she invited him to accompany her to the races as a form of compensation. Reluctantly, Meng Yunjing agreed, yet upon arriving at the racetrack, his mind was elsewhere. Deng Fanqing assumed he was troubled by the upcoming math competition and spoke in a low, feigned tone. Meng Yunjing, I truly do not understand why the organizing committee continues to extend the competition.
Will you believe me?
Meng Yunjing, disinterested in exposing Deng Fanqing, replied absent-mindedly,
his thoughts solely on Yi Wushuang.
He wondered if she had rested well, if she had eaten, if she felt unwell, and if she needed to see a doctor.
Really?
Deng Fanqing felt a surge of delight, gesturing towards the starting line of the track. There, several racing cars were lined up, the red Pagani among them being the most expensive, worth millions. Deng Xiyu, clad in an exquisite white suit, leaned against the car, flanked by two beauties, indulging in flirtation that elicited delighted squeals from them. Surrounding him were 5 young men, fawning and flattering. That's my brother, Deng Xiyu.
Handsome, isn't? Deng Fanqing boasted. Meng Yunjing continued to feign interest. Not as handsome as you.
Deng Fanqing replied, continuing, you boys love racing, right?
I do as well. But my family says it's too dangerous for girls, so they never let me learn.
Meng Yunjing nodded in agreement with the notion of racing being too perilous for young women.
Look!
My brother's opponent, Bai Jinwu, the vice leader of the Black Man Gang,
has arrived.
He is quite renowned in the racing world, most of tonight's audience has come for him.
Deng Fanqing pointed to the recently arrived Ferrari,
explaining the procedure to Meng Yunjing. Once Bai Jinwu stops his car at the starting line, he must disembark and allow the track staff to inspect the vehicle for safety before the race can commence.
Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the Ferrari's door swung open slowly.
The first thing to catch everyone's eye was a pair of white sneakers, their material seemingly cheap. Next was a pair of long, slender legs that stirred excitement among the male spectators. Finally, the owner of those legs emerged. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with full red lips and captivating black eyes. Her inked black hair tied in a single ponytail at the back of her head, both stunning and fierce. Yet more startling than her exquisite visage was the t-shirt she wore, emblazoned with the insignia of the Yanshur High School math competition team, silently declaring her identity as a high school girl.
Meng Yunjing stood up in shock. Yi Wushuang? What is she doing here?
Deng Fanqing also stood, her tone laced with malice. On the racetrack, Deng Xiyu, upon seeing the attractive schoolgirl who had just exited the vehicle, felt a surge of desire mixed with confusion. Who are you?
Yi Wushuang.
Yi Wushuang boldly revealed her name, casting a cold gaze upon Deng Xiyu.
I will compete with you on behalf of Bai Jinwu.
She showed no fear of Deng Xiyu discovering her identity.
Yi Wushuang? Is your brother Yi Weilu? Deng Xiyu's pupils constricted as he recalled that Yuan Zhao's former boyfriend had a sister named Yi Wushuang.
Indeed, Yi Wushuang acknowledged,
her dark eyes shimmering with a mysterious light under the glow of the lamps.
Deng Xiyu was instantly reminded of the photographs of 7 corpses he had once received on his phone, a profound sense of dread washing over him. Those 7 individuals had been dispatched to eliminate Yi Wushuang, Yi Weigua, and Li Chunlun. However, they had met their demise en route, their assailant having taken a group photo as a warning to him. For a time, he had lived in fear and had meticulously monitored various news websites. He had anticipated finding reports about 7 corpses discovered in some village, with the killer remaining unknown, yet he found nothing. The 7 individuals and their 7 corpses had seemingly vanished into thin air. Even more alarming was the fact that the traces of the SIM cards from their phones had been eradicated, leaving no clues to the location of the victims. It was as if they had evaporated like a wisp of fog. All these circumstances indicated that the perpetrator was no ordinary individual. Perhaps even more formidable than the Heimang gang. He formed a hypothesis that this person was connected to the Yi family and that the massacre of 7 was intended to safeguard them. Yet, as Deng Xiyu scrutinized Yi Wushuang, clouds of suspicion loomed heavily in his mind. Yi Wushuang's most valuable possession was her mathematics competition team uniform. She was not affluent. If the Yi family were acquainted with such formidable individuals, how could they have ended up in such a dire situation? It seemed evident that the perpetrator had no ties to the Yi family. The 7 individuals dispatched had merely unwittingly provoked someone they ought not to have antagonized. Contemplating this, Deng Xiyu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He lifted his chin toward Yi Wushuang, his tone dripping with disdain. How did Bai Jinwu come to seek your assistance in racing? Do you even understand racing? The Yi family dwells in poverty. Children from such humble backgrounds are unlikely to engage in the world of racing, a pastime reserved for the affluent. Driving, however, merely requires a license, which is hardly remarkable. My understanding of racing will soon become apparent to you, Yi Wushuang remarked nonchalantly, leaning against the Ferrari. Quite audacious, aren't we? Deng Xiyu chuckled, his serpentine gaze fixated on Yi Wushuang's chest. I have no penchant for bullying women, thus, here's the deal: if you would agree to spend a night with me, I shall relinquish the championship in your favor. Even the mightiest heroes falter in the presence of beauty. Bai Jinwu and his daughter may escape the monk, but they cannot elude the temple. He remains unperturbed. Yet, Yi Wushuang captivates his attention. He had not anticipated her extraordinary beauty. Beyond her looks, her aloof demeanor ignited a yearning within him, reminiscent of his initial attraction to Yuan Shila, who feigned an air of superiority. Yi Wushuang exuded a chill far surpassing that of Yuan Shila, a trait he found most appealing. The colder the woman, the greater his sense of achievement upon winning her affection. Hero? Yi Wushuang repeated the term, lifting his gaze to regard him as if he were refuse. Do you think you are worthy? The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Deng Xiyu's complexion turned a shade of green as he cast a glance at the beauty in his arms. The lady understood his cue and, with her stiletto heels clicking, approached Yi Wushuang, raising her hand to deliver a slap. How dare you be so shameless? However, before her hand could connect, Yi Wushuang had already kicked her in the stomach, causing her to collapse to the ground, bowing her head before him in submission. Foolish simpleton, Deng Xiyu's face paled further. While the two exchanged words, the staff at the racetrack opened the hood of the Ferrari for inspection. After a mere glance, one of them exclaimed, "This car's modifications do not comply with our racetrack regulations, it cannot compete." This was a scheme orchestrated by Deng Xiyu, who had bribed the event staff to ensure that this Ferrari would not participate. Bai Jinwu was a prominent figure in the racing scene of Central South Province. This black Ferrari had accompanied him in numerous competitions, modified to an exquisite degree. Deng Xiyu aimed to clip Bai Jinwu's wings before the race, leaving him in a position of certain defeat. Yet, Bai Jinwu was absent. Yi Wushuang had arrived instead, and the staff, having received their payment, proceeded with their duties. Deng Xiyu's sycophantic lackeys quickly joined in, surrounding the Ferrari's hood and lamenting, "Indeed, this modification is unacceptable. But with the race about to begin, what shall we do? It seems we must resort to the racetrack's backup vehicle, if Miss Yi is willing." The staff inquired of Yi Wushuang, their delight palpable. Regardless, Yi Wushuang replied calmly, "It is of no consequence. Any vehicle is acceptable compared to this lot of ineptitude. If a competitor lacks the courage for fair competition, they can only be described as worthless." Such audacious words hung in the air, casting a pall not only over Deng Xiu but over all the participants. They exchanged glances. Each harboring the same thought: they would ensure Yi Wushuang faced dire consequences. Soon, Bai Junwu's Ferrari was driven away by the staff, while the backup vehicle was brought from the garage to the starting line. This was a silver Mercedes, valued at no more than 200,000, and had not undergone any modifications. From their distance, they could not discern the conversations on the racetrack but witnessed the woman in the arms of the Black Man Gang's vice leader attempting to strike the high school girl, only to be swiftly defeated by a kick from her. The staff then inspected the Ferrari's hood before driving it away. "Dad, this." Bai Shuangxue grasped her father's hand, anxiety coursing through her. Although she had only spent half a day with Yi Wushuang, his composure and confidence left an indelible impression on her. She had claimed to have outpaced the world's top racers, and in her presence, it felt as though she truly had. Such skill would surely allow her to triumph over Deng Xiu, even without a modified vehicle. In the commentary booth, the male and female commentators exchanged knowing glances after learning the situation from the staff, and began their commentary. Dear viewers, welcome to the South Suburb Racetrack. Tonight's race has encountered a minor complication. The female commentator's voice was melodious. The male commentator nodded. The originally scheduled competitor, Mr. Bai Junwu, is unable to participate due to an eye ailment, and Miss Yi Wushuang will be taking his place. The female commentator continued, furthermore, the Ferrari that Miss Yi is driving does not comply with racetrack regulations. After negotiations, she has opted to use the backup vehicle. The audience erupted in uproar. Yi Wushuang? What is that? Never heard of her. Refund. I came to see professional racing, not a schoolgirl getting her driver's license. The backup vehicle was a car rented during the day for novices to practice, and now it was to be used for racing? Clearly, Bai Junwu had not just an eye issue, but a brain malfunction. Amidst the clamor for refunds, Deng Fanqing, arms crossed and exuding sarcasm, remarked, "While I am unsure how Bai Junwu came to know Yi Wushuang, it is rather comical to have her race in place of my brother. Even someone like me, who knows nothing about racing, wouldn't dare to compete. Yi Wushuang stands no chance against my brother." Meng Yunjing remained silent, anxiously gripping the railing, her palms slick with sweat. She cared not for the outcome, only hoping that Yi Wushuang would remain unharmed. As the clamor for refunds grew louder, the female commentator sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly shifted the focus. "All right, without further ado, let us direct our attention to the racetrack and welcome our protagonists." The camera panned to the starting line. Staff affixed the numbers 1 and 7 on the hoods of each racing car, allowing the audience and commentators to discern the race's progress. Deng Xiu's Pagani was designated as number 1, while Yi Wushuang's backup Mercedes bore the number 5. Yi Wushuang uttered no words, immediately taking her seat in the Mercedes-Benz driver's seat. Deng Xiu smirked, lowering his voice to instruct his confidant, "You may injure Yi Wushuang, but do not kill her." He initially intended to show some compassion, but alas, Yi Wushuang was a formidable opponent. In such circumstances, it was necessary to teach her a harsh lesson, compelling her to recognize reality, after which she would comply. Understood. The henchman chuckled lewdly, "We certainly won't kill her. The young master hasn't had his turn with her yet." With that, 6 individuals settled into their respective sports cars. As the referee pressed the signal gun, Deng Xiu was the first to accelerate as the command rang out. He glanced at the rearview mirror on his left, noticing that his 5 confidants were trailing behind him, which elicited a smug snort of satisfaction. He had earned the title of a rising star in the racing scene of Central South Province. He was no novice. As for Yi Wushuang, she was likely left in the dust, merely trailing behind. A mere high school girl dared to compete against him on the racecourse, utterly oblivious to her own limitations. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, the thunderous roar of an engine erupted beside him. Turning his gaze to the right, he was astonished to find Yi Wushuang right next to him. She maintained a steady focus, the front of her Mercedes-Benz even slightly ahead of his. How could this be? Deng Xiu's pupils constricted sharply. His sports car, valued along with modifications at nearly 20 million, paled in comparison to Yi Wushuang's mere 200,000, unmodified vehicle. How could she possibly be ahead of him? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind.
Recalling what a professional racer had once told him, modifications could only enhance the chances of victory from a mechanical standpoint. The true challenge lay in the driver's own skill. Beyond the fundamental necessities of vision, discernment, and emergency response capabilities, there existed an unquantifiable synergy between the driver and their vehicle. This elusive harmony could be poetically described as the unity of man and machine, the pinnacle of racing prowess. With a grim expression, Deng Xiyu lightly pressed the brakes, intentionally allowing Yi Wushuang to take the lead. He exchanged glances with his comrades, signaling silently. He couldn't fathom where this seemingly insignificant Yi Wushuang had acquired such prowess. All he knew was that he could not afford to lose to her, be it for pride or for the sake of Bai Zhenwu and his daughter who were hidden behind her. In the commentary booth, the female commentator's voice trembled with excitement. The female driver in car number 5 is temporarily in the lead, her speed is astonishing. It is hard to believe she is even faster than the male drivers. This revelation took both the commentators and the audience by surprise. Those who had previously clamored for refunds widened their eyes in disbelief. Goodness, this high school girl is extraordinary. She took off like lightning. Am I seeing things? She is driving a mere 200,000 Mercedes, yet how can she leave behind cars worth at least $1 million? She has already outpaced us by 2 corners, brothers. We have underestimated her. Bai Zhenwu must have recruited a formidable ally. Her advantage was substantial. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, victory was assured. My goodness. I never thought I would witness such a powerful female racer in my lifetime. On the large screen, the scene at the third monitoring checkpoint was magnified. The once dominant silver Mercedes of car number 5 was suddenly struck by car number 6, which had careened into the barrier from a blind spot. The 2 cars became wedged in a corner as the remaining racers drifted past, racing against the clock. The male commentator spoke rapidly. Car number 6 has committed a foul. The driver crossed the track and crashed into the temporarily leading car number 5, allowing car number 1 to seize the opportunity for an overtaking maneuver. Although car number 6 faced disqualification, the female driver of car number 5 had plummeted to last place. Bai Zhenwu and his daughter's heart sank. I knew Deng Xiyu's henchmen would target her, a bunch of cowards. Bai Zhenwu cursed vehemently. On the screen, the driver of car number 6 was disqualified and escorted away by staff. At that moment, space finally opened up for the car number 5 driven by Yi Wushuang. Another staff member approached with a microphone to check on Yi Wushuang's condition. Noticing she was unharmed, her vehicle only sporting a minor dent, he inquired. Will you continue the race? You have fallen significantly behind. His microphone transmitted directly to the audience, allowing both commentators and viewers to hear. I will continue the race. Yi Wushuang's voice, tinged with disdain and disappointment, echoed through the staff's microphone. Reaching the ears of every audience member, she had expected them to at least provide her with a semblance of the exhilarating thrill of life and death. Ha! The staff were left astounded. Yi Wushuang refrained from further words, pressing the accelerator and reigniting her Mercedes. After navigating several bends, she caught up with cars No. 3 and number 4. Upon spotting Yi Wushuang, they reacted as if they had encountered an avowed enemy. Abruptly veering around to drive against traffic and barreling towards her in tandem. The female commentator's voice heightened in urgency. Cars number 3 and number 4 have committed a violation. Only a narrow pathway, scarcely a meter wide, remains for the number 5 driver. On the other side of this narrow path lies a precipice. What will she do? Confronted by the oncoming vehicles, Yi Wushuang maintained her composure, calmly steering the wheel and accelerating. In a breathtaking maneuver, one set of tires landed on the narrow path while the other met the mountainside, allowing her to deftly traverse this formidable obstacle. The metallic body of her car scraped against the rocky wall, emitting a piercing sound, accompanied by sparks flying in her wake. Chapter 76, The Shouts and Adulation for Yi Wushuang. Number 5 is extraordinary. This is a technique only a professional could dare to execute. She has made it through. The male commentator spoke with disbelief. Cars number 3 and number 4 were left in shock, helplessly watching Yi Wushuang vanish in a blur from their rearview mirrors, while they themselves were penalized and forced off the track. In the audience, many began to discern the underlying motives. This evening's competition could not simply be a case of a group of men deliberately targeting a woman, could it? While the infraction by car No.
6 might be attributed to chance. The violations committed by number 3 and number 4 could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. It was as if, the moment they laid eyes on Yi Wushuang, they had instantly coordinated their actions, as though it had been premeditated. Coupled with Yi Wushuang's earlier remarks, it was easy for the spectators to deduce, tonight was indeed a contest of many against the few. Deng Suyu had enlisted 5 individuals to act as his protectors. And Yi Wushuang, fully aware of the consequences, chose to participate in this race. Damn it, these scoundrels truly bring shame upon men. Those with a sense of justice spat on the ground, their indignation rising. On the large screen, the surveillance footage revealed Yi Wushuang closely trailing cars number 2 and no. 7. They appeared like twins, cruising side by side, leaving ample space for others to overtake. Yi Wushuang let out a cold laugh and pressed the accelerator deeper. Just as she was about to complete the overtaking maneuver, 2 cars suddenly squeezed towards her, seemingly intent on crushing her. However, Yi Wushuang had anticipated their move. She abruptly slammed on the brakes, feigned a strike, and caused the 2 cars to collide with each other. The expressions of the 2 drivers soured. They had been outsmarted by her. No worries, we'll just hold our ground. If she dares to overtake, we'll crash into her. The 2 drivers communicated. The female commentator's beautiful eyes were glued to the screen, fearing she might miss a thrilling moment. Cars number 2 and 7 spun around like circus monkeys, manipulated by the female driver. In the audience, a man stood up, shouting excitedly, utterly thrilled. The male commentator was equally exhilarated. Cars 2 and 7 have crashed into each other 4 times, nearly totaled, and can only withdraw from the race. Now, car number 5 has only one rival left, car number 1. Can she catch up? Deng Suyu, driving car number 1, was just 1 turn away from the finish line, while Yi Wushuang in car number 5 had 7 turns remaining. It was a daunting task. The female commentator shook her head, her tone filled with disappointment. Unless her engine is powered by a rocket booster, there is no way she can catch up. What a pity. Car number 5 excelled in skill, courage, and intellect, far surpassing her competitors. Yet, she was still destined to lose. She lost because she was but one individual. She lost because she lacked Deng Siyu's unscrupulousness. The male commentator wore a wry smile, his forthcoming words veiled in truth. Even in defeat, I believe the female driver of car number 5 has garnered the applause and respect of everyone. Sometimes, the journey is more significant than the outcome. Isn't it? This statement served to comfort the audience and himself. Car number 5 had already triumphed in spirit. She was the champion in their hearts. If it weren't for Deng Siyu's status as a prominent figure in the Black Man Gang, he would undoubtedly have cursed, "Deng Siyu, you fool." Wait. What was car number 5 doing? She was charging towards the valley. Was her brake pad malfunctioning? Someone call for an ambulance. The female commentator suddenly sprang to her feet. In the surveillance footage, car number 5 surged powerfully towards the valley. On the other side of the valley lay the final turn. Deng Siyu's car number 1 had already navigated the turn, mere steps away from the finish line. Under the night sky, amidst the mountains, the silver Mercedes, designated as number 5, soared into the air like a new moon, gracefully rising. This spectacle captivated everyone, their breath taken away. The vehicle brushed past the surveillance camera, and her profile appeared vividly on the big screen. She was stunning, her features exquisite, her expression cool. She exuded an admirable aura, her proud spirit unyielding. Though she seemed somewhat solitary. Young and still a high school girl, she should have a bright future ahead. No one would ever forget this moment. They believed it to be the female driver's final crescendo. At such height and speed, she would surely become a mere splatter at the bottom of the cliff. Yet, she did not meet such a fate. The silver Mercedes landed precisely on the track across the valley and, aided by momentum, sped towards the finish line with astonishing swiftness. The championship is mine. Deng Siyu laughed heartily, victory within his grasp, when suddenly a flash of white shot past him, crossing the line at an even greater speed. Click. The sensor camera captured the pivotal moment, presenting it on the big screen. In the frame, the girl held the steering wheel with one hand, her other hand propping up her face, her elbow resting on the window, her hair flowing in the wind. The ease of her demeanor made it hard to believe she had just performed such a reckless feat. She crossed the finish line first. On the other side, Deng Xiyu wore a triumphant grin, his face alight with joy, yet when the girl crossed the line, his car was merely a centimeter away.
How absurd! With a thud,
the male commentator stood in a daze, oblivious as his chair toppled over.
The female commentator covered her mouth, momentarily speechless. The entire venue fell silent. As quiet as a silent film from the last century.
Yi Wushuang parked the car with precision, gracefully opening the door and emerging. The spotlight at the finish line shone brightly, illuminating the scene as if it were day. Highlighting her exquisite features and an aura as chilling as that of a winter queen.
Yi Wushuang!
A voice broke the silence, and cheers erupted in jubilant awakening.
Yi Wushuang! Yi Wushuang! Yi Wushuang!
This was a cry of reverence for a queen, an adulation for the champion. She was the king of racing. Having defeated 6 finely tuned competitors with nothing but a basic backup vehicle.
Meng Yunjing gripped the railing tighter.
For only then could he bear the exhilaration that surged through his heart. He lowered his gaze, not daring to look at Yi Wushuang. For she was already etched into his mind. His ears flushed crimson as he chuckled softly, his voice brimming with affection.
Meng Yunjing. Deng Fanqing weakly called out his name. Do you know? You will never measure up to Yi Wushuang. Meng Yunjing had no intention of being dismissive.
He suppressed his smile and turned to Deng Fanqing with a cold expression. You conspired with the head of the math competition to trip Yi Wushuang, yet she triumphed. Your brother assembled 5 racers to set numerous challenges for her, and still, she prevailed. The despicable machinations of you siblings are utterly futile before Yi Wushuang. The schemes you devised will only serve to enhance her glory, drawing even more admiration from the masses.
I will never harbor feelings for you, never. For I, Meng Yunjing, am enamored with Yi Wushuang.
Chapter 77, The Suit-Clad Thug, Limited Edition. Jishin. Deng Fanqing stood frozen, her complexion ashen.
Meng Yunjing was the one she genuinely adored. Few could withstand such words from the object of their affection. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill.
Meng Yunjing observed her without a hint of sympathy, turning away as he moved toward Yi Wushuang.
Meng Yunjing, halt! Deng Fanqing cried out, hastily pursuing him.
But Meng Yunjing paid her no mind, disappearing into the sea of emotionally charged spectators. At last, Deng Fanqing succumbed to tears, wiping her eyes as she turned to gaze at Yi Wushuang,
who was about to ascend the podium, gritting her teeth. Yi Wushuang. No one shall take what is mine, Yi Wushuang. You shall wait for me. On the podium,
the male and female commentators followed the established protocol, approaching the commentary booth with microphones in hand, calling for Yi Wushuang. Let us welcome tonight's champion, Miss Yi Wushuang,
to the stage.
The audience erupted in enthusiastic whistles and applause. Initially, many had looked down upon Yi Wushuang, for the racing world had never seen a worthy female competitor. Yet now, they genuinely revered her, for she had conquered the racetrack through sheer skill and won the admiration of all. Yi Wushuang took the stage.
The female commentator eagerly approached, her face flushed with excitement. Having secured the championship, Miss Yi, do you have anything to say? How do you perceive the strength of your opponents? This is a question every champion faces after a match.
The conventional responses usually revolve around, I am quite strong.
My opponents are formidable as well, yet I happen to have a bit of luck. Friendship comes first, competition second, and so forth. However, when it came to Yi Wushuang,
she furrowed her brows and candidly assessed, trash. The 6 individuals, including Deng Xiyu, were so utterly disappointing that she could not conjure a more flattering descriptor. The female commentator's expression stiffened, her mind screaming incessantly.
Miss Yi, are you aware that your opponent is the deputy leader of the Black Python Gang? Do you understand that the Black Python Gang reigns supreme in the underground world of central and southern provinces? Are you cognizant that Deng Xiyu remains on the track? Is such arrogance truly warranted?
The audience's reaction starkly contrasts with that of the female commentator,
hailing from diverse backgrounds and varying statuses. The crowd erupted with fervor at Yi Wushuang's remarks, their voices unified in a fervent chant, trash! Trash! Trash!
The boldest among them hurled their beverage bottles and scraps of fruit towards Deng Xiyu.
With a resounding thud, a banana peel landed atop his head. Who dared? Deng Xiyu,
infuriated, ripped the banana peel away, eager to identify the audacious culprit who had provoked him.
However, upon glancing up,
he discovered that nearly everyone regarded him with disdain and contempt. With a stoic expression, he stifled his fury and retreated into his Pagani, driving away from the racetrack. The male commentator guided Yi Wushuang to the grand glass cabinet housing the championship mystery boxes. Explaining, the championship reward at the South Suburb racetrack consists of a portion derived from various sources of unclaimed boxes, alongside some custom-made boxes of our own design.
Within,
there may lie treasures of immense value, or perhaps merely a pencil.
Have you decided which one to choose?
Yi Wushuang swiftly focused on her desired object. She pointed to the second red wooden box of diary size in the third row, her calm voice betraying a subtle tremor upon closer listening. This one. The female commentator opened the cabinet and handed the wooden box to Yi Wushuang, explaining, this box was acquired through external channels. And it features a lock akin to that of a suitcase. Miss Yi may need to consult a locksmith to open it. I shall give it a try. Yi Wushuang feigned ignorance as she turned the dials of the combination lock.
With a click, the lid sprang open. This. Is my luck truly this extraordinary? It opened on the first attempt? Both commentators widened their eyes in astonishment.
They leaned in to discover that the contents of the box were rather unimpressive. On the left lay a letter addressed to my dear sister, while on the right rested a silver pendant necklace designed for women.
Its pendant shaped like a teardrop crafted from tiny diamonds.
Judging by its workmanship and quality, the market value of this necklace would not exceed 500. Such a reward seemed wholly inadequate in comparison to Yi Wushuang's performance that evening. The male and female commentators exchanged glances, contemplating how best to console her.
Yi Wushuang extended her slender, fair fingers to delicately caress the necklace. A gentle expression emerged on her exquisitely aloof face, and her dark eyes shimmered with tears.
The male and female commentators were momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was an unexpected yet fortuitous turn of events.
Yi Wushuang was deeply enamored with the necklace,
to the point of shedding tears. In the VIP lounge for drivers, Deng Xiyu forcefully kicked open the door, carelessly tossing the car keys onto the sofa before making his way to the bar to pour himself a drink. His 5 loyal subordinates remained silent behind him. The television mounted on the wall displayed Yi Wushuang caressing the necklace on the podium.
After finishing a glass of alcohol,
Deng Xiyu slammed the glass onto the bar with a resounding crash. Go, bring Yi Wushuang here, and break her hands and feet, he commanded. His back turned to the 5 men, his tone chillingly cold, eyes filled with cruelty.
You dare to insult me?
I'll ruin you and show you who the real trash is.
Yes, young master.
The 5 men accepted the order and exited the lounge. Be careful not to kill her, leave her a breath.
After I have my way with her, you can enjoy yourselves too.
Deng Xiyu staggered back in fright, lifting his head to see a tall man in an expensive black suit standing at the entrance.
The man was extraordinarily handsome,
his features sharply defined despite the coldness etched on his face.
Ji Shen,
Deng Xiyu exclaimed, astonished.
This heir of the Ji family was the wealthiest man in all of Xia country. What was he doing here? Moreover, as Deng Xiyu's gaze fell, he noticed the remaining 4 subordinates sprawled unconscious at Ji Shen's feet. Had he taken them down? Wasn't he merely a business mogul? Repeat what you just said.
Ji Shen ordered, his thin lips parting, his voice deep and magnetic, his gaze fixed upon Deng Xiyu like that of a predator.
What?
Deng Xiyu stammered, utterly bewildered. He had no idea when the Black Man gang had offended Ji Shen. Cautiously, he began, to arc before Ji Shen swiftly approached, delivering powerful kicks that sent Deng Xiyu stumbling backward, crashing into the wooden bar behind him. The splintered wood pierced his body, eliciting a scream of agony, cold sweat pouring from his forehead.
Young master!
The subordinates on the ground, witnessing this, scrambled to their feet, raising their fists to strike at Ji Shen.
Ji Shen's dark,
elongated eyes glimmered with ferocity. He turned and kicked once more, sending the subordinate hurtling into the wall where the television hung.
With a crack, the television shattered,
plunging into darkness, smoke billowing from the wreckage. The subordinate lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, rendered incapable of movement or speech. The lounge was a scene of devastation, a blend of spilled wine and blood. Amidst the chaos, Ji Shen remained impeccably dressed. Not a drop of blood staining his suit nor a wrinkle marring its elegance, still the epitome of a refined gentleman. He turned to exit the lounge. one hand gripping his tie, the other adjusting his slightly askew bow tie, his handsome face devoid of warmth.
Sever their hands and feet and send them to an overseas refugee camp.
The inhabitants there have a penchant for delicate young masters like Deng Xiu. His later years will be filled with unbearable pain.
But what can be done?
After all, he foolishly dared to touch Miss Yi, whom young Master Ji holds dear.
Initially,
Jishin had merely come to watch Miss Yi's racing.
Chapter 78, The Reappearance of the Queen, Prelude to Carnage. The Podium.
Yi Wushuang carefully stored the necklace, closed the wooden box, and retreated to the driver's passage amidst a chorus of cheers. Awaiting her at the end of the passage were not only Bai Jinwu and his daughter but also Meng Yunjing. "Wushuang, I watched your racing competition, it was magnificent,"
Meng Yunjing remarked with a gentle smile.
He refrained from confessing his feelings to Yi Wushuang, fully aware that he was not yet worthy of her. Yi Wushuang acknowledged.
Turning to the Bai father and daughter,
Bai Jinwu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Miss Yi, we owe you a debt of gratitude, should you ever require our assistance?
Do not hesitate to inform us."
Bai Shuangxue, with her flowing hair, nodded in agreement. "No, we are even," she replied. Having accomplished everything, she switched off the lights, locked the door, retrieved her room card, and descended with Meng Yunjing to the restaurant to reunite with Su Chang and the others. A hotel housekeeping lady was pushing a cart toward a room designated for cleaning services. As she approached the corner, a young and charming girl stopped her. The girl sported twin ponytails, with one side of her hair transitioning from pink to blue, creating a rather captivating appearance.
"Is there something you need, miss?"
The housekeeping lady greeted her with a warm smile. "I cut my hand, it hurts," Deng Fanqing said, lifting her tightly clenched fist.
"Let me take a look."
The housekeeping lady responded with genuine concern. However, Deng Fanqing abruptly opened her fingers, releasing a powdery substance into the lady's nose. As the daughter of the Black Man Gang's leader, she was well acquainted with such illicit substances and always carried them with her. The housekeeping lady was instantly rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground, revealing the universal key card at her waist. The universal card, a special hotel key, could unlock every door in the establishment,
typically assigned to housekeeping staff and the front desk.
Deng Fanqing seized the universal card and dragged the housekeeping lady into the supply room. Her tone laced with reproach. She had originally intended to contact her brother, seeking his assistance in dealing with Yi Wushuang.
Meng Yunjing's attention was fixed on Yi Wushuang,
while Yi Wushuang's gaze was absorbed by the red wooden box in her hands. This sparked a notion within Deng Fanqing's mind. Yi Wushuang had taken away Meng Yunjing,
so why shouldn't she seize what Yi Wushuang cherished in return?
Although she could not fathom why a mere blind box necklace held such significance.
Shattering Yi Wushuang's treasured possession and evoking feelings of disappointment and sorrow seemed rather delightful. Consider it a prelude to the feast for Yi Wushuang. Standing before Yi Wushuang's door, Deng Fanqing employed her master key to unlock it.
Swiftly entering, she closed the door and flicked on the light, quickly spotting the red wooden box atop the table.
"I may not know the password, but I came equipped with a knife."
Deng Fanqing drew forth a sharp dagger and thrust it down with force. After several vigorous jabs, a gaping hole appeared in the top of the rudimentary box, precisely as she had anticipated.
Regardless of the box's craftsmanship, it had fallen to be used as a champion blind box at the South Suburb racetrack.
She reached inside and extracted the letter, noticing that the seal had been broken.
Pulling out the missive, she scanned it briefly, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is this nonsense?
In a fit of annoyance, Deng Fanqing tore the letter into shreds,
scattering the remnants carelessly at her feet.
Next, she retrieved the necklace, placing it in her palm for a moment's scrutiny, her expression rife with disdain.
The necklace, both in design and material, was utterly inferior, unworthy of comparison with her usual Swarovski crystal adornments. It was evidently a trinket for the unrefined.
Someone from the countryside who had never encountered true elegance, finding such a lowly piece to be a treasure, how laughable. With no desire to keep the necklace for herself, she grasped the chain with both hands and, with a forceful tug, it snapped into two pieces.
"This is for competing with me for Meng Yunjing."
In a fit of rage, she tore the two pieces into four, and then the four into 8. When there was nothing left to shred, she discarded the scattered remnants onto the floor and stomped on them with force. Only then did her heart feel somewhat lighter.
departing from Yi Wushuang's room. She broke the master key in half and tossed it into the trash bin before leaving the Sunshine Hotel in a vehicle. In the restaurant, Su Chang had splurged extravagantly on an enormous king crab, treating Yi Wushuang and her 3 companions to a lavish feast. This left Su Chang and the others utterly dumbfounded. Will Yi Wushuang still race? Has she won the championship? She discovered that her door was ajar. Some hotel staff stood at the entrance, while others remained inside. A wooden box. Yi Wushuang's breath hitched as she hurried inside, her eyes falling upon a shattered wooden box, a pile of torn paper, and a scattering of broken necklaces. Her pupils constricted, the euphoria of joy swiftly eclipsed by a wave of sorrow that surged through her mind, rendering her lips pale and devoid of color. Miss Yi. A staff member attempted to call out to her. She was oblivious, kneeling on the floor, her trembling hands hastily gathering the remnants of paper into her palms. Yet, there was an abundance of debris, and as she continued to sift through it, a fragment of a shattered necklace came into view. This small piece bore a teardrop pendant. Gently, she lifted the pendant, her thumb brushing away the smudges upon its surface. Plop. Something slipped down her cheek, landing upon the teardrop. Plop. Outside, the rain began to fall as well. A gust of wind swept through the partially opened window, scattering the fragments of paper from her grasp. In a panic, she clutched at them, but not a single piece remained. Not one. Miss Yi, this is the hotel's oversight, and we extend our sincerest apologies. The hotel manager activated the surveillance video on his tablet, presenting it before Yi Wushuang. The footage clearly depicted Deng Fanqing incapacitating the cleaning lady and entering Yi Wushuang's room, subsequently leaving. As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace flickered in the manager's eyes. The Sunshine Hotel serves as a bridge between the world of assassins and the realm of the ordinary. Those who dare to create trouble within its walls are destined for dire consequences. I can handle this myself. Yi Wushuang rose to her feet. Clutching the solitary tear-shaped pendant in her palm, her exquisite visage betraying not a flicker of emotion. Yet, only she was aware of the tempestuous fury and bloodlust simmering beneath her tranquil exterior. The manager nodded. We respect Miss Ye's decision. Should she require anything? Please do not hesitate to inform us, we shall cooperate fully. Gun, Yi Wushuang uttered succinctly. What? The manager feigned ignorance. I want a gun, Yi Wushuang reiterated. The murderous intent glinting in her eyes compelled the manager to stand a fraction straighter, as he began to comprehend her profession. What is your name? He inquired. Lucifer. Boom! Outside the window behind Yi Wushuang, thunder erupted unexpectedly, and a sudden storm swept in, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Chapter 79, A Single Blade to the Gathering. Quelling the dark beasts, 1, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. All hotel staff, including the manager, stood upright, their hearts filled with an identical shock. Lucifer, known as the Queen, the foremost ace in the world of assassins. Not long ago, the organization she had pledged her loyalty to brutally murdered her brother, leading her to seek mutual destruction with the organization. It was said that she had perished in flames, her legend concluded. Yet, here she stood, in the guise of a mere high school girl, demanding a firearm from the Sunshine Hotel. May I have your password? A female attendant, adhering to protocol, inquired of Yi Wushuang. No need for identity verification, she is indeed the Queen, the manager interjected, halting his subordinate's actions. Before Yi Wushuang's arrival, he discerned several words from the fragments of paper, which read, handmade by siblings. Coupled with Yi Wushuang's emotional fluctuations, the answer became exceedingly apparent. Yi Wushuang is indeed Lucifer. And Lucifer embodies the essence of the Queen. The letter is a relic from her brother, while the necklace is a handcrafted gift from him. The calamity wrought by Deng Fanqing has rendered her beyond salvation, even by divine intervention. Lady Lucifer, please follow me to the basement, the manager gestured politely. She was determined not to allow the blood of those individuals to tarnish her sanctuary. With a stoic expression, she placed the pendant carefully and departed alongside the hotel manager. Inside the room, someone advised, do not bother picking up the remnants, the gust of wind has already scattered several pieces of paper beyond recovery. Even Lady Lucifer has relinquished hope.
Nearby, Yi Wushuang and the manager ascended in a private elevator, arriving at the basement located beneath the underground parking facility. The basement was brightly illuminated, its walls adorned with an assortment of firearms, while cabinets contained handguns, grenades, daggers, and other lightweight weaponry.
Venturing further in,
one could find grenade launchers and machine guns among heavier armaments. In addition to weaponry, the hotel offered tailored suits for men, evening gowns for women,
and a selection of car keys.
We have uncovered that Deng Fanqing is the daughter of the leader of the Black Man Gang.
After leaving the hotel, she proceeded to the gang's headquarters, the prosperous Era Bar.
Here is a 3D rendering of the bar, along with photographs and information regarding her father, Deng Shanfeng,
the gang leader.
After tapping a few times on his tablet, the manager presented it to Yi Wushuang.
The screen split in two, showcasing the bar's 3D layout on the left and Deng Shanfeng's photograph on the right.
Deng Shanfeng appeared as an unremarkable middle-aged man, his face marred by intersecting scars. His gaze fierce, a testament to a youth spent in violence. The details beneath the image meticulously outlined his profile, including weight, height, blood type, and personal phone number.
May I inquire which firearm has captured Lady Lucifer's interest?
I recommend this new model. The manager approached the wall, ready to elaborate, only to find Yi Wushuang had already moved on. The tablet was abandoned on the glass cabinet, where a handgun and a car key were conspicuously missing.
Just a single handgun? The manager expressed surprise, then chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with admiration and respect.
Indeed, for the ace assassin known as the Queen, a solitary handgun suffices.
The question remains, is the Black Man Gang prepared to welcome death? In the basement,
Yi Wushuang sat in the driver's seat and dialed the private number of the Black Man Gang leader, Deng Shanfeng. Within a mere 10 seconds, the call connected.
A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Who is this? I demand the life of your daughter. Will you deliver her, or shall I come to collect?
Yi Wushuang's words were succinct and her tone frigid. There was no hint of inquiry in her voice, for this was a unilateral decree she had issued.
After a brief pause, he inquired, Who are you?
Lucifer. A sharp sound followed, akin to a glass shattering on the floor. Deng Shanfeng fell into a prolonged silence, and after what felt like an eternity, he quivered as he asked, My daughter, Deng Fanqing, what has she done? Beep, beep, beep. Yi Wushuang hung up the phone, her gaze indifferent as she turned the car key and pressed the accelerator, bursting out of the underground garage and into the rainy night. At the Shangshur bar, Deng Shanfeng stared at the call interface on his phone, his mind buzzing.
The imposing demeanor he had just displayed was now replaced with panic and confusion. Boss, what happened?
His trusted aide inquired, stepping forward. Bring the young lady here.
Deng Shanfeng forced himself to appear composed. Understood, the aide nodded.
Before long, Deng Fanqing arrived, clutching a PSP gaming console. What did you do today, Dad?
Deng Shanfeng's heart raced.
I didn't do anything. If there is nothing else, I'll continue playing games, Deng Fanqing replied, absorbed in her device.
Blissfully unaware of her father's unusual behavior,
she assumed Yi Wushuang had finished her meal and discovered the masterpiece she had left behind. The mere thought of Yi Wushuang's devastated expression filled her with delight. Suddenly, Deng Shanfeng slapped her, sending her sprawling onto the sofa.
His voice a furious roar, If you did nothing, why would Lucifer want your life? Speak the truth.
The sudden escalation in her father's tone sent a shiver through Deng Fanqing, extinguishing her gaming enthusiasm.
Lucifer wants my life? Who is she? She stammered, sensing something was amiss.
Since her birth, her father had always maintained a calm and collected demeanor, wielding power over life and death, never exhibiting such frantic behavior.
Panic set in.
I merely knocked out a hotel maid, used a universal card to enter Yi Wushuang's room, ruined a necklace, and tore up a letter.
I didn't do anything else. She had neither committed murder nor set fires. Surely, a few tens of thousands could settle any issues that arose? Why would someone named Lucifer want her dead? What was written in the letter? Deng Shanfeng zeroed in on the crucial point. Upon hearing this,
the color drained from his face. He raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap across Deng Fanqing's face. After 2 strikes, her pigtails fell askew, and blood trickled from her mouth.
I remember telling you that the Black Man Gang reigns supreme in the underground world of Central South Province. Outside of it,
They are nothing, Deng Xianfeng paused, recalling past conversations. You also mentioned that as the leader of the Black Man Gang, you are but a mere village chief in the global underground realm. The true rulers of the dark world are an alliance formed by international assassin organizations. Deng Fanqing recalled her father's persistent attempts to forge connections within the assassin community. He often remarked that in the presence of those born from darkness, the most formidable enforcers of the Black Man Gang were akin to newborns, fragile and easily crushed. But what did this have to do with Lucifer? She was perplexed. Deng Xianfeng let out a low, hollow laugh, infused with despair, fear, and anger. He regarded his ignorant and pitiful daughter and calmly stated, Lucifer. The individuals from the assassin world refer to her as Queen, acknowledging her as the top ace. She has a younger brother she cherishes dearly, and everything she does is to protect his safety. 2 months ago, her brother was tortured to death by the organization. She single-handedly annihilated the entire group and subsequently vanished. 2 months later, my dear daughter, you tore up her brother's posthumous letter. As he reached the end of his statement, Deng Xianfeng could no longer maintain his facade of calmness. He seized his daughter's hair, yanking her from the sofa, forcing out through gritted teeth. And you also destroyed her necklace. Ah. Woo-woo. Deng Fanqing burst into tears from fright. Her father's demeanor and words shattered her composure, leaving her sobbing uncontrollably. Despite being his beloved daughter, Deng Xianfeng's heart softened momentarily, and he released her hair, his tone menacing, Lucifer will come for you. All you can do is tremble in fear. Go hide upstairs. Deng Xianfeng, having ruled over Central South Province for many years, would never allow his daughter to be handed over so easily on his territory. Moreover, many in the assassin world despised the queen. Why not take a chance to eliminate her, thereby establishing a reputation within that realm? As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, can it? Deng Fanqing felt a sense of relief wash over her as she hurried inside, yet her legs turned to jelly, causing her to stumble and kneel. Her figure a picture of disarray. Deng Xianfeng rummaged through the drawer for a sniper rifle, assembling it with precision. The young master cannot be reached. Deng Siyu is missing. He's probably off indulging himself, forget about him for now. Deng Xianfeng cursed his son inwardly. The bar was soon cleared out, and the luxury cars lingering outside gradually departed. The torrential rain continued, showing no signs of abating. After 15 minutes, a pitch-black sedan arrived at the entrance of the cold Shengshi bar. Yi Wushuang opened the car door and stepped out. The bar, which should have been bustling with noise, was unusually quiet, making her footsteps resound with an unsettling prominence. Yi Wushuang stood at the entrance of the bar, her mind inadvertently drifting to the contents of that letter. Sister, as if seeing you through the written word. She took a step forward, her left hand gripping a firearm, and entered the bar. With her first step inside, the icy muzzles of 2 handguns pressed against her temples from either side. Yi Wushuang's movements were swift and precise. With her right hand, she elevated the arm of the enemy on her right, while simultaneously delivering a side kick with her left leg, striking the wrist of the foe on her left. The enemy fired 2 shots, both of which missed their mark. I apologize for rendering you unconscious, I had no other choice. Seizing the moment, she used her left hand to execute a fatal shot to one adversary, then pivoted, driving her knee into the abdomen of the enemy on her right, eliminating him as she intercepted the handgun from his grasp. They have implanted a tracker in my heart, no matter where we attempt to flee. They will always be able to locate us. Yi Wushuang advanced forward. The concealed figure behind the supporting pillar took a breath, steadied his weapon, and anticipated Yi Wushuang's trajectory. He intended to fire as soon as Yi Wushuang came into his line of sight. However, after a brief moment of waiting, Yi Wushuang did not appear. In the next second, the back of his head was pressed against the muzzle of a gun. Yi Wushuang was behind him. This is not true freedom. Lucifer. Today marks your demise. A large contingent of fully armed individuals emerged ahead, with their leader shouting as they charged forward. Yi Wushuang executed a swift shot to the head of the man before her, delivering a forceful kick to his back, using the lifeless body as a shield against incoming fire. With dual pistols in hand, she unleashed a barrage of shots, swiftly dispatching the first wave of adversaries. For years, they had utilized me as leverage against you. As the shield-like corpse crumpled to the ground, Yi Wushuang performed a deft single-handed somersault. Narrowly evading a bullet that had been aimed at her for some time, her hair grazing the projectile as she passed.
Upon landing,
she delivered a powerful kick to one of the advancing foes, spinning around to strike another with equal ferocity, before firing 2 precise shots that sent them to their demise. Now, it was time to conclude this ordeal. Enemies surged from every direction, yet Yi Wushuang reloaded with a calm demeanor, as if strolling through her own garden, eliminating foes with a single shot each, front, back, and sideways. A burly man charged toward her, but she leaped, delivering a kick to his collarbone that sent him staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, her eyes brimming with lethal intent, she discharged her weapons continuously until they were empty.
Did you notice the necklace nearby?
Observing that Yi Wushuang's pistols had run dry, one of the assailants gleamed with delight, brandishing his assault rifle as he advanced.
Yi Wushuang crouched low,
executing a sweeping kick that brought her opponent crashing down. Seizing the rifle from his grasp, she half-squatted on the ground, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire upon the tide of enemies. Then, with a swift motion, she reversed the rifle behind her without a glance,
taking the life of its former owner.
I crafted that with my own hands, she mused, and I hope you can wear it and soar to distant heights. Pursuing what your heart truly desires, and attempting to love someone worthy of your affection. A crimson laser beam slowly crept from the wall, inching toward Yi Wushuang's face. Yi Wushuang propelled herself forward, leaping onto a load-bearing pillar. With a graceful backflip, she concealed herself behind a booth in the bar,
evading the sniper bullets that rained down from the second floor.
As her adversary's shots missed their mark, she swiftly rose, rifle in hand, and with a single shot,
shattered Deng Shanfeng's skull.
Thus, the core members of the Haimong gang, including their leader, were all eliminated. The bar returned to a serene silence. Yi Wushuang discarded her rifle and picked up a handgun, ascending the staircase with deliberate slowness.
Concealed within the room,
Deng Fanqing was acutely aware of the situation below through the indoor surveillance. She covered her mouth to stifle her screams, tears streaming down her hand, her body trembling uncontrollably. The core members of the gang were all dead, her father was dead.
The murderer was Yi Wushuang.
It was Lucifer.
It was the Queen.
Had she known of Yi Wushuang's dual identity, she would have undoubtedly refrained from provoking her in any circumstance.
Yi Wushuang ascended the stairs in search of her.
She yearned for escape. Yes, she desperately sought to flee. Yet, cursedly, her entire body felt weak, devoid of even the slightest strength to move.
Bang!
The door, firmly shut,
was forcefully kicked open by Yi Wushuang. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Deng Fanqing could no longer contain herself, screaming with all her might. Her eyes filled with terror as she gazed upon Yi Wushuang, as if she were beholding the specter of death. Yi Wushuang approached her.
She kept retreating.
Retreating until there was no further space to withdraw, finding herself cornered against the wall. Yi Wushuang raised her firearm.
Deng Fanqing shook her head, pleading desperately. That is merely a necklace. Bang!
Before she could finish her sentence, the wall erupted into a shower of debris. Yi Wushuang averted her indifferent gaze,
taking a step back before turning to leave. Chapter 81, I still long to hold you in my embrace. As Yi Wushuang descended the stairs, she encountered Bai Jinwu.
Bai Jinwu, armed and accompanied by his few subordinates, was on his way upstairs.
Upon seeing Yi Wushuang, he hurriedly inquired, "Miss Yi, are you unharmed? One of my subordinates mentioned seeing you enter a bar."
Bai Jinwu presumed that Yi Wushuang had been summoned to the bar by the young gang leader.
Deng see you.
Concerned that the Black Man gang might intend to harm her, he rose abruptly from the table and, accompanied by his brothers, rushed over. Yi Wushuang assisted him in the race. He could not stand idly by while she faced peril. However, the scene unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to his expectations. The bar was strewn with corpses, all belonging to the most central and nefarious members of the Black Man gang. "Everything is fine," Yi Wushuang spoke coldly,
her obsidian eyes devoid of emotion.
"What of the leader, Deng Shanfeng?" Bai Jinwu inquired, a strange feeling gnawing at him. He keenly sensed that something was amiss with Yi Wushuang. She was colder than before. Previously, she resembled ice, akin to a tempest of snow. Now, she embodied an abyss, an unfathomably chilling void.
"Deng Shanfeng is here."
Yi Wushuang cast a sidelong glance, kicking the lifeless body of Deng Shanfeng aside. The cold corpse tumbled down the stairs like a discarded soda can, lacking any semblance of dignity.
Wherever the body rolled, the subordinates recoiled in shock,
their eyes wide with disbelief. This signified that the leader of the Black Man Gang, who wielded power across the underground world of central and southern provinces, had been single-handedly vanquished by Yi Wushuang. From this day forth, the Black Man Gang is yours, Bai Zhenwu, you shall assume the mantle of authority. Yi Wushuang stood at a height, issuing her commands in a cold tone. She did not intend to instigate conflict. Yet she remained uncertain about the tasks the future system might assign her and the formidable forces she would encounter. Relying solely on her own strength, she could not ensure the safety of her family at all times. It was imperative to nurture a grand tree, allowing her family to find solace in its shade.
As for Bai Zhenwu, he was initially taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of surprise and unwavering loyalty. Yes, leader. The young girl before him was indeed the hidden powerhouse he had surmised from the very beginning. She single-handedly dismantled the Black Man Gang. The tides of power had shifted. And from that moment on, the underground dynasty of Central South Province would bear the surname Yi instead of Deng.
Yi Wushuang closed her lips, falling into a profound silence as she brushed past the crowd and exited the bar.
Her mind was devoid of thoughts, engulfed in an unsettling emptiness.
A chill coursed through her being. The manager and staff observed quietly from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. To her, her brother was an untouchable taboo, and his belongings represented the most sacred of taboos. Anyone in her position would struggle to regain composure in such a fleeting moment. Yet, was her departure not rather swift? A staff member marveled. It was an entire faction of the Black Man Gang, not merely a handful of insignificant miscreants.
Otherwise, why do you suppose she is called Queen?
The manager chuckled softly.
Surely, they need not inform her that Ji Shao awaits her in her room?
A staff member inquired. The manager's smile faltered. That esteemed gentleman had initially sought entry into the Queen's chamber, but they had obstructed him.
It was no jest.
The Queen's sanctum had already been breached by a stranger, resulting in the damage of her most treasured possession. They would rather face death than allow a second intruder.
Yet,
when that man had arrived, his opening remark had been a threat to expel the Sunshine Hotel from Xia country, leaving them utterly intimidated.
What could they do? He was equally despondent. After all, it was Jishan.
Not only did the president of Xia country treat him with utmost respect, but even among the international elite,
presidents and queens alike approached him with deference.
He was a king without a crown, one whom even the assassin world dared not provoke lightly. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, Jishan's assistant, Fengzhou, arrived, instructing them to review the surveillance footage from the presidential suite. Once the footage was played, a realization dawned upon him: Queen and Ji Shao shared a remarkably close bond. The Queen had spent several nights in Ji Shao's room. Hence, it was neither their place nor their right to impose any restrictions. A queen of the underworld and a king of the daylight realm, they seemed quite well matched indeed. The manager mused. In the corridor, Yi Wushuang arrived at her door, drowsily retrieving her room card. The moment she opened the door, she noticed that the lights were on inside and someone was present. With a swift motion, she lifted her eyelids, her eyes filled with an overwhelming killing intent, however.
Upon recognizing the figure as Jishan, she froze in place.
Jishan's voice was as magnetic and melodious as ever, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He sat earnestly at the table, piecing together a letter that had been torn to shreds by Deng Fanqing.
Beside the letter lay an intact teardrop pendant necklace.
Without pausing to think, she strode over and examined the necklace in her palm with great scrutiny. You affixed it, she said, her voice hoarse. The fracture of the necklace bore evident signs of repair.
It wasn't me who repaired it, Jishan replied, lowering his gaze to continue assembling the letter.
I had Fengzhou take it to a professional at a jewelry shop. He certainly isn't capable of such feats.
This letter.
Yi Wushuang turned her attention to the nearly reconstructed letter on the table, her vision becoming misty. She recalled how the strong wind had blown away several pieces. She had given up hope, yet Jishan seemed to perform a magic trick, bringing every single fragment back together. A glimmer flickered in Jishan's narrow, dark eyes. Given Yi Wushuang's character, it was unreasonable for her to carelessly discard trash. Finding it peculiar and intriguing, he had taken the scraps upstairs.
By the time he ascended, Yi Wushuang was no longer at the hotel. After some negotiation, he finally entered her room. The scene inside caused his pupils to constrict. The manager had informed him that someone had broken into Yi Wushuang's room and destroyed her belongings. She had gone to address the matter. He immediately instructed Feng Jiu to take the broken necklace for repair while he collected the fragments to piece them together. He had seen Yi Wushuang's tender expression towards the wooden box from a distance at the south suburb racetrack. This item held extraordinary significance for her. She must be heartbroken. He could not bear to see her in sorrow. Though it could not be restored to its original state entirely, the inscriptions and content remained relatively clear. You. Jishin removed his glasses, stood up, and turned to face Yi Wushuang. Before he could finish speaking, she leaped into his embrace. She stood on her tiptoes, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck, not uttering a single word. Before long, he felt a dampness spreading across his back. She was crying, silently, yet profoundly. Jishin's peripheral vision caught sight of the assembled letter. He was unaware of who Wuchen was. He did not know where the old place was. He also had no idea what they had coerced Yi Wushuang into doing. Just as he did not comprehend why the well-documented, obedient girl from the countryside transformed into a cold, formidable, nearly omnipotent female assassin. Nevertheless, Jishin extended his long arm, encircling Yi Wushuang's waist, and closed his eyes. I still wish to hold you in my embrace. Chapter 82, Returning to Fania, the surprise and emotion of Class 7. This embrace lasted for 10 minutes. After what seemed like an adequate release of emotion, Yi Wushuang loosened her hold on Jishin and bent down to pick up the letter he had painstakingly pieced together. The shadows of disappointment in her heart dissipated, her dark pupils clearing significantly. Have you cried enough? Jishin inquired, standing beside her, his beautiful eyebrows curving gently. Yi Wushuang's body stiffened, her voice slightly hoarse as she feebly defended herself. I did not cry. She was a queen, Lucifer herself, bleeding yet shedding no tears. Never prone to weeping or wailing. Was it so? Perhaps I was merely hallucinating. Jishin let out a soft chuckle, choosing not to expose the girl's clumsy lie. He retrieved a beautifully crafted, expensive silver box from the drawer. It was too late to custom make a wooden box of the same kind. So he decided to place the item here for the time being. Yi Wushuang carefully folded the letter and placed it inside, along with the necklace. Observing this, Jishin inquired in a low, somber tone, will you not wear the necklace? The letter from Wuchen expressed a desire for her to don the necklace, to pursue her passions, and to love someone worthy of her affection. The necklace was not merely an ornament, it embodied his essence, bore witness to his sentiments, and served as his blessing. Yet, the blood of others would tarnish its purity. Yi Wushuang gently shook her head, feeling an internal resistance. Were she an ordinary person, she would have adorned herself with the necklace. But she was not, she was an assassin, born of darkness, unable to bask in the light or behold the sun. Her blood was tainted, as was that of her enemies. Any blood would sully this pristine token. You shall not stain it. Jishin retrieved the necklace and, bending down, fastened it around Yi Wushuang's neck with his own hands, his gentle tone laced with an undeniable authority. He surmised that this was Wuchen's intention. The words that reached her from above rendered Yi Wushuang motionless as she reached for the teardrop pendant resting upon her collarbone, caressing it tenderly. You ought to become a speaker. Yi Wushuang was persuaded, and her emotions became incredibly tranquil and soothing as she adorned herself with the necklace. It felt as if her brother were still by her side. We should head to the restaurant for a meal. Let us go, Jishin remarked with a smile, making his way towards the door. Yi Wushuang acquiesced. Although she had dined, the exertion of dealing with the Black Man gang had left her famished. She quickened her pace to match Jishin's, only to raise her gaze and discover the back of his luxurious white shirt, damp and crumpled. Yi Wushuang. Just take a piece of tofu and knock her dead. The next day, after the torrential rain, the sun shines brilliantly. Yi Wushuang awoke in her chamber, and the very first thing her eyes sought was the condition of the small silver box upon her desk. Noticing that the box remained unscathed and undisturbed in its original position, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Beside her, Jishin had already roused from slumber. Leaning against the headboard, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles, diligently signing an Arabic document on his tablet. Yi Wushuang raised her brow slightly. Firstly,
She felt that Jishin was indeed capable of mastering various styles. With his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he exuded an air of scholarly restraint and meticulousness. Secondly, it was due to the Arabic document before her, he seemed to possess a remarkable proficiency in numerous languages.
Am I attractive?
He inquired after signing the document. Lifting his gaze to meet hers, his elongated, profound eyes sparkling with mirth. Yi Wushuang averted her eyes and shifted the topic.
Did you find the bed comfortable?
Last night, Jishin had not opted for the reserved presidential suite but had chosen to stay in her single room. Citing his curiosity about the sensation of sleeping in that bed. It's tolerable, he replied, the corners of his thin lips curving upwards.
Buzz. Yi Wushuang's phone vibrated.
It was a call from teacher Su Chang. Acknowledging the call, Yi Wushuang hung up, got out of bed to freshen up, and prepared to head out.
Do you need to buy anything? Jishin inquired.
Yi Wushuang found the sound of the counterfeit device to be excessively loud, making it quite challenging for him to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two individuals.
He nodded and said, I shall bring some items for everyone in Class 7.
And also send some local specialties to my parents and brother.
Coincidentally, Teacher Su had just awarded her the prize money for the mathematics competition. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
Yi Wushuang, Meng Yunjing, Ai Yanqi, Song Yifan, and Su Chang arrived at the Yen City bus station. Here, they would inevitably part ways.
Song Yifan spoke with a hint of melancholy.
The experience of participating in the municipal mathematics competition had been quite unforgettable. Whether it was the formidable and aloof Yi Wushuang, the refined and gentle Meng Yunjing, the endearing and diligent Ai Yanqi, or the earnest Su Chang, each had left a lasting impression. We all have each other's contact information, let us remember to keep in touch. Ai Yanqi exclaimed, shaking her phone.
Meng Yunjing nodded and turned to gaze at Yi Wushuang.
Their days of fighting side by side had come to a temporary halt. He needed to put in more effort to secure another opportunity to stand alongside her in the future.
May fate bring us together again.
With a heavy bag on her back, Yi Wushuang hailed a taxi bound for Fania. It was the time when classes were dismissed at Fania. The students of Class 7 busied themselves with organizing their textbooks, sighing in unison. How dull it is without the queen around. Jian Zhaoyang slumped over his desk,
lacking the energy to engage. Yi Wushuang is to them a leader, a beacon of aspiration.
In her absence, they yearn for her presence and strive diligently in their studies, hoping to follow her more closely in the future.
Yi Wushuang's cool voice resonated in the ears of the students in Class 7. Queen! The students suddenly perked up, encircling Yi Wushuang.
Jian Zhaoyang, here is the gaming console you entrusted me to purchase. Yi Wushuang handed over the item to Jian Zhaoyang.
Thank you, Queen.
Jian Zhaoyang accepted the gaming console, feeling a surge of delight within.
The Queen is truly wonderful.
The other students murmured,
a mix of envy and bitterness swirling within them.
If only they had also reached out to the Queen.
However,
it seemed that the relationship between the leader and the queen was a touch more intimate than theirs.
The bitterness was overwhelming.
Tears were nearly at the brink.
Jin Xiaoyu, your trendy pen, Zhang Qiaoqiao, your diary, Wang.
Yi Wushuang unpacked the various items from her bags, arranging them meticulously on the table while reciting their names. She remained oblivious to the astonished and touched gazes surrounding her. These items had never been privately discussed with the queen. They were merely mentioned in passing during casual conversations in class or within their group chats. The queen had never engaged in idle chatter with them, and thus, they were taken aback by this unexpected gesture.
The remaining classmates appeared disinterested in the items.
So I suggested we enjoy the snacks I had brought together. Yi Wushuang took out the last snack. The students in the back row, who were rather shy in nature, lifted their heads, their eyes reddened. They had not been forgotten. Outside the classroom of Class 7,
the other students who had hurried over upon hearing the news were truly taken aback.
What kind of celestial being is Yi Wushuang? Is it too late for her to transfer to Class 7? Jian Zhaoyang gazed at the pristine game console in his hands, a silent smile gracing his lips. He recalled that his initial impression of Yi Wushuang resembled a lake eternally frozen, impervious to the howling north wind that could not stir even the slightest ripple.
In hindsight, this perception was indeed accurate.
She truly embodied that frozen lake, yet beneath the ice, flowed waters warmer than the chill above. Chapter 83, The Dance Queen with 6 million fans arrives before long. The preparatory bell for class rang. Jian Zhaoyang suddenly remembered something and inquired of Yi Wushuang. Seated before him, Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since you last logged on to battlefield action. Has Leo not reached out to you? Leo? The enigmatic benefactor who had invested 50 million to aid the Queen in securing victory during the Best Female Gaming Companion selection, had not contacted her since. However, Yi Wushuang had been occupied with the Mathematics Olympiad in Zheng City, leaving her little time for gaming. Did Leo not feel somewhat aggrieved? This thought seemed to awaken Yi Wushuang. She retrieved her phone, opened the companion app, and navigated to her chat interface with Leo. Their conversation remained frozen in time. Harking back to the night they first teamed up for a game. He hasn't contacted me, Yi Wushuang murmured, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She struggled to comprehend why Leo had not reached out. The prolonged silence had nearly caused her to forget the matter entirely. It seemed prudent for her to periodically check the companion app to avoid missing Leo's messages. Perhaps he was simply too busy. Someone capable of investing 50 million surely possessed a remarkable identity. As long as he held no resentment towards the Queen, that was sufficient for Jian Zhaoyang. Thank you, Yi Wushuang said, her gaze flickering with a hint of warmth. Jian Zhaoyang was concerned for her well-being. But what was there to thank him for? By the way, Your Majesty, if you have nothing pressing today, I suggest you avoid the new teaching building. It will be quite congested. Why? Because the most popular creator in the Sea Station dance zone, a little star, is coming to Fania to shoot a vlog. A look of confusion appeared on Yi Wushuang's exquisite face. She was unaware of who a little star was. However, she had some understanding of Sea Station, which is currently the most popular and influential video platform among the youth in Xia country. The platform encompasses a myriad of categories, including animation, film and television, music, dance, lifestyle, beauty, and more. Noticing Yi Wushuang's lack of knowledge, Jian Zhaoyang widened her eyes slightly. A little star? The Queen doesn't know? Her real name is Lu Xinyue. And she also attended Fanio School, having graduated several years ago. We should refer to her as senior. Her academic performance was average. And the university she was admitted to through the college entrance examination was likewise unremarkable. However, she began filming dance videos quite early on, showcasing impressive editing skills. Now, she boasts over 6 million followers on Sea Station, making her the leading figure in the dance category and quite renowned. Her visit to Fanios is to shoot a vlog about her alma mater, with the new teaching building as the chosen location. There will be numerous students seeking her autograph, resulting in considerable congestion in that area. Yi Wushuang nodded, acknowledging the information. She seldom ventured to the new teaching building. Boss, I notice you frequently browse the dance section on Sea Station. Aren't you going to seek an autograph from young Xinyue? Don't be shy, a boy with a buzz cut interjected, his tone somewhat insistent. Get lost, Jian Zhaoyang retorted with an eye roll. I visit the dance section solely to find the street dance performances of the Phoenix dance troupe, not to admire Yang Xinyue. Yang Xinyue's street dance performances often featured revealing outfits and occasionally flirted with suggestive themes, purportedly offering, translates to otaku benefits, while her actual dance skills were rather mediocre. I adore the Phoenix dance troupe as well, the boy exclaimed passionately. Phoenix, transliterated as Phoenix, literally means immortal bird or phoenix. The Phoenix dance troupe was established a year ago by a mysterious girl with black hair. Her true name remains unknown to all. During her participation in the World Street Dance Competition, she went by the stage name Nameless. No one is aware of her appearance, as she competed in the individual category while wearing a mask. According to her philosophy, dance should emphasize the dancer's movements rather than their physical appearance. In the individual competition, she showcased her extraordinary street dance skills, defeating a highly popular and visually appealing champion contestant. Following the competition, she founded the Phoenix Dance Troupe, exclusively recruiting world-class street dancers and those brimming with potential. The troupe's regulations explicitly state that members must wear masks during any events or competitions, ensuring that the audience's attention remains solely on the dance movements. This distinctive style, combined with its hardcore essence, attracted numerous elite street dancers to join. Within just a year, the Phoenix dance troupe has secured every notable street dance competition trophy worldwide. Moreover, many celebrities have sought collaboration with the Phoenix dance troupe, commissioning them for choreography or joint performances. The troupe's reputation has gradually permeated public consciousness, elevating its status within the realm of street dance. Enthusiasts of street dance would not overlook the Phoenix.
In truth, I am more curious about when the founder and leader of the Phoenix dance troupe, the enigmatic girl with black hair known as Nameless, will reappear.
Jian Zhaoyang mused to himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Nameless stood right before him.
Yi Wushuang is none other than Wuming.
Yi Wushuang's foray into street dance was motivated by her younger brother, Wuchen. Due to the limited nutrition available in the impoverished slums, Wuchen had been frail and sickly since childhood, lacking agility in running and jumping. 2 years prior, he developed a fondness for a street dance troupe of considerable skill. Admiring their effortless grace and vigor, he followed their journey into the finals of a street dance competition, only to see them falter due to their lack of popularity and charm, resulting in a disappointing dissolution. This became a lingering regret in his heart. In an era where appearances hold significant sway, possessing good looks can indeed open many doors. Thus, Yi Wushuang took action. For someone as nimble and agile as a skilled assassin, as long as one has a good sense of rhythm, street dance becomes a trivial endeavor. She donned a mask and adopted the alias Nameless, ultimately clinching the championship title in the second annual street dance competition. Simultaneously, leveraging her newfound acclaim, she established the Phoenix dance troupe, revitalizing and expanding the group her brother once admired. Having achieved her goals, she retreated into the shadows. For her initial foray into this realm was solely to console her brother. Meanwhile, at Fania Academy, a luxurious silver business vehicle, worth millions, was parked at the entrance. The driver exited and opened the rear door for the occupant. A woman, aged 23. Adorned with a floral crown and dressed in a white Lolita ensemble complemented by black leather shoes, stepped out. With a fresh-faced, natural makeup look and slightly bold red lips, she held a selfie stick in one hand and waved at the camera with the other, exclaiming, "Hello, hello. Little star has arrived at her alma mater. Let me show you the school's plaque. In this vlog with 6 million followers, besides showcasing my school, I also want to film an adorable street dance video." Chapter 84, Is your entire class 7 mentally impaired? After speaking to the camera, her expression abruptly shifted to one of disdain and impatience. "Since I'm already here, I can't be bothered to turn back," she said, tossing the camera to her female assistant with a brusque tone. "Take this." The assistant hurriedly caught the camera, realizing it was still recording, and panicked. "Xin, Sister Xin, you forgot to stop the recording." Much like many influencers and celebrities, Yang Xinyue maintained a facade, presenting a pristine image while concealing her true nature. Those around her were well aware of her outward innocence and the profanities she uttered in private. A side of her that was certainly not meant for the vlog. What does it matter? Can't they edit it out later? It's such a bright day, where's the umbrella? Yang Xinyue's frustration mounted. The assistant hastily adjusted the camera, holding an umbrella in her left hand while wielding a mini fan in her right to keep her cool. But she stumbled, lightly bumping into Yang Xinyue. In a swift motion, Yang Xinyue shoved her assistant, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her voice sharp with reproach, "Are you blind? If you don't want to work, just leave." I'm sorry, Sister Xin, it was unintentional," the assistant stammered. Quickly rising and bowing in apology, tears welling in her eyes as she felt the sting of gravel against her palm. Yang Xinyue scoffed and entered the campus. Upon reaching the new teaching building, she resumed recording, her expression transforming into one of exaggerated innocence and charm. "Wow, the new teaching building is so beautiful and grand. I remember attending classes in the old building." She decided to show them the old building, which had yet to be demolished. As she revisited the place, a sense of nostalgia washed over her, prompting her to temporarily divert from her plan and explore the old teaching building. The assistant, hesitant to speak up, followed her silently. They traversed through a small grove and arrived at the dilapidated old teaching building, its walls peeling and the ground overrun with weeds, creating an eerie atmosphere. "What a splendid location!" Yang Xinyue exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "This is the perfect spot for the street dance video." With years of video production experience, She understood the significance of the backdrop for her content.
Such a naturally raw environment would enhance the unique ambience of the video, eliminating the need for elaborate indoor set designs.
It appeared that a Class 7 was currently in session inside. The assistant pointed toward the students and their teacher.
Class 7?
According to Fania's rankings, they are merely a group of underachievers, Yang Xinyue scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain.
Being so mediocre, they can only be confined here.
Much like a quarantine for a contagious disease. Unbeknownst to her, under Yi Wushuang's guidance, Class 7 had transformed into a top-tier class. She was also unaware that the school had contemplated renovating the old building but chose against it, considering Class 7 would soon graduate and the building met safety standards.
The lighting is perfect. Let's kick them out.
I want to shoot a version of the street dance both inside and outside the classroom, then edit them together later. Yang Xinyue thought, her mind racing with ideas for filming and editing.
Kick them out?
The assistant's eyes widened slightly. But they're in their final year.
The upcoming college entrance exam is crucial. It wouldn't be appropriate to disrupt their studies. What else?
The only classroom in the entire building that is clean and tidy is Class 7's. The other rooms are dusty and filled with cobwebs.
I don't have time to wait for you to tidy them up.
Yang Xinyue shot a glance at the sky, her tone sharp as she urged her assistant.
Why aren't you moving?
The assistant hesitated, clearly troubled, before finally approaching the door of Class 7.
She knocked. The teacher paused the lesson, asking, "Is there something you need?"
The assistant steeled herself. "Hello, I am the assistant of the seaside blogger Little Star. She wishes to borrow your classroom to film a dance video."
Would everyone be able to cooperate?
The moment these words left her mouth, the students in Class 7 exchanged confused glances.
Why was she here in the old building instead of the new one? And now she wanted to borrow their classroom for a dance video? Weren't they supposed to be studying?
I'm sorry, but we are currently preparing for the college entrance exam, and we cannot accommodate this request, the teacher kindly suggested. Perhaps you could schedule a weekend or a holiday to come back when the classroom is free.
Preparing for the college entrance exam? What good would it do for a bunch of underachievers?
Yang Xinyue stepped to the classroom door, crossing her arms defiantly, her brow furrowed in scorn. A weekend?
Do you believe my time is worthless? Do you understand how busy a blogger with 6 million followers is? How many brands are waiting for me to collaborate?
The teacher's expression soured, and the students' gazes shifted uneasily. They recalled that Little Star always projected a cute and innocent persona in her seaside videos, yet here she was, so. I must emphasize that my filming at Fania not only serves to gather material for myself but also promotes Fania, potentially increasing your enrollment. It would be wise not to be ungrateful.
Even the teacher couldn't help but mentally applaud her audacity. Outside the classroom,
Yang Xinyue stared at the door mere millimeters from her nose, momentarily taken aback before banging on it furiously. You idiots!
Open this door. Is your entire Class 7 mentally impaired? The reason I ask you to cooperate is that I value you. Do you have any self-awareness?
Class 7 ignored her. At this moment, their priority was indeed preparing for the college entrance exam. To them, she was merely a clown to observe from a distance. Having spent an extended period in the company of Yi Wushuang, their hearts had also grown bolder.
Yang Xinyue's hand ached from her incessant knocking.
Yet the door remained steadfastly closed. It felt as though she had struck her fist into a mound of cotton, leaving her thoroughly dissatisfied.
Forget it. I shan't dwell on the ignorance of the foolish, she declared. Assistant, play some music. Glancing at the sky,
she sought an appropriate location to record a version of street dance. Yes, the assistant complied, and Yang Xinyue donned a charming Lolita dress,
performing her dance in front of the old teaching building.
Students from Class 7, with merely a glance upward, could witness the spectacle through the windows. The attire she wore was ill-suited for street dance, and coupled with her lackluster and soft movements, the overall impression could only be described as a visual assault. A fortune was offered for a pair of eyes that had yet to behold Yang Xinyue's street dance.
A prompt resonated in Yi Wushuang's ears, signaling the system's notification. Ding! Trial task issued. Trial task: 6 Teach a Little Star to dance hip-hop. Today marked the 3rd day since the triumph in the mathematical Olympiad, coinciding with the issuance of a new task by the system. In Chapter 85, titled Online Bullying Against Yi Wushuang, this new trial task left Yi Wushuang furrowing her brow, filled with perplexity. The little star in question was Yang Xinyue, the reigning queen of the dance section with 6 million followers. Was she truly expected to teach Yang Xinyue hip-hop? Though she was committed to completing any task assigned, she pondered the criteria that would deem the teaching successful. Yi Wushuang looked up and glanced at Yang Xinyue, who was dancing and recording a video to the rhythm of a popular foreign song. Her brows furrowed even tighter. Yang Xinyue was performing a dance from a recently trending music video, choreographed by the Phoenix dance troupe, which featured a high level of technical difficulty that required a solid foundation in street dance to master. Despite her years of activity in the dance section of C Station as an amateur content creator, Yang Xinyue lacked the professionalism needed for such a demanding performance. Aside from her incongruous Lolita dress, Yi Wushuang found her movements rather lacking. It seemed that Yang Xinyue was more concerned with the risk of inadvertently lifting her skirt to reveal her undergarments and bending too deeply, exposing her cleavage, than with the intricacies of street dance technique. Yi Wushuang's brows were nearly merging into a single line. Was she engaging in street dancing or merely flaunting her allure? It appeared that this trial task was proving to be somewhat more troublesome than previous ones. Half an hour later, the class bell rang. Meanwhile, Yang Xinyue had also completed the recording of her street dance video. Sitting gracefully in her chair, sipping water and crossing her legs, she inquired of her female assistant. "Have you managed to contact the professional instructor from the Phoenix dance troupe that I asked you to reach out to?" It seemed that as her fan base expanded, so too did the number of critics, each eager to point out her flaws. They claimed she lacked professionalism and was merely indulging in suggestive performances, which could be detrimental to her reputation. She needed to devise a strategy to silence the naysayers, perhaps by finding a mentor and learning a few moves to placate the critics. Not yet, the bookings for the Phoenix dance troupe instructors are exceedingly numerous. Her assistant replied cautiously. "Shall we consider engaging a different street dance instructor instead?" As Yi Wushuang approached, she happened to overhear the remark about changing the street dance instructor. She stood before Yang Xinyue, her exquisite face devoid of expression, her tone calm. "I can be your teacher." The air seemed to pause momentarily. Yang Xinyue turned to her assistant, bewildered. "Am I hallucinating? Did you hear what she just said?" The assistant, breaking into a cold sweat, replied, "Yi Wushuang said she could be your teacher." Yang Xinyue scoffed, not even glancing at Yi Wushuang, and inquired of her assistant, "How many fans do I have?" 6 million. "And how many does she have?" "I'm not sure, but it's probably not as many as yours." The assistant felt a pang of embarrassment. Yang Xinyue was undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures in the street dance scene of Huaxia. Then relay this message to her. She should take a good look in the mirror and see if she is worthy. With that, Yang Xinyue left, her beautiful face etched with scorn. How dare a worthless underachiever shamelessly proclaim to be her teacher? She wouldn't even consider having her as a pet. The assistant, glancing at Yi Wushuang, pondered but refrained from uttering harsh words. Instead, she bowed apologetically, shouldered her bags, and hurried to catch up with Yang Xinyue. Yang Xinyue turned back and slapped her assistant. "Useless, can't even deliver a message?" The assistant hurriedly apologized as they drifted further apart. Wow, a little star has such a terrible attitude toward her assistant. The persona of a gracious celebrity is truly untrustworthy. Jian Zhaoyang approached, feeling as though his worldview had been reshaped. He asked Yi Wushuang, "Your Majesty, why the sudden desire to become Yang Xinyue's teacher? Do you even know street dance?" "Just a little," Yi Wushuang replied. As the class concluded, it was dismissal time. She opened her laptop in her guest room, logging into C Station to search for videos related to Yang Xinyue's online persona, a little star. The results displayed videos with impressive view counts, often in the range of 3 to 4 million, with the highest surpassing 10 million. A common theme among these videos was their overtly sensual thumbnails. In the thumbnails, Yang Xinyue could be seen either sprawled on the floor with her backside prominently displayed, or leaning against a balcony in a loose men's shirt that revealed her pale thighs, several buttons undone, exposing a considerable portion of her chest. Clicking on the videos, the content proved monotonously similar, aside from varying background music.
Yang Xinyue's movements skirted the edge of propriety, relying heavily on her striking appearance, commendable physique, and the effects of filters. Without these four elements, she might not even surpass a high school student. Yi Wushuang suddenly felt a profound sense of responsibility.
Around 8 o'clock in the evening,
Yang Xinyue uploaded a vlog showcasing her alma mater, along with a street dance performance in front of the old teaching building of Fania Academy.
As a prominent blogger,
she possesses a remarkably professional team, enabling her to edit and publish content at a significantly faster pace than lesser-known creators. Yi Wushuang clicked in and discovered that the number of concurrent viewers had surpassed 70,000. This signified that at least 70,000 individuals were glued to their screens,
eagerly awaiting Yang Xinyue's video updates. The popularity was indeed substantial.
The video views surged at a visible pace, with metrics such as comments, likes, dislikes, shares,
and favorites all on the rise. The comments and bullet chats reflected a stark polarization.
Forever following the little star, this time, star's Lolita street dance is absolutely fabulous, adorable, cool,
and alluring. Peach Blossom, I'm dying of laughter, the lingerie queen has released another video, doesn't it surpass the excitement of those Japanese films?
The title lingerie queen was an epithet for Yang Xinyue, attributed to her penchant for revealing her chest in underwear during performances, a label used by those who despised her. I love Star, stop being jealous, if you have the skills, go dance, if not, don't whine, do you think our fan club is lifeless?
Chow family's third master, who would envy a blogger who only knows how to flaunt?
I simply cannot tolerate her tarnishing the dance community's reputation. As the two factions engaged in a heated argument, someone announced that little star Yang Xinyue had begun a live stream.
Everyone rushed into the live room,
and Yi Wushuang followed suit. A wave of discomfort washed over her as she recalled the humiliating scene of being left outside the classroom by Yang Xinyue. Yang Xinyue's expression was indescribable. She exaggeratedly lamented, "This junior said my street dance looks like I have epilepsy, all my fans must be blind and foolish. And she claims to be so formidable, wanting me to worship her as my teacher, it made me cry." By the end of her speech,
she truly spoke with a quivering voice, utterly aggrieved.
The fans in the live room erupted with inquiries about the identity of this junior.
Please don't ask me. How could I reveal her name as Yi Wushuang? I must protect her privacy. Oh dear, how did I let that slip? Just pretend you didn't hear it.
Yang Xinyue feigned innocence.
Chapter 86, A Little Star, Come In and Learn. Yang Xinyue had intentionally exposed Yi Wushuang's real name as a form of punishment. Following her slip, the fans' fury reached a boiling point.
They were well aware that Yang Xinyue's high school was the prestigious Yanshi Faniao Academy, and naturally, Yi Wushuang was a student there as well.
With her real name now disclosed, it would be effortless to create trouble for Yi Wushuang. Yang Xinyue seized the opportunity to play the victim. Is my street dance really that terrible? To be compared to epilepsy? Recently,
the comments on my videos have been rife with insults. I am genuinely worried I cannot persevere. I feel like I am on the verge of depression. How could she utter such words? The fans were heartbroken, flooding the bullet chat with comforting messages and showering her with gifts.
Thank you all, without your support,
I would not have come this far. Yang Xinyue had become addicted to this act of self-pity. People say all my fans are lewd men, but I completely disagree. Regardless of appearance or physique, everyone possesses a gentle and kind heart, and they are the most precious treasures in this world. As long as you are here,
I will dance for you every day. I, a little star, exist solely to dance for you.
This heartfelt declaration moved everyone in the live room to tears. Gifts amounting to thousands, even tens of thousands, poured in for Yang Xinyue.
The bullet chat echoed with a remarkable unanimity.
Forever following the little star, I vow to honor the star in this life, using my fervor to support her reign. I love Star, I vow to honor the star in this life, using my fervor to support her reign. Stars are little angels, I vow to honor the star in this life, using my fervor to support her reign.
In merely 10 minutes, Yang Xinyue's back-end revenue exceeded 200,000.
She tearfully thanked everyone, then closed the live stream, turning away with a face full of disdain. The money from those pathetic otakus is so easy to earn. The female assistant standing nearby opened her mouth to say something but ultimately fell silent.
G Family Villa.
Yi Wushuang gazed at the now-closed livestream,
feeling as though she had just witnessed a performance by monkeys at the zoo.
She remained undaunted by the impending online harassment.
Lowering her eyelids,
she contemplated the most effective approach to fulfill her trial task. To teach young Xinyue how to dance street style, she first needed to showcase her own dance. Thus, she decided to film a street dance video in a similar style, upload it to Station C, and tag Yang Xinyue, hoping she would watch attentively and learn diligently. As her heart stirred with determination, Yi Wushuang grasped her phone and made her way to the garage. She watched the original dance performed by Yang Xinyue several times before commencing her own practice. Having secured the title of individual champion at the World Street Dance Championship, she had not danced street style in quite some time, and her movements felt somewhat rusty. She needed to regain her rhythm.
Given that this would be an instructional video, the quality had to be exceptional.
She practiced repeatedly, the serene garage resonating only with the sound of her shoes striking the floor. This was her habit, to avoid allowing her appearance to overshadow the performance, directing the audience's attention to the dance itself.
The regulations of the Phoenix dance troupe echoed this principle. However, wearing a mask might prevent young Xinyue from recognizing or acknowledging her.
After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Wushuang stored away her mask and began recording her dance. During the first attempt, she noticed the lighting was inadequate and decided to redo it.
On the second try,
she realized she had made a mistake, prompting yet another recording. She was determined to achieve perfection. Unbeknownst to her, the moon had risen above the treetops.
Ji Xiao,
observing Miss Yi dancing in the garage, found that his car could not be parked. Fengjiu gently applied the brakes, a hint of surprise in his tone. Has Miss Yi begun dancing hip-hop after excelling in chess, gaming, piano, mathematics, and racing?
And it seems she dances quite well?
He opted to wait outside until she finished. Jishin, his voice deep, lowered the car window. Under the moonlight, his handsome face appeared even more noble and captivating.
Leaning against the window,
he supported his cheek with his hand, gazing at Yi Wushuang, his eyes filled with a gentle, starry warmth. The young girl in the garage seemed engrossed in recording her street dance video, her demeanor serious, oblivious to their return.
She tirelessly repeated her choreography,
her limbs embodying a harmonious blend of strength and grace, her waist fluid, as if even her hair danced alone. How many good deeds must he have performed in his past life to encounter such an exceptional young woman in this one?
20 minutes later, Yi Wushuang concluded her recording, satisfied with one of the takes.
As she finished using the garage, Fengjiu parked the car inside, and the two stepped out.
How long have you been waiting? Yi Wushuang asked, her dark eyes shimmering with a hint of embarrassment. I just got home and was about to ask when you would finish.
So we could go in for dinner, Jishin replied with a low chuckle, subtly shifting the topic.
The two walked side by side into the villa,
their shadows elongated by the light. Before bed, Yi Wushuang leaned against the headboard, registering on C Station to become a blogger, uploading her recorded video. When it came time to finalize the video title, she contemplated briefly before typing a line, "A little star, come in and learn." Jishin caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, his brow slightly raised.
The following day,
Yi Wushuang awoke and first touched the tear-shaped pendant hanging around her neck, ensuring it was still there. Her gaze then fell upon the silver box resting quietly on her bedroom table, filled with letters. A profound sense of reassurance enveloped her as she proceeded to freshen up and step outside. On her way, Yi Wushuang retrieved her phone and logged into Platform C, only to discover that the video she had posted the previous night had garnered over 100,000 views. This remarkable figure was predominantly attributed to the fans of Yang Xinyue, who fervently searched for any content related to their idol. Furthermore, the provocative title she had chosen undoubtedly piqued their curiosity, compelling them to click and investigate further.
Initially,
Yang Xinyue's fans approached the video with the hope that it would be a humorous skit, but after merely 20 seconds, they realized it was a dance tutorial,
igniting their ire as they promptly closed the video.
After all, their idol reigns supreme in the dance section of Platform C, how could anyone presume to teach her? The audacity of leveraging her fame so brazenly was intolerable. They were eager to uncover the identity of this presumptuous individual, only to be taken aback when they discovered the video creator's username, Yi Wushuang.
Wasn't this the same person who had previously ridiculed their idol's dancing as akin to a seizure and insulted the fans as blind and foolish? Having not yet sought vengeance,
she had inadvertently drawn their ire on Platform C, and they felt it would be a grave injustice not to retaliate.
After venting their frustrations in the comments section, they proceeded to inundate Yi Wushuang's private messages with their vitriol. Yi Wushuang gazed at the private message from 99, her expression unwavering. This was a fortuitous development. The situation had escalated, ensuring that young Xinyue would ultimately witness the street dance video. The reticent Yi Wushuang incited considerable discontent among Yang Xinyue's fans. They began to mobilize within various fan groups and support circles. Many had succumbed to slumber the previous night, missing the video, but now, as dawn broke, they were prepared to rally for a significant undertaking. Thousands of Yang Xinyue's supporters, armed with synchronized criticisms and their keyboards, were poised to launch an assault on Yi Wushuang when the tone of the comments section shifted dramatically. Queen's minion, attention, classmates of the flying bird, gather here. Current girlfriend of the frenzied young master, all members of the absolute action, look over here. Next year's Olympiad math enthusiast, where are my fellow participants in the Olympic mathematics competition? Let us maintain our presence. AE86 Tofu Shop, racers, assemble. C-Station is a vibrant video sharing platform frequented by the youth. Its users range from students to avid gamers and racing enthusiasts. Upon awakening, more than just young Xinyue's fans stirred to life. Chapter 87, Yi Wushuang's fanbase on C-Station soars thanks to the relentless tirades from young Xinyue's fans. Yi Wushuang found herself ascending the ranks of trending videos. As her popularity surged, an increasing number of viewers discovered the video. Just as young Xinyue's supporters would rally, so too would Yi Wushuang's admirers. Among the factions of students, gamers, Olympiad participants, and racers, the gaming community was the most populous. The player base for Absolute Action was substantial, with layered comments exceeding 100. The fewest participants hailed from the Olympiad group, where only 5 individuals engaged in lighthearted banter about their solitary plight. Their presence bewildered young Xinyue's fans. In truth, when Yi Wushuang's fans, aside from those from the racing community, refreshed the comments section, they too were taken aback. The categories of school, gaming, and Olympiad were easily comprehensible, after all. Students inevitably gravitate toward these pursuits. Yi Wushuang, the wild young master, and the queen, what have they been up to behind their backs? They surged into the racing building, each emitting an air of confusion. Are you not aware that Yi Wushuang has earned the title of track sovereign at the South Suburban Racing Circuit? The number of those questioning this grew. Fans elaborated, the official website of the South Suburban Racing Circuit in Jiangxi Province records every race champion. And at this time each year, votes are cast to select the best champion of the year, known as the track sovereign. The term sovereign signifies unilateral power. The track sovereign thus denotes a racer who has mastered the circuit, where the title of champion is effortlessly seized, akin to dominion. Yi Wushuang has emerged as the sovereign of this year's racing circuit. The inquiries have ceased, and fans are now clamoring for videos and images. One fan remarked, "Do not panic, the video is being uploaded, and by the way, please share more videos of Yi Wushuang." In the Yang Xinyue fan group, someone tentatively posed the question, shall we continue our criticism? It seems that this Yi Wushuang is quite formidable. The group administrator promptly responded, criticize. Criticize with fervor. We pledge to honor our star as sovereign, dedicating our passion to fortify her reign. While the world may scorn them, only Yang Xinyue has shown them kindness. And they are resolute in their commitment to protect her. Moreover, Yang Xinyue has stated that Yi Wushuang has not only insulted her but has also derided all her supporters. The administrator led the charge, diving into the video comments to berate and belittle Yi Wushuang. Forever following Little Star, this is the dance zone. Do you think you can engage in mathematics competitions, racing, and chess without your own space? I love Star, a bunch of lost souls, truly amusing. Stars are little angels, knowing mathematics, racing, and chess does not equate to dancing. I can hardly bear to finish watching Yi Wushuang's video, it offends my eyes. The conflict between the two rival factions of fans ignited a frenzy, causing the video's popularity and view count to soar dramatically. Yi Wushuang's ranking on the popular video charts has ascended from the very bottom to the mid-tier, and then into the coveted top 10. The number of viewers has significantly increased, attracting individuals from the third and fourth factions. The third faction consists of those who harbor disdain for Yang Xinyue. Anyone who opposes Yang Xinyue is considered a kindred spirit, regardless of their familial ties, simply assisting in the endeavor. The status of Yi Wushuang as a queen.
A wild youth, or a dominator, holds no significance to them. The fourth faction comprises mere spectators, who neither support nor detest anyone. They simply pass by to observe the spectacle. The fervor in the comments section has become so intense that the enthusiasm for reading comments far surpasses that of watching the video itself.
Aside from Yi Wushuang's ardent fans, very few have watched the entire street dance video. 11 o'clock in the morning.
The street dance video of Yi Wushuang has successfully secured the top spot among today's trending videos. Such a meteoric rise can be primarily attributed to a little star,
namely Yang Xinyue. With an immense user base on Platform C, many are unfamiliar with Yi Wushuang. However, they have at least heard of Yang Xinyue.
Even if it is merely out of curiosity regarding Yang Xinyue, they are inclined to click on the video, subsequently drawn in by the vibrant comments section.
At 11:30, A86 Tofu Shop posted a new comment: Yi Wushuang's video of the race as the dominator of the track has been successfully uploaded, enticing viewers to click the link for immediate access. Beneath this comment, various individuals eagerly left their remarks, expressing gratitude and anticipation for more racing videos, regardless of their affiliations. Curious onlookers ventured in, only to be astounded.
This exhilarating 1v6 race was nothing short of a roller coaster, filled with suspense.
Particularly unforgettable was the moment Yi Wushuang,
driving a backup Mercedes, made a breathtaking leap across a valley, propelling towards victory, an image that left hearts racing.
The comments section of the video exhibited an extraordinary sense of unity and harmony. Queen's attendant, today is yet another day of stormy weeping for the Queen's strength. Current girlfriend of the wild young master, I maintain that the wild young master is omnipotent, who agrees, who disagrees. Future Olympiad aspirant, impressive, Yi. I feel like a total loser. Passers-by joined in with their own reflections. Slow and steady, I initially thought this was just an ordinary racing video. Letting everything go with the wind, as a racing enthusiast, I'd become an admirer. Non-racing fans, like Yang Xinyue's followers, watched in disbelief, struggling to find something to criticize.
Occasionally, a couple of stubborn dissenters entered the fray, only to be drowned out by the crowd, swiftly rendered speechless by reports.
Simultaneously, the trending section of C Station showcased new entries: Yi Wushuang Racing Dominator Track.
With support from all quarters, Yi Wushuang's racing video garnered over 300,000 views within an hour. Amidst the accolades, Queen's attendant posted a new comment: the Queen's chess competition video is out, is anyone interested?
Viewers flocked to the new video, leaving a trail of astonishment.
Players of the game Desperate Action were not to be outdone, uploading their own videos featuring Yi Wushuang. The synergy of these videos resulted in a dazzling display that left C Station users breathless. Some, pondering deeply yet harboring a sliver of hope, commented under the Olympiad students' posts, "Is there not a single video that could truly open our eyes?" To which, a user replied, "Well, sir, you saw it. He was the one who asked me first." The video of the Central South Province Olympic Mathematics Competition was promptly arranged. A newly released video showcased a ruthless victory over dingfanching, transcending rules in a spectacular display. This unique method of triumph left an indelible mark on viewers. Not only C Station users, but even the students of Flying Birds were taken aback by the manner in which Yi Wushuang secured victory. Initially, they only knew that Yi Wushuang had won. After several videos, Yi Wushuang's follower count on C Station skyrocketed from 0 to 500,000 in merely half a day. It was at this moment that the audience began to re-evaluate Yi Wushuang. They revisited her street dance video, watching with newfound seriousness. The video, though of modest pixel quality, was filmed in what appeared to be a garage. The simple lighting of the garage contrasted sharply with Yi Wushuang's extraordinary performance. She chose a dance akin to Yang Xinyue's latest release, clad in the most basic and affordable sportswear, while Yang Xinyue donned a flamboyant white dress. Her movements were crisp and powerful, neither overly forceful nor excessively soft, exuding a stylish confidence. In comparison, Yang Xinyue's performance was lackluster, filled with erratic movements and distracting effects, leaving viewers with a blurred impression of the dance itself. In terms of skill, the distinction was glaring. Yi Wushuang's fan tagged Yang Xinyue, "It's time to seriously learn from the queen of the dance area." Yang Xinyue's detractor tagged her, "Look at how others dance. And then look at your own. Even bystanders cannot bear to watch."
Another remarked, since you are partaking in the dance community, it is only right to honor your profession. Learning a bit wouldn't hurt.
Influenced by this, even Yang Xinyue's own fans have watched Yi Wushuang's street dance video. Yi Wushuang seems to possess some skill in street dance.
But what does that truly matter? Forever following the little stars, a blogger with poor character, regardless of their dancing prowess, will never gain our recognition in the Star Fans Club. This statement left both Yi Wushuang's supporters and bystanders utterly perplexed. Yi Wushuang Queen, where did the reckless young man's character falter? Chapter 88, Yi Wushuang and Jishin's Alliance.
As the sun climbed high in the sky, Yang Xinyue awoke from her slumber. She opened the sea station, intending to indulge in the daily praise from her fans and review the revenue from various channels.
However,
she was inundated by an overwhelming number of mentions. Curious, she clicked to see what the commotion was about, and immediately sat upright in bed. Yi Wushuang had released a video, causing a sensation on Sea Station, with many asserting that her dance was commendable and expressing a desire to learn from her.
Luo Ling.
She called sharply for her assistant. Miss Yan, Luo Ling, her assistant, rushed upstairs and handed her a steaming cup of aromatic coffee, a customary routine for Yang Xinyue.
Who told you to bring me coffee? Yang Xinyue retorted.
Yi Wushuang has posted a street dance video, and so many people are mentioning me.
Why didn't you inform me?
She pushed Luo Ling's arm, causing the hot coffee to spill, scalding the back of Luo Ling's hand.
Luo Ling lowered her head, biting her lip timidly. Didn't you mention that no matter the situation, I should not disturb your sleep? Last time,
when I called you, how dare you retort? Yang Xinyue slapped Luo Ling's face and barked, "Get out!" Luo Ling bowed in apology and exited, covering her face. Yang Xinyue clicked on Yi Wushuang's street dance video, noticing the blurry frames and simplistic visuals, devoid of any special effects.
She scoffed, "Is this supposed to compete with me?"
Swiftly, she composed a post, "I will never dance with someone who insults me and calls my fans blind and foolish, unless that person's fan count surpasses mine."
On Sea Station, the number of fans is the most telling proof of a creator's prowess, is it not? Additionally,
she sincerely suggested that someone invest in a better camera and learn some editing skills, as the video was poorly produced, making it nearly impossible to discern her dance moves.
After posting, she blacked out her phone.
It had taken her a decade of relentless effort to amass 6 million followers.
Yi Wushuang, a novice on the path, is not to be surpassed.
Faniax Weiyuan, Class 7, during the intermission.
A student exclaimed, "Ah! Yang Xinyue has posted an update."
The crowd retrieved their phones. And upon viewing the content, their faces turned an ashen hue.
When did the queen berate Yang Xinyue, claiming her dancing resembled that of an epileptic? Are her fans truly so blind and foolish?
It is no wonder some have labeled the queen as lacking in character. It appears Yang Xinyue has been spreading rumors behind the scenes. She must have realized the queen's dancing skills are impeccable, thus resorting to disparaging the video's clarity. I am Jian Jiaoyang, a classmate of Yi Wushuang, and I was present on the day of the incident. I never heard Yi Wushuang utter a single derogatory word towards a little star or her fans. I hope this little star can provide evidence, otherwise, you should be aware that spreading falsehoods is also a crime.
This statement is both assertive and irrefutable.
As the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red.
One who stays near ink gets stained black.
Under Yi Wushuang's influence, Jian Jiaoyan gradually matures and becomes increasingly reliable. The students of Class 7 exchanged glances and emulated Jian Jiaoyang's format to voice their support for Yi Wushuang. Spectators quickly elevated Class 7's comments to the forefront. Particularly Jian Jiaoyang's, which became a popular remark.
Who would continuously record videos to document everything? If you accuse me of spreading falsehoods, can you provide any evidence?
This assertion effectively rendered the matter an unsolved mystery. The game of words commenced, leaving no one able to clarify the situation. Passers-by who initially held a favorable view of Yi Wushuang found themselves conflicted.
If Yi Wushuang truly insulted Yang Xinyue and her fans, they could not condone such personal attacks.
Jian Jiaoyang and the others, at a loss for a solution, turned their gaze towards Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang spoke in a calm tone, "Since Yang Xinyue claims that my follower count on Sea Station surpasses hers,
only then will she be willing to learn dance from me.
Very well, I shall surpass her.
With this, the matter becomes considerably simpler. Surpass her? The queen. She has 6 million followers.
Jian Jiayan could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes widening in disbelief.
6 million, merely. On Yi Wushuang's exquisite visage.
There was not a trace of emotional fluctuation. As she scrolled through the comments beneath her video, she discovered that the majority were lamenting the lack of clarity in the image quality. This was beyond her control, for her counterfeit phone could only offer such a limited frame rate. Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows, realizing she needed to earn money to purchase a better camera.
It was the time after school.
After finishing her cleaning duties, Yi Wushuang stepped out of the school gates. Across the street, Jishin leaned against the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, hands tucked into his pockets, his posture regal like a noble prince from medieval Western Europe.
What brings you here?
Yi Wushuang lifted her gaze, her dark eyes sparkling with a glimmer she herself had not noticed.
I'm here to take you to the dance studio. The garage setting is rather monotonous.
The man's lips curled into a smile, his voice deep and magnetic.
He had seen Yi Wushuang's video posted on C-Station.
It was not difficult to deduce that her current task was to teach Yang Xinyue how to dance. Yang Xinyue had claimed that she would only follow Yi Wushuang if the latter had more fans than her. Thus, the journey to accumulate followers must commence.
To gain fans,
the quality of the videos must improve, merely filming in the garage would not suffice. Yi Wushuang hesitated, then settled into the car. She had been dancing and uploading videos under Jishin's watchful gaze. Given his intellect, discerning this would pose no challenge for him.
She couldn't quite comprehend why Jishin was so willing to assist her. Was it simply because friends ought to help one another?
She felt a twinge of happiness.
Half an hour later, the two arrived at the dance studio.
The studio had been reserved exclusively for them, the lighting and ambience seemingly arranged in advance,
exuding an air of sophistication.
Yi Wushuang was determined to emulate Yang Xinyue South's latest street dance style.
Are you planning to help me with the photography?
Yi Wushuang asked, her tone one of surprise.
Is that not permissible?
Jishin's eyes twinkled as he responded, his rich baritone almost enchanting. In my spare time.
I once obtained the highest level photography certification.
Yi Wushuang's lips curled into a slight smile.
Obtaining the highest level of photography certification during a moment of boredom? If this were to be revealed, what would the professionals in the photography industry think?
The two began their collaboration, one focused on the dancing, while the other concentrated on recording. Yi Wushuang practiced countless times, and Jishin recorded each session with the same earnest expression and unwavering dedication.
Were there an onlooker present?
They would undoubtedly be captivated, enchanted by the harmonious scene before them.
Around 8 o'clock, the two concluded their recording. A pang of hunger struck me.
I could not recall when exactly Yi Wushuang had begun to habitually engage Jishin in daily conversations.
There is a restaurant downstairs, shall we go?
Jishin carefully packed away his DSLR camera. Yi Wushuang sought out Jishin to request the completed street dance video, intending to upload it to C-Station. Yi Wushuang was utterly perplexed as she fetched a chair and settled beside Jishin, curious about his intentions.
3 minutes later, enlightenment dawned upon her.
Jishin was adding special effects to a street dance video, and to her astonishment, he was also proficient in video editing. Chapter 89, he truly yearned to tear away his gentle facade and devour her whole.
While awaiting Jishin's editing completion,
Yi Wushuang opened her phone and logged into C-Station, only to discover that her follower count had surged to 600,000. Influenced by Yang Xinyue's recent post, her afternoon growth in followers was considerably slower than in the morning. The comments section of her published video had exceeded 10,000, with heated debates ensuing. Some believed her dancing skills surpassed those of Yang Xinyue, who ought to learn from her.
Conversely, Yang Xinyue's fans stubbornly insisted that Ye's video was blurry and simplistic, not worthy of imitation.
Having expended considerable energy dancing, Yi Wushuang felt her eyelids grow heavy, as if weighed down by lead, and gently leaned her head against Jishin's shoulder, succumbing to slumber. She mused that it was perhaps acceptable to let her guard down in his presence. Jishin glanced at Yi Wushuang, a twinkle of mirth flickering in his dark eyes, before resuming his editing tasks.
At 1 o'clock in the morning,
He completed the video and uploaded it to Yi Wushuang's C-Station backend, titling it, "A Little Star, Come to Learn."
After a moment of contemplation,
he deftly typed the description: photography, Lin Jiangxian, editing, Lin Jiangxian. As Yi Wushuang slept soundly in his embrace, her angelic features radiated purity, captivating enough to melt one's heart at a mere glance. Jishin, with tender care, placed the little angel onto the bed. She let out a soft, melodious murmur,
reminiscent of a sound unfit for children.
The man's throat tightened, his elongated eyes darkening with desire as he gazed hungrily at the unsuspecting girl on the bed, yearning to tear away his gentle disguise and consume her entirely. After a lengthy pause, he sighed, resignedly striding into the bathroom. Amidst the throngs of spectators, Yi Wushuang's account garnered immediate attention with the release of her new video. The clarity of this video was exceptional, showcasing both beauty and dance prowess,
complemented by a dazzling backdrop and lighting. Unlike Yang Xinyue's amateur attempts at special effects, this was a far cry from mere child's play. The video featuring Yi Wushuang exudes an air of sophistication. The comments section has become quite lively. Balding late-nighter, goodness, the quality of Yi Wushuang's 2 videos is vastly different. Passerby, she's beautiful, dances exquisitely, the camera work is steady, and the transitions are impressive. If the views don't exceed 1 million, I shall wash my hair upside down. Darling, isn't this photographer and editor leagues above those from Yang Xinyue's side?
Affectionate, the introduction mentions that both the photographer and editor are Lin Jiangxian.
Does anyone know who he is? Within the nested comments, numerous reactions appeared.
After a while, someone responded, Lin Jiangxian, male, true name unknown. A top-tier global photographer who's captured starry skies have been featured on aerospace official sites, whose landscapes have been included in National Geographic, and whose character documentaries have won the International Best Humanistic Award. Countless directors wish to hire him, countless stars seek his services, and numerous magazines desire to connect with him.
He is undoubtedly a deity in the realm of photography.
He has remained elusive for quite some time. And don't ask me how this esteemed figure is related to Yi Wushuang, I have no idea.
I only know that Yi Wushuang's popularity is assured.
Half an hour later, the trending section on C-Station updates with the entry, Yi Wushuang Lin Jiangxian. An hour later, Yi Wushuang's new street dance video surpasses 500,000 views. Many flocked to Lin Jiangxian, subsequently following Yi Wushuang, hoping to glean more information about him.
2 hours later, Yi Wushuang's follower count exceeds 1 million. Late-night surfer Yang Xinyue,
upon noticing this, quickly initiated a live stream, continuing her sob story and feigning victimhood. No wonder Yi Wushuang dares to insult me.
It turns out she has a formidable ally in Lin Jiangxian. Are they conspiring to bully me together?
I am so scared, sob.
Fans quickly reassured her, don't be afraid, star, we will stand against the forces of evil.
They also showered Yang Xinyue with gifts.
After gifting,
they regrouped and rushed to the comments section of Yi Wushuang's new video to scold both her and Jishin.
Forever following little star, even if you find 10 Lin Jiangxians. It cannot conceal the fact that Yi Wushuang's character is lacking.
I love star, if Lin Jiangxian can associate with Yi Wushuang, then he must not be that impressive.
The next day, in the class of Fania, Kijie eager